Chapter 1. SS-level mission. In a dimly lit underground laboratory, a young girl lay unconscious, callously tossed into a nearby iron cage. The girl, though still youthful, possessed a delicate visage, her skin pale as parchment, nearly translucent, reminiscent of fragile porcelain. Her eyes were tightly shut, long, thick eyelashes casting faint shadows upon her eyelids. She lay there in serene stillness, evoking a profound sense of pity. Outside the cage, two deep voices exchanged words. Is it subject A107? Yes, I never expected her to still be alive. What do you intend to do with her? I require her for a mental threshold test. Her mental capacity is formidable, and her attributes are unique, making her ideal for this experiment. A mental threshold test? Wasn't that experiment long since abolished by the Empire? You would be risking the life of a mere child. And what of it? She is but a specimen. Everything is for the future of humanity. Ah, you are truly heartless. After all, she is your own daughter. Oh, so I must personally oversee this experiment? As my daughter, dying at my hands, we shall together sacrifice ourselves for the future of humanity, and the entire world shall laud my greatness. Indeed, you are a cruel mother. Is it not said that her father will not seek retribution? Do you truly believe that? It is merely a rumor perpetuated by the outside world. A daughter who appeared out of the blue. Given his suspicious and aloof nature, how could he possibly care? As the girl began to awaken, she heard their conversation but remained silent, unperturbed. In the shadow of the Empire, a tense search was underway. The girl's disappearance was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples cascading outward. The entire Empire descended into a state of lockdown, with even the planet they inhabited encircled by the ironclad fleet of the Empire. The girl's two older brothers, frantic over their sister's disappearance, wielded their formidable mental powers, scanning the surrounding star systems time and again in hopes of uncovering her whereabouts. Her three uncles and two aunts leveraged their extensive connections, offering a bounty of 1,000,000 star coins for the return of their precious little princess. The former monarch of the Empire, her grandfather, personally led a contingent of loyal guards, hastily making their way to this location. Meanwhile, her father, the current ruler of the Empire, had placed a blade at the throat of the local lord, threatening with a posture of nuclear benevolence that if he did not see his daughter within 10 minutes, he would stop at nothing to raze this star system to the ground. The narrative begins. Utia, the restoration potion has been delivered to the agreed-upon location, and someone has signed for it. Understood. Shall I deposit this mission's remuneration into the same account as before? No, this time I want the entire payment in cash. 60 should be given to the person who signed for the restoration potion, and the remaining 40 should be discreetly transferred to the Mornshire family's direct lineage under an alias. Very well, I shall do so. Regardless of the mission's success, I will fulfill this as we previously agreed. Then let the mission commence. Utia, I wish you safe travels. A petite figure seemed to meld seamlessly with the night. She moved like a wraith, gliding gracefully through the darkness. The moonlight was obscured by clouds, rendering the surroundings utterly black, yet this did not impede her actions in the slightest. Her silhouette resembled that of a phantom feline in the night, agile and silent, each step perfectly placed in the most inconspicuous spots. This heavily guarded palace resembled a vast labyrinth, replete with vigilant sentinels and intricate pathways. However, she skillfully evaded the patrolling guards and hidden sentries lurking in the shadows. Her form danced unpredictably, sometimes taking advantage of the cover of darkness, at other times darting around corners like a gust of wind, as if she were one with the night itself. At last, she arrived at a relatively secluded and inconspicuous pathway. This area was distant from the main hall, illuminated only by a few dim lanterns casting faint glimmers of light. Utia halted, gently closing her eyes to concentrate her energy. Moments later, a soft white light began to rise from her, gradually coalescing into a small, adorable figure. It was a young snow-white tiger, still in its youth. Its fur was soft and smooth, as pristine as freshly fallen snow, though still immature. Its aura was undeniably formidable. Though its body had yet to fully develop, each strand of fur exuded an innate nobility and strength. This was Utia's spirit beast, an S-level white tiger. Mission objective: obtain a blood sample from Kairos Clark. Mission rank: SS. Mission location: top tier of the Judgment Tower in the Clark Palace. Executor rank: Crimson Hunter. Codename: Ashes. Confirmation complete. As the voice in her earpiece confirmed the mission, Utia's mental focus sharpened. Proceed 375 meters, then turn left. Follow the gravel path of the back mountain straight to the Judgment Tower the target is located within. This is the only opportunity. His Majesty Kairos has recently exhibited a slight loss of control over his mental faculties in a public setting. Therefore, it is highly probable that there are no guards in the vicinity, with a slim chance of encountering an adult member of the Clark family overseeing him. However, regardless of which Clark is present, they will be restrained by mental suppression crystals, significantly diminishing their combat effectiveness. Due to the unique nature of the mission location, there will be no extraction team. Please depart the mission site immediately after securing the target. Received. As the voice in her earpiece abruptly ceased, Utia swiftly mobilized her mental power to obliterate the device, ensuring no traces were left behind. She began to mentally rehearse the mission objective once more. Mission objective: obtain a blood sample from Kairos Clark. The Clark family is the royal bloodline of the Clark Empire, renowned for their martial prowess. To draw a simple comparison, the Empire's foremost military academy requires a mental capacity of B or above to be deemed competent, A and above for excellence, with it being an exceedingly rare occurrence. However, the members of the Clark family are an exception. Every Clark prince is born with S-level mental capacity, a feat that no ordinary person could hope to achieve. Upon reaching adulthood, every member of the Clark family possesses S-level mental power. They are akin to divine beings, birthed from chaos, vanquishing the insectoid race and overthrowing the tyrannical and brutish imperial reign, establishing their own empire amidst the ruins with the most iron-fisted authority. They are beloved by all the citizens of the Clark Empire, with each prince stained by the blood of countless foes and invaders. Kairos Clark, the current monarch of the Clark Empire, boasts an SS-level mental capacity, making him the strongest successor in the history of the Clark Empire. Yet, it is well known that every member of the Clark family possesses exceptional combat prowess. What is less commonly understood is that such formidable mental power comes at a cost. Corresponding to their elevated mental capacity is the ever-present threat of mental storms and backlash. As time progresses, the mental capacity of the Clarks increases, and with it, the intensity of the corresponding mental storm backlash escalates. Once ensnared in a mental storm, they lose their rationality, uncontrollably launching mental assaults on everything and everyone around them. An out-of-control Clark heralds an absolute catastrophe, however. No one aside from the Clarks can slay an adult member of their lineage. When a Clark loses control, they are taken to the pinnacle of the Judgment Tower, monitored by their kin until they regain their senses. Each episode of a Clark's loss of control hastens the arrival of the next, until one day they can no longer maintain lucidity, at which point an elder Clark will intervene, plunging them into a semi-permanent slumber. A sleeping Clark may yet be awakened, but none can guarantee that the awakened Clark will retain their sanity. Over time, those who remain in a state of semi-permanent slumber will have their mental power gradually eroded, succumbing to eternal rest. This is the reason why, throughout history, the number of members within the Clark family has never exceeded 10. In this new era, where the average lifespan reaches 300 years, the members of the Clark family have an average lifespan of barely a century. It is akin to a curse inscribed in their very genes, a fate from which no one can escape. This monarch has reigned for 11 years, now at the age of 41. Unlike other Clarks, Kairos Clark has thus far only exhibited a slight lapse in mental control during the recent insectide skirmish, and has not experienced any of the mental storm backlashes that every other Clark has faced. His stability is terrifying. Despite possessing the most potent mental power among the Clark family, he defies logic by maintaining a level of stability surpassing that of all his peers. This is the reason for Utia's current mission. Chapter 2. Kairos Clark. With the task objectives fresh in her mind, Utia swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of the Judgment Tower. Upon entering the uppermost level, she was greeted by a multitude of precious blood crystals, which suppressed mental power embedded in every conceivable surface, floor, walls, and even the ceiling, resembling nothing more than ordinary pebbles. The overwhelming sensation of having her mental faculties suppressed by 90% was profoundly discomforting, prompting Utia to stifle a groan. As a bounty hunter, she had traversed countless inhospitable environments, glaciers, crimson rocks, subterranean cities, and even swarms of insects and chasms. Yet, never had she encountered a place as unbearable as this blood crystal-laden judgment tower. It was no wonder that Clark could suppress the bloodline of the god of war. Reluctantly, Utia was compelled to retract her mental power, resorting to her senses for exploration. She was acutely aware of the disadvantages this imposed upon her. But retreat was not an option. Treading lightly, she was fortunate to find no surveillance in this place. No one dared monitor a Clark who could erupt at any moment. Any gaze cast upon him would be an unequivocal provocation and disrespect to one so acutely sensitive to mental scrutiny. The uppermost floor of the Judgment Tower was not spacious, comprising only 8 rooms, each corresponding to one of the 8 current lords. Soon, Utia arrived at the threshold of one such lord's chamber. Though she fervently hoped that the lord within was in a state of slumber, she understood that the likelihood of this was slim. Peering through the small window of the chamber door, she locked eyes with a pair of piercing, cold orbs. The room was not locked. Every Clark entering it, uncertain of their full recovery from slumber, instinctively refrained from departing. Utia reacted swiftly, executing a knee jump and performing a backflip to evade Kairos's line of sight. However, her actions had evidently enraged Kairos, whose mental power was teetering on the brink of chaos. In an instant, a shadow darted past like lightning, and Kairos appeared behind Utia with astonishing speed, his movements nearly imperceptible. Before she could react, Kairos swung his fist without hesitation, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind and tremendous force, striking toward Utia. The blow seemed to harbor boundless fury and murderous intent. Its consequences, should it land, would be catastrophic. Nevertheless, as a red hunter, Utia was no ordinary opponent. She responded rapidly to the onslaught. Crossing her arms defensively over her chest, she attempted to block Kairos's lethal strike while simultaneously launching a powerful kick aimed at his chest in a bid to counterattack. Kairos, quick to react, raised his arm to deflect her attack. In the moment of contact, he seized her ankle with a force that was nothing short of astonishing and flung her with great strength. Utia arced through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The situation was dire. Her close combat abilities were no match for Kairos, and being on the defensive left her feeling increasingly powerless. In this critical moment, Utia knew she could no longer afford to remain passive. She disregarded the limitations imposed by the blood crystals that suppressed her mental power and unleashed her overwhelming mental energy without hesitation. In an instant, a magnificent white tiger spirit materialized, embodying her will and charging ferociously toward Kairos. Upon witnessing the white tiger spirit's fierce advance, Kairos's expression sharpened with surprise. Yet, in the next heartbeat, flames erupted around him, and a similarly formidable blood tiger leapt from the inferno. The two colossal beasts then engaged in a breathtakingly violent clash. Engaging in battle within a room saturated with blood crystals that suppressed mental abilities was no simple feat. The crystals incessantly eroded their already unstable mental power. However, it was evident that Kairos, the most powerful ruler in Clark's history, dominated his mental faculties with a strength that was nothing short of terrifying. In the blink of an eye, Utia found herself at a complete disadvantage, her strength waning as she collapsed to the ground. Her world began to dim, her mental power seemingly siphoned away, leaving her unable to muster even a fraction of it. With great effort, she forced her heavy eyelids open, only to behold a long sword, as black as night and adorned with silver patterns, poised against her neck. The blade gleamed ominously, emanating a chilling aura. Utia recognized the sword. Xian Yin, a symbol of the Clark Empire, an embodiment of power and authority, wielded solely by the Emperor. Am I to be killed? Perhaps, she mused. This was the conclusion she had long anticipated. Utia closed her eyes. Yet, contrary to her expectation, Xian Yin was withdrawn from her neck, and Kairos's voice resonated clearly. Aslan, take her to the 5th floor. I will come down personally shortly. Isn't it more efficient to interrogate her on the top floor, where her mental power is potent? A tall figure emerged from another room, clad in the distinctive black and gold military attire of the Clark royalty, striding forth with steady, powerful steps that he was Aslan Clark, the second son of the former king, Uriel Clark, and a full brother to the current ruler, Kairos Clark. Uriel Clark had but one queen, whom he loved deeply. Together, they bore 4 sons and 2 daughters. In the age of interstellar travel, there was no longer a need for women to bear children themselves. Loving couples could simply provide their genetic sequences to a breeding center, and a child would be born after the process was completed. Even so, the old king and queen loved their children dearly. The Clark family had always placed great importance on familial bonds. Though they often provoked one another and exchanged barbs, they unconditionally trusted their kin. How wonderful, Utia thought. She often envied the pure and steadfast trust among the members of the Clark royal family, that in the game of power, suspicion, and betrayal were the norm. But within the Clark family, familial love seemed to transcend all, their bonds unbreakable. They relied on one another without the need for words. A mere glance sufficed to convey intentions and plans. Unfortunately, such feelings were something she had never possessed. Ah well, it no longer mattered. Gazing at the two before her, Utia closed her eyes, awaiting her fate. How would they choose to deal with her? A mere juvenile cub posed no threat to me. Kairos cast a dismissive glance at Utia, his absolute confidence in his own strength fueling his arrogance. Upon hearing the term minor, Aslan's pupils momentarily constricted before returning to normal, that he refrained from further persuasion. Like Kairos, every Clark possessed unwavering confidence in their own abilities, and he did not believe that Utia could escape the grasp of the 2 adult Clarks. Very well, brother. Chapter 3. The Task, Seeking Death on the 5th floor of the Judgment Tower. A young girl draped in a black cloak was casually placed upon a sofa, unbound by ropes and unchained by shackles. Perhaps this was a form of leniency towards an underage cub. Yet, Utia was acutely aware that her fate seemed all but sealed. After all, her current mission targeted the supreme sovereign of the Clark Kingdom. The wounds on her body throbbed faintly, and her mental prowess had suffered a severe blow, rendering her quite despondent. The blood crystals that suppressed mental strength were absolutely prohibited for one so young, whose mental faculties had yet to mature. They could inflict irrevocable damage on the psyche of an underage cub. The sole stroke of fortune was that Utia possessed an exceptionally high level of mental prowess, being a product of a laboratory, and despite her youth, she had already attained an S rank in mental strength. This remarkable mental prowess was the fundamental reason she had been assigned this task. Other bounty hunters simply lacked the qualifications to undertake it. However, even Utia, with her S mental level, sensed a slight turbulence within her mental state. No matter how formidable, she could not escape the reality of her youth. Her mental power was gradually spiraling out of control. Yet it could not be allowed. Such a display would be exceedingly disrespectful. Here, in the Clark Palace, in the Judgment Tower of Clark, even though she had taken on a mission targeting King Clark, she remained a subject of the Clark Empire. Even if she were to face judgment, exile, or capital punishment, Utia was unwilling to exhibit any form of disrespect before her sovereign. That it may sound absurd, but since Utia had accepted this task, she had anticipated failure, never once harboring hopes of success. After all, she was a citizen of Clark and a student at the Empire's foremost military academy. The education she received there instilled in her a sense of duty that forbade any action detrimental to Clark's national interests. Footsteps echoed softly from above, drawing nearer and nearer. Thud, 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 each sound indistinguishable from the rapid beating of Utia's heart. Aslan and Kylos appeared side by side. They exchanged a fleeting glance with Utia. Kylos remained silent while a glimmer of mockery flickered in Aslan's eyes. "Little cub, what is your mission?" Aslan inquired. To obtain a blood sample from His Majesty. Utia replied, that as a bounty hunter, she bore no taboos akin to those of a death warrior, who would take their own life upon capture. "Who sent you?" "I am a bounty hunter, tasked with this mission." Unaware of the higher-up's information, Utia responded. Aslan, evidently understanding the circumstances surrounding bounty hunters, chose not to press further. So, your organization has no one else. They send an underage cub to execute a target as formidable as Kylos. I am a Crimson Hunter, and my mental prowess is S, one of the rare few in the organization with such a level. The implication was clear. She was strong, at least more so than they might assume. As an S mental power holder, aside from the members of the Clark royal family, her abilities were not inferior to any adult bounty hunter. perhaps even surpassing them. Bounty hunters were classified into 5 ranks: crimson, black, purple, blue, and white, with crimson being the highest tier. To ascend, one must complete at least 1 SS-level mission or 5 S-level missions and emerge unscathed. It is worth noting that obtaining Kylos' blood sample was merely an SS-level task. An S-Crimson Hunter? Aslan's nonchalance dissipated, and disbelief flickered across his face as he gazed at the seemingly 11 or 12-year-old girl before him. Even the young of Clark rarely attained such levels of mental power in their youth. Indeed, I am a product of the laboratory. Upon hearing this term, Kylos momentarily lost focus. He understood all too well the implications behind those 5 words. However, our investigation reveals that Utia is currently a first-year student at the Empire's foremost military academy. With a mental prowess level of how do you explain this? Kylos' gaze was as cold as a blade, sharp and piercing, as if seeking to penetrate her very soul. That was a test from half a year ago. At that time, my mental power first spiraled out of control. That I still remember those terrified gazes, those anguished cries. Your Majesty, I harmed many during that episode. That Utia's voice trembled slightly as the memories of that harrowing day resurfaced vividly before her. Thus, generally, in the absence of necessity, I utilized the potions from the laboratory to suppress my mental prowess, at least to prevent another loss of control. Those possessing S-level and above mental power face the risk of mental storms spiraling out of control. Not only in Clark. Naturally, aside from Clark, very few individuals held S-level or above mental prowess, which explained Aslan's astonishment upon learning of Utia's S-level. Why did you accept this mission? Aslan queried, a hint of compassion and leniency evident in his tone. As he inquired about the circumstances of an underage cub who could have sought government assistance in the absence of parents. There were no alternatives. My medication is prohibitively expensive, and I wish to survive. Utia paused slightly, clearly caught off guard by the question. You have not spoken the truth, Kylos stated, his penetrating black eyes fixed on her, the invisible pressure rendering Utia somewhat breathless. You know that success in this mission is impossible. You came here seeking death in an instant. Utia's complexion drained of color, rendering her as pale as a blank sheet of paper. Her already pale lips trembled slightly, yet ultimately, no words escaped them. She lowered her head slightly, her hair cascading down to obscure her expression entirely. She knew all too well that this task was beyond her capabilities, yet she had come regardless. Was it merely for a bottle of restorative potion? Perhaps not entirely so. An unvoiced thought, unbeknownst to her, had been so bluntly articulated by a stranger. Even if the timing was inopportune, she could not help but marvel at Kylos' uncanny ability to read hearts. Yet, she found herself unable to answer the question. Your Majesty, I apologize, but I may be unable to respond to that inquiry. After a prolonged silence, Kylos finally heard her subdued reply. Release your mental entity. Kylos did not pursue further questions, but instead issued a new command that as a military academy student. Utia instinctively nodded in compliance, saluting simultaneously, but upon realization, she could not help but smile wryly. To raise a hand against her sovereign was already a betrayal of her identity as a military student. Nevertheless, she silently executed Kylos' order that a small, listless white tiger, resembling its master, materialized in Utia's embrace. Chapter 4. Mental Synchronization. Aslan cast a peculiar glance at Kairos. Although he was uncertain of his brother's intentions, he refrained from interjecting. Before long, Kairos unleashed his spiritual entity, a blood-red tiger with crimson eyes, exuding an aura of majesty. In the same room, the listless white tiger resembled a bullied cub, curled up in Utia's embrace. The spark of vigor and sharpness that once characterized its gaze was replaced by a profound sense of helplessness and grievance, evoking a tinge of sympathy. Meanwhile, the blood tiger stood tall and regal, its powerful frame radiating strength and wildness. Its penetrating and profound gaze scrutinized the little white tiger, imbued not only with a sense of kinship, but also an insatiable curiosity for the unknown. Kairos directed his mental energy towards the little white tiger, and the ensuing scene left Aslan in wide-eyed astonishment. The little white tiger sensed the aggressive intent behind the spiritual force yet remained calm, neither roaring nor retreating as anticipated. Instead, it seemed to have found a long-lost sense of security, gently closing its eyes in submission. This was a deep-seated instinctual response, as if to convey that this power was no enemy, but rather a being worthy of trust and reliance. As Utia, the little white tiger's owner, was intricately connected to it, she could distinctly feel every fluctuation of its emotions. When Kairos's spiritual energy brushed against her mental realm, an odd sensation surged within her, an indescribable sense of closeness. Akin to a long-lost child finally discovering the way home, or being enveloped by warm flames on a frigid winter's night. This feeling compelled her to shut her eyes, allowing that force to guide her spirit. Permitting another spiritual force to infiltrate one's own mental ocean is inherently precarious. Should Kairos harbor even the slightest hint of aggression, Utia's spirit would be utterly and irrevocably obliterated. Yet as Kairos's mental energy further engaged, Utia felt no threat or discomfort, and on the contrary, she experienced an unprecedented warmth and solace. This sensation washed over her spirit like a gentle stream, alleviating all tension and weariness. Deep within her mental ocean, the traumas accumulated from battles and escapes seemed to find a degree of healing under the influence of this power. Her spirit gradually relaxed under the soothing embrace of this force, beginning to resonate with Kairos's mental energy. This resonance was not a forced capitulation, but a natural response, akin to a child's innate dependence and trust in their parents. Aslan stared in disbelief at this unfolding scene. Every student who had attended courses on physiology and mental energy would understand the implications of this phenomenon. It was a unique form of spiritual communication that only direct relatives could possess. In a synchronous state, an underage child would enter a deep slumber under the influence of their parents, a common reaction among most parents when their child's mental energy was compromised. Moreover, the dominant party in this state could imprint their spirit upon the submissive party, often used by parents to monitor their children's mental states. But how could this be possible? This was Kairos Clark, the king of the Clark Empire. Aslan vividly recalled his brother's disdain for cubs, weak, soft, easily hurt, spoiled, noisy, combative, and resistant to discipline. Even Aslan, who typically adored cubs, had to concede that they were the most charming yet troublesome creatures in existence, without exception. Initially, to alleviate Kairos's annoyance and to ensure that the Clark lineage would not perish within their generation, Aslan had voluntarily proposed to place his genetic material in the gene bank, resulting in the cultivation of 2 cub embryos. Love rarely graced the fleeting life of Clark, save for their elderly father, Uriel Clark. Even the 2 children Aslan nurtured had scant knowledge of love, if any, and regarded it with disdain. Undeniably, Aslan cherished his 2 children, despite their possession of all the flaws Kairos had enumerated, which were common to all cubs. Yet because they were his children, his responsibility, he willingly devoted some of his energy to them. However, this did not imply that he expected Kairos to share the same willingness to invest energy in his own cubs. But what was he witnessing now? He observed his brother, who had always abhorred cubs, engaging in a spiritual synchrony with a juvenile assassin he had known for less than an hour. And it had succeeded? Could it be that this was a little Clark? When had his dear brother secretly fathered a child with someone else? Overwhelmed by an influx of startling revelations, Aslan felt his mind momentarily falter. Confirming his suspicions, Kairos concluded this brief moment of spiritual synchrony as a military academy student. Utia was no stranger to the term spiritual synchrony, yet she had never envisioned such an occurrence happening to her. Was she not an experimental subject? How could she possess the warm and beautiful appellation of parent? Oh, but that was not entirely accurate. She did have a mother, albeit one who had never bestowed even a modicum of love upon her. The woman who claimed to be her mother had subjected her to countless experiments, extracting spiritual energy, blood, and even bone marrow, time and again. Utia had sometimes pondered whether, had her father been present, someone would have cradled her and provided comfort during her moments of sorrow. If her father had been around, would that self-proclaimed mother have dared to subject her to such relentless and cruel experiments? If her father had been present, would she have had to endure a life as a bounty hunter, trading her existence for money? But he never came. Well, it was quite normal. As a laboratory product, how could she expect to have the loving parents that normal children enjoyed? Yet, just as she had completely abandoned hope in her father's existence, he appeared. Utia found herself at a loss for words, caught in a haze of disbelief tinged with a flicker of hope. Yet, as she recalled her purpose for being here, and the fact that she had even attacked Kairos. An inexplicable wave of sorrow surged within her. She thought no one would desire a child like her, even if she shared the same bloodline with him. Your Majesty, perhaps something has gone awry. There is no need to feel troubled. It is I who have erred. If you choose to end my life, it is only fitting. Her eyes were obscured by cascading locks of hair, concealing her expression as her voice, calm and steady, belied the desolation of a heart that felt as if it were on the brink of losing something it had just begun to grasp. Chapter 5. Loss of Control. Soothing Kairos gazed into Utia's eyes and could not help but acknowledge that she possessed the common physical traits of a Clark cub: dark hair, red eyes, and exceptional mental energy. Yet, she was markedly different from any Clark. She was serene, fragile, and easily startled, utterly unlike his two rambunctious nephews, who were fearless, proud, combative, and vibrantly alive to the point of exasperation. However, the outcome of their spiritual synchrony could not be mistaken. This girl was undoubtedly his child. But when had his genetic information been leaked? The genetic information of the Clark family had always been stringently safeguarded, even when Aslan used his genes at the breeding center. Those genetic details were thoroughly obliterated post-cultivation. As the monarch of the Clark Empire, his genetic security measures would be even more stringent. Observing Utia's expression, it was clear she was unaware of this matter. So, her presence beside him was either a conspiracy or mere coincidence. It appeared that he had been too lenient of late. The people were beginning to forget why the Clark Empire was known as the Clark Empire. He pondered for a moment, and Aslan, unable to contain himself, finally called out to him, "Brother, what shall we do with this child?" Kylos finally emerged from his reverie, grappling with the bewildering realization that he had inexplicably acquired a child. He could not help but massage his temples in an attempt to alleviate the disorientation brought on by this sudden revelation. Before he could utter a word, he sensed a powerful and tranquil, yet destructive surge of psychic energy emanating from Utia. He quickly raised his gaze towards her, only to witness her no longer standing in her previous composed demeanor, but instead collapsing as if bereft of support. Instinctively, Kylos extended his arms and caught Utia's falling form. However, he was taken aback by the astonishingly light weight of her body, which felt almost insubstantial, entirely unlike that of an 11 or 12-year-old child. The thrashing psychic energy yanked Kylos back to reality. The volatile psychic force, reminiscent of Clark's, asserted its presence with alarming intensity. Utia ultimately failed to rein in her unruly psychic energy. At that moment, she was besieged by a splitting headache, her mental clarity gradually fading. Although her subconscious struggled to control the rebellious force within her, it was an exceedingly arduous task for a child still on the cusp of adulthood. The suppressed psychic energy rampaged within her, akin to a defiant child wreaking havoc, leaving behind a myriad of wounds, both large and small. The spirit of the little white tiger reappeared, emitting a plaintive cry that was both juvenile and helpless. As it stumbled and rolled about, issuing pitiful whimpers in search of an elder's assistance. Within the shared mental frequency, the psychic imprint that Kylos had inscribed glowed ominously red, signifying that Utia's mental state was perilously close to crisis. This was his child calling out for help. Kylos instinctively released his psychic energy, yet was halted by Aslan. "Brother, your psychic storm has just begun to calm." "But that is my child." Kylos understood that Aslan's concerns stemmed from a place of care. Yet this was his child, an inescapable responsibility. Aslan regarded him, and ultimately he chose to honor his brother's decision. "Very well. Throughout our lives, my brother's decisions have always been sound," Aslan murmured, acquiescing to Kalos's insistence. Aslan refrained from further objections, both out of respect and submission to his elder brother, and because, upon gazing at the helpless figure before him, an unusual sense of worry and compassion surged within him. The Clark family traditionally raised their offspring in a rather rough manner, rarely employing the term compassion in reference to Clark younglings. Yet Aslan felt that this term was indeed fitting when applied to Utia, that as an adult Clark, Kylos possessed an extraordinary command over psychic energy, akin to a seasoned conductor, meticulously guiding each thread of psychic influence to provide delicate reassurance to Utia's tumultuous energy. The moment Kalos's psychic energy made contact with Utia's, he was slightly taken aback that Utia's psychic energy was unlike that of any Clark. The Clark family's psychic force had always been characterized by ferocity and aggression, akin to a flame that ignites at the slightest provocation. However, this child's energy appeared remarkably serene on the surface, as she had reserved all her fierceness and edge for herself. Kylos realized that if this state persisted, Utia's psychic energy would inevitably shatter under the weight of its inner turmoil. She would be torn apart by her own power. Do not suppress your psychic energy. Let it erupt forth, the do not fear. You cannot harm us, Kylos intoned with gravity. The chaos within her surged, her complexion paling to an almost ghostly hue, as if she might vanish into thin air at any moment. Her consciousness teetered on the brink of obliteration, nearly engulfed by this overwhelming force. Yet, at that critical juncture, Kalos's voice became her sole lifeline, and she instinctively followed his guidance, seeking a way out of the tempest. The familiar, fiercely aggressive psychic energy erupted instantaneously. Kalos's energy resembled an unfathomable ocean, vast and boundless, enveloping Utia's frenzied essence with an undeniable authority that Utia's psychic force struggled and resisted. Kalos's energy shifted, transforming into an embracing expanse akin to the sea. It was as if a temperamental beast cub, in its fit of rage, had been toppled by the gentle paw of its parent. The cub writhed and protested under the weight of its progenitor's paw, while the parent indulgently accommodated the cub's antics, occasionally using its razor-sharp claws to tenderly groom the cub's tousled in her haze of consciousness. Utia sensed an overwhelmingly powerful and boundless psychic force surging towards her like a tidal wave, swiftly enveloping her own energy. This sudden influx of power felt like an infinite ocean, rendering her already considerable strength a mere speck in comparison. This formidable energy exhibited no hint of hostility or oppression. Rather, it approached her agitated psyche with an unprecedented gentleness, caressing her once turbulent energy. This gentleness was akin to a warm, spring breeze, softly soothing every frayed nerve, gradually calming Utia's turbulent mental. And it was a wondrous sensation, warm and embracing, that stirred within her. A child who had never known familial affection, a rare flicker of endearment. Chapter 6. Ancestral Noayan. As the tempestuous psychic energy was gradually quelled, Utia's essence relaxed, and her breathing became steadier. Even her psychic entity was too weary to retract, and before the two Clarks, she drifted into an unusually tranquil slumber. Aslan glanced at the little white tiger, whose eyes were reddened from the upheaval of its master's psychic force, and let out a tired yawn. The crimson-eyed blood tiger, which had been observing the little white tiger, finally rose and approached, positioning the weary cub against its own heart. Kylos carefully lifted Utia into his arms and exchanged a knowing glance with Aslan. Understanding immediately, Aslan gently cradled the little white tiger from beneath the blood tiger's belly. The blood tiger gazed longingly at the little white tiger in Aslan's embrace before complying with its master's will and returning to Kalos's psychic sea. It is challenging for a minor to fully master their psychic energy, and their psychic entity is an extension of that energy. Utia, having just emerged from her psychic storm, lacked the strength to reclaim the little white tiger. Aslan, holding the little white tiger, followed closely behind Kylos, and suddenly lowered his voice to inquire, "Brother, prior to the synchronization of our psychic energies, why did you feel she was a little Clark? This is entirely uncharacteristic of you." Kylos fell silent for a moment, refraining from providing an immediate response that you recall. Not every Clark psychic entity in the family tree is an elemental blood tiger, the fourth generation of the Clarks. There was an ancestor whose psychic entity was a 7-star white tiger. Her psychic energy differed significantly from that of all Clarks, leaning more towards healing and soothing, capable of pulling a Clark ensnared in a psychic storm back from the brink of chaos. Historical records described her as a divine blessing, the sole redemption bestowed upon the Clarks by the heavens. Her name was Moayan Clark. That a complex expression flickered in Kalos's eyes. And at that time, I should have already reached my first point of losing control, that he did not continue. Yet Aslan grasped the underlying implication of his words. You mean to say that Utia's psychic entity may have inherited the abilities of that ancestor? Moayan? Kylos halted Aslan's train of thought. It is merely a suspicion, not a certainty. He turned to Aslan. The very least. If there is even the slightest possibility, it merits our endeavor, does it not? They have suffered under the curse of the psychic storm for far too long. Even a glimmer of hope is worth pursuing. Following closely behind Kylos in silence, Aslan walked for some time before suddenly speaking. Brother, I understand that I will protect her. I will safeguard her with my life, but it is not solely due to that potential. He paused. It is also because she is a Clark cub, our family. You are her father, and I am her uncle. Though Aslan did not vocalize the latter part, Kalos comprehended the unspoken sentiment. Aslan, you have always been the one among us brothers who understands me best. I have always believed this. Upon exiting the Judgment Tower, a middle-aged gentleman, clad in exquisitely tailored garments crafted from luxurious materials, stood gracefully before the grandiose palace entrance, warmly welcoming his arrival with a smile. This distinguished figure exuded an air of elegance. His tall stature complemented by a fluid, natural bow that conveyed neither haste nor artifice, as if it were a seamless expression of his being. Your Majesty, congratulations on overcoming your first bout of psychic turmoil. The bathwater has been prepared for you. You may wish to refresh yourself before dining in an hour, he said. The gentleman, known as Abigail Ewing, served as the steward of Clark Palace, now 51 years of age. He had been rescued from the battlefield as a child by Uriel Clark, the reigning monarch at the time, and had since devoted 38 years to the palace. Abigail had witnessed the upbringing of the current generation of Clarks, including Kylos, who held him in great esteem, not merely as a steward, but as a friend, mentor, and companion. Thank you, Abigail. Your attentiveness is always appreciated. Kylos replied in a hushed tone that Abigail's gaze suddenly fell upon the slumbering Yutya nestled in Kylos' arms, and his expression shifted to one of surprise. Your Majesty, is this a young Clark, my child? He hesitated before continuing that Abigail's astonishment was palpable. He understood their generation's temperament better than anyone and knew Kylos had never favored the presence of younglings. Yet he could also sense Kylos' reluctance to speak about the child, prompting him to refrain from further inquiry. What are your intentions for this young prince, Your Majesty? Please prepare the room adjacent to mine. Her name is Yutya, and I intend to keep her by my side. Kylos instructed that Abigail's reference to the young prince pertained to Aslan's firstborn, Eli Clark, now 20 years old, whom Kylos had previously raised in an adjacent room to groom him as the future monarch. The room across from Aslan on the second floor is still vacant, I believe. Indeed, Your Majesty, it is time for him to tend to his own offspring, having entrusted me with the care of the cub for so long. Kylos remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Aslan, who offered no response. Though fond of younglings, Aslan preferred not to rear them himself, allowing his two children to grow up in a more liberated manner. Clark Palace had never lacked for space. However, the Clark's combative nature resulted in distant room assignments, which did not diminish their unbreakable bonds. Had Eli not been Kylos' designated successor, he would have never entertained the idea of keeping a young Clark, who could not yet control his psychic abilities, close by. Aslan, too, was similarly reluctant, even eschewing the company of his own two younglings, who in turn preferred not to linger by his side. Leaving uncontained psychic energy in another's personal space was intolerable for the psychically sensitive Clarks, particularly when the other party shared an equally aggressive disposition. Kylos glanced down at the peacefully slumbering Yutya in his embrace. Nevertheless, having a child of his own might render such discomfort bearable. Chapter 7. An unpleasant past the Clark Empire. Milstar 3 days had passed, and she still had not returned. That in a forgotten corner at the edge of the galaxy stood an unassuming little house, exuding a vibrant sense of life, meticulously maintained by its owner. Its weathered exterior, though marred and faded, had been lovingly painted a warm shade of light blue, infusing a touch of warmth into the desolate landscape. On the windowsill, several pots of carefully nurtured flora swayed gently in the breeze, radiating vitality amidst the barren land, appearing all the more resplendent. Within this modest abode resided a woman of remarkable grace. Draped in purple, her demeanor serene, as if time had stood still. Yet the depths of her gaze betrayed an unsettling anxiety and boundless concern. The arrival of a man clad in a black cloak shattered the warmth and tranquility. He slid a dark golden star coin card across the table to the woman, speaking with a hint of reluctance that Dio not wait any longer. She will not return. This totals 400,000. And she asked me to deliver it to you. The woman, known as Bila, did not take the card but stared blankly at him, momentarily lost in thought that I do not quite understand your meaning. The mission has failed. 3 days without any word likely means she has been secretly executed. Take care of yourself. This is her final wish for you. without waiting for her to voice any questions. The man continued, unable to meet Bila's eyes, unwilling to relive the loss of his only friend. Bila closed her eyes, struggling to accept the news, yet forcing herself to maintain her dwindling composure, knowing she must not unleash her anger upon the messenger before her. She was only 12, after a prolonged silence. The softness that once graced Bila's face had vanished, replaced by a low, trembling voice that concealed her fury and sorrow. You assigned her an S-class mission without my consent. It was my error, but she willingly accepted it. Her wrath surged like a tempest, pressing down upon the black-cloaked man with an unprecedented weight. Why was I not informed? She knew you would never allow it. What was her final task? The man hesitated, fearful of her potential reaction, that I asked it against the rules to withhold the cause of her death. Bila's eyes flew open, a shadowy glimmer igniting within, drawing others into the depths of her gaze. The man felt an invisible force tugging at his consciousness, his psychic energy momentarily disordered, akin to a taut string suddenly plucked, emitting an unsettling resonance that he instinctively replied. It was to obtain a blood sample from Kylos Clark. Quickly realizing the peril he was in, he felt a chill creeping down his spine as he fought to regain control over his body and mind. Kylos Clark, a dark gleam flickered in Bila's eyes. If it was him, and if her assumptions proved correct, Yutya should be safe. Alade observed the sudden stillness enveloping Bila and furrowed his brow. Are you using soul puppetry on me? Evade. I have never employed puppetry against a friend. But from this moment forth, you are no longer my friend, Bila replied coolly, her words devoid of any emotional fluctuation, sending a pallor across Evade's face. That I have overstepped, my lady. This is the last time. Leave. Bila, radiating an aura akin to a sharp, unsheathed sword, powerful and glaring, could not be obscured by the most mundane surroundings. Her innate nobility and authority remained unmistakable. Alade could not ascertain Bila's true identity. Yet her demeanor, poise, and the oppressive aura of one accustomed to high status revealed that she was far from an ordinary individual of low standing. Years of dealings with Yutya had fostered a degree of familiarity, allowing him to abandon his usual reservations in her presence that he had forgotten. She was never someone he could defy. That Evade's expression shifted, tinged with apprehension, that he retreated swiftly, his movements tinged with a semblance of respect. Bila remained unchanged, her gaze fixed on the window. There stood a weeping willow that Yutya had planted before her departure. Time passed, and she retrieved a dust-laden communicator from a drawer. Felicia, arrange for my transport to Millstar. The voice on the other end seemed momentarily taken aback, followed by shock and elation. Yes, I will arrange it immediately. Clark Palace gene comparisons have confirmed that the young prince is indeed your majesty's biological child. However, the child's constitution appears to differ from that of a typical Clark. Abigail scrutinized the genetic comparison results and medical report, his brow furrowing in concern. Psychic level. S. Physical fitness level. B. That this condition renders the young prince exceptionally vulnerable to any psychic storm's onslaught. His survival thus far is nothing short of a miracle. Moreover, for reasons unknown, the young prince has been consistently administered Arichloride medication along with another unidentified substance, suspected to originate from a laboratory, though its source remains untraceable, regardless of which of the two substances is involved. Both would significantly burden a child still in their formative years. Arichloride medication? Yes, Your Majesty. It is a widely available, inexpensive analgesic in the civilian market. Kairos fell into silence, having taken the most inexpensive painkillers for an extended period. It was rare for a Clark to fear pain, let alone resort to long-term use of analgesics. Such terms should not be associated with a minor. It seemed that this child had not lived well before appearing before him. Is it possible to ascertain the reason for the use of these medications? Kairos inquired. It may take some time, Your Majesty. However, I believe it might be more efficient if Your Majesty were to personally ask the young prince. Came the response. Kairos was certainly aware of this logic. The use of medication indicated that Yutya was conscious of her bodily issues. Yet he was uncertain whether Yutya would be willing to disclose the reasons to him. After all, even with the certainty of being her father, they had known each other for merely 3 days. Now is not the right time. I will inquire in due course that I ask for the unidentified medication. Send someone to investigate and inform me at the earliest opportunity. For now, perhaps I should check on her. Chapter 8. His child Utia awoke from her stupor 3 days later, feeling uneasy in the unfamiliar room adorned with strange ornaments. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door. Utia hesitated to respond, instinctively reaching for a dagger at her waist, only to find it absent. The person outside, having anticipated her silence, pushed the door open. It was Kairos. Utia regarded him with uncertainty, recalling only that her mental powers had spiraled out of control, after which her memories faded. Your Majesty, did I harm anyone during the episode? Kairos was taken aback by her first question, which focused on whether anyone had been injured. That he felt an urge to chuckle. Did she underestimate the combat prowess of an adult Clark? Suddenly, he recalled Abigail's words. Her physical constitution might not withstand the impacts of any psychic storm. A psychic storm was far more ferocious than a mere loss of control. Yet, a single incident of mental instability had nearly cost her life. That he remembered how, despite losing control, she had strived to contain her psychic outburst, nearly shattering her own body in the process. The first thing she concerned herself with upon awakening was whether others had been harmed by her powers. Kairos felt an overwhelming surge of tenderness towards her, an unfamiliar yet intense emotion that made his heart quiver. No, very few beings can injure a Clark, not even the younglings, he replied. The memory flooded back. Utia suddenly recalled the mental synchronization she had shared with the Clark monarch before her powers slipped from her grasp. Cautiously, she observed Kairos' expression, but he remained inscrutably calm, revealing nothing. Seemingly aware of her inner turmoil, Kairos spoke first. Genetic analysis confirms that you are indeed my child. The Clarks never abandon any of their kin, especially not their young. I will take responsibility for you as a father. Therefore, you may feel secure living here. Yet, Utia hesitated. Do you have any reservations? Kairos pressed. That I have acted against you. No parent desires a child like me. Anxiety gripped Utia. But you did not harbor murderous intent. Clarks are sensitive to hostility. As for your actions. Kairos appeared to recall something, chuckling softly. The temper of a Clark is notoriously volatile. Sparring and provocations are commonplace, often involving siblings, parents, and relatives. Your attempt hardly qualifies as provocation. Kairos dismissed Utia's failed assassination attempt, for throughout their encounters, he had never sensed even a hint of malice from her. Noticing her anxious demeanor, he gazed into her eyes and spoke again. As your father, have I disappointed you in any way? Utia found herself at a loss for words. She was unsure of her own feelings, having spent 12 solitary years before suddenly being presented with a father. There was anticipation, joy, yet predominantly confusion about the future. She could not fathom why Kairos would choose to keep her close, as years of survival in the laboratory had made it difficult for her to believe in unconditional love without ulterior motives. You are wonderful, but I may have nothing to offer you. That if I hold no value, will you cast me aside? Kairos should have felt anger. As the ruler of the Clarks, this was his first child. And yet he was being questioned about his intentions. Indeed, he had hoped that she would possess the healing and soothing abilities of their ancestor, the 7-star white tiger. However, his desire to keep her close stemmed from a paternal obligation. Even if Utia did not inherit those ancestral traits, he would still shoulder the responsibilities of fatherhood. The sensation of being doubted was unpleasant. Yet upon glimpsing the girl's cautious demeanor, his anger was doused like a flame extinguished by a torrential downpour. Kairos could not help but wonder what this child had endured before meeting him that led her, a minor, to harbor such thoughts of worthlessness. The children of the Clarks were always enveloped in a sense of security from their kin. Every Clark understood they were cherished. Despite daily squabbles among siblings in times of peril, they knew their relatives would sacrifice their lives for them, as they would for their loved ones. But Utia was different. She lacked that security in this foreign environment. She dared not raise her voice. Even when he extended goodwill towards her, she remained ensconced in her shell, as if only a tit-for-tat exchange could assuage her fears of receiving. She resembled an abandoned kitten, navigating a vast world with trepidation, each step taken with utmost caution, as if traversing thin ice. Suddenly, a warm hand extended towards her, promising to take her home. Her first reaction was not one of ecstatic delight, but rather a careful inquiry. I can offer you nothing. Would you still wish to take me with you? There was hope. There was anticipation. She longed for a reassuring answer. And so, he provided it. Kairos, following the inclinations of his heart, bestowed upon this child of his blood the first embrace. You need not do anything. You owe me nothing, that a parent's love for their child requires no justification, that my sole wish is for you to grow up smoothly and safely. Tears cascaded down Utia's cheeks, like pearls slipping from a broken string, one after another, softly and silently falling. So quiet, yet heart-wrenching. Kairos felt the dampness on his chest and gently patted Utia's back, a surge of profound responsibility and protectiveness swelling within him. He recognized that this child in his arms was his only offspring, bound to him by blood, that he must protect her. It was an inescapable duty of fatherhood. Chapter 9. The young Clark lunch was personally delivered to Utia's room by Abigail. He gently pushed the cart, arranging the food before her, each dish exquisitely prepared, imbued with the warmth of home. Utia stared at Abigail, who had brought the meal, wanting to say something, yet finding herself at a loss for words. Having served as the palace steward for many years, Abigail noticed Utia's hesitation. "Your Highness, perhaps you have questions you wish to ask." Abigail offered his assistance. "Does His Majesty like me?" Utia inquired hesitantly. Abigail merely smiled. "Your Highness, perhaps such inquiries are better directed to His Majesty himself, that I believe you would be delighted if you were to address him as father. But Your Highness, perhaps you underestimate the bonds of kinship that the Clarks share. I can assure you, as Abigail, that you are viewed with kindness and affection by all Clarks, His Majesty included. Perhaps you should consider stepping out of this small room to engage with him personally. Trust me, Your Highness, good things will come of it." With this unambiguous goodwill and encouragement, Utia's tension and unease began to dissipate. She realized she could not hide in this small room forever. "Thank you, Mr. Abigail, that I will give it a try." Abigail had watched as the young Clark, Kylos, and his companions grew up, naturally understanding their temperaments. Moreover, aside from a slight unpleasantness during their initial meeting, it was hard to imagine anyone disliking Yusha's character. Nevertheless, he empathized with Yusha's feelings of unease as a newcomer, that he recognized that as a fresh member of their circle. Yusha felt unfamiliar and uncertain about everything related to the Clarks, which was entirely understandable. Yet, he also knew that if Yusha were to take the initiative to leave her small room and approach His Majesty, the current estrangement between them would dissolve more swiftly. After all, Abigail could see that both Kylos and Aslan had always shown great concern for this unexpected young Clark, and it was unlikely they would reject her overtures. Suddenly recalling something, Abigail exited Yusha's room and made her way to the study, where Kylos was occupied with paperwork. "Why do you feel the need to report such trivial matters upon your return?" Kylos remarked, looking at Abigail with a hint of curiosity, as he was typically meticulous and not prone to idle chatter. Abigail smiled. "What I mean is, have you informed them of the young prince's existence? Are you certain that, given their tempers, especially the second prince's, they will not tease the young prince?" The two princes Abigail referred to were Aslan's children. The eldest, Eli Clark, was composed, gentle, and possessed a strong sense of responsibility, making him Kylos' chosen successor and, aside from Kylos himself, the strongest of the Clarks. The second prince, Gelsio Clark, while a twin to Eli, had a personality that was completely opposite. Gelsio was lively, combative, and enjoyed teasing others. Mischievous yet inherently good-natured. Aslan entered the study just in time to overhear Abigail's words, his expression turning serious. "Brother, Abigail raises a valid point. I shall go check on Yusha." Aslan was acutely aware of the mischief that his two little rascals could cause. Although they had clear boundaries when it came to significant matters, their penchant for mischief often led to him having to discipline them, particularly Gelsio. You may wonder why he no longer reprimanded them as they grew older. While he still did, it became increasingly difficult to manage the two once they matured and their mental prowess developed significantly. Thus, he mused, it was best to discipline children while they were still young. Encouraged by Abigail, Yusha finally mustered the courage to step out of her small room. The moment she crossed the threshold, she felt a hidden gaze upon her. Yusha paused at the doorframe, her mental energy stirring, amplifying her senses. The subtle changes in the air, distant faint sounds, and even the delicate scents carried by the breeze all became apparent to her. Instantly alert, her gaze swept across the corridor, seeking the source of the unseen scrutiny. While her spiritual entity, a small white tiger, was released alongside her. Both girl and tiger remained acutely aware of their surroundings, exuding an inexplicable adorableness due to their youth. "Hey, I'm right here," that a languid voice came from above Yusha's head. A boy, similarly clad in the Clark's black and gold uniform, crouched on the doorframe. He gracefully leaped down from the frame like an elegant black cat, his movements fluid and swift, appearing right before Yusha. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Eli Clark, the heir of the new generation of Clarks. The room you are currently occupying is mine, so I suggest you relocate within 10 minutes. Eli Clark was Aslan's firstborn and Kylos' originally intended heir. Thus, he was also Yusha's cousin. Even though Abigail had meticulously cleared Eli's belongings from the room prior to Yusha's arrival, being a Clark, she possessed a keen sense of mental energy and could still detect traces of an unfamiliar presence. It was quite possible that this room indeed belonged to the boy before her. Feeling somewhat at a disadvantage for unintentionally intruding upon his space, Yusha stammered, "I am Yusha, that I apologize. I was unaware this was your room. I shall vacate immediately." Though she understood that Abigail had likely arranged her stay in this room at Kylos' behest, Yusha wished to avoid conflict with Eli, having only just arrived at the Clark Palace. She did not want to cause trouble for Kylos, nor did she wish to leave a negative impression on someone with whom she might be spending a considerable amount of time. Noting Yusha's timid demeanor as she began to gather her belongings, the boy's eyes flickered with surprise that he had anticipated that Yusha would confront him, providing him with an opportunity to leave a lasting impression on this young Clark with his already established SS-level mental prowess, allowing her to understand the complexities of human nature. Chapter 10. The Twins Indeed. Upon seeing Yusha for the first time, he recognized her as the young Clark mentioned in the intelligence reports. As a prince of the Clarks, he possessed his own network of information and was already aware of the arrival of an enigmatic young Clark in the palace. However, he had not anticipated that this young Clark would possess such a pleasant temperament, one so remarkably uncharacteristic of a Clark. Well, she was somewhat adorable and rather intriguing, far more obedient than he had envisioned. He had always been drawn to strength and typically would not have been interested in a delicate girl like her. Yet, the fact that this seemingly docile girl was a Clark piqued his curiosity. He had never encountered such an obedient Clark before. However, by the time he processed this realization, Yusha had already entered the room, preparing to pack her things. While playful banter was acceptable, it was evident that Yusha's room had been assigned by Kylos, that if he were to force her to vacate based solely on his word, he would undoubtedly incur Kylos' wrath. Though Yusha might not fully grasp this, he had witnessed Kylos' terrifying fury firsthand, that no one, not even a Clark, would willingly face the fury of Kylos. The strongest monarch in history was not merely a title. It was no exaggeration to say that Kylos alone could easily overpower all his siblings combined. The difference between SS and SS may seem slight, yet it manifested in geometric proportions. With this thought in mind, the boy shivered involuntarily, that he hastily followed Yusha into the room. Upon entering, Yusha noticed a tall figure standing by the window. Instantly alert, she realized she had not stepped outside. She was certain no one could have entered the room in her absence. Who was this person? How had they appeared in her room? Her heart raced as she scanned the surroundings for possible hiding spots or self-defense tools. Perhaps her scrutiny alerted the figure, for he turned to face her as her gaze fixed upon him. "Yusha Clark? I am Eli Clark, your brother." As she beheld the boy by the window, doubt flickered in Yusha's eyes, for this boy bore an uncanny resemblance to the Eli Clark she had just encountered. Instinctively, she glanced toward the other Eli outside the door, her brow furrowed, confusion enveloping her like a thick fog. She shifted her gaze between the two Elis, searching for any differences, following Yusha's line of sight. Eli finally noticed the other boy who looked exactly like him. Without holding back, he drew his sword and charged forward, that Eli's blade sliced through the air like lightning, yet each strike deftly avoided Gelsio's vital points. "Gelsio, are you provoking me?" Eli Clark, or rather, Gelsio Clark, witnessed his brother's swift approach with a hint of alarm, instinctively raising his arm to parry Eli's rapid strikes with his sword, which now trembled under the force of Eli's blows. The metallic clash echoed within the room, sparks flying, that Gelsio's breath quickened. He sensed his sword quaking from Eli's powerful strikes, each contact testing his grip, that as he defended himself. Gelsio hastily offered his justification. No, I merely wish to tease her. You know how I can be when I am playful, that as the future heir. Eli has been closely mentored by Kairos since childhood in swordsmanship, politics, and military strategy, that if a confrontation were to arise, it is evident that Gershio would not stand a chance. While Clark is undeniably combative, his penchant for fighting does not imply he enjoys being outmatched. Unfortunately, there are few who can overpower Gershio. But his brother Eli is undoubtedly among them. Eli and Gershio are twin brothers, and as the elder sibling, Eli is well aware of his brother's temperament. They have exchanged identities more than once. Typically, Eli remains calm, yet this time he felt it inappropriate to tease Clark's youngest offspring. Inheriting the nature of his father, Aslan, Eli's affection and protective instincts towards the young one surpassed those of other Clark family members. The familiarity of shared blood with the seemingly quiet Utia stirred an irresistible desire within Eli to draw closer. However, he understood his brother's disposition. Gershio's increasing interest in Utia might lead him to further torment her. This, however, would not do. It could result in her disliking him. After exchanging a few blows with Gershio, Eli swiftly disarmed him with a decisive strike, casting a warning glance in his direction that he then turned his attention to the somewhat bewildered Utia nearby. That individual is Gershio, my twin brother, and your sibling that he bears no ill intentions. He is merely curious about our newly added family member that I apologize on his behalf. Meanwhile, upon hearing the sounds of combat, Kairos and Aslan hastened to Utia's doorway. Upon sighting familiar faces, Utia instinctively wished to step forward to Kairos but hesitated, feeling it might appear as if she were complaining, thus restraining her movement. Observing Utia's uncertainty, Kairos extended his hand towards her. Utia, come here. Naturally, Utia complied with Kairos's call, stepping behind him. As she looked at the two youths claiming to be her brothers, she instinctively tugged at the hem of Kairos's garment. Witnessing Utia's involuntary gesture softened Kairos's heart. His child was unconsciously relying on him, a promising beginning. However, upon glancing at his two troublesome nephews, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. Returning only to engage in a brawl. What if Utia is frightened? It seemed time to arrange additional lessons for both from Abigail. Kairos gently patted Utia's head in a soothing manner before introducing the two boys before her in an unusually gentle tone. Eli Clark, the eldest son of Aslan. Gershio Clark, the youngest son of Aslan. They are twins and thus bear an uncanny resemblance, yet Eli is more composed while Gershio tends to be more impulsive. Fear not. They harbor no malice. They are both your brothers. Utia cautiously peeked from behind Kairos. She appeared docile and delicate, not particularly formidable, seemingly easy to bully. Eli scrutinized her closely, drawing a conclusion. Perhaps I should find more tasks for Gershio to occupy himself with lately, lest he idly torment his sister. Chapter 11. Provocation and conflict encouraged by Abigail, Utia finally mustered the courage to step out of her small room. However, a source of frustration for her was the striking resemblance between Eli and Gershio, making it challenging for her to distinguish between the two most of the time. Gershio appeared to revel in this and frequently teased Utia, leading her to instinctively avoid him upon sight. In contrast to Gershio, Eli treated her kindly and was willing to train and attend lessons with her. Nonetheless, Utia's physical fitness level was merely AB, restricting her close-quarters combat abilities and preventing her from reaching the normal standards of the Clark family. This limitation left her feeling disheartened in combat class, even leading to moments of self-doubt. Despite Utia's gentle nature, she possessed an extraordinary resilience and pride. After each combat lesson, she would diligently train during her free time. She did not aspire to match Eli's excellence, but at the very least, she hoped to avoid appearing too clumsy in the next day's class. Yet her efforts seemed futile. She felt akin to a failed product of the laboratory. Thoughts surged like a tidal wave, awakening memories long buried in the depths of her mind. She suddenly recalled that during her dark, ink-like childhood, her biological mother had described and referred to her in such cold and unfeeling terms. Utia struggled to bury this painful recollection deep within her memory, yet her dismal failure in close combat class cast a shadow over her heart. How disappointing. A Clark cannot even achieve a close-quarters combat A rating. Pathetic. Upon learning of this, Gershio spoke with obvious mockery. Shaking his head disdainfully with a smirk of provocation on his lips, "Do you need your brother to personally step in and give you a few lessons?" Perhaps Gershio's taunts were devoid of malice. He was simply accustomed to veiling his concern with sharp words. However, for Utia, who had tirelessly trained day and night, yet struggled to achieve significant progress, every word from Gershio felt like salt in her wounds, rendering her perseverance and efforts increasingly futile and absurd. Utia's eyes reddened with anger. She felt overwhelmed with grievance and helplessness, as she could find no means to refute his accusations. Reflecting on her relentless efforts, tears welled up within her. She had exerted all her strength to train and fight, pushing herself to the limits, solely to enhance her abilities. Yet, regardless of her efforts, her mere level of physical fitness loomed like an insurmountable chasm before her, a formidable barrier that confined her close combat potential. This sense of powerlessness intensified Utia's sorrow, and at that moment, Gershio's provocation acted as a spark, igniting the frustration and grievance she had long suppressed. Finally, unable to contain her anger any longer, she lunged at Gershio like an enraged beast, and the two began to clash without restraint that a chaotic flurry of fists ensued. But before a victor could be determined, Abigail intervened forcefully. Upon hearing the sounds of combat, Aslan swiftly appeared at the scene. His eyes fell upon the disheveled room and the small girl with reddened eyes that asked for his son. Aslan did not need to ponder. It was undoubtedly Gershio who instigated the trouble. Eli, what transpired? Aslan directed his gaze towards Eli, who was observing the situation with a cool demeanor. Eli sensed the implication in his brother's gaze, but remained composed as he recounted the events. Aslan extended a hand towards Utia, who hesitated momentarily before approaching him, that I did not intend to fight him. He was the one who first mocked me, Utia explained, her voice low and filled with a sense of injustice. Aware she might face reprimand, do not fear, dear. Uncle understands, and I shall seek justice for you. Aslan gently ruffled Utia's hair, his actions imbued with warmth and care, akin to comforting a young cub. It not enough to lack the ability, while also expecting others to remain silent. As a Clark, you cannot even secure a close-quarters combat A rating that I exceeded your current level by the age of 8. That Gershio continued his derisive taunts that in the next moment, a powerful force surged forth, the tremendous impact sending him crashing to the ground. Gershio apologized that it was Kairos's voice, deep and resonant, carrying an air of calm authority reminiscent of an emperor delivering an irrefutable decree. Kairos slightly turned his head, his gaze landing on his daughter, whose face was a portrait of grievance. Not sparing a glance for Gershio, but he swiftly extended his arm, gently yet firmly pulling the girl closer from Aslan's side. At that moment, Utia resembled a frightened little rabbit, tightly hiding behind Kairos. Gershio, compelled to apologize, was filled with resentment. Sorry, is that enough? I truly cannot stand those little girls who run to complain. This was hardly an apology. His tone lacked sincerity, devoid of any remorse, evidently a mere formality. Eli felt a pang of concern. Fearing his brother's reckless behavior might fully incite Kairos's ire, he quickly intervened, attempting to quell the impending storm. His voice was resolute and authoritative. Gershio, you need to apologize properly. However, upon hearing his brother siding with Utia, Gershio's dissatisfaction ignited like a powder keg, bursting forth uncontrollably, that I refuse. You are my brother. Why are you taking her side? Eli's emotions were tumultuous. On one hand, he was deeply concerned about the potential wrath his brother might face from Kairos, while on the other, he felt a profound disappointment regarding his brother's conduct. After all, that is your sister, and she is yet to reach adulthood. Setting aside the obligation to protect her, is your upbringing merely to bully an underage girl? Gershio had already faced Eli's stern reprimand before Aslan and the others arrived. In truth, he was acutely aware of how excessive his actions towards a minor were, yet he stubbornly clung to his arguments that I do not like her. I do not want her as my sister. That is not for you to decide. There is no need for further discussion, Aslan. Take him to the 5th floor of the Judgment Tower for some reflection. That a cold voice rang out as Kairos grasped Utia's hand, his gaze never once straying towards Gershio. Aslan nodded in acquiescence. Very well, brother. This time, Gershio has gone too far. I apologize to Utia on his behalf. Chapter 12. The Judgment Tower. The Judgment Tower consists of 7 levels, with the 5th and above being forbidden zones for anyone other than Clark. The topmost 7th level is filled with blood crystals that suppress mental powers, designed to prevent Clark from losing control and causing harm during a mental storm. The 6th level is the Ice Prison, a place reserved for Clark when he has severely erred, where no one is permitted to visit, a realm of unbearable cold and neglect that no living being can endure. The 5th level, however, is somewhat gentler. It serves as Clark's solitary confinement, devoid of any furnishings, even lacking a place to sit. That IT is a location that would bore the ever-energetic Clark to no end. Given the close-knit relationships among the Clarks, the Judgment Tower, aside from the 7th level, rarely hosts any other Clark members. Utia had just returned and, as Kairos's daughter, Giorgio had unfortunately found himself in the line of fire. Kairos was known for his unwavering authority. Even Giorgio dared not defy his commands. Yet, it was inevitable that he harbored some resentment towards Utia, that he did not particularly favor her, but there was no need to truly oppose an underage girl. This was primarily due to his recent instability in mental powers, which made his emotions difficult to control, that he was well aware of Utia's relentless pursuit and dedication to improving her close combat skills. He had witnessed her countless hours in the drab, uninspiring training room, drenched in sweat yet unwaveringly focused, tirelessly wielding her weapon as if carving each movement to perfection, that as soon as the words left his mouth, he felt a wave of regret wash over him. However, Giorgio, who had always viewed himself as the elder brother with an inflated sense of pride, could not bring himself to apologize to Utia. After being escorted to the 5th floor of the Judgment Tower, Giorgio remained obstinate. That I admit, perhaps I should not have mocked her with such words. He spoke, his voice tinged with an unnatural awkwardness, his gaze flickering like a candle in the wind, as if seeking to justify his actions. But look at her close combat results. They are rather unsatisfactory. Yet, it is precisely because of my provocation that her progress has been so swift. Is it not? Therefore, she should be grateful to me. You see, has she not improved rapidly of late? Giorgio continued to defend himself, oblivious to the increasingly dark expression on Eli's face that as soon as he had delivered Giorgio, Aslan departed. With the preparations for the international conference underway, both Kairos and Aslan were exceedingly busy and did not hear Giorgio's remarks to as for Eli. He bore down upon his younger brother with a gaze as deep as the ocean, as if attempting to see through him. Then, with a slight movement, he struck with lightning speed, each punch laced with fierce wind and tremendous force, aimed directly at his brother. Giorgio, confronted with such a ferocious onslaught from his brother, appeared somewhat flustered. Though he desperately tried to defend himself, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. That a dull thud echoed as Eli's fist solidly connected with Giorgio, producing a sound that sent chills down the spine. Yet it did not end there. Eli followed up with a swift kick, sending poor Giorgio flying back like a kite severed from its string, ultimately crashing into the unyielding wall. Witnessing this scene, a smirk of disdain crept onto Eli's lips. Ha! Pathetic. With such skill, even if I were to fight you with one hand, you would still struggle to defeat me. You need to practice much more. With that, he slowly lowered his arms, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, quietly observing his fallen brother in disarray. Giorgio felt a wave of despondence wash over him. Before Utia's arrival, he had always been the weakest among the Clarks, that he could never best Eli in their sparring sessions. Yet Eli had never mocked him before. Eli, known for his mild temperament second only to their father Aslan, had always maintained a gentle demeanor towards this mischievous younger brother, never uttering a harsh word. Giorgio felt a discomfort brewing within him at Eli's remarks. Understanding his brother's feelings, Eli, who had grown up alongside Giorgio, could easily discern the turmoil within him. With a stern expression, he pulled Giorgio up from the ground. Are you feeling down? Is your heart heavy? Have you considered how Utia, whom you mocked, might also feel upset? I refuse to believe you are unaware of the effort she has put into improving her close combat skills. Yet her physical limitations impose a ceiling on her progress. During her most trying times, instead of comforting her as an older brother should, you chose to ridicule her. That what a brother ought to do. Listen closely. Whether you admit it or not, she is a little Clark, our sister, our family. Bullying the weak, exhibiting arrogance and rudeness. Has your education been lost on deaf ears? Should I arrange for Abigail to provide you with additional lessons on etiquette to compensate for your scant upbringing? Feeling cornered, Giorgio finally fell silent. Eli cast a glance at his brother before turning to leave. You remain here and reflect thoroughly. Upon your return, I do not wish to see you instigating any further quarrels with Utia. After addressing Giorgio's issue, Eli, Kairos, and Aslan convened with Albert, the chief administrative officer of the Clark Empire, in the study. It was now November 14th, and the international conference was set to take place at the end of the 12th month. Prior to each conference, a highly anticipated resource allocation competition is held. Each national representative forms teams of up to 8 members to compete, and the rankings in this competition not only symbolize national strength, but also indirectly determine each nation's corresponding voice and decision-making power in the conference. The Clark Empire always sends members of the royal family to participate in this resource allocation competition. Albert's visits serve 2 purposes: to confirm whether the competitors would be the usual members, and to provide updates on the investigation regarding the experimental substances on Utia and the potential gene leak from Kairos, which had finally yielded some clues. The lead pointed to the Hellies Empire of the Anra Federation. The Anra Federation is a coalition of several smaller nations. Unlike the Clark Empire, where the monarch holds absolute power, in the Anra Federation, the highest authority is vested in the speaker elected by the smaller nations. However, their unity is tenuous, with each nation harboring its own ambitions, and the Clarks have always regarded them with disdain. Yet, they have made the grave mistake of turning their schemes towards the Clarks. A dark glint flashed in Kairos's eyes. "Aslan, let us go and seek counsel." Aslan stretched. "All right, brother, finally, I can get up and stretch my legs." "Eli, you remain at the Clark Palace to keep an eye on the younger siblings. Should anything arise, contact us immediately, and we shall return at the fastest speed." The designated heir by Kairos. Eli possesses the utmost authority over the Clark Palace in Kairos's absence, and he was accustomed to such arrangements. "Very well. I will take good care of the younger siblings. For Giorgio, Kairos felt a bit of a headache regarding this nephew, that he would not be released until he apologized to Utia. As Aslan spoke, Kairos offered no objections, and Eli nodded in acknowledgement. With the decision made, Kairos contemplated for a moment, yet refrained from bidding farewell to Utia. However, perhaps due to Eli's earlier words, Utia stepped out of the room to see them off before their departure. Chapter 13. The presence of a Father Clark was known for his decisiveness, and within merely an hour of making his decision, Kairos and Aslan were prepared to set forth to the Hellies Empire. Abigail, Eli, and Utia gathered to bid them farewell. They were about to board the warship. Kairos' silhouette was elongated by the rising morning light. His gaze pierced through the accompanying guards and settled upon Utia's clear, bottomless eyes. Though they were on the brink of leaving, he found himself unable to resist imparting a few last words of advice. "If Giorgio bullies you again, you may ask Eli to retaliate on your behalf." He paused, seemingly contemplating what more he could do for Utia. "The terminal has been left for you," he continued, gently brushing his fingers through her hair. "It contains my contact information. Should you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to reach out. I shall respond upon seeing your message." In the shadow of the warship, Utia stood there, her small hands nervously clasped together, her eyes shimmering with both anticipation and anxiety. Taking a deep breath, she summoned all her courage, and at last, the title she had rehearsed countless times in her heart slipped softly from her lips: "Father." This utterly ordinary address rendered Kairos's repeated reassurances abruptly silent. It marked the first time he had ever heard such a title from his child's mouth. The usually composed and domineering monarch, Clark, found himself momentarily frozen, as if ensnared by magic. It was akin to discovering a timid little kitten, well-behaved yet hesitant to approach due to past traumas, but he was determined to offer it the best of everything. He had prepared himself for a lifetime of keeping a respectful distance from this little kitten. Yet upon feeling the warmth he provided, she cautiously extended her paw, yearning to embrace him. And in that moment, he realized that all his efforts had suddenly gained profound significance, after what felt like an eternity. Kairos finally regained his voice. "Yes, I am your father." He could not quite articulate the feeling, but it was an inexplicable sense of contentment that having a child was rather delightful to so much so that it almost made him reconsider, igniting an impulse to remain in the Clark Palace alongside his child. Regaining his composure, Kairos could not help but chuckle at himself. When had he become so sentimental? Was this what having children entailed? It was troublesome, yet undeniably enjoyable. Once he spoke, further words flowed with greater ease. "Father, come back soon. I will miss you." "Yes, I shall miss you too, my little Aya." Abigail had suggested an endearing and intimate nickname to foster a closer bond between parents and children. "Aya, little Aya," Abigail had assured him. "The little princess will adore this name. Goodbye, father. I will wait for your return." "Goodbye, little Aya." On the warship, Aslan could not resist teasing upon witnessing his usually stoic brother display such warmth. Yo, 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 farewell, little Aya. Cairo shot him a sidelong glance, the corners of his mouth curving upwards, clearly in high spirits. After a moment, he spoke with a tone tinged with delight and a hint of childish pride. Did you hear that? She called me father. She said she would wait for me at home. You might not understand, but sons and daughters are inherently different. She truly is well-behaved and charming, isn't she? Abigail had mentioned that a good father would bring gifts for his child upon returning home. Uriel had never brought them gifts, although they had grown accustomed to it. That, of course, I shall not allow my child to go without gifts. What do you think she would like? Observing the unmistakable affection radiating from Kairos as he spoke of his daughter, Aslan found it somewhat difficult to watch. Yet, he too acknowledged that Kairos was right. Daughters and sons were indeed dissimilar. Take his own children, for instance. Eli and Jershio had never exhibited the same gentle demeanor as Utia. From a young age, they had demonstrated an unusual, uncompromising combative spirit as soon as they could adeptly wield chopsticks. They began mimicking adults, learning how to wield swords. Once they acquired the ability to speak, they eagerly engaged in debates with family members, as though born with an innate inclination to challenge authority. Even his two sisters from memory had never displayed Utia's gentleness and softness. The Clarks seemed perpetually to confront the world with a hardened demeanor, never indulging in displays of affection or dependence. In the Clark family, hardly anyone could articulate sentiments such as "I will miss you" or "I will wait for your return" with the tender tone that Utia employed. Yet, this was quite understandable. Each Clark was dispatched for field work upon reaching adulthood, tasked with clearing the nearby insect swarms. Even their childhood curriculum revolved around either independent or cooperative combat training against the insects. They constituted the most reliable line of defense for the Clark Empire. Forged through the fires of battle, their warmth extinguished by the rigors endured. Only Utia was different. She had not undergone the brutal insect-hunting training during her formative years, nor had she experienced the constant provocations from her peers. She remained an innocent child, still yearning for familial affection that a normal, gentle child raised in an unfamiliar environment. It seemed entirely appropriate for her elders to extend warmth towards her. Aslan closed his eyes, preparing himself. The sooner they resolved matters, the sooner they could return home. The child had declared she would await their return. They could not afford to keep her waiting too long. Noon for reasons unknown. Utia felt an inexplicable foreboding, as if shrouded by an invisible haze, a vague sense of unease quietly spreading within her. She surveyed her surroundings, attempting to identify the source of her discomfort, yet everything appeared so tranquil, so normal. Abigail had meticulously prepared a lavish lunch, eagerly anticipating their arrival. At the dining table, Eli noticed Utia's restless demeanor and furrowed his brow. Focus. Daydreaming while eating is bad for your stomach, Utia hesitantly admitted. Big brother, I have a bad feeling, but I cannot discern what it is. Eli set down his utensils and patiently reassured her, do not overthink it. The combat prowess of the Clarks is unmatched. Even in the cosmos, aside from one another, few beings pose a threat to the Clarks. He picked up his spoon and sipped his soup before carefully serving Utia a bowl. This soup was specially prepared for you by Abigail. She mentioned you've been expending considerable energy in your close combat classes and made this restorative soup to help you regain your strength. Here, give it a try. Utia adored this gentle and considerate older brother. Hearing his words, she obediently took the bowl, setting aside her worries to focus on her meal. Her gaze shifted to Abigail, and she expressed her gratitude. Chapter 14. An ominous foreboding. Thank you, Mr. Abigail, for your thoughtfulness. It is my honor to assist the little princess. I am more than happy to be of service, Abigail replied with a smile and a slight bow. The soup tasted delightful, quickly allowing Utia to forget her ominous premonition as she immersed herself in the noble pursuit of dining. After all, she reasoned, the Clarks boasted exceptional physical qualities and high mental levels. Even when injured, they could heal rapidly within a few days. That it was rare for an adult Clark to find themselves in danger. And currently, she was the sole juvenile Clark. What danger could possibly befall her within the Clark Palace? The luncheon concluded. Utia, as per her usual routine, attended the close combat training session, and after class, she did not pause, continuing to immerse herself in additional practice. However, an indescribable sense of unease quietly enveloped her, disturbing her thoughts. Amidst the tense atmosphere of the simulated combat, Utia inadvertently lost her focus, resulting in the simulated robotic instructor inflicting a wound on her right arm. Though the injury was minor, the accompanying agony was extraordinarily intense. Utia appeared to have grown accustomed to such pain. She deftly extracted a vial of Arakri analgesic from her pocket and swiftly injected it into her vein. Having been raised in a laboratory, she was never regarded as a human being by the researchers, but rather as an experimental subject. An error during one of the experiments rendered Utia's pain receptors exceedingly sensitive, exceeding that of an ordinary person by more than threefold. Even the slightest discomfort would be magnified thrice within her, becoming nearly unbearable. Consequently, Utia always carried Arakri vials to combat various forms of severe pain. The medication quickly took effect, and the pain began to subside gradually. However, as she checked her supply of the medication, a frown involuntarily creased Utia's brow that in her pocket. The vial marked with a distinctive label now contained only one remaining dose. This was the substance specifically designed in the laboratory to suppress the overwhelming psychic powers of the test subjects, preventing them from going berserk, to avoid inadvertently harming those around her with her excessively potent mental abilities. Utia had long relied on this medication to temper her psychic strength. Indeed, Utia's publicly declared psychic level of S was already astonishing, yet it merely represented what she exhibited after the medication's modulation. As the solution flowed slowly through the syringe into Utia's slender veins, an unusual energy instantly surged within her that in that fleeting moment, Utia felt as though her mental sea had been struck by a sudden tempest, plunging her into a brief state of utter chaos. Yet, she seemed to have anticipated this, swiftly mobilizing her reserves of psychic energy to suppress the impending loss of control. The effect was immediate. The psychic force, which had been on the brink of rampage, was rapidly quelled, settling as though it had never stirred. After a brief respite, Utia rose and exited the training room, although she was unaware of the root cause of her disquiet. Her intuition advised her that remaining in the training room was not a prudent choice. Utia wandered aimlessly through the Clark Palace, to be by an inexplicable twist of fate, she found herself at the Judgment Tower, the very place where she had first encountered Kylos. She had never imagined that a seemingly misguided bounty mission would lead her, a profession where life was traded for coin, to acquire a warm home and a loving family. She could not deny her fortune. Ascending the staircase of the Judgment Tower, if her memory served her correctly, Gershio was confined on the 5th floor, on the 5th floor of the Judgment Tower. Gershio sat listlessly on the ground. Upon hearing footsteps, his eyes snapped open, piercing through Utia with a gaze as sharp as lightning. "What? Have you come to witness my disgrace, even while imprisoned in the Judgment Tower?" Gershio maintained his prideful and provocative demeanor. Utia offered no response. As she approached, an ominous premonition surged within her, prompting her to instinctively take a few steps back. Coward, Gershio taunted, noticing Utia's retreat. Utia suppressed her inner turmoil. Meeting Gershio's gaze directly, inquiring, "Gershio, why do you dislike me so? I don't believe I have wronged you in any way." Gershio rolled his eyes at Utia's words, a hint of displeasure lacing his tone. "Just because you dislike me, does that mean I cannot return the sentiment?" Utia felt perplexed. "It wasn't you who disliked me first," she countered. Gershio shot her a disdainful look. "As a fellow Clark, if you hadn't held a prejudice against me first, why would I harbor any animosity towards you? But you clearly disliked me first, which is why I began to dislike you," Utia defended. "If you didn't dislike me, why would I dislike you?" The two engaged in an endless dispute, akin to two children arguing over who had initiated the dislike. "Then tell me, why do you think I disliked you first?" Utia attempted to conclude the ceaseless bickering by posing a question. "I look exactly like my elder brother. Every time you see him, you approach him gently to greet him," Gershio said, appearing somewhat aggrieved. "Yet upon seeing me, you flee as if I were a cat to a mouse. With such a blatant disparity in treatment, how could I not dislike you?" Utia's tendency to avoid him at all costs seemed to constitute an expression of her dislike. "Then why don't you consider why I might be avoiding you? The first time we met, you made me clean up and vacate the room. The second time, you impersonated Brother Eli to tease me. The third time, you claimed my close combat skills were an embarrassment to Clark." As Utia spoke, she felt increasingly wronged. She did not seek out suffering, yet Gershio bullied her every time they met. Anyone in her position would choose to steer clear of him. Gershio seemed to have identified the root of their misunderstanding, and his tone suddenly became somewhat awkward. That was simply a joke, nothing more. Utia retorted, "It wasn't funny at all." Seeing that Utia truly ignored him, Gershio appeared distressed. Suddenly recalling something, he cautiously withdrew a beautifully wrapped piece of candy from his pocket, gently pinching it to ensure the exquisite packaging remained intact. "Children typically enjoy sweets, right?" he asked uncertainly, but nonetheless approached Utia and offered her the candy, but he softened his tone, saying, "Here, this is for you, a specialty from Sarah Star. It's delicious that if you eat it, you mustn't be angry with me anymore." Utia scoffed and made no move towards the candy. Gershio began to panic. "I was wrong. I shouldn't always tease you. It's just that you hardly acknowledge me. So I wanted to draw your attention that I didn't expect you to be so upset." Upon hearing this, Utia slightly turned her head. "Really? Yes, really. This time it was my fault. I never intended to make you unhappy. I promise I won't do it again." Unlike other girls, she wasn't particularly fond of sweets, nor did many people ever try to placate her with candy. Nevertheless, Utia slowly reached for the candy, unwrapped it, and placed it in her mouth. The sweetness spread across her palate, accompanied by a subtle fruity flavor and delicate floral notes. It seemed that the taste was quite pleasant. "All right, I forgive you. However, if you tease me again, I shall report you to father," Utia declared with a haughty air, as though granting a benevolent pardon. Gershio quickly nodded, a smile breaking across his face. With the air cleared, he understood that their discord had been resolved. Chapter 15. The Psychic Storm. "Father said you must apologize to me before I can release you." All right, I'm sorry. It was my fault, but you should call me brother, as I'm the same age as Eli. Besides, you can't keep avoiding me. It was merely a misunderstanding." And with the misunderstanding resolved, Gershio promptly apologized but insisted that Utia call him brother. "Very well, Gershio brother, I forgive you." Utia accepted his apology, finding his request reasonable. As she spoke, she retrieved a key from her pocket, unlocking Gershio's confinement. "Kylos truly dotes on you. He even entrusted you with the key to the Judgment Tower, as if fearing I might bully you again." Once free, Gershio began to tease that I have never seen Kylos care for anyone so deeply. It certainly opened my eyes. Despite forgiving Gershio, Utia found it difficult to treat him with the same respect she afforded Eli. Given his frivolous nature, "Father is very fond of me. Moreover, you should reflect on what you did before." She could not help but roll her eyes at Gershio. "Isn't this the first time you've encountered a Clark younger than yourself?" "It was my mistake. My mistake. Utia, don't hold it against me." Reminded of his thoughtless actions, Gershio quickly apologized and begged for forgiveness, eliciting a light laugh from Utia. "By the way, why did you suddenly come to the Judgment Tower?" "Typically, you would be training in the training room at this hour." Gershio inquired curiously. "I feel somewhat unsettled. It seems like something is about to happen. Brother Eli says I'm overthinking it. I think I might be overthinking it too. Yet I just can't concentrate on training, so I wandered about and ended up here." Utia responded casually. It must be said that once he became acquainted with others, Gershio transformed entirely into a loquacious individual. Throughout their journey, he incessantly spoke, as if an inexhaustible well of topics flowed from him. Utia and Gershio were about to step beyond the gates of the Judgment Tower. A wave of intense unease washed over her once again. Akin to a lightning bolt striking her heart, that a swift and clear voice echoed within her, a warning seemingly emanating from the depths of her soul. "Do not leave the Judgment Tower. Return to the Judgment Tower. Quickly." This voice reverberated in her mind, laden with urgency, that Utia's body stiffened momentarily. Her heartbeat quickened, and beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. She attempted to suppress the sudden surge of anxiety. Yet her feet involuntarily came to a halt. In contrast, Gershio appeared entirely oblivious to the tense atmosphere surrounding them. His words flowed like a cascading waterfall, unrelenting and continuous. Utia quickly sensed something amiss. Gershio's exuberance seemed excessively heightened, that he spoke ceaselessly, leaving Utia no opportunity to interject. "Gershio, please stop. Something seems off with you." However, Gershio's voice showed no sign of faltering in response to her words, that he continued to speak to himself. Seemingly ensnared in his own world, deaf to the sounds of the outside, that Utia's anxiety intensified, her keen senses detecting the chaotic fluctuations of psychic energy surrounding Gershio, arriving in fierce waves, while Gershio himself seemed utterly unaware. A psychic storm. This heart-stopping term struck Utia like a thunderclap. causing her heart to plummet. She understood that she must leave this place immediately and seek assistance from Eli or other Clarks. Alone, she, an underage Clark, could not possibly contain an adult Clark spiraling into chaos. The greatest likelihood was that Gershio, in his uncontrollable state, would render to pieces. Yet, there were only the two of them here. She could not abandon Gershio to his fate. The chaotic psychic energy surrounding Gershio grew increasingly potent, beginning to unwittingly tear apart the objects around them, wreaking havoc. The commotion was so great that Gershio finally became aware of the unusual situation. "Utia, have you lost control of your psychic energy?" he instinctively inquired. However, he soon realized that there were no abnormal psychic fluctuations emanating from Utia. Upon seeing her not-so-pleasant countenance, he finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Gershio's pupils dilated sharply, urgency filling his voice as he shouted at Utia. "It is my psychic storm, Utia. Get out of here now!" But it was too late. Gershio's psychic energy had spiraled out of control. Like a wild stallion, impossible to rein in an instant. His raging psychic energy erupted, forming a powerful storm that enveloped Utia in its grasp, carrying with it destructive force, violently sweeping away everything in its path. The air seemed to tremble, and the objects within the Judgment Tower were mercilessly torn apart, fragments flying in all directions. At the heart of this tempest, a blood-red giant tiger materialized, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. Its massive form exuding power. That was Gershio's psychic entity, Flame Claw. The roar of Flame Claw resonated like thunder, shaking every corner of the Judgment Tower, its colossal body rushing toward Utia with devastating force. Utia reacted swiftly, crossing her arms in an attempt to use her body as a shield against the onslaught. However, her strength proved insignificant against the Flame Claw, her arms torn apart by its brutal impact. Blood gushing forth like a spring, staining the ground around her. The excruciating pain caused cold sweat to bead on Utia's forehead, her body trembling uncontrollably. Simultaneously, Utia's psychic entity coalesced, revealing a small, white tiger by her side. Though its size was 2 to 3 times smaller than the blood-red giant tiger, the Flame Claw, devoid of any rationality, was compelled to follow the small white tiger around, unable to lay a single claw upon it. Yet, Gershio's psychic energy continued to surge, positioned at the center of the psychic storm, its intensity nearing the threshold of SS grade, poised to ascend into the more formidable SS realm. This ferocious psychic energy threatened to tear apart the surrounding space. And the psychic energy sensors within the Judgment Tower finally emitted a sharp alarm upon detecting this extraordinary power. Hearing the alarm, Utia could not help but exhale in relief. Eli should be notifying Kairos and Aslan, and they would arrive swiftly after sending the message. For now, all she had to do was stall for time and await assistance. The Flame Claw, enraged and out of control under the nimble evasion of the small white tiger, exhibited fury that intensified under the catalyst of the psychic storm. Empowered by the storm, Gershio's close-quarters combat skills appeared to have reached unprecedented heights, his movements becoming incredibly swift, as if he were teleporting, suddenly appearing before Utia and unleashing a fist of astonishing force. Utia reacted with alacrity, leaping gracefully and drawing her sword. This sword, named Starbreaker, was the first gift bestowed upon her by Kairos. It was not only a sharp weapon, but also capable of accommodating and guiding the growth of an underage Clark's psychic energy. Infusing her psychic energy into Starbreaker, the blade emanated a faint red glow. She effortlessly flicked a nearby table with the sword's tip and hurled it toward Gershio in an attempt to thwart his assault. Yet Gershio's fist was as hard as steel. With a single strike, he shattered the flying table into splinters. Following that, his next punch came forth like an unstoppable force, with the surroundings utterly demolished. Utia had nowhere to hide and could only raise her sword to defend. Chapter 16. I am here to save you. She did not counterattack, focusing solely on defense. However, in the face of Gershio, engulfed in the psychic storm, her strength appeared exceedingly trivial that in a moment of respite during an attack, Gershio pounced upon Utia like a leopard, delivering a vicious kick that struck her down heavily. Blood spilled from the corner of her mouth, staining the ground. She looked up at Gershio, who was advancing step by step towards her, and a bitter smile flickered within her heart. Perhaps Gershio was right. Her close combat abilities were indeed lacking. Gershio, Brother, a faint voice escaped her lips as she despairingly closed her eyes. Yet the anticipated pain did not arrive. Gershio's eyes were tightly shut, his brow furrowed. Get out of here quickly. I can't hold on much longer. In a brief moment of regained clarity, Gershio roared, the remnants of his sanity reminding him that this was his family. A Clark cub, his sister. It was unacceptable. His sister was calling him brother. Gershio sprinted towards the top of the Judgment Tower. All Clarks knew that once they fell into a state of psychic energy loss of control, the top of the Judgment Tower could at least help protect the lives they cherished. Even at a terrible cost, watching Gershio dash towards the top floor, Utia momentarily froze. She understood what awaited at the top. It was exceedingly uncomfortable for an ordinary person unversed in psychic energy. And for Gershio, caught in a psychic storm, the backlash would be even more severe. Could Gershio truly be unaware? He was undoubtedly aware. Yet in a bid to spare her feelings, Gelsier proceeded nonetheless in that fleeting moment. Utia seemingly grasped the profound significance of the Clark family's bonds of kinship. That it was a sentiment that, despite daily conflicts and mutual disdain, would compel them to trust one another with their very lives in critical moments. They were willing to sacrifice everything for their family, even their own lives. That Utia's complexion turned ashen, the untreated wounds on her arms oozing blood in a steady drip, and the myriad injuries across her body rendered even the slightest movement excruciating. However, she understood what she must do. Summoning her remaining strength, she extracted the most common mental stability agent from her spatial pendant and swiftly consumed it. 1 vial, 2 vials, 3 vials. She continued until she had ingested a total of 8 vials. Under normal circumstances, a miner would only be permitted to take 3 vials of the mental stability agent at once. Yet Utia had downed 8 in one go. The final vial was a life-saving potion she had procured at great expense from the black market before each mission. Known only by its codename, C6. During her last assignment, she had refrained from using it, preserving it for this moment. This potion could temporarily elevate the user's mental prowess to unprecedented levels, albeit for a mere 15 minutes. Yet it was undeniably extraordinary. Nevertheless, few dared to utilize it unless absolutely necessary. That if misused, the enhancement of power could lead to catastrophic consequences, resulting in bodily rupture and the end of life itself. This was one of the reasons C6 had never been mass-produced or widely employed. The effects of the C6 potion coursed through her veins. Utia felt an unprecedented surge of power rushing through her, like a warm torrent filling every cell within her. This force not only amplified her mental capacity, but also instantaneously healed all her injuries, rendering her skin smooth and unblemished. Yet her body clearly communicated to her that it could not sustain an SS-level mental force. Blood flowed from within, her body resembling a shattered porcelain doll, riddled with cracks. But time was of the essence. Meanwhile, Carlos, who had just received an urgent message from Eiley, suddenly felt the mental imprint he had left on Utia being stirred. An overwhelming sense of instability surged through the imprint, transmitting a feeling of anxiety and restlessness but a heartbeat. That unease morphed into pain and resolution, a sensation far more intense than when he had first encountered Utia's mental power spiraling out of control. Utia was in peril. Realizing this, Carlos's pupils constricted. He yearned to rush to Utia's side, but he was already moving at his utmost speed. That a sense of helplessness and fury filled his heart as he struck the wall of the battleship with a mighty punch. The vessel, forged from the hardest Onlu alloy, was dented by the force of his wrath. The metallic groan echoed within the chamber, as if lamenting his powerlessness. Yet he had no choice but to wait. Utia hastened to the uppermost level of the Judgment Tower, where she found Gelsier locked tightly within a chamber brimming with blood crystals that suppressed mental power. Even his wrists were shackled with blood crystal cuffs, evidently intended to further restrain his mental abilities. The backlash of his mental energy was excruciating. Gelsier's head throbbed painfully, his mental fortitude on the verge of collapse. Utia felt the encroaching erosion of her own mental energy from the surrounding blood crystals. Acutely aware that for Gelsier, whose mental faculties were already spiraling out of control, this suffering would only intensify. Hearing the commotion, Gelsier turned towards the doorway, his eyes aflame with crimson, an overwhelming wave of mental force surging towards Utia. Yet, in an instant, the advancing energy abruptly halted. "What are you doing here? Leave. Get out of here quickly," Even stripped of common sense, he understood the immense danger posed by the blood crystal-infused top floor to a minor. Not to mention, there was a ticking time bomb in the form of himself that I will be fine. You need to leave at once. Gelsier forcibly repressed the raging mental energy. Forcing a smile, the alarm blared. Ailey would swiftly notify Carlos and Aslan, who were likely already en route. This statement was, of course, a falsehood. The survival rate for any adult Clark amidst a mental storm was below 50%. Even if Carlos and Aslan rushed to assist simultaneously, there was no guarantee that Gelsier would emerge alive from this tempest of mental energy. Be good, Utia. His voice softened, though the atmosphere bristled with tension and unease. He endeavored to persuade his only sister with the gentlest tone that it is far too perilous here. You should not remain, that I do not wish for you to suffer any harm. Brother, Utia began, her voice soft yet imbued with strength. I have come to save you. Her words were calm and resolute, as if discussing mundane matters, yet the determination and unyielding tone bore an unmistakable echo of Carlos. Chapter 17. A miracle standing beside Gelsier. Utia's gaze was unwavering and resolute. She fully understood the ramifications of the action she was about to undertake. Yet, she pressed on, drawing a deep breath. She summoned every ounce of mental energy within her. This energy burned within her like flames, and through her hands, it transformed into streams of golden light, directly infusing Gelsier's being. As she channeled her mental power, Utia felt her own reserves swiftly depleting. Even with the aid of the C6 potion, she could not withstand such an expenditure. Her mental energy flowed like an unceasing river towards Gelsier, mending his psychological wounds. However, her mental fortitude was not infinite. Her complexion turned as pale as parchment, the relentless output of energy rendering her consciousness increasingly hazy. Yet she did not cease. Her mental power resembled the flames of an alchemist, continually refining and transmuting. Reassembling the shattered fragments of Gelsier's psyche, that it was akin to a miracle. Gelsier felt an unprecedented warmth enveloping him. His headache gradually eased, and the sense of disintegration in his mental energy began to dissipate. The golden light coursed within him, each circulation drawing away a fragment of pain, bringing forth solace. Even the mental energy that had previously threatened to collapse began to reorganize under this influence. The once volatile shards of mental force were soothed, and the sea of consciousness started to regain its tranquility. Awareness sharpened, the chaos of thought began to align, and the storm of mental energy was gradually quelled. But how could this be? As an adult Clark, Gelsier was acutely aware that the only remedy for a Clark ensnared in a mental storm was the forceful suppression by another Clark. Unlike the loss of mental control, a mental storm was a cataclysmic state, wielding an irresistible power that obliterated everything in its path, including the Clark themselves. Yet, everything unfolding within him shattered his understanding. He felt incredulous. The tempest that had nearly torn his psyche apart had been so thoroughly calmed. His mental energy, once wild and unbridled, was now pacified, reformed, and transformed into a state of harmony and order. His heart brimmed with confusion and astonishment. How could this be? He questioned himself that in the annals of Clark history, there had never been a precedent for such an occurrence. Even the esteemed ancestor Mo Wayan, who possessed the 7-star White Tiger spirit, could only soothe a mental storm. Yet, even that was enough for Mon to be hailed as the savior of the entire Clark lineage. Utia's abilities, however, transcended mere soothing. They embodied healing and regeneration. Yes, healing and regeneration in the realm of mental power, effective even against the formidable Clark. It is crucial to note that while healing-type mental powers are rare, they are not entirely non-existent. However, due to the nature of their mental attributes, no healing-type mental power user in history has ever surpassed the A-grade level. For the Clark, healing abilities below S-grade are utterly insignificant. The absence of high-tier healing mental powers meant that they had no effective means to counter the extreme situations posed by mental storms. This was the fundamental reason why Clark individuals could only barely survive through the suppression of their peers. Utia's emergence constituted a miracle that transcended all traditional notions of power, an unprecedented marvel of mental energy. S-grade healing Clark. Healing Clark. Unless he had experienced it himself, he could hardly believe everything that had transpired. Even his own spirit, battered and torn by the backlash of the blood crystal, had been mended to a considerable extent by this warm mental force. Gelsier, in a state of shock, found it difficult to regain his composure and instinctively turned his gaze towards the miraculous creator, Utia. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Utia's body plummet to the ground like a kite severed from its string. "Utia!" he exclaimed, swiftly catching her in his arms, only to discover the dampness in his hands. Blood clouded his vision, so much blood. Gelsier had never witnessed a person bleed so profusely. Utia lay still in his embrace, her eyes tightly shut, her body marred with crimson stains that he couldn't help but think that her physical constitution was merely B. The thought surfaced inexplicably. The mental force that had restored him to his original state, which could reach SS level or beyond, surely did not belong to her. The once healing mental energy that had saved Gelsier now ran rampant within Utia's already fragile body, wreaking havoc without restraint. Her form resembled a delicate porcelain doll, torn apart from within by this force. Wound after wound blossomed upon her skin, blood gushing forth, staining her garments and Gelsier's hands alike. Gelsier could feel Utia's warmth gradually ebbing away. Her skin turned cold, reminiscent of frost on a winter's day, and he found it unfathomable that this 11-year-old child, his sister, was enduring such torment. The mental forces sliced through Utia's flesh like cruel blades. Each breath she took could very well be her last. The ancient saying from the blue star echoed uncontrollably in his mind. "Healer, heal not thyself." The birth of a miracle, the demise of a miracle, was what Utia had wrought with her life. And now, that miracle was slipping through his fingers. One he could scarcely bear to lose. In a frenzy, Gelsier scooped Utia up and dashed outside, colliding with Eli, who was entering the Judgment Tower, along with Aslan and Kairos, who had rushed over upon receiving the news. "Hurry, save her, save her. She's lost so much blood." Gelsier's voice was laced with despair and panic. Upon seeing his daughter, unresponsive in Gelsier's arms, Kairos hesitated, unable to approach. His gaze was fixed on Utia's pale face, and when it landed on the blood that stained her body and her closed eyes, it felt as if a great hand had gripped his heart tightly, that he had been away for less than a day. Watching Utia being urgently transported to the medical quarters by Abigail, Kairos felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if he couldn't recover from this sudden blow. After a long pause, he spoke in a low voice. "Aslan, she said she would wait for me to come home. I have returned too late." Aslan silently offered Kairos a comforting embrace, aware that any words of solace would be utterly futile at this moment. In a corner unnoticed, Eli, usually unflappable, found his pupils constricting, his eyes flickering with worry, pain, and a hidden pang of guilt and shock. He had never imagined that the little girl who had always called him Big Brother would be so gravely injured. Time passed without notice, and after a series of examinations, the medical staff brought the results to Kairos. "Your Highness, it appears that the young princess had previously ingested an excessive amount of mental stabilizers to counteract the intense mental shock caused by the C6 potion. However, it is evident that her physical constitution could not withstand the backlash of the drug's effects, resulting in the current predicament." The medical personnel, with somber expressions, presented the findings, their eyes carrying a hint of reproach. "I believe everyone present is well aware of the implications of the C6 potion. Administering it to a minor is, from any perspective, the most heinous form of abuse." Chapter 18. S Healing System, C6 Potion. Yes, they were all too aware. Every member of the Clark family had grown amid trials of blood and fire. Perhaps others did not fully grasp the effects of the C6 potion, but no member of the Clark family could be oblivious to it. Yet, how could Utia have obtained the C6 potion? What circumstances could lead a minor to be administered such a substance? Kairos's eyes reddened as he struggled to maintain his composure. What is her condition now? The wounds on the young princess were a result of her frail body being unable to handle the overpowering mental force, appearing horrifying, but with the treatment pod's efficacy, recovery should not be overly complicated. The medical staff's brow furrowed, their voice betraying deep concern for Utia's condition. "Most troubling is the state of her mental ocean," he explained, his tone heavy with gravity. The interaction between the C6 potion and the excessive mental stabilizers triggered a violent conflict, causing unprecedented turmoil in the young princess's mental realm. But he paused, seemingly searching for the right words to articulate this complex situation. This conflict resembled a mental storm, sweeping through her mental ocean and inflicting severe trauma. A flicker of worry crossed the medical personnel's eyes, aware of how grave such an injury could be for a young Clark. However, despite the severity of the injuries, they were not insurmountable, he quickly added, attempting to instill a glimmer of hope in those present. Our medical team has formulated a detailed treatment plan aimed at gradually stabilizing her mental force and repairing the damaged mental pathways. He continued, his tone resolute. The treatment plan includes advanced mental restoration techniques and a series of meticulously designed therapeutic programs. These programs will assist the young princess's mental ocean in regaining tranquility and gradually reconstructing her mental force. However, this is a process that requires time, the medical personnel emphasized, stating that for the following week, the young princess must completely abstain from any form of mental exertion. This is to provide her mental ocean with a respite and a chance to recover, as well as to prevent further harm. After delivering this information, the medical staff handed another examination report to Kairos. Furthermore, based on the account provided by the second prince regarding the young princess's experiences prior to her unconsciousness, we conducted an in-depth mental examination. The medical personnel's voice rang clear amid the tense atmosphere that Kairos's hand trembled slightly as he slowly unfolded the thin sheets bearing heavy information that he had a premonition of the results and looked up at the medical personnel, signaling him to continue. The medical personnel's tone was fraught with uncontainable excitement and astonishment as he declared, "Your Highness, she possesses S-level healing-type mental force. This is simply extraordinary, shattering the boundaries of healing mental forces. The existence of the young princess is nothing short of a miracle." This sudden revelation sent a flicker of bewilderment through the four Clark members present. Even Kairos and Aslan, who had suspected something, found themselves rooted to the spot. Utia actually has S-level healing mental force. This news struck them like a lightning bolt, dispelling the gloom that had settled in their hearts. The S-level healing mental force is a rarity even in human history. This signifies that the curse that had long plagued the Clarks finally sees a glimmer of hope. This astounding news burst forth like fireworks, suddenly igniting in the night sky, illuminating the hearts of all Clark members, drowning their rationality in a tide of joy and shock. The surrounding sounds seemed to be swallowed by this revelation, plunging everything into an eerie silence that in this stillness. Only the voice of the medical personnel continued to resonate in the air. This also explains the contradiction of why the young princess possesses such a high mental force level, while her physical constitution stands at merely B. Owners of healing-type mental forces often have more fragile constitutions than others. The higher the mental force level, the poorer the physical constitution. Some high-tier healers even feel exhaustion and fatigue without exerting their mental force. The medical personnel's tone carried a trace of sympathy and concern. Historical records indicate that even the most ordinary sea-level healers can only achieve a maximum physical constitution of B. That the situation is even more dire for high-tier healers, the highest recorded healing mental force owner. The former vice dean of the Imperial Military Academy's Plan Department, Opal, had a mental force level of B, but a physical constitution of only D-, necessitating additional care and protection in daily life. The medical staff continued to elucidate. Perhaps it is precisely due to the blood of the Clark family coursing through her veins that the young princess possesses a constitution capable of withstanding, to some extent, the debilitating effects of healing-type mental powers. Compared to ordinary bearers of healing abilities, she is indeed more robust. However, despite this, the young princess still requires more meticulous care than her peers. The staff's gaze revealed a hint of warning as they recalled Utia, who remained in a state of unconsciousness within the treatment chamber. Particularly concerning were activities and substances that could potentially inflict harm, such as C6. The medical personnel's tone grew resolute and stern as they emphasized, the dangers posed by the C6 agent hardly need further elaboration. Even an adult Clark would find it challenging to endure its severe side effects, let alone a young princess whose healing abilities are still maturing. He then turned his attention to Kairos. "Your Majesty, the physical condition of the young princess is distinctly different from that of the other royals. She lacks the indomitable physique of her fellow Clarks, the self-healing abilities they take pride in, and she certainly does not possess the extraordinary strength, speed, and endurance of the Clark lineage. She is exceptionally vulnerable to harm, and her recovery is exceedingly arduous, necessitating that we provide her with greater attention and more meticulous care. I recall having cautioned you during my last visit. Yet it seems your majesty did not take my words to heart. Kairos remained silent for a considerable time, a tumult of shock, guilt, and heartache surging within him, listening to the staff's subtly accusatory remarks, despite the uplifting news of Utia possessing S-level healing abilities. That joy was swiftly eclipsed by profound self-reproach and sorrow. Due to his negligence, he had come perilously close to losing this miraculous child, his only offspring. The child had only just called him father, and he had nearly lost her. The once composed, confident, and imposing King Clark now resembled an anxious novice father, riddled with guilt. The exhilaration he had felt was suppressed, replaced by a sudden fear that he would fail to nurture this child. Just as he was now. After a long pause, his voice emerged hoarse and slightly trembling, that "It is my fault. I thought nothing would go wrong." Chapter 19. Resonance. Healing done on the white hospital bed, Utia's already frail figure appeared exceedingly diminutive. Her body swathed in layers of gauze, through which faint traces of blood seeped from her harrowing wounds. Kairos sat silently by Utia's bedside, following the medical staff's instructions to close his eyes. Take deep breaths and concentrate, gently and cautiously probing his mental energy into Utia's mental sea. The moment his mental energy entered her mental ocean, he sensed that it was as parched as a dried-up spring, riddled with cracks. Witnessing the once vibrant mental sea of Utia now desiccated and fissured, Kairos felt a sharp pang of heartache, as though an invisible knife was slowly slicing through his heart. He gradually mobilized his mental energy to engage in mental resonance with Utia. The Clark family's mental energy is typically known for its dominance. Yet in this moment, Kairos instinctively sheathed the sharpness and intensity of his mental prowess, gently delving into Utia's mental sea with unprecedented tenderness and patience, akin to a mature beast carefully sheathing its claws to nurture its young, ensuring each step was both steady and secure. His mental energy flowed through Utia's mental ocean like a refreshing spring, nourishing the parched land and gradually mending the cracks. Their mental energies began to resonate, guided by blood ties. He steered her mental energies to help her restore order in her mental sea, awakening her innate self-repairing capabilities. Under Kairos's guidance, the shattered mental sea began to slowly heal itself, that at long last. After an arduous effort, Kairos opened his eyes that Utia's mental sea had stabilized, and her vital signs had returned to normal. Kairos knew that Utia was out of danger, her mental powers gradually recovering, that he finally exhaled, hesitating for a moment before gently stroking Utia's soft hair. "Don't be afraid, Aya. Father is here. Sleep well. Everything will be all right." His voice was deep and soothing, a rare softness from the iron-fisted emperor. After confirming Utia's safety with the medical staff, Kairos finally relaxed his taut nerves, his gaze sharpened, like a blade, sweeping across every member of the Clark family present. It was now time to address other matters. His gaze ultimately settled on Eli, the young man who had seemed somewhat distracted from the very beginning. That Kairos's voice was calm, yet resolute, imbued with undeniable authority. "Let us proceed to the study." Eli stiffened, his movements appearing hesitant under the puzzled gazes of Aslan and Jershio, yet he eventually responded softly and followed Kairos into the study. Kairos did not explicitly prohibit Aslan and Jershio from entering the study. As usual, they naturally followed Eli inside, yet the atmosphere was tinged with an unusual tension. Upon entering the study, Kairos directly addressed Jershio. "Jershio, please recount the specific circumstances at that time." Jershio snapped out of his reverie and quickly replied, "Prior to this, I had sensed some instability in my mental powers, but I did not pay it much mind, having experienced such episodes countless times throughout my life." However, he shifted his tone to one of gravity. "Earlier today, I suddenly fell into a mental storm." Aslan was taken aback at a mental storm. He had not heard Eli mention this in his communications. Eli had merely stated that Jershio's mental powers had triggered a mental alarm. Thus, they had instinctively categorized the incident as a case of mental instability. Yet a mental storm is fundamentally different from mere mental instability. That is the heir of the Clark family. Eli could not possibly make such a rudimentary error. But how did he recover from a mental storm without the intervention of another Clark to suppress it? Utia was still underage, and her mental power was only S, even with the C6 agent. It would be challenging for her to achieve this alone. Moreover, Aslan cast a glance at his younger son, whose mental energy appeared calm and stable, devoid of the agitation and damage typical of one recovering from a mental storm. Healing type. The term sprang to everyone's mind simultaneously. Kairos noticed this as well, but instead of probing further, he turned his attention to Eli, who had remained somewhat silent today, his tone carrying an unmistakable demand for accountability. Eli, I require you to explain why you did not disclose the true crisis Gershio faced in that urgent report. That Kairos's voice was low yet powerful, each word striking the air like a hammer. His sharp gaze fixed on Eli, allowing no evasion. Aslan was momentarily taken aback. He knew his brother well, and Kairos rarely spoke to family with such solemnity unless a grave issue had arisen. Even as the exalted monarch of the Clark family, he typically tempered his undeniable authority in familial matters. But now perhaps he was overthinking it. Eli's fingers trembled slightly as he endeavored to suppress his inner turmoil, striving to make his voice sound calm and steady. The information I received indeed stated that Gershio's mental powers had triggered a mental alarm, yet there was no definitive evidence indicating that Gershio had succumbed to a mental storm. I assumed it was merely a case of mental instability, as this is quite common. Is it not? I apologize. This is indeed my oversight. Kairos regarded him with an inscrutable expression. Gershio, continue. Earlier today, Utia arrived at the Judgment Tower, and we resolved our misunderstanding. She released me. However, just as we reconciled, I was suddenly engulfed by a mental storm. That I in the throes of the storm, I lost all rationality, and I still cannot recall what transpired during that time. In my hazy consciousness, I vaguely heard Utia calling me brother. When I struggled to regain my senses, it seemed all was too late. Utia lay there, her arms covered in blood, collapsed on the ground, unable to stand due to the pain. Gershio's voice was tinged with an unmistakable sorrow and guilt, and a glimmer of moisture flickered in his eyes, inevitably evoking vivid recollections of the harrowing scene among the other 3 Clarks present. As adult Clarks, they had all endured their share of mental storms, whether personally or through their families, and could fully empathize with his emotional turmoil at that moment. That I realized that I could not continue down this path. My sister was nearby, calling for me, still a child, and thus, I absolutely could not lose control here. Utia was still young. Confronting the mental tempest of an adult Clark would be excessively cruel for an unseasoned cub. Moreover, I did not wish for Utia to suffer any further harm. Gershio took a deep breath and continued. Thus, with the fragment of clarity I regained, I steered myself toward the pinnacle of the Judgment Tower. You all know that I had no other recourse. This was the only way to ensure her safety. Chapter 20. The wrath of Kairos. Everyone present was a Clark, and not a single one was unaware of what the top floor of the Judgment Tower represented. To have driven a Clark to such heights indicates the dire circumstances they faced. That I arrived at my designated room on the top floor and shackled my mind with mental restraints. The pain of my own mental backlash was nearly unbearable. Yet at least this agony kept me partially lucid. That I cannot say how much time passed before I once again beheld Utia. I attempted to coax her away, but she remained motionless, standing there in silence. That I in a daze. I felt a warm, healing energy envelop me, and my previously tumultuous mental force began to subside slowly, like a wild beast being tamed. Even the tempestuous sea of my mind, ravaged by the storm, miraculously regained its tranquility, as though it had never suffered the ravages of turmoil. Serene and peaceful, it was nothing short of a miracle. Had I not experienced it firsthand, I would scarcely believe that my mental storm could be quelled in such a manner. As I approached Utia, intending to reassure her that there was no cause for concern. As my mental storm had calmed, she suddenly collapsed before me, her body drenched in blood. That I was too frightened to even touch her. That my mind went blank, instinct propelling me into swift action. I mechanically lifted her gently, seeking help, and it was then that I encountered all of you. That is how the events transpired. Kairos's eyelids fell heavily, as if burdened by boundless disappointment and wrath. Time passed in silence, each second weighing like a heavy stone upon the heart. Finally, his voice emerged, hoarse and low, imbued with an indescribable gravity, shattering the stillness of the room. Eily, when did you learn that Utia's spirit might possess healing abilities akin to the 7-star white tiger? Aslan's head snapped up, his gaze piercing like a sword directed at the previously silent Eily. This information was meant to be a secret between them, an uncertain secret, and Kairos did not wish for it to be made known to the outside world. So, Eiley, how did you come to know? Karos's gaze was as frigid and sharp as a winter gale. His disappointment loomed like an unfathomable abyss that he had held high hopes for Eiley, but now it seemed he had misplaced his trust. Eiley remained silent, unable to speak that he yearned to defend himself, to elucidate his motives, yet every potential explanation felt feeble and insipid in his mind. Then let me ask you differently, Eiley. Have you ever considered Utia as your own sister? For the Clarks, who placed great importance on kinship, this was a weighty accusation. Silence enveloped the room. No one dared to utter a sound, nor could anyone bear the weight of Karos's accusation that I do not know your thoughts. But Utia is innocent and deeply longs for familial affection. She cherishes your kindness. Even though you have not known each other for long, it is evident to me that she genuinely regards you as her brother. Yet, Eiley, do you truly deserve to be her brother? Brother, what are you saying? Aslan's interjection only served to intensify Karos's fury. Let him speak. Karos's thunderous shout interrupted Aslan, plunging the room into silence. Eiley's movements were slow and labored, his body seemingly bound by invisible chains. Each action appearing painfully difficult, he rose slowly from his seat, his posture no longer upright, but rather bent under the weight of guilt and responsibility that asked the air. He knelt before them for the first time, right hand pressed to his chest, head bowed in submission. That I never imagined this could cost her life. That I in that moment, Karos acted with swift decisiveness, drawing his sword, the Xian Yen, from his waist. The blade sliced through the air, emanating a chilling light, the cold metallic sheen betraying a ruthless intent. The tip of the sword was coldly and precisely pressed against Eiley's neck, the frigid sensation causing Eiley to stiffen involuntarily. The Karos's rage simmered like a volcano on the brink of eruption, his presence cold and terrifying, flames of fury igniting in his eyes. This was the second time Gershio felt the intense wrath emanating from Karos, as if it could consume everything in its path. You suspected long ago that Utia's spirit might share some similarities with the ancestral seven-star white tiger, Morwen Clark. You were already aware that Gershio's mental storm had recently erupted. While there are no surveillance cameras on the top floor of the Judgment Tower, there are on the 5th floor. You must have seen the eruption of Gershio's mental storm on the monitor. Yet you failed to send us a distress signal. Not for any other reason, but because you realized that if your suspicions were correct, Utia's healing and soothing abilities could allow Gershio's mental storm to pass in the most tranquil manner, involving minimal risk. This would be far safer than mental suppression, and the damage to Gershio would be minimized. Not only did you withhold the most perilous information during the urgent message transmission, but more critically, you delayed the optimal moment to relay the information. The mental alarm sounded 20 minutes after your message was sent. Had Gershio not regained his clarity and ascended to the top floor, an underage Clark cub would have been left alone in the same room with an adult Clark engulfed in a mental storm for 20 minutes. That duration could have allowed Utia to perish 3 or 4 times over. Eiley, do not tell me that it took you 20 minutes to hear the mental alarm. Gershio listened to Karos's questions laced with fury, his eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. How could Eiley bear to let Utia, who cherishes him so dearly, suffer such a fate? And he is fond of cubs. How is that impossible? Because of your mental storm. He wishes for your survival, for you to live wholeheartedly. You are his true brother. While Utia, in his heart, may merely be a pawn he can discard at any time to Tio go further. He might even think that her disappearance would eliminate any potential threat to his position, allowing him to secure his status as heir without any unforeseen complications. These words weighed heavily, and Eiley could not bear the burden. Finally speaking to clarify, I did not. I never contemplated her death. I only wish for Gershio to survive, that he is my only brother. So all along, you never regarded Utia as your sister, did you? Karos gazed intently at him. Eiley, you are Aslan's child, but throughout your life, have you ever asked yourself if I have wronged you in any way? Due to the curse of mental storms, the number of Clark members is few. Thus, the first rule of their ancestral teachings is to treat every child in the family as one's own, without distinction, and to nurture them collectively. All who bear the Clark surname are family. Family members trust one another and protect each other. Gershio had done so, as had Utia. But Eiley, what have you done? Chapter 21. She is free, she is still young, and relies heavily on me. Without you and father around, she has always listened to me that I do indeed care for this sister of mine. but not to the same degree as Gershio. Uncle Simon has already succumbed to the mental storm, and I do not wish to see Gershio meet the same fate. All I desire is for Gershio to survive. Is that wrong? When it came to Simon Clark, who had been forced into a deep slumber, silence enveloped the room, save for the mounting fury emanating from Kairos. Simon Clark was the fourth brother of Kairos and Aslan, who had been compelled to sleep last month following a failed suppression of a mental storm. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, it was likely he would never awaken again. That Eli's voice was somewhat subdued as he lowered his gaze. His hands clenched tightly, nails nearly embedding themselves into his palms as he sought to distract himself from the torment within through physical pain. That I had never intended to harm her. My sole desire was for Gershio to survive. Due to an unfortunate turn of events, I overheard your conversation with Aslan. Learning that Utia's mental prowess might be connected to the 7-star White Tiger of the Mo Wei ancestors, that I understand that you would not agree with my actions without certainty. Yet Gershio could not wait. Prior to his return to the Clark Palace, there were already signs of his mental instability. Thus, to avoid any unforeseen variables caused by you, I decided to conceal the occurrence of this incident from you, believing it would only entail a minor expenditure of mental energy, at most leading to exhaustion. That I was monitoring the situation closely. If Gershio truly lost control, I would hasten to the Judgment Tower at once. You are aware of my capabilities. I was confident I could reclaim Utia from him at the moment of his complete breakdown. However, I had not anticipated that the most lethal threat to her would not be Gershio, but rather those vials of potions I had dismissed. That I sounded the alarm as soon as I sensed something amiss. Yet it was indeed my fault. My selfishness led to the delay of my information. I am willing to accept any punishment. It is my wrongdoing, and I acknowledge it. Perhaps you may not believe me, but I truly regretted that I never imagined she would sustain such grievous injuries. While I favored Gershio, I never intended to harm her. She trusted me so deeply. How could I bear to hurt her intentionally? I genuinely regarded her as my sister. The atmosphere was thick with silence. Brother, Eli has only just come of age, and I know he has indeed erred, but brother, he is my child. I implore you, Aslan, having grown up alongside him, had rarely witnessed him so enraged. He understood that Kairos was genuinely furious this time. Aslan could see that, for a fleeting moment, Kairos truly contemplated ending Eli's life. Utia had yet to awaken, and given her youth, seeing her pale and motionless in bed rendered Aslan speechless. Yet Kairos was pained for the child. How could Aslan not feel the same? The unspoken plea from Aslan was not lost on Kairos. Just as Eli understood Gershio so well, Kairos equally comprehended his brother. I know my words are shameless. But brother, Utia holds a fondness for Eli. Even if she is aware of his schemes against her, she would not rejoice in your decision to take his life. Eli knelt on the ground, his head bowed deeply, his face shrouded in shadows that concealed his expression. The air around them seemed to solidify with Kairos' silence, the tension palpable like a taut string, ready to snap. Your Highness. The young princess has awakened. Abigail's voice shattered the oppressive silence. Eli Clark, for the harm inflicted upon a kin, to the 6th floor of the Judgment Tower for reflection. At last, the sword was sheathed. Kairos did not cast a glance at the prostrate Eli, but departed after delivering his sentence. Just before stepping through the door, Kairos paused momentarily, yet did not turn back. That I understand that Utia has only recently joined the Clark family, and it may be difficult for you to view her as true kin. However, I am her father. She is my sole daughter, and I do not wish for anyone to exploit her under any pretense, just or unjust, to cause her harm. That I can assure you that her abilities indeed bear resemblance to the 7-star White Tiger of our ancestors. The results confirm that her strength can soothe the mental storms of the Clark lineage. But this does not obligate her to use her powers to calm every Clark's turmoil. She is free. She possesses the right to choose. Should she decide to act, it must be of her own volition. A decision from her heart, not coerced or manipulated by others at the expense of her own safety to fulfill some so-called selfless act. She is a Clark, a member of our family. Apart from the uniqueness of her mental capabilities, she is no different from any of us. Even if one day she no longer possesses any healing abilities, as long as she is my daughter, as long as she bears the blood of the Clarks, she will forever remain our family. I shall recount the events to Utia truthfully, granting her the right to decide whether to forgive. But Eli, remember this. Your life was spared because of Utia. This is the first and the last time." With that, he made no further delay and exited the study. As he departed, the tension in the air gradually dissipated, leaving behind silence and deep contemplation of the recent events. Aslan cast a disappointed glance at Eli before following in Kairos's footsteps. Tio lay hands on a family member who had yet to reach adulthood. Even with justification, was truly disheartening. Gershio finally exhaled in relief, cautiously assisting the still-seated Eli to rise, his expression complex. "Brother." Eli remained silent for a long while. "She is gravely injured, isn't she?" Gershio did not respond. But Eli knew the answer. "After this, she will likely never care for me again," Eli murmured, slowly rising, opting to ascend to the 6th floor of the Judgment Tower alone, leaving Gershio behind. The icy prison was bitterly cold. Yet Eli seemed impervious to it, standing there in silence. Perhaps this is for the best. At least Utia will learn a lesson. Next time, she mustn't so easily trust someone unworthy of her faith. Eli consoled himself. Chapter 22. A gift, a warmth upon receiving the news of Utia's awakening. Kairos and Aslan quickly appeared in her chamber. The self-healing abilities of the Clarks were renowned, capable of mending even grievous wounds in but half a day's rest. Thus, the need for a treatment pod was rare. This was the first time it had been utilized since its acquisition. Emerging from the treatment pod, Utia felt utterly drained, the external wounds healing rapidly under its influence. Yet the internal injuries would inevitably take longer to mend, leaving her with a lingering dull ache. Due to the damage to her mental sea, the usually lively and playful little white tiger lay languidly in Utia's embrace. Reluctant to move, this severe injury had seemingly siphoned away half her vitality, rendering her even more listless than before. Upon seeing them return, Utia's eyes sparkled instantly, despite their absence being scarcely a day. "Father, Uncle Aslan, why are you back?" Gazing into Utia's innocent eyes, Kairos recalled the sight of the girl lying lifelessly in Gershio's arms when he returned. A sharp pang of pain lanced through his heart. It was a curious sensation. For the first time, a small life had the power to tug at his emotions. This was his child, an irrefutable responsibility he yearned to protect, a purity he wished to preserve. Kairos reached out to stroke Utia's head, but suddenly found himself at a loss for words. How could he convey to her that the elder brother she trusted most had plotted against her due to his own selfishness, resulting in her current state of helplessness in a hospital bed? He understood that Eli's actions stemmed from his love for his younger brother. Perhaps Eli had not lied, genuinely wishing to treat her like a beloved sister. Yet, a mistake remained a mistake. Whether forgiveness was warranted should not rest upon him. He had believed he should at least not deprive his daughter of the right to know the truth. Yet, looking into Utia's pure eyes, he began to doubt himself. Was the truth he intended to share truly what Utia desired? As Aslan remarked, Utia harbors a deep affection for her brother Eli. If she were to uncover the truth, it would undoubtedly bring her sorrow. Yet his intention has never been to cause his daughter distress. Kairos inhaled deeply, a flicker of hesitation and struggle crossing his gaze, swiftly replaced by gentleness and resolve. He could not bear to cast a shadow over Utia's eyes or burden her spirit with such a weight. She was far too young. Children of her age ought to grow up joyfully. Kairos reassured himself of this. Aslan seemed to sense Kairos's hesitation to speak. Thus he took the initiative to break the silence, gently stating, "It is because I worry about you, little Aya. You frightened us this time. I know Utia is a good child, wanting to protect her brother. However, I hope next time you prioritize your own safety and refrain from causing us concern. All right?" Utia nodded, her eyes reflecting a hint of obedience and understanding as she softly replied, "I understand. Uncle Aslan, I will be careful and won't let you worry again." Soon, a light-hearted atmosphere enveloped the room as Utia and Aslan engaged in casual conversation, their laughter and warm words intertwining, filling the small space with a sense of home. Although Kairos spoke little, his gaze remained fixed on Utia, his presence serving as a steadfast support. After a while, Aslan's tone softened, and he began to skillfully steer the conversation towards Eli. Speaking of which, Eli's recent words bore a hint of hesitation. As if he were searching for the most suitable way to express himself, that he probed cautiously, each sentence seeming to lay the groundwork for the impending truth. Aslan's tone was laden with consideration for Utia's feelings. He wished neither to harm her nor to conceal the facts. just as Aslan felt he had prepared adequately to reveal Eli's actions. He sensed Karos's gaze upon him, that Karos's eyes were resolute and powerful. He subtly shook his head, an almost imperceptible gesture that halted Aslan's words. Understanding Karos's intent, Aslan pivoted the topic seamlessly to AT that moment. Karos cleared his throat, seizing a rare opportunity to interject. With a hint of discomfort, he retrieved a carefully wrapped box from a nearby bag and extended it towards Utia. His voice was low and succinct, betraying his clumsiness and expressing emotions. A gift, for you, that he uttered briefly while presenting the box. That Utia's eyes sparkled instantly. Curiosity enveloped her as she gingerly opened the box. Inside lay a cat-shaped robot, its eyes twinkling with intelligence, its body soft and warm, exuding both cuteness and advanced technology. This is a caretaker robot, Karos elucidated. It can attend to your daily needs and possesses formidable combat capabilities to protect you when necessary. Utia embraced the little cat robot with delight, her smile radiant as the sun. This is the first gift I've ever received. It's so adorable. I love it. Thank you, Father, she exclaimed with excitement. Seeing Utia's joy, a smile unconsciously crept onto Karos's lips. Although he didn't know her well, he was relieved that she cherished the gift. As long as you like it, he affirmed. Utia nodded, her gaze suddenly shifting towards the door, as if in search of something. How is Brother Gershio? Is he all right? She inquired to Aslan's smile faltered momentarily but quickly returned to normal. Thanks to you. He is doing well now. Utia pressed on. And what about Brother Eli? Why haven't I seen him? The room fell silent. Karos and Aslan exchanged glances, contemplating how to respond to her question. Karos took a deep breath and gently asked, Does Aya have a fondness for Eli? His tone was laced with inquiry and caution. Utia nodded, her eyes filled with innocence and trust. Yes, Father. Brother Eli treats me well. He cares for me, and I like him very much. Karos felt a pang in his heart. He suddenly wished for Eli to witness Utia's untainted trust in him and to question whether Eli felt any guilt while taking advantage of Utia. Faced with Utia's clear, innocent gaze, Karos knew he could not reveal the truth. He couldn't bear to see her hurt. Gently stroking Utia's hair, he softly said, Eli has some matters to attend to that he asked me to tell you. He misses you and will come to see you once he is free. Upon hearing this, a sweet smile blossomed on Utia's face. Really? Then Brother Eli should take care of his business first. I will visit him later. Chapter 23. The truth a small gift quickly bridged the gap between Karos and Utia. Father, Brother 2 has apologized to me. We have reconciled, so I set him free. Brother 2? Yes, Gershio, then aren't you afraid he will bully you again? Brother 2 said he won't. Good, as long as Aya is happy that if Gershio teases you again. Remember to tell me. Then will Father help me tease Brother 2? Utia cautiously glanced at Aslan, whispering her inquiry to no, I will tease his father to avenge Aya. Karos jested for a rare moment, mimicking Utia's tone. The two exchanged glances, instinctively directing their attention towards Aslan. Amused yet exasperated, Aslan couldn't help but interject, Brother, I can hear you. With Clark's keen perception, Aslan naturally overheard their conversation clearly. Upon hearing Aslan's words, Utia's eyes widened in surprise. Resembling a startled fawn as she hid behind Karos, revealing only half her face while curiously and nervously observing Aslan's reaction. Amused by Utia's startled demeanor, Aslan teased, I better hope Gershio behaves himself lately. I certainly don't wish to be playfully tormented by my brother. The atmosphere among the three was lighthearted and joyful as they exchanged anecdotes and shared laughter. Such moments were rare instances of warmth and relaxation for both Karos and Utia. After some time, Karos glanced at the clock, aware that Utia needed rest to recuperate fully. That it's quite late. You should get some rest. Although Utia felt a twinge of reluctance, she understood her father's wisdom. Nodding obediently, she replied, All right, Father, good night, that I will go rest now. Uncle Aslan, you should also retire early. Aslan smiled in response. I will lilawaya. Good night, that I end the dead of night. The Clark Palace was enveloped in tranquility. Utia tossed and turned in bed, the dryness in her throat making sleep elusive. She quietly slipped out of bed, donned a soft robe, and ventured out in search of water. The corridor was dimly lit by a few yellow wall lamps, and her footsteps echoed distinctly in the silence. Reaching the kitchen, she retrieved a cup of juice from the refrigerator and was about to head back when a low murmur of conversation drifted from the brightly lit study. It was the voices of Kairos and Aslan that a sense of curiosity stirred within Utia, prompting her to lean closer to the study door. Despite the hushed tones, every word resonated clearly in her ears. From the dialogue, she discerned her name, along with Eli, Gershio, and some terms that eluded her understanding. Unintentionally, she edged nearer to the door, straining to catch every word spoken. Eli was aware that Utia's psychic ability might be healing by chance. But his initial intention was solely to rescue Gershio. Brother, he realizes his mistake. He did not foresee that his actions would place Utia in peril. Although his conduct was flawed, it was not born of malice. As a red hunter, Utia possessed exceptional information integration capabilities. Listening to snippets of their conversation, she quickly pieced together a truth that left her heart heavy and incredulous. Thus, Eli had been watching them all along. Observing Gershio succumb to the psychic storm, witnessing her struggle for survival at Gershio's hands, and watching them dance on the precipice of death time and again. Yet, he had remained absent, taking no measures to rescue her, allowing her to flounder in danger, merely to compel her to wield the unique healing psychic ability that set her apart. Did he not fear that he might truly lose her in that moment? Utia's heartbeat resonated like a drum, her hands gripping the edges of her robe tightly that a wave of dizziness washed over her, the truth slicing through the beauty within her heart like a sharp blade. She could indeed empathize with Eli's desire to save Gelsier. After all, he was his brother, his family. Yet as one who had been betrayed and exploited, a profound sadness inevitably gripped her. The sting of betrayal is a bitter experience, especially when it comes from those whom one has trusted. It was touching to see him willing to employ every conceivable means to ensure Gelsier's safe passage through the storm of mental turmoil. But what about her? What was her worth? A surge of profound sorrow engulfed Utia. She felt as though she had returned to that cold laboratory, the very place she had desperately fled. Memories of those days flooded her mind. Of her mother, or rather, the woman who claimed to be her mother, caring little for her life while conducting various cruel experiments upon her. Each time, her mother would invoke the same excuse, for the happiness of all. And what of her? Were her feelings and life of no importance? Was she to be sacrificed time and again for the sake of some so-called greater good? Utia's emotional turmoil spread like ripples across a tranquil lake, unknowingly stirring her psychic energy. The AS members of the Clark family, Kairos and Aslan, were acutely sensitive to fluctuations in psychic energy. Almost simultaneously, they lifted their heads, rose to their feet, and opened the study door, revealing a small figure standing there. That Utia's emotional upheaval intensified, her psychic energy rising and falling like waves stirred by a tempest. Her heart brimmed with anguish and sorrow, these potent emotions triggering her psychic powers, causing them to spiral out of control. Kairos and Aslan immediately sensed the anomaly in Utia's psychic energy. There she stood, trembling slightly, her psychic force sweeping around her like a storm, her eyes shimmering with an unstable light. Utia. Kairos's voice was laden with concern as he hurried to her side, attempting to stabilize her emotions with his own psychic energy. She could not afford any form of psychic output at this moment. He recalled the medical staff's warnings. Calm down, Utia. Do not be afraid. Your father is here. Utia felt her psychic energy raging within her, her heartbeat quickening, breath growing shallow. She struggled to control it, but the emotional turbulence made it difficult to focus. It felt as though she might be torn apart by this force. Her consciousness began to blur, and her body shook involuntarily. Kairos swiftly extended his hand, placing his palm gently on Utia's forehead. A touch of authority accompanied the release of his substantial psychic energy, initiating a psychic synchronization. With Kairos's assistance, her psychic energy gradually returned from the brink of chaos. Her heartbeat began to slow, and her psychic energy stabilized. Upon reopening her eyes and gazing at Kairos, Utia's emotions finally burst forth. She suddenly resembled a child, all her strength and courage melting into tears at that moment. Father, I am so sad. Her voice trembled, tears cascading down her cheeks. Kairos felt as though Utia's tears had seared his heart. He gently enveloped her in his embrace, patting her back. With your father here. Feel free to cry. That Utia's fingers clutched Kairos's clothing tightly, her tears flowing like pearls strung on a broken thread, soaking his garments. She was not one to easily show her emotions. Years as a bounty hunter had taught her how to conceal her vulnerabilities. how to swallow her tears along with the blood. Yet, the moment she saw Kairos, an inexplicable sense of grievance overwhelmed her. The pain of betrayal, the sorrow of being used, the heartache of trust betrayed, and the deep-seated fear of abandonment all transformed into tears that fell in heavy droplets. Words failed her. She could not articulate a single syllable, merely weeping in silence at a sight so pitiful it tugged at the heartstrings. Chapter 24. Revealing identity. Aslan had already departed upon Kairos' signal when he noticed Utia standing outside the door. This space now contained only the father and daughter. Utia wept in Kairos' embrace for a considerable time until her emotions gradually subsided. Her body ceased trembling and her tears began to ebb. Kairos remained quietly by her side, providing her with silent comfort and support at last. Utia lifted her head, taking a deep breath as if striving to organize her emotions. Her eyes were red and swollen, filled with a hint of hesitation, yet she slowly spoke. "Father, please let Eli out." Kairos discerned the subtle shift. She no longer wished to refer to Eli as brother. He was momentarily taken aback, having not anticipated that Utia would make such a request following her emotional upheaval. Utia continued, "You know, Eli did nothing wrong. He merely wished to save our second brother. Perhaps his methods were a bit extreme, but his intentions were never to harm me." Though her voice quivered, it lacked the previous choked quality. Yet a shadow of gloom flickered in her eyes. "Now that I am fine, let him out, that I believe Uncle Aslan and our second brother would be pleased as well." Kairos gazed intently at Utia, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He gently stroked her hair, his voice soft and deep. "Aya, are you certain? Do you truly wish to do this?" Utia closed her eyes momentarily before responding. "Yes, father, please let Eli out. That is the heir of Clark. Remaining in the Judgment Tower is not beneficial." Kairos fell silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. "Aya, you are my daughter. Your feelings matter greatly to me. You are Kairos Clark's daughter, the youngest prince of the Clark family. You have the right to act according to your desires, without the need to consider everyone else's emotions at the expense of your own well-being." "But father, this is for everyone's sake," Utia interjected. Kairos fixed his gaze upon her for a long while before finally responding. "Very well, I will contemplate your request." Suddenly, Utia made an unexpected suggestion. "Father, I would like to return to Mirstar. I want to find someone and retrieve some of my belongings. Ever since establishing psychic synchronization, I have remained in the Clark Palace. I need to return and take a look, and also to sort out my emotions." Kairos frowned slightly. He understood that this incident had created some tension between Utia and them, which filled him with unease. That he did not immediately acquiesce to her request, instead asking, "Have we disappointed you?" Utia shook her head, warmth creeping into her gaze. "That no, father. This has nothing to do with you. You are all wonderful. And everyone in the Clark family is kind. That is my own issue. Please grant me a little time. I will return soon." How could she feel disappointed? Everyone here had treated her well. Even Eli had shown her the care and attention she had never received before. Such feelings were undeniable. Since childhood, she had been acutely sensitive to the emotions of others, and she could sense the immense goodwill that enveloped her here, something she had longed for in the past. She had no intention of leaving. She was reluctant to part from this place. She simply found herself at a loss on how to confront Eli, even though she knew Eli bore her no ill will and that she could forgive him. Her heart still felt heavy. That was her own struggle. The shadows of abandonment and sacrifice from the past continued to loom over her, making it difficult for her to cope when faced with similar experiences. She did not want Kairos to worry about her, so a brief escape would do her good. Moreover, she had a friend waiting for her return on Mirstar. After such a long absence, her friend must be quite concerned, or perhaps she had already left. After all, her friend had never acknowledged their relationship. She had said that if one day she perished on a mission, she would not even attend her funeral. But Utia knew that was merely her stubbornness. Deep down, she cared for her more than anyone else. With these thoughts in mind, Utia looked at Kairos, hoping for his approval. Kairos pondered for a moment before saying, "I agree to your visit to Mirstar, but I require that Gelsier accompany you. That he can protect you and assist you with certain matters. That I will also publicly announce your existence on the official website, personally certifying your identity. The identity of the youngest prince of Clark is quite advantageous and can provide you with considerable convenience." Utia did not refuse. She understood this was Kairos's concern and protection for her. She nodded. All right, Father, I am willing to go with our second brother. Thank you. Father, Utia's heart is soft and sensitive. She finds it impossible to refuse such direct and sincere concern. This was also the reason for her initial trust in Eli. Kairos acted swiftly, wasting no time, and immediately released an important announcement on the official website of the Clark Empire. Did I end this proclamation? He formally declared Utia's identity as the youngest princess of the Clark Empire, the daughter of Kairos Clark, Utia Clark. This news rippled through the populace like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring waves of curiosity about this suddenly revealed young princess, sparking lively discussions among the people. In the officially published photograph, Utia's petite form slightly hid behind Kairos, resembling a young creature still reliant on its family, exuding an air of innocence and charm. Half of her face peeked out from behind Kairos's shoulder, and her large, clear eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, subtly revealed a hint of shyness and unworldly purity. Her youthful features, akin to tender spring leaves, were pure and fresh. The contrast between her clean, innocent expression and the formidable demeanor of other members of the Clark family ignited fervent public discourse. Oh my, Princess Utia's eyes are stunning. She looks like a little princess stepped out of a fairy tale. I am utterly smitten by her. Her bashful demeanor behind His Majesty is simply irresistible. Finally, the Clark family has a sweet representative. Her smile melts my heart, but don't be fooled by her gentle appearance. As a Clark, her mental prowess is at least S-level. She could easily send you crashing into a wall. Do you believe it? I bet Princess Lucilin will adore her. She has always had a fondness for sweet, gentle girls that it is said that when the first and second princes were born, Princess Lucilin was quite disappointed. On social media, discussions about Utia quickly intensified, with the public responding with widespread warmth and enthusiasm. Chapter 25. Departure the next day. As dawn broke, Utia prepared to leave Clark Palace for Millstar. Kairos, Aslan, and Eli gathered at the palace entrance to bid her farewell. Jershio was also ready to accompany her. Utia embraced Kairos and Aslan in turn, expressing her gratitude for their understanding and support. Her gaze finally settled on Eli. Eli looked at Utia, his face still pale. But he knew this was a sign of recovery. It is only natural to apologize when one is wrong. Taking a deep breath, Eli spoke sincerely. Utia, I must apologize that I'm sorry. It was my fault. But please believe that I never intended to hurt you. I was just too eager to save Jershio. Utia listened quietly, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. She understood that Eli's apology was heartfelt and could feel the sincerity and remorse in his words. After a moment's hesitation, she stepped forward and gently embraced Eli. Her voice was clear and tender like the warm sun of spring. I forgive you, brother. Her forgiveness was not merely an absolution of Eli. It was also a release for herself. Having received enough love, Utia was willing to forgive. Because they were family, she was prepared to give Eli a second chance and to allow their relationship to begin anew. Must you really leave? I can send someone to retrieve your friends from Clark Palace and help you sort out your belongings. Is it necessary for you to go in person? Utia smiled gently. Brother, I understand you. I know you acted for the sake of second brother's survival, which is why I forgive you. However, as a victim, I cannot help but feel a tinge of sadness. But it is only a slight feeling. Time will heal all wounds that at least for now. I truly do not know how to face you. Just consider it a little getaway. I shall return soon. She gently extricated herself from Eli's embrace. A relieved smile gracing her face as she turned and stepped onto the long-awaited starship. Jershio followed closely behind, their figures gradually disappearing into the ship's entrance. Kairos and Aslan stood at the palace gate, watching as the starship ascended slowly, eventually vanishing into the horizon. The onlookers only withdrew their gazes once the starship was completely out of sight. Eli, Kairos suddenly turned to yell, in the coming days. I shall be your combat class instructor. Eli's face stiffened, and he managed a wry smile in response that he understood that this was Kairos taking out his frustrations for Utia. Kairos represented the pinnacle of combat prowess in the history of the Clark family, boasting the unique rank of SS. Eli had never witnessed Kairos exert his full strength. Yet he knew that if he wished to, it would be a trivial task to overpower him. The strength of the Clarks gradually increases with age. But after a certain point, the rate of growth slows significantly. Generally, a Clark's age correlates to their strength level. Only Kairos was an exception. Even before ascending the throne, he already possessed power surpassing that of his father, Uriel Clark. Despite having been raised alongside Kairos, Eli's combat abilities were far superior to those of his peers, including Jershio, and he could barely last a few exchanges against the older generation of Clarks. Yet he still dreaded facing Kairos. The Clarks enjoyed sparring with one another, but they never favored including Kairos in their bouts. No one wished to be soundly defeated, although he knew the chances were slim. Eli still cast a pleading glance toward Aslan. Aslan bared his teeth in a teasing grin. "What, is one brother not enough as your coach? Do you need me to join in as well?" Eli sighed. Realizing there was no escaping this, he could only brace himself and force a smile, saying to Kairos, "All right, coach, I'm ready. We can start training at any time." Inside the starship, Utia found a seat by the window. Her gaze directed toward the gradually shrinking Clark Palace. Jershio sat beside her, and after a moment of silence, he finally broke the stillness. "Utia, why did you go to the top floor to find me that day?" Jershio's voice carried a hint of complex emotion. Utia turned to look at Jershio, her eyes resolute and clear. "And you? Why did you head to the top floor when it was so dangerous?" Jershio was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. "You are my sister. Protecting you is what a brother should do." Utia gently shook her head, a smile curling at her lips. "We are family. Shouldn't family protect one another?" Jershio was momentarily speechless by Utia's response. He hadn't anticipated her to answer in such a way. He sighed, a hint of reproach in his tone. "You are such a fool that it was incredibly dangerous then. For an underage Clark to go up there was tantamount to seeking death." Utia retorted playfully, "Going to the top floor amid a mental storm is no different from looking for death." They exchanged glances, silence enveloping them for a moment, before they both unexpectedly burst into laughter. The Jershio's smile carried a hint of relief as he shook his head, his tone lightening considerably. "All right, you have a point. We are family. No matter what happens, we should stand together." Utia nodded, her expression softening. "I know your actions were to protect me, but I hope you realize that I also possess the courage and determination to protect our family." Jershio gazed at Utia, admiration flickering in his eyes. "You are truly brave, Utia, that I may have underestimated you before." Utia suddenly recalled the earlier quarrel with Jershio when he had sulked and declared he didn't want Utia as his sister. Mischief sparkled in her eyes as she raised her chin and teased, "Oh, so now, am I strong enough to be your sister?" Her words carried a playful tone, yet the memory of their earlier argument lingered. Jershio's face flushed slightly. He coughed awkwardly, attempting to mask his discomfort. "I was too impulsive back then and said things I shouldn't have. You know, my mental state was quite unstable at the time. I regretted saying some of those things the moment they left my mouth." His voice was low, laced with a tinge of regret. Utia couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh dear brother, you are just too adorable." Jershio blinked in surprise, then joined her in laughter. It dawned on him that Utia was teasing him, and he felt a mix of exasperation and amusement that no one could mock a Clark prince. But in the face of Utia, he found he didn't mind that if it brought joy to his sister, then being teased by her seemed trivial. Their laughter echoed throughout the starship, creating a light-hearted and joyous atmosphere. After exchanging jokes for a while, Jershio's expression turned serious. He spoke softly. "Utia, there is something else I need to tell you." Utia noticed a shift in Jershio's demeanor and stowed her smile, looking at him earnestly. "What is it?" Jershio inhaled deeply, then spoke slowly. "Regarding Eli, I wish to apologize on his behalf." Utia raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. "Why do you need to apologize for him? Eli is responsible for his own actions." Jershio shook his head, his gaze complex. "Eli is my brother. Everything he did was for me. Though his methods were misguided, his intentions were rooted in a desire for my survival." Utia fell silent for a moment, then softly replied, "Jershio, I have already forgiven Eli. I cannot deny his mistakes, but I can also sense his remorse." Jershio looked taken aback. "Then why did you tell him before leaving that, although you had forgiven him? You still felt some sadness?" Utia smiled gently, a hint of mischief in her eyes. "Do you think Eli will feel upset upon hearing that?" Jershio nodded. "Of course. He has always cared deeply about your feelings." Utia shrugged her shoulders lightly, her tone relaxed. "Well then, we are even that he made me sad, and I, in turn, made him sad once. It feels fair. Let us turn the page on this matter, and you mustn't tell him." "All right." Chapter 26. Aunt. Her words carried a playful tone, yet one could discern her serious attitude towards the situation. Utia did not wish for Eli to bear undue guilt for a single mistake. But she also wanted him to recognize that even among family, inflicting harm on one another necessitates an emotional reckoning. Giorgio nodded in understanding, aware of Utia's sentiments and respecting her decision that I will not disclose it to him. This is a lesson you imparted to Eli, one he rightfully deserves. And of course, thank you, Aya, for forgiving Eli. Utia smiled with satisfaction, knowing Giorgio to be a man of his word. She stood, stretching languidly, then gazed out at the starry sky. All right, enough of this. The mill star is approaching. Prepare yourself. I will take you to see the place where I spent 6 years. That Utia's words were tinged with a faint nostalgia, her gaze seemingly transcending time. Returning to a place of profound significance for her 6 years, Giorgio inquired curiously, recalling that Utia was merely 12 years old. Indeed, did father not mention it to you? I am a product of the laboratory. When I was 6, there was a great fire in the lab, and many experimental subjects like me took the opportunity to escape, myself included. That a flicker of surprise crossed Giorgio's eyes. He had never heard of Utia's past. And then, he asked softly, cautious not to disturb her memories. Utia smiled faintly, yet there was a hint of bitterness in her expression. But I was too young and injured to run far. That I was captured and, as punishment, they confined me with a mutated bloodthirsty vine. That I was terrified, my mental powers spiraled out of control, and I ended up killing that vine, causing chaos in the laboratory. Her voice gradually grew somber, as if she could still recall the fear and despair of that time. That I was covered in blood. Everyone thought I was dead, and they discarded me. Yet, it seemed fate had other plans, for I encountered a beautiful older sister who took me home. Utia's gaze softened, her voice warming. She brought me to Millstar, where we lived quietly for 6 years. Those years were the happiest days of my brief 12-year life. That MY's sister was stunning, yet her temperament was not as gentle. She always appeared fierce, but her heart was incredibly soft. She simply never allowed me to call her sister. In my memory, it seems she never utilized her mental powers, yet she was remarkably strong. All my combat skills were taught by her. My mental power level was high, but I could not control it. When the medication to suppress my mental power ran out, it was prohibitively expensive, requiring at least 10 A-level missions to afford a single set. Unfortunately, I could not afford it, so my sister accompanied me on missions. That I had no idea of her hunter rank, but she seemed significantly stronger than I. To procure my medication, she accepted an S-level mission. It was perilous, yet she succeeded, returning covered in blood. To make matters worse, I lost control of my mental powers due to the prolonged lack of medication. That I cannot recall what transpired, only that my sister was gravely injured. After that incident, she never took on another mission. She never blamed me. I simply could not accept that she had been so kind to me, yet I had inadvertently harmed her, even if it was not my intention. Utia took a deep breath and continued, because my mental power reached S, I was eligible for higher-level missions. That I spotted an SS-level mission with the objective of acquiring a blood sample from my father. This mission was notorious for its 100 mortality rate. No one had ever completed it, which is why only hunters with specific mental power levels could see it. Due to the high mortality rate, very few hunters were willing to accept it. So the issuer altered the conditions that if a hunter accepted the mission and executed it within the specified time, regardless of success or failure, they would receive half the reward. Included in that half was a vial of restorative medicine. That I could not afford my medication, but with the restorative medicine, at least my sister would be safe. If I died, that would be fine. Without me as a burden, my sister should find life easier. Thus, I accepted the mission. That in the end, Utia's face broke into a sincere smile. However, I was fortunate enough to meet all of you, and for that, I am truly happy. That as Giorgio listened to Utia recount her past, a profound ache welled up within him. He could discern that Utia was downplaying the hardship she had endured, yet he could still envision a child, barely out of infancy, struggling to survive in such an environment. Having lived his entire life within the walls of the Clark Palace, he was acutely aware of the terror associated with losing control of one's mental powers. They had grown up surrounded by family, their parents assisting in suppressing any loss of control before their mental powers matured. But Utia was different. She had no parental guidance and relied solely on medication to maintain her composure. This was an exceedingly perilous situation, especially considering the scarcity of medication, that he suddenly felt a wave of gratitude for the existence of the sister Utia spoke of, that if given the chance to meet her, he would express his heartfelt thanks for safeguarding his sister for 6 years and for enabling her to reach the day she crossed paths with them. Do you know your sister's name? Bola. My sister is named Bola. Bola. That name sounds somewhat familiar. Where have I heard it before? Giorgio took a sip of water, pondering where he might have come across that name. Did I ask the second Prince of Clark? Very few names had ever crossed his ears. Suddenly realizing something, Giorgio's eyes widened in shock. Nearly choking on his drink, that if he was not mistaken, he believed he knew exactly who this Bola was. Utia. Giorgio gazed at her with a mix of disbelief and concern. Does Bola know about the last mission you undertook? The details of that mission? Of course not. I concealed the mission from my sister. Had she known, she would never have permitted me to accept it. Giorgio interjected. Do not refer to her as sister. Hearing that title made his lips twitch slightly. The second brother know teacher Bola? Utia readily accepted this new way of addressing her, but was momentarily at a loss for how to refer to her, eventually calling her teacher since her combat skills were taught by Bola. I know her quite well. Utia. All right, let us negotiate something. Could you go to see her on your own? I genuinely do not wish to confront her, but father instructed you to accompany me, and this place is unfamiliar to you. You do not know the way. Giorgio hesitated, words caught in his throat. Observing Giorgio's expression, Utia's curiosity piqued. Second brother. How do you know teacher Bola? I have never met her family. Could you tell me what her background is? Giorgio had not anticipated such a small world. He cast a weary glance at Utia. It is fitting that she does not allow you to call her sister by lineage. You should address her as Aunt. Chapter 27. Arian Clark Utia. Aunt? Utia's heart was a tumult of shock and confusion. She could scarcely fathom that the sister she had relied upon, by law, was actually a member of the Clark family, and moreover, her own grandaunt. Giorgio felt a slight headache at the mention of this aunt. Arian Clark, the first daughter of Uriel, sister to Kylos and Aslan, and ranked third in line. You should refer to her as grandaunt. While by law is merely a pseudonym Arian uses when mingling in the outside world, while concealing her true identity. Being the first daughter of Uriel, she garnered immense affection from their grandfather Uriel and grandmother Vera, to the extent that even Kylos and Aslan would indulge her. Consequently, Arian developed a penchant for mischief and possessed a rather twisted sense of humor from a young age. Uriel and Kylos were indifferent to her antics. Aslan, with his gentle temperament, paid her little heed, and the rest of the uncles and aunts were unable to rein her in, leading to many a tormenting episode for me and a lie during our childhood. With this thought, Giorgio felt a twinge of grievance. What was more vexing was that I could never outsmart her, nor could I overpower her. Utia's eyes widened in disbelief as she struggled to accept the reality. The sister who had rescued and nurtured her for 6 years was, in fact, part of the Clark family. This was an extraordinary twist of fate. Brother, you cannot be jesting. Utia's mind swirled with countless questions. She could not comprehend why her grandaunt was abroad, why she had rescued her, and why she had never revealed her identity. Why had Arian remained away from the Clark Palace for 6 or 7 years? Utia felt dizzy, her mind laboring to digest this revelation. Giorgio replied, Arian is the most formidable member of the previous generation of the Clarks, aside from Kylos. Unlike other Clark spirits, her spirit is not merely an elemental blood tiger, but a ghostly blood tiger, endowed with the ability to ensnare souls. She was the first among the Clarks to experience issues with her mental powers. To avoid endangering her family, she had no choice but to self-exile to a place nearly devoid of human presence. Awaiting her own demise, Utia inquired further, Does she know my identity? Giorgio responded, She should know, though not entirely. There exists a connection among the Clarks, though you are still young, hence your perception of us is somewhat blurred. As an adult Clark, she would undoubtedly recognize you as a young Clark, which explains her meticulous care for you. She simply did not know whose child you are. Currently, the number of living Clarks does not exceed 10, making each Clark offspring exceedingly precious. Upon encountering a battered young Clark before her, even the mischievous Arian would be unable to suppress her compassion. Reflecting on the childhood mischief, Giorgio couldn't help but grumble. Though we are all Clark offspring, why did she choose to play pranks and spar with me and a lie? while treating you with such care. Indeed, it seems that in the Clark family, girls receive preferential treatment, though he voiced such complaints. Deep down, he felt a sense of relief that IT was fortunate that Utia encountered Arian in her time of peril. Otherwise, it would have been exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to raise a young Clark like Utia. Given that Arian ensured Utia's safe upbringing, Xerxio felt he could absolve all his grievances toward her. At the Clark Palace, the grand entrance slowly swung open, revealing a figure standing at the threshold. Arian Clark, a family member who had been absent for 7 years, stepped into the palace hall with a hint of a carefree smile. "That I am home." Her voice carried a note of nostalgia, yet it resonated with profound affection for her family. Kylos and Aslan, upon hearing her voice, emerged from their respective chambers, and upon seeing Arian, a spark of surprise flickered in their eyes. Arian Clark, a name that had once caused both pride and exasperation within the Clark family, now stood in the family hall, exuding a rare and indescribable tranquility. Her mental prowess had once made her the strongest among the Clarks of Kylos' generation, save for Kylos himself, and she was also among the first to experience a mental storm. After enduring 2 harrowing mental storms, Arian had chosen to leave the Clark Palace. She did not wish for her family to bear the risks that might arise from her presence. The pain atop the Judgment Tower was unbearable. Uriel could not bear to see his first daughter end her life there, and Arian did not wish to spend her final days in such a frigid place. Thus, she opted for self-exile. 7 years had elapsed, a mere flicker in the vast expanse of the universe. Yet for the Clark family, it had been a long and arduous stretch of time. Even Simon, who was a year younger than Arian, had succumbed to slumber during a mental storm. The sister they had thought they might never see again now appeared before them in an unusually tranquil state, leaving both Clarks astonished and curious. "Arian." Aslan's voice brimmed with disbelief and excitement, his eyes sparkling with joy at that moment. He had thought he would never encounter this sister again. "You are all right. This is wonderful." A flicker of emotion crossed Kylos' eyes as he scrutinized the long-absent sister, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Aslan was obedient, but Arian was different. She had always been lively and enjoyed teasing others, particularly her younger siblings and her 2 nephews. However, this could not be entirely divorced from Kylos' indulgence. Xerxio and Arian shared a penchant for mischief, yet he could never best her, making Arian his primary target for pranks. During Arian's presence, the training grounds were always lively. Those tormented by her antics had no choice but to engage in sparring sessions with her. And winning even once would grant them a respite from her mischief for a few days. The IT felt like a distant memory now. "Welcome home." Arian, that he nudged Arian's shoulder, signaling his warm welcome. Abigail, hearing the commotion, hurried over, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief as he beheld Arian's sudden return. The usually composed and ceremonious steward found himself momentarily overwhelmed by emotion, nearly at a loss for words. During King Uriel's reign, as the insectoid hordes invaded in droves, Abigail had spent nearly half his time caring for the underage young Clarks that Kylos' generation had been nearly raised entirely by Abigail. As for Arian's past decisions, Abigail could not help but feel pained, yet as the steward of the Clark Palace, he had been powerless to prevent it. "Your Highness, it brings me great joy to see you return," Abigail expressed. Observing the excited crowd, Arian's eyes brimmed with nostalgia and longing. "There was no place as comforting as home. That it is wonderful that I am still alive, and even more so that I can return home." Arian thought. Chapter 28. The young Clark Arian's return infused the Clark Palace with a jubilant atmosphere of reunion. Kylos and Aslan were taken aback by Arian's serene mental state, for they were well aware of the extreme condition she had been in when she departed. Kylos broke the silence first. "Arian, what has happened to your mental powers?" Arian smiled softly, her gaze revealing an unprecedented tranquility. "I thought you had already known." "What do you mean?" Arian did not respond directly, but suddenly inquired. "Where is Utia?" Kylos and Aslan assumed Arian had learned about Utia through official channels, so they informed her, "Utia has gone to visit her friend." However, Arian's countenance betrayed a deeper confusion. "How come I was unaware that Utia had other friends?" Kylos felt perplexed. "What do you mean?" Arian abruptly asked. "Whose child is Utia?" Kylos and Aslan were taken aback, unable to comprehend why Arian would pose such a question. Aslan slowly replied, "Did you not see on the official site?" Eutia is the child of our elder brother, that a glimmer of bewilderment crossed Arian's face. Official site. In her haste to return, she had yet to catch up on the news. Observing her confusion, Aslan quickly clarified. Arian, Eutia is Kylos' daughter. We just announced her identity on the official site. Kylos interjected, albeit hesitantly, yet with conviction. You did not learn about Eutia from the official site. Arian regarded Kylos as if seeing him for the first time. Scrutinizing him closely, and suddenly exclaimed, It is no wonder I could not deduce that such a calm and distant person as my elder brother could father such a sweet and adorable daughter as Eutia. I had suspected Aslan, even Lusalin, but never did I think Eutia would be the child of my elder brother. Arian. As Alian's words grew increasingly unrestrained, Kairos cast her a warning glance. She is my child. The synchronization of our mental energies cannot be mistaken, though we have conducted genetic comparisons. And if you continue to spout such baseless claims, I would not hesitate to join forces with Eli to confront you on the training grounds. Alian immediately recoiled, for she was the second strongest among the previous generation of Clarks, second only to Kairos. Yet, she acknowledged that she lacked the ability to defeat him, even during their childhood sparring sessions. The five siblings had never compelled Kairos to exert his full strength. She had no desire to be soundly trounced. Suddenly, she caught wind of another name from Kairos' lips. Eli, what has he done to provoke you? The atmosphere grew notably quiet. Aslan, feeling somewhat awkward, interjected, It's about Eutia. Eli has injured her. Oh, Alian responded softly, as if deep in thought, before inquiring, Where is he now? Aslan appeared bewildered. What business do you have with him? He just finished training with our elder brother and is now resting in bed. Without further ado, Alian turned and departed, pausing only to confirm. His room is still the same, correct? No, it's across from my room on the second floor. But why are you seeking him? Aslan was left perplexed. Alian did not wait for his response and ascended the stairs. Half a minute later, muffled grunts and the sound of fists striking flesh echoed from above. 5 minutes later, Alian descended with an expression as impassive as if nothing had transpired. She even thoughtfully reminded Abigail to tend to Eli's wounds. Rest assured, I know my limits, with the recovery capabilities of a Clark. He should be able to rise by tomorrow. Ignoring Aslan's hesitant demeanor, she slyly remarked about Kairos, elder brother, your strikes were still too gentle. Kairos shot Aslan a glance. I feared that striking too hard might result in his demise. Aslan replied, All right. I understand that you're merely sharing your thoughts with me. Who could have imagined having such a troublesome son? Yet, reflecting on Eli's actions, Aslan felt too ashamed to accuse either of them of wrongdoing. He awkwardly shifted the topic. Elder brother mentioned that you didn't learn about Eutia from the official website. You knew her from the very beginning? When the conversation turned serious, Alian straightened her posture. I cared for Eutia for 6 years. What? Kairos questioned, uncertain if he had heard correctly. Literally, I met her when she was 6 years old, Alian continued. You all know that when I left 7 years ago. My mental energy was on the verge of collapse, poised to trigger the third mental storm at any moment. She paused, her tone heavy. Throughout Clark history, no one had survived the third mental storm. Thus, I chose a nearly desolate planet for self-exile, so that when my mental storm erupted, I would not lose control and harm others. After 6 months there, I began to sense the dissipation of my mental energy. Within a month, the storm would arrive. Her voice faltered, and at that time, it would also herald my demise. However, by a stroke of fate, while I was out acquiring supplies, I discovered a bloodied child. Alian's voice softened with remembrance. The child's breathing was faint, nearly imperceptible. She paused again before continuing. Yet, astonishingly, I could sense the essence of a Clark emanating from her. She was, in fact, a little Clark. Given my mental state at the time, it was utterly impossible for me to adopt such a fragile child. Unlike Eli and Gelsio, this little Clark possessed none of the extraordinary self-healing abilities typical of our kind. This meant that if I were to abandon her, she would undoubtedly perish before me. Hence, I brought her back, daring not to employ my mental energy. I could only use the healing device I carried to provide her with limited treatment. She quickly regained consciousness but uttered not a word. I once thought her to be mute. With the impending threat of my mental storm, I could not afford to keep this child. After ensuring her wounds had healed completely, I left her some personal belongings and prepared to search for another isolated place. At that moment, she suddenly reached out her tiny hand, clutching the hem of my garment, and with a weak, trembling voice, asked, "Could you please not leave?" My heart softened unexpectedly. However, compassion does not fill the stomach. And bringing her along would not benefit either of us, that a fully grown Clark faces considerable risk of demise in the wake of my mental storm. How much more would a mere infant Clark endure? I attempted to mask my hesitation with indifference and replied, "I don't even know you. Do you expect to impose on me? Living off my charity?" She fell silent, and I thought perhaps it was a child's whim. Having encountered someone without malice towards her, wanting to rely on me was only natural. After all, her battered state upon discovery indicated a troubled past that I patiently told her. "My name is Bela. In the bag I left for you. There is a star card containing a substantial sum to ensure your needs are met." She returned the bag to me, still saying nothing, though tears welled in her eyes, but I could not afford to relent. If I took her with me, her chances of survival during my mental storm would be slim. Thus, I turned to leave. Suddenly, she called out to me, "Is it true that as long as I am of value, I can stay by your side?" I did not turn back or respond, continuing my way toward the door. Yet unexpectedly, I felt a warm and soothing mental energy emanating from behind me. Several strands of soft golden energy gradually merged into my ocean of consciousness, calming the turbulent sea that had nearly spiraled out of control, that I was momentarily taken aback. And in the time it took to turn, I found the child who had just stood there now drenched in crimson, her previously healed wounds reopening anew. Chapter 29. Once upon a time, Alien's gaze sharpened suddenly, fixating intently on Kairos, that a healing-type Clark. "Surely, elder brother, you understand her value better than I do. However, I do not wish for anyone to exploit her abilities under the guise of familial ties. Her constitution is frail, only grade B, but like all Clarks, every exertion of her mental energy in healing could hasten the arrival of her next crisis, which she is too young to withstand. She is your daughter, elder brother. You will protect her, one to you?" Kairos glanced at Aslan, who sheepishly lowered his head, awkwardly speaking up. "From now on, it's unlikely anyone would dare to do such a thing again. The last person who tried was just now beaten by you. What a troublesome son. The burden of fatherhood holds its peculiar challenges. When one's foolish offspring commits a grave error, one cannot hold their head high before their siblings." Aslan, typically so mild-mannered, found himself repeatedly embarrassed due to his son's antics. Refraining from cursing was already the limit of his patience. Alien remarked, "Indeed, you struck too lightly." Kairos deftly redirected the conversation back to the matter at hand. What comes next? In truth, Alien need not speak further, for Kairos had nearly deduced the course of events. Upon discovering that Yutia was the first healing-type Clark in history, Alien was understandably reluctant to let her out of her sight, nurturing her with utmost care. Throughout this journey, Yutia's inadvertently released healing energy gradually quelled the tempest within Alien's soul. By chance, Yutia undertook an SS-grade bounty mission and, unbeknownst to Alien, arrived at the Clark Palace, unexpectedly becoming his daughter. Naturally, Alien would not remain oblivious for long. Being the third prince of the previous generation of Clarks, she quickly learned of Yutia's last task before her disappearance. With the storm of mental energy now stabilized, Alien returned to the Clark Palace, eagerly anticipating her reunion with Yutia. Yet, she yearned to understand what Yutia, Aya, and her daughter had been like before encountering her. Alien continued. Her complexion was pale, yet she stubbornly stood there, seemingly expending every ounce of strength to maintain that healing energy. She was nothing short of a little madwoman, a reckless little madwoman. Recalling that moment still sent shivers down Alien's spine, that I was taken aback by her fervor and asked, "Have you lost your mind? Don't you value your life?" Her voice was faint, nearly inaudible, yet she replied, "Look, isn't my power remarkable? Everyone desires it. Don't you want it too? I am not without worth. Please don't abandon me." Okay, will one be discarded for lacking value? A sharp pang pierced through Kairos's heart as he suddenly recalled Yusha's words from the moment he brought her back, that if I hold no value, will you cast me aside? Ultimately, he had decided to take her back, settling her on Mir Star, a significant hub for mercenaries and bounty hunters, that he began to teach her the art of combat and how to harness her mental powers. He imparted to her the wisdom that only when strength lies within one's grasp can one pursue their desires. Simultaneously, he cautioned her to keep her healing abilities a secret from everyone except him. The region was rife with dangers, and he feared she might be captured and exploited as a dedicated healing resource. Thus, he also instructed her on how to conceal her mental powers. Alien was acutely aware of the covetous attention Yusha's unique abilities would attract, and she worried about her inability to remain by her side indefinitely. That it was you who taught her, Alien mused, realization dawning upon her. And oh wonder, I failed to detect the essence of Clark within Yusha at that time. Had it not been for my elder brother's discovery of Yusha's mental entity and his ensuing suspicion, we might never have realized she was a little Clark. That Aslan's voice carried a hint of enlightenment as he finally grasped why Yusha could conceal herself so effectively. Alien's lessons in stealth had always been exemplary. That is not the case, Kairos interjected abruptly. Not the case in what regard? Aslan asked, momentarily bewildered by Kairos's rebuttal. Not in failing to recognize her, Kairos asserted with certainty. The instant I laid eyes on Yusha, an overwhelming sense of familiarity washed over me. In retrospect, that was likely the bond of blood that connected us. Alien continued, her talents are remarkable. She has excelled in all that I have taught her. The only lamentable aspect is her physical constitution, which is merely B. That this was assessed during her time at the Bounty Hunter Guild, and everyone expressed their disappointment. How could someone with mental prowess possess such a low physical aptitude? Only I understand this is quite normal. For a healer with abilities, without the Clark bloodline, she likely wouldn't even attain D-class physicality. The AB rating is already a testament to the utmost utilization of the Clark gene. She sighed gently, then smiled with a sense of acceptance that as her abilities grew stronger day by day, they became increasingly difficult to manage. That I began to leverage my connections to procure mental suppression agents for her from the black market, specifically those intended for laboratory use. Though costly, they were highly effective and bore minimal side effects, aside from a momentary mental upheaval after use, which could be easily subdued. That I worried that if I were to succumb to a mental storm one day, she would be unaware of how to procure the medication, so I shared my sources with her, teaching her how to acquire it herself. The black market is chaotic, and her gentle nature makes her susceptible to bullying. So I remained vigilant at her side. Soon, she began to accept bounty hunter assignments, initially with my accompaniment, gradually taking on higher-tier tasks. Those so-called high-level missions, while somewhat trivial for an adult Clark, served as excellent practice for a young Clark yet to reach maturity. However, I strictly forbade her from taking on missions of S rank or above, as they carried significant danger. That on one occasion, I accepted an S rank task out of sheer boredom. It was effortless, yet the rewards were substantial. Just as her supply of medication was depleting, I ventured to the black market for a new batch. Unfortunately, misfortune struck. A conflict arose, which I managed to resolve, but my mental powers experienced an unexpected surge. Brushing against the threshold of high-level SS, that I struggled to maintain control, so I ventured alone into a swarm of insects, dispatching a large number before finally regaining my composure. Fearing that the blood on my person would terrify Yusha, I planned to change clothes before she returned home, only to find she had arrived earlier than expected. She was frightened to tears, having never witnessed me in such a disheveled state. She believed I was gravely injured. Alien felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Indeed, it was her first experience of losing control over her mental powers, without the comfort of parental assurance. Each instance of a Clark's mental instability felt akin to traversing the gates of the underworld. It took considerable effort to soothe her, but I could sense my mental reserves were nearing their limit. Yet this was not the foreboding of an impending mental storm. Only my elder brother knew that when I departed, my mental level was around the peak of mid-tier SS, and now, as Alien released her mental energy, Kairos's expression shifted, and he solemnly affirmed, high-tier SS. Aslan remarked, with all of us possessing SS-level mental prowess. It is rather unfortunate for the former second prince of the Clark family to be overshadowed by his sister. At least they remain within the same tier. Yet alas, Aslan felt a tinge of despondency. Chapter 30. The consequences of ignoring information during that lengthy and arduous period. I felt as though I were treading a razor's edge, each step taken with utmost caution, daring not to relax for even a moment. The boundary between a mental storm and a breakthrough in mental prowess was perilously blurred. Even with a little Clark like Yusha by my side, I refrained from exerting my mental powers carelessly. However, misfortune compounded upon misfortune, as Yusha's supply of mental suppression medication finally ran out. These medications were quite expensive, yet during that time, I dared not undertake even the most basic of tasks, for any minor disturbance could ignite a powder keg. Yusha too felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. She was nearly breathless yet dared not pause, relentlessly accepting one mission after another, all in the name of our survival. She should have been the youngest little princess of the Clark family, destined to grow up carefree within the opulent Clark Palace. Instead, she was forced to accept 7 or 8 B-rank or higher bounty tasks in a single week, all for the sake of her own existence. I once contemplated sending her to seek out your assistance, but she was too young, and I dared not make any changes during this critical juncture of my mental advancement. The Clark family has many enemies, and I could not entrust her to my lieutenant that I trusted him. Yet should his mental powers falter along the way, he would be utterly incapable of aiding her. However, amidst my incessant worries, Yusha suddenly vanished. 3 days passed without a trace of her, until I was compelled to employ every information network at my disposal to discover that she had undertaken an SS-rank mission, one with a despairing 100 mortality rate. She sent the majority of her earnings from this mission to me, along with a vial of restorative potion, believing that I had been injured and worrying incessantly, though she never confided her concerns to me. Through persistent questioning, I learned that her task entailed procuring a blood sample from my elder brother. What followed was the unfolding of your interactions that a heavy silence enveloped the room. Kairos had often pondered what her past might have been like and could surmise that it had been far from pleasant. Yet he had never imagined it could be this bleak, that a healer of the Clark lineage, the sole individual in history to possess healing abilities, should have been cherished and pampered within the Clark Palace. Have you investigated the laboratory she was confined in? After a lengthy pause, Kairos finally spoke. This is the most crucial matter I wish to discuss with my elder brother. The laboratory had already been destroyed by the time my personnel arrived. It was evidently a temporary stronghold. Through years of investigation and tracking, I traced the target to the Hyrus Empire's royal family. However, they concealed themselves too well that I once inquired of Yusha, yet she possessed no knowledge regarding the laboratory. Only that the experimenter who had been conducting tests on her was referred to as her mother. It appeared she also had a sister, who, according to Yusha, was initially one of the test subjects, but was favored by their mother, allowing her to appear only occasionally at the laboratory while spending most of her time away with their mother, which Yusha had envied greatly. For a time, she had relied heavily on her mother. Mother? I had never heard Aya mention her, Dio not inquire or bring it up. When I found Yusha, she was covered in injuries inflicted by her mother that I dared not ask for specifics, nor did I wish to. Aslan suddenly chuckled. Alien, you've changed quite a bit. You never used to care whether your actions would upset others. Alien nodded unabashedly. Now I do not care. But Yusha is different. That Aslan's lips curled upward, yet he remained silent, understanding Alien's intent. Yusha was far too innocent, pure, and vulnerable compared to other Clarks. Her inherently gentle nature, combined with her bright, trusting eyes, made it impossible for anyone to harm her in the slightest. She was delicate, doll-like, always smiling, and willing to offer all her trust and everything she possessed in exchange for a mere morsel of affection. The tale is concluded. Thus, can anyone enlighten me as to where Yusha might seek her friends? Kairos, Aslan. They seem to have forgotten something of great importance. Milstar appears to have gone looking for you. Arian. But I'm right here. Aslan remarked that it is indeed peculiar how one can unexpectedly smile in moments of utter bewilderment. At that time, no one knew that the friend she was searching for was you, nor could anyone anticipate your return at this moment. Eli utilized her healing abilities to guide her through a brush with death. Utia, feeling disheartened, expressed her desire to step outside for a breath of fresh air, claiming she was going to seek out her friend, assuring her not to worry, and also to tidy up some items to bring back to the Clark Palace. Who would have thought that you were the very friend she sought, and that you would return at this precise moment? Kairos regarded Arian with a look of incredulity. Did you not take a moment to explain your identity to Utia before your return? Even a simple message would suffice. Arian, I merely wish to surprise her. Arian retorted stubbornly. She never sent me a message to say she was going to Milstar to find me. Take a look at your terminal. Arian opened her terminal, and indeed, there lay the messages unanswered. Kairos wore a benevolent smile, saying nothing, and lunged toward Arian. Big brother, we've only just met. There is no need to be so fervent. Arian exclaimed, realizing the intent behind Kairos's gaze and quickly dodging behind Aslan. Brother Aslan, save me. Aslan feigned ignorance, putting on an act. No fighting, no fighting. Big brother, cease this at once. It's merely that Arian didn't check her messages, causing Utia to make a fruitless trip. It's hardly a matter worth such commotion. Sigh. I wonder if Utia will weep upon realizing Arian's absence. Kairos found Aslan's attempts at pacification amusing, yet the thought that Utia might genuinely be upset prompted him to exert a bit more force. Realizing she could not evade, Arian grew serious. After exchanging several blows, despite her mental prowess advancing, Arian still found herself overpowered by Kairos, unable to retaliate. Yet she was aware that this was not Kairos's full strength. Big brother is still impressive. Even with my mental advancement to SS tier, I am no match for him. That I've improved somewhat, which is commendable. Kairos calmly dusted off his clothes, offering Arian his approval, encouraged by Kairos's acknowledgement. Arian's spirits lifted, swiftly shifting her gaze to the previously feigning Aslan. Let us have a spar, shall we? Facing Arian's combative gaze, Aslan felt a chill run down his spine. They were not on the same level. This was no practice, but rather a vendetta. Instinctively, Aslan's eyes darted to Kairos. Brother, you must intervene, that I in an instant. Arian lunged at Aslan. Kairos, with a hint of amusement, remarked, No fighting, no fighting. It's merely Aslan stirring trouble for amusement. It is not a big deal that, Arian, please spare Aslan's dignity and refrain from striking him. Arian hesitated, then her punches landed squarely on Aslan's face. Chapter 31. Not to be abandoned Milstar Giorgio. Despite his reluctance to see Arian, could not withstand Utia's persistent coaxing. Moreover, despite his words, he dared not let Utia slip from his sight easily, but he discerned that this place was far from harmonious or tranquil. Utia soon located the small abode where she and Arian once resided, skillfully unlocking the door, only to find it devoid of any presence. Utia stood frozen in place. Sister by law? For reasons unknown. Utia still called out for her sister. Yet, there was no response. Silence enveloped the surroundings. The interior remained unchanged from the time Utia departed, as if time had halted in anticipation of her return. Yet, the warmth and familiar figure she yearned for did not appear. Instead, a chilling emptiness filled the space that a wave of inexplicable disappointment surged within Utia as she scanned her surroundings, seeking any possible clues. But there were none, nothing at all. She clutched her phone tightly, the screen displaying unanswered messages, each word a reminder that she might once again be left behind. Her finger hovered over the send button. Yet she lacked the courage to press it again. She feared confronting that silent rejection anew, dreading her calls would once more vanish into the void. Giorgio's gaze remained fixed on Utia. He could sense her trembling, her unease. He yearned to utter something, to take action to soothe her. Yet he knew that at such a moment, words were superfluous, that he could only stand silently at her side. His presence a reminder that, at least for now, she was not alone. As she surveyed the desolate room, doubt began to creep into her mind, questioning her worth, wondering if she was deserving of love, if she warranted others to pause for her sake. Her memories drifted back to the days shackled by the laboratory, those times when she was treated as an experiment, nightmares she thought she had escaped. She feared that history would repeat itself, that she would once again become that forsaken soul. Taking a deep breath, she sought to calm her emotions. She reassured herself that Arian would not leave without reason. There must be circumstances beyond her control. Yet despite this, the dread of abandonment loomed over her heart like a shadow, making it difficult to shake off. Giorgio gently approached Utia, softly inquiring, Utia, would you like to sit down and rest for a moment? Perhaps Arian has been delayed by something. If she knew you were here, she would surely return promptly. Utia shook her head, her voice laced with a slight rasp. Is she angry with me? I have been away for so long, without returning to see her, nor informing her of my whereabouts. Giorgio sighed, moving beside Utia and gently patting her shoulder. Arian would not be angry with you. If she knew you were at the Clark Palace, safe and sound, she would certainly understand. Utia lifted her gaze, tears glistening in her eyes. But why hasn't she replied to my messages? Why did she leave without so much as a farewell? Giorgio could not provide an answer, only striving to comfort Utia. Perhaps she has her own reasons, or maybe she thought you were still at the Clark Palace and did not wish to disturb you. Let us wait a bit longer. Perhaps she will return soon. But what if she does not come back? What if she feels I am a burden and chooses to leave? A tremor, well concealed, crept in her voice. But as the new second Prince of Clark, Giorgio could not help but notice. Taking a deep breath, Giorgio crouched beside Utia, meeting her gaze. Utia, you are not a burden. You are our family, our concern. You are the youngest Prince of Clark, our most treasured gem. You will not be abandoned by anyone. Do not entertain such thoughts, do you understand? He recognized that due to her troubling past, Utia was exceptionally sensitive to feelings of abandonment. And deep within her lay a profound longing for security. Giorgio rose, gently enveloping Utia in his embrace. His warmth and strength offered her an unprecedented sense of safety that I know I shouldn't think this way. But brother, I'm sorry. I cannot help it. I'm afraid that Utia's voice quivered, struggling to suppress her emotions. Her pitiable appearance contrasting sharply with her apologies that Itia's all right. Giorgio's tone was gentle yet resolute. You need not apologize, nor should you suppress your feelings that I the youngest Prince of Clark. You are free to express yourself. Cry if you must. Laugh if you wish. No one will mock you, do not worry about causing me any trouble. As your brother, it is my duty to embrace your negative emotions that do not fear. Let us wait a while longer. Perhaps Arian has been delayed by unforeseen matters. You know she often neglects to check her messages. Giorgio's words provided Utia with a rare sense of security, and she endeavored to calm her spirit, temporarily burying her rising anxieties that as time passed quietly. They awaited in silence until the sudden alert of Utia's terminal shattered the stillness of the room. Utia quickly checked her device, discovering a message from Arian. Eagerly, she read on, her tension and worry finally easing that I didn't notice the messages on the way. Did little Utia shed tears looking for me? I intended to surprise you, which is why I returned to the Clark Palace without informing you, only to find you missing. That if you're tired, rest there. I will come to fetch you. That I have already organized your belongings, including your beloved cat plush pillow. That a radiant smile blossomed on Utia's face as she looked up at Giorgio, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Giorgio, did you see that? Anne is waiting for us at the Clark Palace. Giorgio nodded, his expression shifting from prior concern to relaxation. It appears that Anne Ilian has safely returned to the palace, leaving us to fret unnecessarily. Another notification chimed, this time from Kairos. Utia promptly connected to the communication, and Kairos's familiar and authoritative visage appeared on the screen. His voice resonated through the communicator, imbued with a subtle hint of longing and tenderness. Utia, have you been enjoying your time on Millstar? Alian has returned to the palace and mentioned that your journey may have been in vain. Yes, father, we are aware. Millstar is delightful, but I yearn for home. Anne has just sent a message indicating that she has organized my belongings, including my cherished cat plush pillow. Please inform her that there is no need for her to make a special trip. We shall rest here for the night and return home by tomorrow. At the latest by tomorrow evening. Upon hearing his daughter's voice, Kairos visibly relaxed, a glimmer of warmth in his gaze. That is good to hear, Utia, that I have been quite worried about you both. Now that I know you are safe, I can rest easy. Since the matter is resolved, do return swiftly. We shall be waiting for you at home. Chapter 32. A semi-retirement. Upon their arrival at Millstar, the prospect of an immediate return felt overly rushed. Thus, the two decided to journey back the following morning. They hastily tidied their quarters, opting to make do with the small abode for one night. Suddenly struck by an idea, Utia retrieved a light purple veil from a small box beneath the bed, which was equipped with a psychic shielding device. That I must step out for a moment. Would you care to accompany me, dear brother? Utia inquired as she donned the veil. Giorgio gazed at the veil with curiosity, aware that this seemingly simple accessory held significant practical utility. Where do you intend to go? If psychic shielding is necessary, the destination must be rather extraordinary, Giorgio asked. Tia the bounty hunter guild. That Giorgio's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. What business do you have there? To process my semi-retirement status, and, coincidentally, to meet an old friend. The operational statuses for bounty hunters are categorized into 3 types. The first is the standard task acceptance mode utilized by most bounty hunters, allowing for selective task engagement and completion, albeit mandating that at least one A-rank task be undertaken within a fortnight, with a reward of 70 of the task's remuneration. The second mode, activated during Utia's frenzied task endeavors, is known as the no-idle acceptance mode. This necessitates the acceptance of a subsequent task within 24 hours of completing the previous one, or else a random high-level task will be assigned, with a reward of 85. This mode is highly taxing but offers significantly higher rewards. suitable for those in desperate need of funds and possessing formidable prowess. The final mode, semi-retirement status, is a privilege exclusive to black hunters and above, which does not impose a mandatory task acceptance quota. IT operates similarly to an amateur mode, allowing hunters the freedom to accept tasks at their discretion or abstain altogether. However, in contrast to the previous two modes, the reward for semi-retirement status is only 50 of the task remuneration. Utia seeks to establish herself in this final category. Now, with a father, family, and a home, she is no longer the bounty hunter who relentlessly accepted tasks for survival. She is now a member of the Clark family, capable of choosing her own path. Gershio raised an eyebrow, resolute in his decision to accompany her to the Bounty Hunter Guild, a place inherently fraught with danger. He felt compelled to protect his hard-won sister from any unscrupulous individuals who might seek to take advantage of her. Utia nodded in understanding, donned the veil, and activated the psychic shielding device, ensuring her thoughts remained concealed. Gershio made the necessary preparations, for as the second Prince of Clark, he possessed an array of valuable items. Together, they departed the small house, setting off for the Blood Hunter Guild. The Blood Hunter Guild is situated in a concealed area of Millstar, outwardly resembling an ordinary warehouse. Yet its interior presented an entirely different scene. That IT serves as a hub for bounty hunters to exchange information, accept tasks, and socialize. Utia and Gershio navigated through several bustling streets before arriving at the guild's entrance. Utia adeptly presented her bounty hunter ID card to the guard at the door, who verified her identity before granting them entry. Upon entering, they were enveloped by the vibrant atmosphere within the guild. Bounty hunters indulged at the bar or engaged in hushed conversations in corners, the air thick with a medley of scents. Utia proceeded directly to the front desk, where a stern-looking middle-aged woman was diligently managing affairs. "Greetings, I seek a lead," Utia announced. The woman did not even glance her way, replying dismissively, "Lord Alid is quite busy and cannot entertain the likes of you." Gershio's ire was piqued by the woman's disdainful tone. He was about to intervene when Utia restrained him. Calmly, she stated, "Please inform him that the Crimson Hunter Ashes has arrived. I believe he would be inclined to meet with me." The woman's demeanor transformed instantaneously upon hearing the names. The Crimson Hunter is recognized as the highest tier among bounty hunters, and the codename Ashes belongs to the 10th-ranked Crimson Hunter within the Blood Hunter Guild in recent years. She quickly realized that the veiled girl before her was no ordinary individual. "Please hold on. I will notify Lord Alid immediately." Her tone shifted to one of respect as she swiftly grabbed the communicator. Murmuring a few urgent phrases, Gershio exchanged a glance with Utia, astonished. While he knew she had once been a bounty hunter, he had not anticipated her to possess such a formidable reputation. Utia merely smiled faintly. She had no intention of flaunting her past identity, but sometimes that identity could expedite her objectives. "But why the codename Ashes? Is it a randomly assigned moniker?" Gershio inquired. Utia regarded him briefly before responding. "That name was given by someone who stated that Utia means the ashes of God. Though I am but ashes, I once bore the spark of divinity. She intends to extract every ounce of my life in exchange for a wisp of flame from the heavens." Gershio inhaled sharply. "That person is my former mother." Silence enveloped them, the atmosphere thick with unspoken words. Before long, Alid hurriedly emerged from the back, his expression a mix of urgency and anticipation. Upon spotting Utia, his face illuminated with surprise. "Utia, I thought you might not return." Alid is the president of the Bounty Hunter Guild's Millstar branch and one of Utia's closer friends, the only one privy to her true name, a testament to her trust in him. Alid approached Utia with purpose, extending his hand. Utia took his hand, smiling as she replied, "Alid, it has been too long." That Alid's gaze flitted between Utia and Gershio, sensing the noble aura emanating from Gershio, yet his primary concern was Utia's return. "I saw the official announcement from Clark. I must congratulate you on finally having your own family." That Alid's words conveyed heartfelt congratulations, his smile warm and sincere. "Thank you, Alid, that I am fortunate to have a friend like you." Utia expressed gratefully. "Now, Utia, what brings you back this time?" Alid inquired, his eyes filled with curiosity. Utia took a deep breath before slowly articulating, "I have returned to process my semi-retirement status. That I have decided to no longer accept tasks as frequently as before." A flicker of understanding crossed Alid's eyes. He chose to support and respect his friend's decision, knowing it was made with careful consideration, that I understand, Utia, that I will ensure everything is taken care of for you. Despite being the branch president, Alid, amidst his busy schedule, resolved to personally assist Utia in processing her semi-retirement status. This was the final act of friendship he could offer her before their parting. He meticulously explained the rules and limitations of semi-retirement status, ensuring Utia fully grasped the implications of her impending choice. Semi-retirement means you will no longer be under pressure to accept tasks. But concurrently, your bounty percentage will diminish. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Alid confirmed one last time. Utia nodded resolutely. Yes, I am certain. Thank you, Alid. Alid smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, extending his hand to present Utia with a document. The status modification is complete. This is your semi-retirement certificate. However, know that the doors of the Blood Hunter Guild will always be open to you should you wish to return. After completing the formalities, Alid presented Utia with a distinctive badge, emblazoned with the emblem of the Blood Hunters Guild. With this token in hand, wherever you may wander, members of the Blood Hunters Guild will recognize you, should you reconsider. You are welcome to return at any time. Utia accepted the badge, fully aware that her connection to the Blood Hunters Guild was not entirely severed. She expressed her gratitude for Alid's kindness and departed the Bounty Hunters Guild alongside Gelsier. Abruptly turning back, she cast one last glance at the familiar edifice. Her emotions were undeniably complex, yet predominantly filled with the elation of new beginnings. This place held an abundance of memories. It had witnessed her growth, her struggles, her triumphs, and her failures. However, as she left, her heart felt full with thoughts of family. The last time she departed was in pursuit of survival, utterly alone and unafraid of life or death. Even embracing the latter, this departure, however, was a farewell to her past, for she now had a family and a sense of belonging. How wonderful! Utia felt a profound sense of contentment. Chapter 33. The Farewell of the Wild Rose in the Stillness of the Night. A petite figure quietly slipped away from the small house and made her way to a heavily guarded manor that was the domain of the Mornshill family. The night was as dark as ink, speckled with stars, and Utia's silhouette flickered in the shadows. She danced gracefully between the high walls of the Mornshill estate, akin to a specter cloaked in the night. Although the guards within the manor were vigilant, they posed no challenge for the adept Utia. She navigated her way to a young girl's window, and through the half-open pane, she beheld a serene visage lying on the bed, seemingly lost in a beautiful dream. Utia entered the room with utmost care, her gaze soft yet intricate. She extended her hand, her delicate fingertips emanating a gentle glow, her healing power. This force flowed tenderly, yet resolutely, into the girl's being, nurturing her inner realm, that a fine sheen of sweat beaded on Utia's brow. Her brow furrowed in concentration, as she endeavored to ensure this treatment was as flawless as possible, for, barring unforeseen circumstances, this should be her final visit. Once the healing was complete, Utia exhaled softly, her steps slightly unsteady as she prepared to depart. Yet her gaze fell upon a table beside the bed, where a bouquet of fresh lilies of the valley lay. Hesitating momentarily, she retrieved a wild rose from her bosom and exchanged it for the lilies. The petals of the wild rose shimmered faintly under the moonlight, starkly contrasting with the lily's purity that as Utia turned to leave, she suddenly heard the voice of the girl. This farewell intended for me. Utia was taken aback, realizing the girl was still awake. I remember that lilies of the valley were your favorite. Yet you leave a wild rose instead. This your way of bidding me goodbye, murmured Ruivla Mornshill, the sole legitimate daughter of the Mornshill family, who had once shared her studies with Utia at the Empire's foremost military academy. They had been the best of friends, unparalleled partners in simulated battles, and inspiring allies in scholarly discussions. However, fate took a tragic turn during an unforeseen incident. During an intensive training session, Utia's mental fortitude became overwhelmed, leading to an uncontrollable surge of her psychic energy. That was an unheralded eruption, and Utia swiftly fell unconscious as powerful waves of psychic energy ravaged the surroundings. Ruivla immediately sensed Utia's distress and rushed forward, attempting to stabilize her emotions and shield her from harm. Yet, Utia's mental power was akin to a runaway stallion, utterly beyond control. Amid the chaos, a formidable psychic shockwave struck Ruivla, hurling her violently against the wall. She felt a surge of agony as her consciousness began to fade, yet she fought to remain alert, reaching out to Utia for support. However, Utia's psychic energy spiraled further out of control, distorting the entire training room. Ultimately, Ruivela succumbed to the overwhelming force, her vision darkening as she slipped into an abyss of unconsciousness. When Ruivela regained consciousness, she found herself ensconced in a medical bay, surrounded by an array of tubes and instruments. Her inner realm lay in shambles, the pain and emptiness nearly unbearable to AS for Utia, her friend who always wore a smile. She could no longer appear openly before her. Instead, every week, Utia would stealthily visit at midnight, employing her healing psychic energy to mend Ruivela's inner world before disappearing before dawn, leaving no trace. Each time Ruivela accessed her star card, she would find a substantial sum mysteriously deposited. Utia transferred 40% of her bounty rewards to Ruivela's account after each mission. After 6 months, Ruivela's inner realm had fully restored. Yet, Utia remained unable to forgive herself for the harm inflicted upon her dearest friend. Time flowed ceaselessly, and this time, over half a month had passed since Utia's last appearance. Concern filled Ruivela's heart, as she pondered whether Utia was well and if she still bore the weight of the past. Each night, Ruivela sat by the window, gazing at the starry sky, yearning for Utia's return, longing to see her silhouette once more. Until today, when she received the wild rose, she understood its significance, a farewell. The petals of the wild rose appeared particularly fragile under the moonlight, resting quietly in Ruivela's palm, as if carrying Utia's boundless emotions and unspoken words. Upon hearing Ruivela's voice, Utia did not turn around. Her body trembled slightly. Ruivela spoke softly. Utia, I am the top student of this year's mecha department at the Empire's foremost military academy. See, I have recovered well, and I hope you can forgive yourself too. Her tone held no blame, only profound care and understanding. You need not feel guilty. It was unintentional, and you have done more than enough over these past 6 months. Tears glimmered in Ruivela's eyes as she continued. I am genuinely happy that you have found your family, in a future without me. You must take care of yourself and find joy each day. Though her voice was gentle, it resonated with strength and warmth. Utia, farewell. Utia ultimately remained silent. Her figure gradually faded around the corner of the corridor, her footsteps echoing in the emptiness before melding into the tranquility of the night. A cold breeze brushed against Utia's face, whisking away the moisture gathered in her eyes. Her breath crystallized into white mist in the air before dissipating into the darkness. She understood that this parting might be their final encounter. The wild rose under the moonlight bloomed quietly, its petals resilient against the night. Taking a deep breath, the coolness of the night sharpened her senses, when suddenly, familiar footsteps approached from behind. She did not turn around, but stood still, allowing the footsteps to draw nearer. Abruptly, a warm coat was draped gently over her shoulders, bringing with it a familiar scent and warmth. His gaze fell upon Utia's slightly trembling shoulders, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. Then, he lightly tapped Utia on the head, his tone laced with gentle reproach yet brimming with care. It's so cold. You should wear something warmer. She remained silent, merely clutching the edge of the coat, wrapping it tightly around herself, savoring Jelsier's concern and warmth. Come, Aya, let us return home. That he did not inquire why Utia had ventured out alone in the dead of night, nor did he reprimand her for causing him worry. His simple, straightforward statement of let us return home made Utia's heart swell with emotion. Yes, let us return home. Chapter 34. The invasion of the insectoid race. On the following morning, Utia and Jelsier packed their belongings, ready to depart. They cast one last glance at the small abode before closing the door behind them. Let us go. Aya, Father and Aunt Elian are still waiting for us, Jelsier said softly. Utia nodded, inhaling deeply before following in Jelsier's footsteps. The two made their way towards the starship, preparing to journey back to the Clark Palace. As the starship ascended gradually, the scenery of Mill Star diminished, ultimately vanishing from sight. The vessel traversed the cosmos, and all seemed to proceed seamlessly, until an unexpected incident occurred near the Aurora Star, close to the capital star of Clark. Interstellar airspace is globally restricted. What is happening? The mechanical voice of the starship echoed. Esteemed Prince Jelsier, Princess Utia, a massive wave of insectoid invasion has been detected within the vicinity of Aurora Star. Currently, The area is under a complete airspace lockdown, and a distress signal has been dispatched. Shall we divert or offer assistance? Utia and Gelsier exchanged a knowing glance. As members of the Clark family, they understood that in the face of such a crisis, they could not remain idle. Change course, head for Aurora Star, and prepare for combat. Gelsier commanded swiftly. As you wish, Prince Gelsier. The mechanical voice of the starship responded, promptly adjusting its trajectory and accelerating towards Aurora Star. As the vessel drew nearer, they beheld the chaotic battlefield surrounding the planet. Swarms of various-sized Zerg creatures descended upon the planetary defense perimeter like a horde of locusts, launching relentless assaults. The defensive fleet of Aurora Star fought valiantly. But the situation was dire. Engage combat mode and stand ready for battle, Gelsier ordered. Utia quickly contacted the Clark Palace, reporting the situation to Kairos. Father, Aurora Star is under massive Zerg invasion. We are en route to provide support. Kairos's voice soon crackled through the communicator. Understood, Aya. Exercise caution. The scale of this Zerg assault is unprecedented that I have mobilized nearby Clark fleets for assistance. Protect yourselves. Reinforcements will rendezvous with you shortly. Understood, Father, Utia replied. A hint of reassurance evident in her voice. The starship hastened towards the battlefield, with Gelsier and Utia stationed in the command chamber, channeling their mental energies to commence combat. The starship's guns roared to life, unleashing beams of energy upon the vanguard Zerg, the explosions echoing through the cosmos. The Zerg were formidable, possessing bodies as resilient as steel, sharp appendages, and an indifference to pain. Yet, every Clark had been trained from a young age to identify the Zerg's vulnerabilities and hunt them down. Each Clark was the Zerg's greatest nemesis, the well-known bulwark of the Clark Empire. They required no overwhelming weaponry. Their mental prowess was the most potent weapon against the Zerg. Waves of psychic attacks ruthlessly struck the Zerg, while the starship, though cumbersome for the Clarks, served as a powerful shield for ordinary civilians trapped by the planet's no-fly zone. Evacuate civilians with psychic levels below B grade to the safest area aboard the starship at once. Those with B grade or higher, assemble with me to establish a defense line and prepare for battle. Gelsier commanded that I end the face of the Zerg calamity. Every Clark had the right to conscript on the spot, and obedience to Clark's directives was the duty of every subject. As Gelsier's orders were issued, the interior of the starship became a flurry of activity. Civilians with psychic levels below B grade were swiftly guided by Clark soldiers to the starship's most secure zones. Meanwhile, those with B grade or higher quickly gathered, ready to join the fight against the Zerg. We cannot allow the Zerg to approach the planet's surface. We must intercept them here, Utia declared firmly, her mental energy already forming barriers around the starship to repel the Zerg's invasion. On the surface of Aurora Star, panic spread like wildfire among the residents. The Zerg invasion was a sudden calamity for them. Many faced such terrifying scenes for the first time, their hearts filled with fear and helplessness. Mom, will they eat us? A small boy clutched his mother's hem tightly, his eyes brimming with tears and terror. But he had never witnessed such horrific creatures, their grotesque forms and sheer numbers overwhelming, their howls making his heart race. The mother held her child close, her hands trembling, yet she endeavored to keep her voice steady. No, darling, don't be afraid. Mommy will protect you. That I in a ramshackle basement. A family huddled together, the father gripping an old weapon that posed little threat to the Zerg. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, yet he strove to reassure his family. It's all right. We'll find a way to as long as we stick together. We'll get through this. That I in a hospital ward. Doctors and nurses worked tirelessly, confronting not only the panic incited by the Zerg, but also managing the various accidents stemming from that fear. Patients and their families clutched each other as hands tightly, offering solace despite the uncertainty and dread that filled their hearts. The entire Aurora Star was shrouded in an apocalyptic atmosphere as everyone struggled for survival. However, just as despair began to settle in, a brilliant light erupted in the sky. The two young Clark princes descended like guardian deities, swiftly tearing through the Zerg's defenses, instilling hope in the hearts of Aurora Star's inhabitants. Look, it's Prince Gelsier. We are saved, someone cried out in excitement. And the little princess, it's Princess Utia. Oh my, they really have come. We can survive. The mother clutched her child tightly, tears glistening in her eyes. Utia and Gelsier were unaware of the profound impact their arrival had on those below. Their psychic assaults sliced through the Zerg lines like blades. With each release of mental energy came the anguished cries of the Zerg and the thunderous roar of the Starship S cannons. Forming an unassailable defense, they focused intently on commanding the battle, each psychic discharge striking with precision at the Zerg's vulnerabilities. That Utia's mental energy wove an invisible net, tracking the movements of the Zerg, while Gelsier, akin to a drawn sword, directed his psychic power for each assault. As they fought with increasing fervor, the Clark reinforcements rapidly arrived. With the arrival of the Clark support troops, the tide of battle shifted swiftly. These seasoned Clark warriors, each a battle-hardened elite, not only provided formidable backup for Utia and Gelsier, but also injected a potent shot of courage into the residents of Aurora Star on the battlefield. Clark starships clashed fiercely with the Zerg, the air filled with the sounds of cannon fire and explosions. Utia and Gelsier flitted through the battlefield like phantoms, each appearance delivering a heavy blow to the Zerg. Streams of energy and psychic attacks poured down like a torrential rain, and under such relentless onslaught, the Zerg began to falter. Finally, as the last Zerg fell, silence enveloped the battlefield. Utia and Gelsier swiftly surveyed the area to ensure no enemy remained. Yet, in a shadowy corner unseen by them, a Zerg carcass stirred, not entirely dead, waiting for its moment. Now, it had set its sights on Utia, unbeknownst to her, as she focused intently on inspecting the other side of the battlefield. Danger loomed behind her. The Zerg crept closer, its eyes glinting with malice, preparing to strike Utia with its final ounce of strength. Just as the moment hung in the balance, a beam of light flashed like a meteor across the night sky, striking the Zerg's vital point with unerring accuracy. The Zerg was obliterated in an instant, reduced to dust. Utia, startled by this sudden attack, turned swiftly to see a somewhat familiar figure, though she could not recall where she had seen him before. "Oh dear little one, whose precious child are you? How could you find yourself in such a perilous place?" he teased lightly. "Tell me who your father is. I must have a word with him about allowing such a delightful child to wander onto the battlefield." Chapter 35. The final farewell. Utia instinctively took refuge behind Gelsier, her senses heightened. The man, clad in athletic attire, bore an unsettling familiarity, yet her instincts warned her she had never met him. "Uriel, what are you doing here?" Upon encountering the individual before him, Gelsier's gaze flickered with a blend of surprise and hesitation. Uriel Clark, the former monarch of the Clark Empire, was not only the father of the previous generation of Clarks, including Kairos and Arian, the longest surviving Clark to date. His mental state had long been compromised. Following Arian's departure from the Clark Palace, Uriel soon found himself unable to endure any longer. After yet another tempest of mental energy was quelled, he methodically began to arrange his final affairs. He secluded himself in a location known to no one, barring any Clark from approaching, including his queen, Vela Eddy. He commenced with a substantial order of the Z12 serum, a substance specifically designed to dissolve mental energy. The Clark's mental fortitude developed at an astonishing rate, which elucidates why each Clark is a born warrior. However, this rapid growth posed a grave concern. Despite their formidable strength, Clarks remain mortal. When their already vast mental sea could no longer contain the ever-expanding mental energy, it would lead to uncontrollable surges. Such surges would explosively release a fraction of their excess energy, momentarily extending their lifespan. Yet this would simultaneously accelerate the growth of their mental energy, leading to further turmoil and a vicious cycle. When the mental sea, a reservoir for this energy, could no longer withstand the repeated surges, it would ultimately erupt. That if one were to liken each individual's mental energy to a weapon, a normal person's mental energy would resemble a sword, sharp yet manageable. The Clark's mental energy, however, was akin to gunpowder, more potent, yet far more difficult to control. The mental storms were akin to an excess of gunpowder within a detonator, obliterating everything in their vicinity, including the very air. Each storm inflicted significant damage upon the Clark's mental sea. And when it could no longer endure the ensuing explosions, the day of reckoning would arrive. With the mental sea already ravaged, it could bear no further defenses. Thus, the next explosion would completely detonate the entirety of the Clark's mental sea. The detonation of an SS-level mental sea is a terrifying prospect. The Z12 serum became indispensable to the later generations of Clarks. Originally a forbidden substance within laboratories, it could easily ruin the future of an individual with an A-level mental capacity. For the later Clarks, who experienced exponential growth in their mental energy, it represented their final line of defense. Tio put it plainly, if an A-level mental capacity is quantified at 100, the Z12 serum could dissolve an energy level of 1,000, effortlessly rendering an A-level individual incapacitated. An S-level mental capacity stands at 10,000, while an SS level reaches 100,000. That the daily growth of the later Clarks fluctuated between 10, 20, 30, 100, 120, 150, and 200, progressively increasing. When Z12 could no longer dissolve the daily increments of mental energy, the Clarks would soon succumb to eternal slumber. And Uriel, he should have already reached his limit. Gelsier glanced at Utia, suppressing the words that threatened to spill forth. Such matters were hardly suitable for a child yet to reach maturity. Although Utia had a general understanding, Gelsier hesitated to expose her to this cruel curse prematurely. Indeed, I have come to take one last look at my children. Uriel maintained a smile. Little Utia appeared so well-behaved. Even more so than Kairos and the others. It was astonishing that she was Kairos's child. His gaze fell upon Utia, bemused by Gelsier's concerns. Come now, Gelsier, you are overly anxious about Utia. We are all Clarks. And each of us must reach this juncture. Let me see how much time I have left. 76 hours and 11 minutes. I have already bid farewell to Vela and the others, excluding the final 24 hours. I anticipate having 52 hours and 11 minutes left. No, it is actually 52 hours and 10 minutes to spend with you all. Children, let us cherish the remaining time. Now, tell Uriel, what wishes do you desire him to fulfill? Listening to Uriel's nonchalant remarks, Gelsier felt an unmistakable sorrow welling within. The world saw only the facade of reverence and strength presented by the Clarks, oblivious to the divine retribution and predetermined fate lurking behind. From a young age, they bore witness to relative after relative succumbing to mental instability, transforming into creatures that no longer recognized them. Thus, they struggled to grow amidst this merciless world, grappling with confusion. Yet, no matter how much they had witnessed, facing the imminent loss of a loved one proved unbearable for Gelsier. Indeed, who would willingly accept the incessant slumber of their kin? Uriel's voice suddenly took on a melancholic tone. From his childhood, Uriel had showered affection upon Gelsier and Eli. The bond of kinship ran deep, and even amidst the disdainful Clark upbringing, they remained cherished treasures in Uriel's eyes. With Uriel present, even Kairos was obliged to show a modicum of respect. And Arian dared not easily bully them. Uriel's gaze softened as it rested upon Gelsier. He sensed the pain and reluctance that dwelled within this young adult Clark, that he understood and felt the weight of that sentiment. This was his beloved grandson, whom he had watched grow. Yet, as the oldest living Clark to date, he had endured too many farewells. His parents, uncles, siblings, and even his own son had all departed. It was now his turn. Gently, he patted Gelsier's shoulder, his voice low and imbued with strength. Gelsier, do not be sorrowful. Every Clark is bound by such a destined fate. We must all experience farewells. Compared to other Clarks, I have lived long enough. Simon has already taken the lead into eternal slumber. My son has gone before me, so is it not natural for me to follow? Perhaps one day, Gelsier will discover the key to unraveling the curse that binds us Clarks. Or perhaps those of us who have fallen into eternal slumber will witness the dawn of a new day. You know, the Clark soul is indomitable. Awakening those who have succumbed to eternal slumber is not a formidable challenge within a century. If the key to restoring the Clark sanity can be unearthed, then eternal slumber is merely a prolonged sleep. Of course, this is a monumental task, a collective endeavor for all Clarks. Yet Uriel has grown weary. Gelsier, have pity on this old man and allow me a peaceful slumber. Will you? Chapter 36. She could not save him. Utia had merely observed silently throughout, sensing Gelsier's reluctance and sorrow, as well as Uriel's acceptance and composure in the face of his impending fate. However, she felt no place to interject. This was her first encounter with Uriel, and likely her last. They shared no profound bond, nor many common memories. She thought it best to leave the final moments to them, for they surely had much to discuss. Quietly, she withdrew as a princess of the Clark Empire. It was her responsibility to oversee the reconstruction efforts post-disaster. Swiftly, she contacted the temporary command center of Aurora Star, initiating the organization and coordination of the rebuilding process after the insect plague. This is Utia Clark. I require you to activate the disaster recovery plan immediately. Prioritize ensuring that the injured receive medical attention and that food and water supplies are sufficient. Furthermore, organize engineering teams for the urgent repair of damaged infrastructure. The Clark Empire will safeguard the lives of every citizen and ensure the stability of social order. Rest assured, she issued a series of commands to guarantee the efficient operation of each department. Under Utia's command, rescue teams sprang into action. Medical personnel were dispatched to the most critical areas, while food and water were distributed to every corner. And engineering teams began repairing roads and communication facilities. Utia also paid special attention to families who had lost their homes during the conflict, ensuring they received temporary housing and necessary support. Simultaneously, Utia engaged in discussions with government officials of Aurora Star regarding long-term reconstruction plans. She proposed a series of measures, including enhancing planetary defense systems, improving residents' mental training, and establishing more effective emergency response mechanisms. As night fell, Utia's work finally reached a pause. Standing on the deck of the starship, she gazed up at the night sky of Aurora Star, that a shadow appeared behind her. That it was Uriel. Out of politeness, Utia should have turned to greet Uriel. Yet perhaps due to exhaustion, concern, or some other reason, she remained facing forward. That my Lord Uriel. Do you require any assistance from me? Distant and unfamiliar, Uriel stood quietly behind Utia, unfazed by her rudeness, his gaze equally fixed upon the resplendent night sky. His voice, tinged with gentleness and a hint of melancholy, shattered the silence of the night. Utia, you need not be so reserved with me. As a child of Kuros, perhaps you may refer to me as grandfather. A tumultuous wave of conflicting emotions surged within Utia, strange yet irresistibly compelling her to draw closer. She had not been nurtured under the protective embrace of the Clark Palace, never having experienced the warmth and joy of familial bonds, unlike Gelsier, who shared countless memories with Uriel. Her existence had been solitary, fraught with challenges and perils. The connection between her and Uriel appeared to hinge solely on a thin thread of blood. Yet, he was her family, her grandfather, a figure she ought to cherish and depend upon. This realization ignited an internal struggle. On one hand, she yearned to reclaim the lost moments, to bask in the warmth of kinship. On the other, she hesitated, plagued by uncertainty due to the absence of a direct bond with Uriel. Consequently, she found herself at a loss, unsure of how to engage with him. Uriel seemed to sense her turmoil, gently moving closer to her side, both of them gazing at the celestial tapestry above. Little Aya, may I call you that? Utia paused momentarily, then nodded subtly, responding, yes, Grandfather Uriel. That a gentle smile graced Uriel's face, his expression softening as if traversing the corridors of time. Returning to days long past. Little Aya, you are truly delightful. Unlike those rascally boys that if Vera were to see you, she would undoubtedly take a liking to you. Upon mentioning his queen, Uriel's eyes instantly transformed with tenderness. When Kuros and Aslan were but children, Vera had expressed a desire for a sweet and charming little girl. The girl indeed arrived, but she was raised amidst a throng of brothers, each growing into a rebellious young lad. His voice, imbued with nostalgia, continued, Kuros was always serious, resembling a little adult, while Aslan, with his cunning nature, concocted the most peculiar schemes. They were one cool-headed, the other mischievous, yet both were dear to my heart. That in time, Alien was born, followed by Simon, and then Lucilin and Lavis. Each of them is a treasure in my life, and their growth has brought me boundless joy and challenges. Watching them blossom day by day fills me with both pride and a touch of sorrow. For I know that one day they will mature, witnessing my departure, or I may be the one to guide one of them into eternal slumber. Turning to Utia, his eyes radiated love. Later, Gelsier and Alai were born, invigorating our family anew. Gelsier always delighted in imitating the adults, while Alai quietly observed everything around him. Each child possesses a unique character, yet they all embody the pride of the Clark family. A soft sigh escaped him, tinged with a hint of regret. Gently stroking Utia's hair, Uriel spoke slowly. Yet among them all, the greatest regret I hold is for you. You did not grow up within the halls of Clark Palace. I have heard from Kuros that in the past, during our absence, you did not fare well. Though belated, little I apologize for our tardy arrival in your life, that a mere conversation, seemingly ordinary, stirred a warm current within Utia's heart. The psychological defenses erected out of unfamiliarity crumbled in an instant. The bonds of blood appeared immensely powerful at that moment, transcending the barriers of time and tightly connecting two souls, unconsciously released. A faint, golden spiritual energy silently enveloped Uriel. Whether it was an illusion or not, Uriel felt a slight loosening of the overwhelming spiritual energy that had been teetering on the brink of explosion. However, he paid no mind. Such minor fluctuations in spiritual energy before the tempest was something he had long grown accustomed to. Utia, on the other hand, closed her eyes. She could not save Uriel, or rather. It was far too difficult, tenfold more challenging than the time she had calmed Gelsier's spiritual storm. That encounter had nearly cost her life. Faced with Uriel, who was even more formidable than Gelsier, any attempt to soothe him forcibly would likely result in mutual demise. This was precisely why, despite knowing that Utia possessed healing spiritual abilities, none dared to request her intervention with Uriel. Utia felt a profound sense of helplessness. If only she could be a bit stronger, if only she could possess the powerful spiritual energy of her father, how much better it would be. Chapter 37. Stealthy Approaches. Utia lay upon a soft bed, adorned with exquisite floral patterns, the room suffused with a subtle lavender fragrance, an environment conducive to sleep. Yet she tossed and turned, finding it impossible to drift off. She shut her eyes, attempting to calm her mind through deep breaths. But each inhalation seemed to remind her of the impending departure of Uriel. She incessantly told herself to accept reality. She had done her utmost, yet some matters were ultimately beyond human control. Nevertheless, a tempest of unrest churned deep within Utia's heart. As a healer of the Clark lineage, her instincts compelled her to rescue every life, especially that of her family, that a profound sense of powerlessness enveloped her, filling her with inner conflict and struggle. She yearned to do something, anything. Perhaps it could alter Uriel's fate. As the night deepened, Utia's consciousness began to blur, her eyelids growing heavier. Her hands slipped weakly to the edge of the bed. And finally, she succumbed to a deep slumber. Yet her spiritual energy transformed uncontrollably into the form of a small white tiger, silently infiltrating Uriel's sea of consciousness. That it was a chaotic realm, where storms of spiritual energy raged like an unrelenting tempest, sweeping everything in its path. Fragments of Uriel's spiritual energy scattered like remnants of a forgotten battlefield, steeped in desolation and disorder. The spiritual form of the small, white tiger appeared diminutive amidst the maelstrom, its movements light and cautious as it navigated the periphery of the sea of consciousness. Wherever it ventured, the chaotic fragments of spiritual energy seemed to be soothed by some unseen force, gradually regaining order. Though these were mere subtle changes within the chaos, they sparkled like stars, offering a glimmer of hope. Yet the power of the small white tiger remained feeble. Its presence was but a drop in the ocean amidst the turmoil. It exerted its spiritual energy, striving to quell the storm, but the effect was negligible. Despite this, the small white tiger did not relent, continuing to weave through the sea of consciousness, doing its utmost to comfort the spiritual energies affected by the storm. Uriel, this battle-hardened Clark, naturally sensed this small yet tenacious force. His spiritual form, a blood tiger showing signs of age, slightly lifted its gaze to observe the cautious little white tiger. That a flicker of amusement passed through the blood tiger's eyes. It recognized the identity of the small white tiger and understood its intentions. Kairos had informed him. Uriel was acutely aware of his own state. His spiritual energy had reached its limits, poised to erupt at any moment. With Utia's meager healing abilities, it was utterly impossible for her to placate him. Yet he also understood that unless Utia attempted it herself, she would not relent. Meanwhile, in the Clark Palace, 11 light years away from the Aurora Star, Kairos suddenly sensed an anomaly, that he felt as though his spiritual energy was being subtly drawn by some force, then inexplicably vanished. Although it was but a trifling fraction for a powerhouse like Kairos. Even the slightest change did not escape his notice. The blood tiger, his spiritual form, became instantly alert, tracing the source of this force. Following the trail, Kairos found Utia, who had inadvertently entered a state of resonance. The small white tiger's spiritual form had mysteriously appeared in Kairos's sea of consciousness, while the blood tiger feigned slumber, playfully toying with the unexpected young visitor. The small white tiger stealthily approached the blood tiger, surreptitiously consuming countless blood-red light points representing Kairos's spiritual energy. Perhaps due to the inherent connection of their bloodline, Kairos's spiritual energy was soon digested into Utia's own power. Kairos observed the interaction between the small white tiger and the blood tiger with great interest. Not intervening, but rather indulging in the scene, that he was unaware of the small white tiger's intentions for utilizing his spiritual energy, nor did he comprehend how it had managed to silently infiltrate his sea of consciousness without his notice. After all, even the spiritual resonance of ordinary individuals could not facilitate the transfer of spiritual energy. However, his spiritual energy was formidable, as the only Clark monarch in history to achieve an SS level of spiritual energy. The fraction that the small white tiger pilfered was inconsequential to him, that if he could use this surplus spiritual energy to delight his daughter, Kairos was more than willing. But was this perhaps excessive? Just moments ago, he had appeared somewhat leisurely, but suddenly, Kairos's demeanor shifted. Indeed, the spiritual energy that the small white tiger had taken was trivial to Kairos. However, the gap between S and SS was akin to that between a lake and the ocean. What seemed insignificant to Kairos would prove sufficient to upheave Utia's sea of consciousness. Yet, upon careful observation of the small, white tiger's spiritual state, he discerned that there was not a hint of turbulence. The state of a spiritual form is intricately linked to that of its master. If Utia were to encounter any issues, the small white tiger could not possibly remain as vibrant. Kairos could not help but feel a twinge of curiosity. What had this youthful small white tiger accomplished? His spiritual energy quietly attached itself to the unsuspecting small white tiger, still cautiously consuming the blood-red light points. Following the fluctuations of the small white tiger's spiritual energy, he delved into Utia's sea of consciousness. For someone like Kairos, who had mastered the control of spiritual energy, this was a trivial task to Uriel's sea of consciousness. Now bolstered by Kairos's spiritual energy, welcomed the small white tiger back once more. This time, it was no longer a solitary and frail entity, but rather one imbued with unprecedented strength. Uriel keenly sensed this powerful and domineering force, clearly not something a gentle and well-behaved child like Utia could possess. Yet, this overwhelming spiritual energy evoked a flicker of familiarity within him. To A.S.A. Clark, Uriel possessed a keen sensitivity to spiritual energy. They harbored a deep aversion to any trace of spiritual energy left by other Clarks in their personal domains. Almost every Clark's spiritual energy bore a reckless, combative quality, making it difficult for those already in a state of tension to suppress their irritation. Thus, each Clark prince's chambers within the Clark Palace were spaced a considerable distance apart. Even when the young Clark's spiritual energy spiraled out of control, necessitating the soothing presence of family members' spiritual resonance, their spiritual forms carried a hint of agitation and reluctance. Utia, however, was an exception that Utia's spiritual energy was well-behaved and tranquil. Appearing akin to a polite child, It did not repel, nor did it evoke the slightest irritation. However, this did not imply that Uriel would accept the intrusion of Kairos's spiritual energy into his sea of consciousness. Chapter 38. The dawn approaches. Uriel attempted to expel Kairos's spiritual energy, which clung to the small white tiger, from his sea of consciousness. But the small white tiger resisted. It yowled at Uriel, fiercely waving its tender paws as if protesting his expulsion efforts. Uriel, in exasperation, had no choice but to pause that he engaged his spiritual form, the blood tiger, in communication with the small white tiger, seeking to understand why it relied so heavily on Kairos's energy. Yet, the small white tiger, evidently resentful, was not inclined to converse with the imposing figure before it. The blood tiger, feeling somewhat helpless, licked the small white tiger's head, startling it into a defensive posture. The small white tiger immediately turned, baring its teeth at the blood tiger. "What are you doing? If you won't chase me away, do you intend to eat me? Bullying the small? Do you believe I won't tell my father?" Uriel found it somewhat amusing. As the spiritual embodiment of Utia, The little white tiger shared a temperament remarkably akin to hers. He had assumed that with Utia's gentle and obedient nature, the little white tiger would also exhibit a docile demeanor. However, to his surprise, the little white tiger revealed a personality that was quite the opposite. That it was somewhat spoiled, held grudges, yet was not unlikable. In fact, it was particularly endearing. It seemed that the little white tiger treated the essence of Kairos as a toy. Competing with a child for a toy seemed inherently unjust. Uriel resolved to cease interfering with the little white tiger's playful manipulation of Kairos' spiritual power, but he recognized that for a child like Utia, the freedom to explore and experience power was an essential part of growth and learning. Moreover, he sensed that the little white tiger was not under the control of this power. Rather, it appeared to coexist harmoniously with it to some extent. Nevertheless, Uriel's heart was still filled with confusion, that he could not comprehend how Utia managed to achieve this, how she transformed Kairos' spiritual power for her own use without inciting conflict or chaos. This was unprecedented within the Clark family, as the transfer and exchange of spiritual power had always been a complex and perilous process. That if spiritual power could indeed be exchanged so simply through mental synchronization, warriors would no longer fear depleting their spiritual energy, for they could always draw support from their family. The tempest of spiritual power that plagued the Clarks would cease to be an insurmountable obstacle, as family members could share burdens through mental synchronization, maintaining sustained combat effectiveness. Yet, Uriel understood that reality was far from so straightforward. The exchange of spiritual power involved profound connections between spiritual entities, and a moment's carelessness could lead to the collapse or chaos of that energy. This was precisely why the Clark family had long sought a resolution to the tempest of spiritual power, but had never managed to find a perfect solution. Perhaps this was the unique trait of the healing-oriented Clarks. Uriel was somewhat uncertain that Uriel's spiritual entity, the blood tiger, stood at the edge of the sea of spirits, its gaze fixed intently on the little white tiger. Suddenly, an incredulous emotion spread within him that he had witnessed countless members of the Clark family struggle against the tempest of spiritual energy. Yet he had never seen such an extraordinary and breathtaking sight. With each swipe of its paw, the little white tiger seemed to weave a mysterious dance, its seemingly juvenile movements infused with an ineffable power and precision. Kairos' spiritual energy, a force that even Uriel had to exert himself to control, became docile under the little white tiger's claws, like a tamed beast, willingly transforming into the little white tiger's own power. This scene far exceeded his comprehension. Was this the power of the healing-oriented Clarks, the transformation of power, or the taming of power? Before he could ponder further, the little white tiger, having refined Kairos' spiritual energy, once again entered Uriel's sea of spirits. Its form streaked through the night sky like a meteor, imbued with unprecedented power, swiftly traversing the sea of spirits. As it moved, the surrounding chaos gradually subsided. The originally scattered shards of spiritual energy began to regroup under the little white tiger's guidance, forming a relatively stable area. Uriel clearly felt all these changes, yet an unprecedented panic surged within him. "No, stop! This cannot be," his heart cried out. The magnitude of power being wielded by an underage child was perilously evident. How could he allow the sole hope of the Clark family to be endangered by his own frailty? But Uriel knew he could not intervene directly. The little white tiger was within his sea of spirits, and any disturbance could provoke that unstable tempest of spiritual energy to rebound upon it. Uriel's heart was filled with despair. He should have driven the little white tiger away the moment it dared to explore his sea of spirits, that if he had done so, such a situation might never have arisen. Yet, the little white tiger's actions did not cease. Its power flowed like a gentle warmth, continuing to soothe the turbulence within the sea of spirits, bringing tranquility and order. As time passed, Uriel's panic was gradually supplanted by astonishment. He beheld the little white tiger's persistence and strength, witnessing how it skillfully guided the frenzied shards of spiritual energy, pacifying them one by one. That this was not merely a display of power, but a profound manifestation of understanding and control over spiritual energy. More importantly, as Uriel's energy had been calmed by about 80%, the little white tiger's output of spiritual energy showed no signs of waning. This indicated that it still possessed ample reserves. Was this truly merely a cub with S-level spiritual energy? Within the Clark Palace, Kairos, connected to Utia's spiritual energy fluctuations, sensed everything with clarity. His heart was similarly filled with tension and concern. Whenever he thought of Utia facing danger while calming the tempest of Gelsio, a tightening sensation gripped his heart. He feared history would repeat itself, terrified that Utia might suffer harm from excessive use of spiritual energy. He could not bear for his daughter to endure such pain again. Kairos' spiritual energy tensed in an instant, his consciousness like a taut string, ever ready to intervene should Utia find herself in peril. However, to Kairos' astonishment, the little white tiger exhibited astonishing control over spiritual energy. Not only did it successfully quell Uriel's spiritual tempest, but it also continuously solidified and strengthened that achievement. Throughout this process, Kairos acutely sensed his own power rapidly depleting. His energy, once feared by countless enemies, was now being quietly drawn upon by the little white tiger in a manner almost imperceptible. Yet upon realizing this, Kairos felt a secret sigh of relief. Whether drawing on his power or not, his spiritual energy was strong enough to withstand any level of consumption. But Utia was different. She was merely a cub of the Clark family. Despite possessing unique healing-oriented spiritual energy, she remained vulnerable when confronted with an extreme tempest of spiritual energy. Observing Uriel's gradual return to normalcy, as perceived through the lens of spiritual energy, Kairos realized that this might represent a significant turning point for the Clark family in facing the curse of divine retribution. With this thought, Kairos could not help but direct his gaze towards the little white tiger. The dawn seemed to be breaking. Chapter 39. The disappearance of the little white tiger the following day. At the breakfast table, Utia had yet to arrive, and Gelsio found it somewhat odd. Little Aya was always punctual and had never overslept. What could be amiss today? No, I must check on her. Uriel, however, extended his hand to gently halt Gelsio's steps. Do not fret, Gelsio. Utia is not like you. She is still a growing child, and if she wishes to sleep a little longer, let her be. Gelsio was unaware of the events that transpired the previous night. But recalling how Utia had resolved all the various aftermaths of Aurora Star's needs upon their return, he surmised that Utia must be exhausted. Thus, he chose to patiently wait rather than oppose Uriel. However, as time ticked away, and even lunchtime approached, Utia still had not emerged from her room. This time, even Uriel's face displayed evident unease. The two exchanged glances and, in tacit agreement, rose to stand before Utia's bedroom door. They gently knocked, and Uriel softly called out, "Little Aya, are you awake? It is time for lunch. You did not eat anything in the morning, that if you do not eat soon, your stomach will suffer." Yet, the room remained silent, devoid of any response that an overwhelming tide of anxiety surged within them. Their eyes flashing with alarm, and no longer hesitating, they simultaneously kicked the door open with a resounding crash. However, the girl on the bed remained peacefully asleep. As if oblivious to everything happening outside, that Uriel's pupils constricted sharply, his voice tinged with urgency. "Utia, wake up, please wake up." He gently shook Utia's shoulder in an attempt to rouse her. Gelsio quickly reacted by retrieving a body scanner from a corner of the room, carefully scanning Utia's body. The scanner screen displayed Utia's vital signs: a slow heart rate, stable spiritual energy, and a state of deep sleep, with the report indicating no significant issues. How could she remain unresponsive in such a profound state of sleep? "Utia, Utia!" Gelsio fretted like an ant on a hot pan, pacing the room as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Uriel forcibly composed himself, methodically directing Gelsio, contact Kairos and have him bring a medical team here as quickly as possible. Do not panic. Utia will be fine." His words exuded an undeniable authority, attempting to soothe Gelsio's anxiety. Upon hearing Uriel's command, Gelsior felt as if he had found a pillar of support, swiftly reaching out to Kairos to convey the details. Kairos fell silent for a moment. His greatest fears had come to pass. "That I shall make my way to Aurora Star with utmost urgency. That I in the meantime, both of you must activate the mental domain, allowing no one but Clark to approach this vicinity. Can you manage that?" "I will. I shall keep a vigilant watch over my sister." After disconnecting the call, Kairos immediately sprang into action. Then he quickly assembled a specialized medical team for Clark, comprising doctors, nurses, and technicians, all experts in their respective fields, ready to address any emergencies. While coordinating his team, he also contacted the spaceship to prepare for departure. Meanwhile, Gelsier and Uriel were anxiously preparing on Aurora Star. Following Kairos's instructions, they activated the mental domain to ensure Utia's safety. This powerful protective measure could prevent any unauthorized personnel from approaching Utia's room, shielding her from external disturbances. Uriel stood by Utia's bedside, a flicker of regret flashing in his eyes. He knew that Utia's current slumber was undoubtedly linked to the forceful treatment he had subjected her to yesterday. Clark had many external foes, and they needed to remain composed to buy time for Kairos and the medical team's arrival. Gelsier patrolled outside the room, ensuring no outsiders could come near. Soon, Kairos, leading a team of doctors, hurried to Utia's room, accompanied by the determined Aryan. Urgency and concern were etched on their faces as they hurried in without pause, directly entering Utia's chamber. The doctors swiftly commenced their examinations, employing advanced medical equipment to conduct a comprehensive body scan of Utia. After meticulous scrutiny, they concluded that Utia's bodily functions were entirely normal, with no physiological abnormalities detected. However, their expressions did not relax. Instead, they grew even more solemn. Although her body appeared unharmed, the doctor paused, a hint of worry in his tone. Her mental ocean is utterly still, remarkably tranquil, akin to a stagnant pool. Typically, even in deep slumber, a person's mental ocean exhibits slight fluctuations. Listening to the doctor's words, Kairos reacted swiftly, utilizing the unique feature of their mental bond to delve into Utia's mental ocean, only to find that the little white tiger, which had been sleeping within, had inexplicably vanished. His mental energy surged forth like a tempest, desperately searching for traces of the lost white tiger within Utia's mental ocean. A foreboding sensation welled up in Kairos's heart. He realized that this was not merely Utia's issue, but was intricately connected to the Clark family's impending doom. That he recalled yesterday's scene where the little white tiger had greedily absorbed his mental energy. Alongside Uriel's unusually calm mental state today, everything pointed to a singular possibility. Utia, unable to restrain herself, employed her mental energy to comfort Uriel. Her mental force, sharp as a blade, instantaneously locked onto Uriel, her spiritual entity. The blood tiger, awakened like a colossal beast from the abyss, exuding an unmatched dominance as it pressed towards Uriel. The oppressive sensation of that mental force seemed to make the very air tremble, rendering everything around it insignificant. Uriel clearly discerned Kairos's thoughts that it is my fault. Utia is merely a child. She knows nothing, that I failed to intervene in time, despite Kairos's previous warnings. The collision of their mental energies in the air resembled two storms converging, stirring up monstrous waves in the mental ocean. That Kairos's mental energy blazed like a raging fire, intense and wild, whereas Uriel's mental energy was as cold as steel, unyielding and immovable. The members of Clark, suppressed by the mental energies of the two, watched the confrontation in terror. However, as they sensed something amiss, astonishment flickered in their eyes. Uriel, has his mental energy stabilized? Realizing the implications for Utia, who lay in bed unable to awaken, they comprehended why Kairos would act against Uriel at such a critical moment. Chapter 40. No need to trouble Annie. Under the nearly suffocating pressure of Kairos's blood tiger, Uriel's blood tiger was finally compelled to reveal itself. This magnificent creature, usually imposing, now appeared strangely docile and powerless, as if subdued by an enigmatic force. It emitted no roars nor displayed any aggression, merely lying quietly, its gaze devoid of any combativeness. This was highly unusual. Given the nature of the Clarks, it was improbable for one provoked to such an extent to remain utterly still, devoid of fighting spirit. Observing the dramatic scene, Gelsier's eyes sharpened like blades. He immediately noticed the unusual white hue nestled within Uriel's blood tiger. His voice pierced through the tense atmosphere, laced with shock and urgency. "What is that?" With Gelsier's exclamation, all eyes converged on the pure white form cradled within Uriel's blood tiger. This was not the color characteristic of Clark's blood tigers. It represented a completely different existence, a purity that did not belong to this realm. Under the collective gaze, the massive blood tiger seemed to sense an unease, its body trembling slightly, ultimately unable to resist a shudder of its fur. With that motion, a small, delicate figure tumbled out from its embrace. Exposed to the sight of all that it was the little white tiger, long sought after by everyone, belonging to Utia, in stark contrast to the blood tiger's imposing form. The little white tiger appeared exceptionally petite, akin to an exquisite doll, gentle and dainty. Its size, juxtaposed against the blood tiger, elicited an instinctive sense of affection. As the blood tiger slightly lifted its head, the soft underbelly of the little white tiger became illuminated by more light. It seemed disturbed from its dream by the sudden brightness and commotion, emitting a soft, plaintive whine of displeasure. Witnessing this scene, Kairos's blood tiger seethed with rage, its mental pressure intensifying like a tempest, seemingly compressing the very air in the room. Under such overwhelming mental force, every member of Clark felt an unprecedented strain. Their spiritual entities instinctively released that in an instant, numerous blood tiger forms filled the confined space. The little white tiger, perhaps sensing familiar scents, gently twitched its tiny nose and struggled to open its bleary eyes. What greeted its vision was a blood tiger it recognized. Kairos's spiritual entity. Slowly, Kairos's blood tiger approached, each step laden with immense mental pressure, as if issuing a warning to Uriel's blood tiger, though reluctant, had no choice but to retreat a few steps. Yielding its position, Kairos's blood tiger cautiously shielded the little white tiger beneath its belly, constructing a protective barrier with its own form. Upon seeing Kairos's blood tiger, the little white tiger reacted like a lost child reuniting with its kin, beginning to whine and complain in a series of soft sounds, seemingly sharing its grievances. Kairos's blood tiger seemed to understand the little white tiger's emotions, occasionally emitting a low growl, as if to comfort it while simultaneously warning Uriel. Observing this, Kairos felt a surge of complex emotions. He shot Uriel a glare, his expression replete with reproach and dissatisfaction. Uriel, sensing Kairos's gaze, felt a pang of guilt. He had never anticipated that the little white tiger they had been searching for would inadvertently be taken away by his spiritual entity. Was it peculiar to feel a sense of guilt akin to abducting someone's child? Alas, that was indeed his own kin. Upon this realization, Uriel found himself somewhat emboldened. That it was as if the presence of his little white tiger had triggered something. Suddenly, Utia awoke. "Father, why are you here? And Aunt, why are you all here? We were worried about you, little one. You gave us quite a scare." With Utia's awakening, the members of Clark finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Sensing the easing of the atmosphere, the multitude of blood tigers, for reasons unknown, gradually advanced toward Utia. Unafraid, Utia appeared accustomed to this, even occasionally using her mental energy light points to feed them. The points of mental energy danced playfully at her fingertips. As if alive, she gently tossed the light points toward the obediently seated blood tigers, which eagerly touched them with their noses, cautiously drawing them into their bodies. A flicker of surprise crossed Gelsier's eyes. He had never witnessed anyone interact so naturally with the spiritual entities of the Clarks. It seems they rather like you. To comprehend the essence of Clark's spiritual entities, renowned for their absolute exclusivity, one must recognize that they embody the quintessence of Clark's ethereal power, perpetually maintaining a vigilant distance from external forces. Even the bond of blood shared with kin proves insufficient to breach this intangible barrier, let alone in the current scenario where the blood tigers approach with almost endearing solicitousness. Utia's voice, calm and gentle, elucidated. "They do not cherish me as a person. Rather, they are drawn to my spiritual energy. I cannot fathom why, but my spiritual force resembles pure energy to them, which they can absorb and assimilate directly. In turn, I may, with their consent, harness their power for mutual benefit, ensuring that neither party suffers." Kairos and Uriel exchanged a glance, both evidently recalling the events of the previous night. Upon witnessing their master encircled by a pack of sanguine tigers, it too, unwilling to yield, extricated itself from Kailos's embrace, scampering towards Utia with a series of plaintive sounds, as if vying for her attention and affection. Perhaps owing to its very nature being a manifestation of Utia's spiritual energy, the other blood tigers refrained from contesting with it. Displaying an unusual degree of tolerance and camaraderie, the atmosphere among the human and 5 tigers was remarkably warm. However, this tranquility was abruptly shattered by Kailos's voice. "Utia, we need you to undergo a physical examination. Your condition this morning has genuinely alarmed us." His words conveyed an unmistakable gravity, The others immediately recognized the seriousness of the situation. Utia had inexplicably succumbed to a deep slumber for the entirety of the morning. A worrisome sign for an underage healer. The inherently fragile constitution of healers, compounded by the elevated risk of premature demise associated with immature Clarks, meant that even the slightest issue could incite their anxiety. Prompting the most cautious measures that I am perfectly fine. I do not require a doctor, Utia instinctively protested. Utia, Alien interjected, considering this is your first encounter in your new identity, I doubt you wish for them to witness me personally carrying you to the doctor. Having spent 6 years alongside Utia, Alien knew her better than anyone else. There is no need to trouble my aunt. I shall go alone. Seemingly struck by a thought, Utia attempted to resist, but the gaze of Alien deflated her resolve. Chapter 41. The Dark Laboratory. Upon Utia's awakening, the atmosphere within the Clark family noticeably lightened. Despite Utia's insistence that she required no medical attention, Kylos and Alien remained adamant in their pursuit of a thorough examination to ensure the integrity of her spiritual energy and physical condition. Ultimately, Utia acquiesced to Alien's insistence, striving to maintain a facade of bravery. However, as she beheld the doctor approaching with a lengthy syringe, an involuntary fear enveloped her. Her heartbeat quickened, palms grew clammy, and her body trembled ever so slightly. Memories of being subjected to relentless experiments in the laboratory surged forth, suffocating her with their intensity. That I in that moment. Alien seemed to sense Utia's trepidation, gently approaching her and covering her eyes with her hand. Having spent years with Utia, Alien was acutely aware of Utia's dread of doctors and needles. Though Utia remained reticent about the reasons behind her fear, Alien refrained from probing. Yet she could surmise that it was likely tied to Utia's past experiences. Alien's voice, laced with a hint of teasing yet abundant in tenderness, drifted to Utia's ears from childhood. You have harbored a fear of needles. As the little princess of the Clarks, you cannot be so timid. Utia felt a wave of warmth and reassurance as Alien's palm shielded her vision, momentarily blinding her from the unpleasant memories. Taking a deep breath, Utia endeavored to quell her emotions, but to no avail. The haunting memories resurfaced vividly. Recalling her dark past was akin to a series of razor-sharp blades slicing through the long-buried scars within her heart. She found herself once more in that laboratory, reeking of antiseptic, where the cold examination table served as the stage for her childhood nightmares, each restraint a theft of her freedom. She remembered those researchers, their gazes as frigid as winter frost, devoid of warmth. Their movements were mechanical and practiced, the syringes and instruments in their hands symbols of their dominion. Each interaction laced with a disregard for life that I in their eyes. Utia was not a child but merely a specimen, an object for data collection and reaction observation. She recalled the helplessness and dread, each needle's prick sending tremors through her frail form. The torment transcended mere physical anguish. It was a psychological assault. She remembered her cries and struggles echoing through the vast laboratory. Met with utter silence, her tears and pleas seemed inconsequential before those researchers, who cared only for data and experimental outcomes. That on one occasion, after an unknown substance was injected into her, her body began to convulse uncontrollably, the agony threatening to tear her apart. That I in that moment, her spiritual energy spiraled out of control, akin to a wild beast caged for too long, striving to break free. Yet ultimately, her power was forcibly suppressed by the laboratory's containment mechanisms. A torment far more profound than physical pain. The researchers, indifferent, excitedly documented her spiraling mental state and suffering, their faces devoid of empathy, consumed by a fervor for experimental results. These memories surged like a tidal wave, suffocating Utia. Her heartbeat raced, breathing quickened, as if she were once again ensnared in that inescapable laboratory. Kylos, sensing Utia's distress, instinctively called her name. Their spiritual energies resonated in unison. He instinctively sought to quell Utia's emotional turmoil, but was suddenly thrust into the depths of her dark recollections that he beheld the researcher's apathetic gazes and felt the weight of Utia's pain and fear. His heart tightened with an unprecedented fury and helplessness. He witnessed Utia's diminutive form trembling helplessly upon the examination table, saw the merciless syringes piercing her flesh, and glimpsed the tears and despair in her eyes. Yet he could do nothing to alter the past. He was relegated to the role of a bystander, watching as his cherished one was subjected to such cruel and heartless treatment that a tempest of rage surged within Kylos, his spiritual energy raging like a storm, nearly solidifying the air in the room. His gaze shifted to the slender, elongated syringe held by the medical personnel, rekindling memories of everything he had witnessed in Utia's recollections. Those syringes were not merely instruments of experimentation. They embodied the very essence of Utia's suffering, direct symbols of the merciless trial she had endured. In an instant, his spiritual energy coalesced, and the syringe shattered, shards scattering with a sharp crack. This sudden action startled everyone present, their gazes converging upon Kylos, acutely aware of the intense emotional turmoil radiating from him. Alien swiftly approached, placing her hand gently upon Kylos' shoulder, attempting to soothe his ire with her own spiritual energy. "Brother, calm down," her voice bore a note of urgency. She understood that if Kylos' fury spiraled out of control, the consequences would be dire. Uriel, too, unleashed his spiritual energy to pacify Kylos. After all, the loss of control by an SS-level spiritual energy wielder would spell catastrophe for anyone within proximity. While they could not access Utia's past experiences as Kylos had, their collective focus remained steadfastly on her. Kylos, typically composed and stable, had rarely exhibited such intense emotional fluctuations. Yet the sole individual capable of eliciting such a reaction from him was Utia. Kylos inhaled deeply, acknowledging the necessity of maintaining his composure in this moment. He closed his eyes, forcibly suppressing the rage within, and redirected his spiritual energy toward Utia. "Aya, look at me." His voice resonated in Utia's ears, firm and resolute. "You have heard your father. I have witnessed your memories, and I understand what you have endured. But do not fear. Aya, I shall ensure that they pay the price for their actions. I promise you, from this day forth, no one shall harm you again." His mental fortitude formed a barrier, isolating the painful memories and creating a safe haven for Utia. She felt a warm force enveloping her, her heartbeat gradually calming and her breathing becoming more fluid. Yet, she remained silent, unbroken in her quietude. Chapter 42, Lavis Clark. After a long while, Utia finally spoke, her voice hoarse and faint, reminiscent of a tranquil sea after a storm, though the surface had returned to calm. The depths still churned. "Father, I have been too willful," she murmured, each word a courageous extraction from the depths of her heart. "That it's all right. We can move on. It's all in the past. Nothing of great consequence. That I apologize for causing worry to you all." This utterance. Even Uriel, who typically seemed indifferent to all, could not suppress a pang of compassion. So obedient, and so understanding. It pains me to see such maturity. Yet it was unnecessary. As the little princess of the Clark family, there was no one who could compel her to do what she did not wish. That he was reluctant. Alien was reluctant. Kairos was reluctant as well. Giorgio had no say in the matter. Uriel was unaware of what Kairos had seen in Utia's memories that had incited such fury, but if it could provoke such a calm and composed individual as Kairos to rage, the outcome must undoubtedly be far more brutal than he could ever imagine. Uriel gazed at the small figure before him, barely reaching his chest, and an inexplicable wave of sorrow surged within him. She was still a child, one who ought to be carefree and enjoy her youth. When Giorgio and Eli were of her age, they were mischievous little sprites, frolicking and playing pranks in front of their family. "Do not continue, Utia. It is all right. You have done nothing wrong, and there is no need for an apology. It is my fault. I missed your childhood. I failed to be there when you needed me most. If you do not wish to undergo a physical examination, we shall forego it. It is of no great matter. You are my child. You will always possess the right to refuse. You need not tread so cautiously as before. Even if you are disobedient or willful, as a father, it is only natural to be tolerant of a child's whims. Let us return home. Father will take you home, that we shall return back to our abode, where Abigail will prepare Aya's favorite matcha cupcakes. For my Aya ought to be the most carefree little princess." Kairos's voice grew slightly husky as he repeated, "We are going home. Father will take you home." "Yes, we are going home." At Clark Palace, Aslan, Eli, and Abigail awaited the return of the others at the entrance. As the starship landed, several figures of the Clark family finally appeared. 1, 2, 3, for one was missing. The three remained silent. Yet the absence was anticipated. They understood that Uriel's primary purpose for this journey was merely to catch a final glimpse of his little grandson and granddaughter, Giorgio and Utia. Nothing more. Now his wish had been fulfilled. He must now be at the apex of the Judgment Tower. They thought with a touch of melancholy, as the figures drew closer, near enough to discern each member of the Clark family. The trio's spirits soared with unexpected joy. Father, grandfather, your majesty, how can you still be alive? You are actually still alive? Uriel, though able to discern their concern through their words, found their expressions somewhat irksome. Ultimately, he could not help but retort. Am I living contrary to your wishes? After being chastised, the three realized their verbal misstep. You know we did not mean it that way. Uriel certainly understood they did not intend any offense. Otherwise, he would have long since unsheathed his sword to teach them a lesson. The strength of the Clark family would continually grow with age. Having confirmed that he was presently unscathed, Uriel felt an unusual itch for a spar. Just as he sought an opportunity to engage with them, Kairos coldly interjected, "Step aside, be quiet." It was then that Aslan and the others noticed the one they had overlooked was peacefully slumbering in Kairos's embrace. All the Clarks fell silent in an instant. Kairos carried Utia into her chamber, gently placing her onto the bed and covering her with a blanket before turning to leave. Outside, the Clarks learned from Giorgio the entire sequence of events, including the resolution of Uriel's mental storm. Elder brother, what are your thoughts on Utia? Aslan was the first to speak. Everyone knew he shared the closest bond with Kairos among the six brothers. Yet now he found himself somewhat perplexed by Kairos's mindset. Kairos pondered for a long while, summoned Lavis back. Upon hearing this name, the others couldn't help but brighten their eyes. Lavis Clark was Uriel's youngest son, the sixth among the six brothers, merely 4 years older than Eli and Giorgio. Unlike many of the Clarks, Lavis was not particularly fond of fighting. Rather, he possessed a profound talent and interest in medicine, particularly in psychological medicine. Perhaps, in aiding Utia to overcome her psychological shadows, Lavis would serve as the best healer. After all the Clarks could discern that, regardless of the circumstances, Utia's capacity to accept her family was several times greater than that of others. Perhaps, for Lavis, he could alleviate Utia's fear and aversion to doctors and injections. Utia had always been close and unguarded with her family. Upon receiving his brother's summons, Lavis swiftly returned to Clark Palace. As dusk fell, a tall figure appeared at the entrance of the Clarks. Dressed in the standard black and gold military uniform of the Clarks, the man bore a gentle countenance, with exquisite features and deep-set eyes that seemed capable of piercing the soul, the corners of which subtly uplifted, perpetually adorned with an elusive smile. His lips habitually curled into a gentle smile, rendering him all the more approachable and amiable, as if the warmth of a spring sun enveloped him, comforting yet not overwhelming, instilling a sense of reassurance and trust. Yet, only those who knew him well understood that beneath that seemingly warm smile and amiable demeanor lay an extreme dedication to family, responsibility, and protection. Back already? Quite swift. Aslan, seated in the living room, immediately recognized the newly returned Lavis. That he bumped his shoulder and draped his arm over Lavis's shoulder. Have you grown taller? Lavis chuckled. Second brother, I am already 25. I have long passed the age of growing taller. Hearing the commotion, the others quickly gathered in the living room. Abigail slightly bowed to Lavis. It is a pleasure to see you again, Prince Lavis. The cumin lamb you enjoy has been prepared. Welcome home. Lavis nodded in appreciation towards Abigail. Thank you, Abigail. I appreciate your efforts. The Clark family maintained exemplary etiquette that Lavis's gaze swept across his family, and at last, it settled upon a somewhat unfamiliar figure. Kairos noticed Lavis's attention and beckoned Utia over. Utia, come here. Utia swiftly approached Kairos's side. Utia Clark, my daughter. Lavis had seen Utia's image on the official website, yet this was their first meeting. That he gently ruffled Utia's fluffy hair. Hello, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Lavis Clark. You should call me Uncle. Chapter 43, A Marvelous Kinship. Hello, Uncle. I am Utia, the child of my father. Utia peered out from behind Kairos. Seemingly sensing the awkwardness in her words, she quickly retreated, clarifying, my father is Kairos. Yeah, Lavis chuckled, taking delight in the girl who had shrunk back behind Kairos, deliberately articulating her name as if familiarizing himself with a new family member. What a lovely name. Did your brother give it to you? That cold-hearted person actually bestowed such an adorable name upon you. It was not my father's choice, but he is quite gentle. Utia, not detecting Lavis's teasing, earnestly defended Kairos. Ha ha, gentle. This is the first time I've heard such an assessment from a little one about my elder brother. Lavis laughed for a moment before suddenly asking, Aren't you afraid of me? I thought you would be quite frightened. Utia looked puzzled. Why should I be afraid of you? Because my elder brother mentioned you fear doctors, and I have studied medicine since childhood. Utia hesitated momentarily. Not at all. You are my father's brother. Lavis's smile deepened. He had never encountered a Clark so soft and gentle as Utia. Why do you not fear me simply because I am your father's brother? Because you are family. Utia's response momentarily stunned Lavis, and his smile began to grow more sincere. He playfully teased the child. Really not afraid. Will you use a syringe to prick me? Utia suddenly hesitated. Lavis, intent on teasing her, replied, Of course, I am a doctor, and if Utia falls ill, how could I not administer an injection? Then, if Aya is well, does that mean she doesn't need a shot? Utia, frightened, immediately retreated behind Kairos, cautiously peeking out from his back. With a chuckle, Lavis couldn't help but burst into laughter. Utia found it a bit strange, but noticed that the other Clarks were also stifling their giggles. Although she didn't quite understand, she realized they were laughing at her. Reluctant to emerge from behind Kairos, her voice took on a pitiful tone. Father, they are mocking me. Kairos chuckled softly, ruffling Utia's hair and pulling the little girl into his embrace. Your uncle is merely joking, don't be afraid. This means he holds a fondness for Aya, that he then shot a warning glance at the other Clarks, still laughing heartily. Isn't that right? Sensing the underlying thread in Kairos's tone, the Clarks nodded in unison, and Lavis quickly conceded. After dinner, Utia played with the other Clarks for a while before retiring to bed. The rest of the Clarks did not adhere to an early bedtime, gathering in the living room. Overall, the outcome was somewhat better than I had anticipated. She displayed no significant aversion towards me. That my brother was correct. Little Aya shows far greater tolerance towards family than outsiders. Lavis broke the silence first. However, she still fears injections. Throughout the day, Eli had remained unusually quiet, yet his gaze never strayed from Utia. Indeed, she still feared needles, but thankfully, there were numerous non-invasive methods for physical examinations and health assessments. I would need to continue observing her aversion to other medical procedures. Lavis nodded. But as a doctor endowed with exceptional medical talent, he knew that even without injections, his options were somewhat limited. She disliked feeling constrained and was averse to hospital beds. She could sit on one, but detested lying down on it. After 6 years of acquaintance, Ailian had come to understand Utia rather well. This wasn't insurmountable. If these were the only limitations, the issue should not be too great. She feared the sight of white coats and masks, reminiscent of experimental attire in her memories. Kairos suddenly spoke up. Lavis cast a curious glance at him, surprised to find his older brother so invested in little Aya's well-being. Kairos replied matter-of-factly, She is my daughter. Of course, I care. Lavis smirked knowingly. Are you concerned for Utia? Or for her healing spirit abilities? Kairos fixed him with a steady gaze, his psychic energy surging forth, pressing heavily upon Lavis. Lavis, I shall warn you just once. If you attempt to exploit her healing spirit abilities, I will not let you off lightly. The overwhelming force of Kairos's psychic pressure nearly caused Lavis to falter. Struggling to speak, he stammered, I misspoke, brother. I would never. Only then did Kairos divert his gaze. With the release of his psychic energy, Lavis was left drenched in cold sweat. His brother's power had intensified. The atmosphere in the room grew tense due to Kairos's display that Lavis's complexion paled as he wiped the sweat from his brow, clearly feeling the weight of the pressure he had just endured. Brother, I understand. His voice was hoarse, and a flicker of reverence danced in his eyes. He recognized that Kairos was serious. He would no longer entertain any reckless thoughts regarding Utia. I am aware of your intentions, but Utia holds immense significance for me that I wish to shield her from any peril. Kairos's gaze swept across all present, particularly lingering on Eli and Lavis. The living room fell silent once more. May I visit her now? Lavis's voice broke the stillness. Kairos looked up, meeting Lavis's gaze, his eyes filled with scrutiny and caution. After a moment's deliberation, he nodded in acquiescence. You may, but she is asleep, so keep your voice down. The latter part of his statement was nearly superfluous. The Clark family had undergone training in stealth, ensuring their ability to move soundlessly in any environment. With permission granted, Lavis rose and made his way toward Utia's room. His steps light and careful, fearful of disturbing her slumber, and he gently pushed the door open, revealing Utia curled up in bed, enveloped in soft blankets. Her breathing was steady and deep, a clear indication that she was lost in sweet dreams. Lavis stood at the doorway for a moment, quietly observing, ensuring she was not tossing and turning due to discomfort. His gaze softened unconsciously. He was surprised to find himself feeling such profound affection for a niece he had never met before. Blood relations are indeed a mysterious phenomenon. Despite it being their first encounter, a sense of inexplicable closeness enveloped him. It felt as if an invisible bond tightly connected their hearts, allowing them to feel that special sentiment without any words exchanged. Chapter 44. Babysitting. Lavis stood beside Utia's bed, his expression gentle and focused as the most gifted healer in the Clark family. He would not miss the opportunity to conduct a comprehensive examination while Utia was in a deep slumber. He retrieved a small medical chip from his portable medical kit. This chip, a marvel of the Clark Empire's latest technology, could collect physiological data without disturbing the patient through mere skin contact. Lavis carefully affixed the chip to Utia's wrist, and it seamlessly integrated with her skin, commencing data transmission. His eyes remained glued to the holographic screen in his hand, which displayed Utia's psychic strength and various vital signs. As the data streamed in, Lavis's brow furrowed slightly. While Utia's physiological indicators were within normal ranges, certain values approached critical thresholds, indicating her body had been under prolonged stress. The frequent use of her psychic abilities had taken a significant toll on her health. He continued to monitor the data, noting that Utia's psychic fluctuations were unusually calm, which related to the inherent nature of her healing powers. Healing psychic energy naturally possesses soothing and restorative qualities. This power not only heals others but also offers a degree of protection to its host's mental well-being. However, Lavis also observed a small, uncontrollable psychic storm brewing within Utia's mental realm, a consequence of her excessive psychic usage. For every Clark, this was an inevitable path. Yet Utia was still so young that Lavis's brow furrowed deeply, an unprecedented sense of worry swelling within him, that he retracted the medical chip and quietly exited Utia's room. Returning to the living room, he reported his findings to Kairos and the other family members. Her overall health is good, but the long-term pressure from her psychic abilities is having unavoidable effects. A hint of concern colored Lavis's voice. She has already begun to experience a minor psychic storm. The mention of a minor psychic storm sent ripples of alarm through the Clark family. This was an exceedingly perilous signal for their kind. Such storms typically manifested in Clark members only after reaching a certain psychic maturity, yet Utia was still underage, and her storm had arrived far too early. Naturally, this also indicated the strength of Utia's psychic gifts, that it was a byproduct of her relentless psychic usage and the immense pressure she had been enduring. That Lavis's tone turned somber as he recognized the implications for Utia. If we do not regulate her psychic usage, she may reach her limits far sooner than any of us. That Kairos's expression darkened, fully aware that every Clark must confront the challenge of psychic storms, a part of their growth and an inevitable conclusion. Yet Utia was still far too young. Her body and mind were unprepared to face such a tempest. She is still so small. Kairos's voice quavered with emotion. Lavis, what should we do? She is but a child. Kairos, typically composed and self-restrained, found himself feeling utterly helpless for the first time. Should we restrict Utia's psychic usage? He reflected on the countless times he had witnessed his family being exiled, or the agonizing moments spent atop the Judgment Tower. Waiting for the end, or even personally granting his loved ones eternal rest, that he had grown accustomed to it. At most, it meant returning to a time before Utia's existence. And that was sufficient. Giorgio had survived the last psychic storm. Their father had salvaged his life at the last moment. His sister, Ailien, had also returned safely under Utia's watchful protection, that he had even gained a lovely daughter. That was enough. Kairos felt content. But what about Utia? Could she endure the loss of her family with equanimity? Despite possessing the healing powers of a psychic, Mingming finds himself powerless to use them, forced to watch helplessly as his family departs. He cannot help but ponder whether it is truly necessary to restrict Utia from utilizing her psychic abilities, or she must endure such suffering. But he is reluctant, but he is unwilling. That it is not so dire. Lavis's muses, rubbing his nose that it is merely a limitation, not an outright prohibition. According to the assessment results, Utia's psychic powers are still in a developmental phase. Drawing from Elian's example, as long as Utia is given ample time to grow, she can heal us all without nearing her limits. Of course, this requires time, at least for now. Before she reaches adulthood, it is best to refrain from any psychic exertion that exceeds her capacity. Karos's brow slightly unfurls. Lavasis's words grant him a glimmer of hope that he understands that as a father, he must make the decisions most beneficial for Utia, even if it means letting her face the trials of growth. As the first extraordinarily powerful healer in the history of the Clark family, her very existence is a miracle. Her psychic abilities not only possess the power to heal others, but also bear the weight of rewriting her family's destiny. This unique circumstance undeniably subjects Utia to greater risks and crises than an ordinary member of the Clark family. There is one more thing. Aslan suddenly interjects, "Brother, the resource allocation competition is about to commence. Will Utia accompany us?" The resource allocation competition not only symbolizes national strength, but also indirectly determines the nation's corresponding voice and decision-making power at the World Conference. Historically, the entire Clark Empire team has been comprised of Clarks themselves, a tradition that has persisted. Considering Utia's psychic powers are still in an ascending developmental stage, and given her healing abilities, she could potentially become an invaluable member of the Clark family in the future. Participating in significant events like the resource allocation competition would undoubtedly provide her with invaluable experience and opportunities for growth, greatly enhancing her ability to control her powers. However, such participation could also entail additional pressure and risks, particularly before her psychic powers have reached complete stability. These potential dangers cannot be overlooked. Never mind, Utia is still young and needs protection. That I believe I can take care of the child in the audience. Uriel speaks first, and I can do it too. I can. Uriel, being older, can engage in games with them on the field. Taking care of children is exhausting, and I can take care of Uriel's child. Gelsier immediately chimes in. Gelsier has only just reached adulthood. He lacks any experience in childcare. Brother knows I am not the lazy type, but I have raised 2 children myself, and Utia is so well-behaved that I feel I am the most qualified to accompany Utia on the field. Aslan quietly raises his hand, looking innocent. Come on, if we are talking about experience, I have taken care of Utia for 6 years. It should be me taking care of the child. Elian is not willing to fall behind, her expression revealing that she sees through Aslan's facade. Or do you think you have been too idle lately and wish to compete with your sister on the training field? Lavasis shrinks back. Elian is recognized as the strongest among the 6 siblings. Second only to Karos, it is said that upon her return, her psychic powers have advanced yet again, but he does not wish to provoke her. He hastily waves his hands, attempting to ease the tension. No, Sister Elian. How could I question you? I'm merely worried that Utia might suffer against those trained opponents. You know, I am only concerned for little Utia. Elian snorts softly, her gaze sharp as a sword, yet she ultimately relents. Not only that, but she is also known as the Ash in the Bounty Hunter Guild, a red-level bounty hunter with a verifiable record. As if competing to demonstrate who knows Utia better, Gelsier refuses to back down. Lavasis is rendered speechless and suddenly lunges at Gelsier, who is still fanning the flames. What are you saying? Wasn't I trying to find a way for Utia to stay in the audience? And you keep saying this and that. Which side are you on? Unable to best his own sister, he is left chastising his nephew. Lavasis is greatly irritated by Gelsier, rolling up his sleeves to strike. Today, Uncle will teach you what it means when your uncle hits you. No mercy. His fists slice through the air, each swing accompanied by a rush of wind, commanding respect. The Gelsier's reaction is a beat too slow. He hurriedly retreats, attempting to evade Lavasis's onslaught. His face reveals a comically desperate expression as he dodges, pleading, "Oh dear uncle, don't do this. I was wrong. I was just saying." The other Clarks show no interest in mediating. Ultimately, Gelsier concedes, panting and raising his hands in surrender to indicate defeat. Upon witnessing this, Lavasis ceases his assault, rolling his eyes. Second brother, Gelsier's combat skills have noticeably declined. I believe we should add a couple of combat lessons to enrich his extracurricular activities. Aslan nods in agreement, in response to Gelsier's incredulous expression. Lavasis retreats to his seat. Throughout this familial debate, Kairos maintains his silence until the surrounding clamor gradually subsides that he finally speaks, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. I understand your sentiments, but have you considered how Utia, being a young girl, will cope with a pack of predatory politicians from other nations if she remains in the audience? Elian furrows her brow, unable to comprehend why her elder brother would say such a thing. Why should it be just her? I can accompany her as well. With me around, who would dare to bully her? The other members of the Clark family, initially prepared to voice their opinions, find their lips parting slightly, as if 1,000 words were about to pour forth. However, when Kairos's words weigh heavily in the air, their utterances are abruptly stifled, silenced by an invisible hand. Only Elian continues to inquire. The resource allocation competition requires 8 Clarks. With our 6 siblings, plus Gelsier, Eli, and Uriel, that makes 10 Clarks in total. Therefore, at least 2 Clarks must remain in the audience. Why must Utia be brought to the arena? In the face of danger, I understand that the Clarks have always been destined for battle, but Utia is different. Kairos interrupts her, his voice low yet resonating like thunder, striking deep into Elian's heart. There are no longer 10 Clarks. Elian freezes momentarily, disbelief lacing her tone. What did you say? Simon has fallen asleep. We no longer have 10 Clarks. I need to clarify further. Kairos's voice is deep, akin to a beast concealed in profound darkness, tinged with sorrow yet brimming with bitterness. The atmosphere instantly hushes, as if the very air has solidified. When did this happen? 2 months prior. A tempest of mental energy erupted within him at the pinnacle of the Judgment Tower, and once he entered the room prepared for him, he never emerged again. That Aslan's voice resonated with a somber timbre, each word striking Elian's heart like a heavy hammer. Elian had chosen self-exile among the stars 7 years ago. In the face of such a significant upheaval within the family, the other members of the Clark clan were unable to reach her. A tide of indescribable sorrow surged within her. Simon had always clung to me since childhood. He must be very disappointed not to see me this time. Aslan gently patted Elian's shoulder, his voice imbued with a touch of tenderness. He bore no resentment towards you. In his final moments, he was still thinking of you. That he said, "It's fortunate that Sister Elian is not here. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly be heartbroken." That he conveyed that if you were alive, we should tell you not to grieve for him. He merely ventured ahead to scout the path for his sister, just as he did in their youth. Elian stood there in silence, as if time had crystallized in that moment, her eyes glimmering with complex emotions, yet she remained voiceless. The surrounding air seemed to resonate with her sorrow, growing heavy and serene. The other members of the Clark family sensed this weight and fell silent, granting Elian the time she needed to confront and process this sudden anguish. The emotional bond of family ties manifested palpably at that moment, as all stood quietly beside Elian. Chapter 46. Lethargy. Aslan understood her feelings. Each member of the Clark family cherished their kin, nurturing strong bonds, yet the most profound connections were undoubtedly between Aslan and Kairos, and Elian and Simon. Aslan and Kairos, the eldest and second brothers, collaborated to resolve many conflicts among their younger siblings. Elian and Simon complemented each other perfectly. While Simon lacked combat prowess, he excelled in eloquence. A veritable prodigy in diplomacy. Elian, formidable in strength yet gentle in speech, formed a harmonious duo with Simon, where one would articulate and the other would act, rarely encountering setbacks even against other Clark siblings. With Simon in slumber, Elian must be profoundly saddened. Elian's silence did not linger for long. Indeed, Simon's slumber was a tremendous blow to her, yet she recognized that as a member of the Clark family, they all must confront such fates. She inhaled deeply, striving to render her voice indistinguishable from its usual tone. That I am fine now, brother. Please continue. Kairos nodded, understanding and support evident in his gaze. He knew that although Elian's heart brimmed with sorrow, she would persist in her strength, much like every member of their family. Now, let us determine the roster for the resource allocation competition. Let us get busy, Elian. Only through diligence and the passage of time can the ache in our hearts gradually subside. This is neither the first time, nor will it be the last. We must cultivate a habit of resilience. Present. There was only one spot remaining for those who would stay in the audience. And I respect your opinions. You may nominate the individual for that role. Aslan spoke, wishing to avoid languishing in boredom without Utia in the audience, and decided to divert the discussion. Brother, I believe Uriel should remain in the audience. His mental tempest has only just calmed, and he requires time to recover and stabilize. As soon as Aslan's words fell, the atmosphere in the living room shifted subtly. Each member of the Clark family understood that to remain in the audience meant missing an important competition. A result they did not desire. I concur. Grandfather possesses the most experience, and his presence can provide us with the best strategic counsel. Gelsier interjected, attempting to shift the responsibility to another. Alien nodded, a glimmer of cunning in her eyes. Father's mental energy has only just stabilized. He needs to maintain his composure and is not suited for the tense competition environment. Ali joined the discussion. Grandfather has always been our steadfast support. His presence ensures our logistics are worry-free. Ravis, sensing the tide, added, Indeed, Uriel, your mental storm has just settled. You require further rest. Faced with the collective reluctance, Uriel furrowed his brow, that he understood that his mental tempest indeed required time for recovery, yet he did not wish to miss this pivotal moment for the family. You rascals only know how to push this old man aside. Uriel feigned irritation, yet a hint of helpless amusement danced in his eyes. Aslan seized the moment to stoke the fire. Uriel, your mental tempest truly necessitates more rest. We do this for your own good. Uriel realized that no matter how he protested, he must yield to the majority, and he sighed, reluctantly accepting the reality, since this is the consensus. Let it be decided thus. Father, you shall remain in the audience, responsible for monitoring the competition and ready to provide us with support at any time. His words carried an undeniable authority, silencing the room. As the family leader, Karos's word was final. Uriel nodded, though a tinge of reluctance lingered in his heart. He understood this was for the greater good of the family. Very well, I shall cheer for you from the audience. The roster for the Clark family's competitors and the individual remaining in the audience was finally established. Abigail timely entered the living room. Your Majesty and esteemed guests, the hour grows late. It is time for rest. Good night, everyone. Good night, Abigail. The Clarks responded in unison. The following morning, the temperature outside the Clark Palace plummeted, the biting wind heralding the approach of winter. The hearth within the palace was aglow, the warm flames dancing. Providing a touch of comfort on this frigid morning, in Utira's chamber. Heavy curtains shielded her from the morning chill. She nestled within her soft bedding, reluctant to leave the warmth of her bed. Her breathing was steady and deep, evidently still immersed in sweet dreams. Ali encountered Alien, who had concluded her training early, in the living room. Little Ia should still be asleep. She has a tendency to linger in bed during winter. Alien was well aware of Utia's habits. Upon mentioning Utia, Ali's body stiffened momentarily. Since that incident, Utia had not approached him for some time. Alien, sensing Ali's thoughts, felt a mischievous impulse arise. Ali, go wake breakfast time approaches. And skipping breakfast is detrimental to the stomach. Ali hesitated, finding himself in a quandary. And, of course, Alien was aware of what he intended to say. Karos had already briefed her on their situation. However, the urge for mischief was irresistible. She turned abruptly, interrupting Ali's words, who, after a moment's hesitation, approached Utia's door. Alien concealed herself in a hidden corner, watching Ali's actions with a quiet chuckle. Why all the fuss? Utia's nature was inherently gentle. She always exhibited exceptional tolerance and understanding towards her family. However, due to Ali's avoidance, she was uncertain how to navigate this awkward situation, that if only Ali could release the burdens of his heart and face Utia with sincerity, their relationship could be mended. After all, Alien knew that Utia had long forgiven him. Her previous words were mere playful jests meant to instill a touch of guilt in Ali. Such were the whims of youthful hearts. Ali quietly entered Utia's room, standing at her bedside, gazing intently at her sleeping visage, that Utia's lashes fluttered slightly, as if sensing another's presence in her dreams. Her eyes slowly opened, groggily peering at the figure before her. Still caught in the haze of slumber, she could not discern whether the figure was Ali or Gelsier, instinctively softening her voice in playful supplication. Brother, it's so cold outside. Let me sleep a little longer. Just a bit, please. The young girl's voice was exceedingly soft, imbued with a beguiling charm. Her delicate, sweet tones coupled with her innocent gaze relentlessly assailed one's resolve, rendering it nearly impossible to deny her any request. As her cohabitant for 6 years, Alien was acutely aware of this fact. She understood that once Utia employed that voice capable of melting hearts to plead with her, she would unconsciously allow Utia to linger in slumber a little longer. Even at the expense of breakfast time. Chapter 47. The little coquette Eli listened to Utia's coaxing, feeling somewhat at a loss. Even prior to that incident, Utia had never displayed such a demeanor towards him. After all, they had not been very familiar with one another at that time. Even when they grew closer, Utia seldom resorted to such endearing antics. Experiencing Utia's coaxing for the first time, Eli found himself utterly disarmed. He let out a soft sigh, beginning to fathom the sly smile Ailian had worn when assigning him this task. Faced with Utia's sweetly persistent pleas, who could bear to rouse her from her warm cocoon of blankets? Well then, Eli replied softly, his voice tinged with an almost imperceptible hint of concession and resignation. Sleep a little longer. I will call you shortly. In his heart, Eli quietly resolved to allow her just a few more minutes, at most 10, after which he would certainly rouse her. He quietly exited Utia's room, only to be met by Ailian's gleeful expression. She was chatting with Aslan, and upon noticing Eli's solitary presence, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. See? What did I tell you? She exclaimed. Just look at Aya's adorable reluctance to rise. With Eli's gentle nature, how could he possibly wake her? Aslan stifled a chuckle nearby, seemingly attempting to preserve some semblance of dignity for his child. Eli felt helpless but still wished to make a feeble attempt at resistance. I'll go call her in 10 minutes. I absolutely will rouse her then. Ailian laughed even more heartily. Very well, good luck, little Eli. I have faith in you. She wouldn't divulge to Eli that she had once shared a similar experience. Back then, she too had been unable to resist Utia's endearing antics, promising to wake her in 5 minutes. Yet, before she knew it, she had succumbed to Utia's soft, mellifluous voice and innocent gaze. The girl who did not wish to rise was truly the epitome of a coquette. What had begun as a 5-minute agreement had unknowingly transformed into 10, then 15 minutes. Each time Ailian prepared to rouse Utia, she would be met with those still drowsy, misty eyes and a tender, coaxing voice. Good sister, just let me sleep a little longer. Just a moment, that if it had been her siblings, they would have long since been off to the training grounds. But Utia, she neither grew angry nor threw tantrums. She merely murmured sweetly, let me sleep a little longer, please. How could Ailian withstand such pleas? The child, who rarely indulged in such behavior, wielded it with devastating effect when she did. Ailian's heart had softened completely through these repeated entreaties. Primarily, it was that Utia was simply too adept at coaxing. What are you all discussing? Coaxing? Where's little Aya? Still not awake. Why, haven't you called her? Gershio descended from upstairs, spotting Ailian's beaming smile and feeling compelled to join the conversation. Oh, we were discussing how Utia is dull. The communicator crackled with the hurried breaths of Lucille Clark, her voice tinged with a raspy quality, evidently shaped by a fierce confrontation. Lucille Clark, the fifth daughter of the previous generation of the Clark family, also known as the fifth sister of Kylos, Uriel felt himself approaching his limits. Preparing for his own eventuality, he made the decision to spare his beloved queen from witnessing his descent into chaos. He entrusted his queen to their youngest daughter, Lucille Clark. Now, upon hearing of a widespread insect plague threatening Lucille's location, Uriel's heart clenched painfully, a flicker of concern shadowing his gaze. The safety of Vistastar was intrinsically linked to the stability of the entire empire. Yet at this moment, his paramount worry was the well-being of his queen, Velra. What of Velra? How is she faring? Uriel's voice rushed through the communicator. Listen closely, I will not permit Velra to step onto the battlefield. Velra's voice resonated through the device. Uriel, I understand your concerns, but I also recognize that you need my support. I am here organizing logistics and medical teams to ensure that the warriors at the front receive timely aid. I assure you, I will remain safely at the rear, avoiding any peril. Uriel furrowed his brow. He understood that Velra, as a queen, possessed courage and a sense of duty rivaling any Clark, yet she was also his most cherished person, and he could not allow her to come to harm. Velra was not a Clark. She was an ordinary individual, lacking the formidable self-healing abilities characteristic of the Clarks. She was Uriel's treasure. Lucille, you must guarantee that Velra will not partake in any frontline combat. Her safety is of utmost importance. That I promise, father. Lucille's voice conveyed a note of reassurance. She comprehended Uriel's apprehension and recognized her own responsibilities, that I will ensure that Mother does not enter the battlefield. But right now, I require assistance. Kylos' countenance suddenly grew grave. Typically, a single Clark Prince could effortlessly manage an insect-plagued SS-level psychic powerhouse, could nearly match the might of 3 armies on the battlefield. However, Lissalin's call for aid undoubtedly signified that this insect plague was no ordinary threat, that he immediately rose and commanded, Ravis, Elian, Uriel, prepare to depart at once for Vista Star to provide assistance, should there be a shortage of personnel. Report to me without delay. At that moment, Abigail hurried into the dining hall, urgency etched across his face. Your Majesty, we have just received word that the Imperial Central Data Repository has been breached by unidentified assailants, containing a wealth of critical information regarding the Empire's security. Your immediate presence is required to address the situation. Kylos furrowed his brow, swiftly weighing the urgency of both crises. The insect plague on Vista Star demanded the strength of the Clarks to quell it, while the security of the Central Data Repository was equally pivotal to the Empire's survival. In this critical juncture, Kylos had to make a swift decision to ensure both matters were adequately managed. Aslan, Jershio, accompany me to handle the breach at the Central Data Repository. Kylos' voice brooked no dissent, exuding undeniable authority. The realm of information technology, Aslan and Jershio were the family's elite. Their expertise and experience were crucial in resolving the crisis at the repository. Abigail, inform Albert to present himself before me at the earliest possible moment, that he oversees the Central Data Repository, and any issues therein cannot escape his involvement. Aya, you two remain at Clark Palace, monitoring the situation on Vista Star via the holographic star network, and report any anomalies to me immediately. Abigail swiftly accepted the orders and turned to relay Kylos' commands to Albert. Uriel, Ravis, and Elian also promptly set off to provide support at Vista Star. Alai and Utia exchanged glances, both aware that despite remaining at the palace, their responsibilities were equally significant. They had to ensure the security of the family's central nerve, Clark Palace, while also serving as Kylos' eyes and ears, closely monitoring every shift in the battlefield's tide. Kylos, Aslan, and Jershio quickly logged into their internal accounts, entering the Central Data Repository. The data streams on the screen resembled a chaotic river, overflowing with the clear traces left by the intruders. It appears the adversary is not as adept as we imagined, Aslan remarked, scrutinizing the system logs. A glimmer of ease flickered in his eyes, quickly overshadowed by a resurgence of seriousness. Jershio's fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard as he tracked the intruder's path. Indeed, their methods are not particularly sophisticated, even somewhat crude. Yet it is precisely this seemingly simple approach that has generated a multitude of trivial issues we must resolve one by one. Kylos' brow furrowed. He was acutely aware that these so-called minor problems, when accumulated, would consume a significant amount of their time and energy. Meticulously examine each data node to ensure no tampered or maliciously embedded codes have slipped through. Aslan nodded in agreement, having commenced the deployment of a series of diagnostic protocols to automate the identification and rectification of fundamental issues. Although these repairs were not arduous, they were exceedingly tedious. Patience is key, Jershio. This will likely take us quite some time. Jershio, meanwhile, focused on tracing the origin of the intrusion. I will set some traps, hoping to catch them in their next move. Simultaneously, I will attempt to restore the compromised firewall to bolster our defenses. Time swiftly passed as the trio collaborated, gradually untangling the chaos left by the intruders. Although their adversary skills were not exceptional, their actions resembled children recklessly rifling through a library, while not difficult to manage. Restoring order would necessitate immense patience and meticulousness. However, Kylos soon sensed something amiss. Do you not find it peculiar that everything seems to be progressing too smoothly? Kylos' instincts rarely failed him, and his words prompted a momentary pause in Aslan and Jershio's movements. Jershio halted his work, a flicker of unease crossing his expression. Indeed, this seems excessively straightforward. They appear unconcerned with us discovering their actions. Kylos' gaze remained fixated on the screen, his fingers lightly tapping the table, a habitual gesture when deep in thought. The adversary may be deliberately leading us, directing our focus toward these trivial matters. At that moment, word of Elian and the others successfully repelling the insect horde reached Kylos' hands. The issue had been resolved with surprising ease. Yet for reasons unknown, Kylos felt an undercurrent of unease. Chapter 49. Targeted assassination. Clark Palace. As all members of the Clark family immersed themselves in their respective urgent missions, only Eli and Utia remained within Clark Palace. The atmosphere in the palace suddenly turned profoundly quiet, interrupted only by the occasional ticking of the communicator, shattering the tranquility. Eli sat in the command room, his brow furrowed, his eyes fixed intently on the screen before him, which displayed the battle conditions on Vista Star alongside the latest updates from the central data repository. Despite the confidence expressed by his father and other family members regarding the mission, Eli's intuition warned him that the situation was far from simple, that Utia's fingers flew across the keyboard as she closely monitored the battle conditions on Vista Star via the Star Network. She opened multiple windows, reviewing the latest battle reports while analyzing the data streams emanating from the central data repository. Everything seemed to be progressing smoothly, yet it felt almost too smooth. Just then, Utia's communicator suddenly chimed. She swiftly activated it, only to find a message from the Bounty Hunter Guild's Aled bearing urgent news. The content of the message drained the color from her face. Utia, I must relay some unfortunate news. Just now, an anonymous SS-level mission has been issued on the Guild's dark web, targeting the capture of the youngest prince of the Clark Empire, Utia Clark. That is you. The mission's owner has specified that if capture proves impossible, immediate termination is permissible, and actions are to commence half an hour post-issuance. Due to the lucrative reward and no restrictions on hunter levels, 3 red hunters, over 20 black hunters, and hundreds of purple hunters have already accepted the task. Please exercise extreme caution. This may be a conspiracy aimed directly at you. Eli noticed the change in Utia's complexion and immediately inquired about what had transpired. Utia shared Aled's message with Eli, whose eyes gleamed with a cold intensity. Aya, remain in the command room and do not stray from my line of sight. That I must promptly inform father and the other family members that Eli's tone conveyed a seriousness that brooked no argument. Utia nodded slightly, fully aware of the gravity of the current situation. Eli swiftly activated the communicator to contact all members of the Clark family, but unexpectedly, he found himself unable to reach anyone. While the inability to connect with Kylos and Aslan was somewhat anticipated, given that the central database blocks communications from all external accounts except its own, the failure to contact Alien raised suspicions. After all, a pestilence had never been known to disrupt signals. That it was evident that someone was covertly sabotaging their efforts, isolating all of the Clarks and severing their communications. The intent behind this was all too clear, a blatant assassination attempt directed squarely at Utia. Even without external assistance, Eli, as the heir apparent, had never been one to underestimate his capabilities. He decisively issued commands to mobilize all armed forces within the Clark Palace, intensifying their protective measures. He swiftly authorized the palace's intelligence steward. He simultaneously dispatched an urgent order for an immediate comprehensive security inspection of the palace's interior. Upon receiving the directive, the intelligence steward activated all security systems, commencing a thorough and meticulous scan of every corner of the palace to ensure no unwelcome intruders could infiltrate this sacred domain. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated and unleashed his formidable psychic energy. This power radiated like an invisible wave, swiftly expanding to envelop the entire palace in a psychic domain. Within this realm, his perception sharpened to an extraordinary degree, enabling him to detect even the slightest movements. Utia sat quietly in the command room, her gaze fixed intently on the screen. Her fingers danced lightly across the console as she adjusted the parameters of the security system to ensure the precision and efficiency of the scans. The screen displayed real-time surveillance footage from various areas of the palace, her sharp eyes missing no detail. Activate thermal imaging scan. As a member of the Clark family, Utia possessed significant authority within the palace. Despite seldom exercising it, following her command, the screen shifted to display the thermal imaging perspective. She meticulously scrutinized each hotspot, analyzing any unusual temperature fluctuations that could indicate hidden intruders or overlooked security threats. Alien had taught her well. She was never merely a parasite relying on her family. Suddenly, the palace alarm blared, red lights flashing throughout the interior. Eli and Utia's expressions grew solemn as they realized that the enemy had commenced their assault. The Clark Guards, being the elite of the Empire's foremost military academy, reacted swiftly, successfully keeping the majority of the bounty hunters at bay. However, a few figures managed to breach their defenses and appeared before Eli and Utia. 3 red hunters and 1 gold hunter. What a formidable force that Utia's gaze zeroed in on the seemingly unremarkable bounty hunter, who, if not for years of relentless experience within the bounty hunter guild, she would have nearly overlooked. The gold hunter was a legendary figure within the guild. While blood hunters were considered the pinnacle among mid-tier bounty hunters, they paled in comparison to the gold hunters. The requirements to become a gold hunter were exceedingly stringent. Only blood hunters who had completed over 10S level missions could attain such a title. Gold hunters typically refrained from entering the fray unless confronted by formidable blood hunters. In the guild, rank directly dictated leadership in operations, and even the most accomplished blood hunters were treated as mere cannon fodder in the presence of a gold hunter. The 3 blood hunters swiftly took action. Be careful. Eli quickly positioned himself in front of Utia, gripping the hilt of his sword, ready to engage. The battle was imminent, as Eli faced 2 red hunters in a pincer attack, his form flickering across the battlefield like a phantom. Each swing of his sword producing a piercing sound that showcased his prowess as the Clark heir. Despite facing 2 formidable adversaries, Eli held his ground, each of his strikes precise and lethal, making it difficult for the 2 red hunters to close in. His swordsmanship was both accurate and ruthless, each swing leaving his opponents struggling to counter, and even in the face of their combined strength. He maintained an upper hand, subtly exerting pressure. As a member of the Clark family, Utia was no slouch in combat either, engaging another red hunter. Utilizing her powerful psychic energy and agile form, she exhibited astonishing combat prowess. Her psychic power acted like an invisible net, capturing every move of her opponent, while her form flickered like a wraith on the battlefield, eluding detection, though she was not adept in close combat. Her agility and stealth were unparalleled. The battle raged on fiercely, with Eli and Utia leveraging their innate combat instincts and years of training on the brink of life and death, engaging in intense confrontations with their foes. Each swing of their weapons resonated like thunder, and each evasion flowed like water. The 3 blood hunters sensed an almost suffocating pressure when facing the 2 Clark heirs, as if each clash was a dance with death. However, these bounty hunters were not to be underestimated. Their ability to rise above the ranks to become red hunters attested to their unique skills. They quickly adapted their tactics, employing teamwork and their respective strengths to launch a more ferocious assault against Eli and Utia. Eli's eyes flickered with a sense of gravity. He understood that this battle was proving far more arduous than he had anticipated, that he needed to remain vigilant, without a trace of negligence. His psychic energy began to surge forth, manifesting waves of psychic fluctuations that disrupted the opponent's perceptions and movements. Utia also felt the pressure mounting. Her psychic energy intensified, and her spirit beast, a small white tiger, became increasingly visible on the battlefield, providing her with additional support. The synergy between the small white tiger's psychic energy and Utia's own rendered her attacks increasingly unpredictable. The battle persisted, both sides searching for openings in each other's defenses. Although Utia and Eli maintained an advantage through their superior psychic power, as time wore on, this edge began to diminish that it became increasingly difficult for them to fully suppress their opponents, yet the enemies struggled to land even a scratch on Utia. The tempo of the battle escalated, with both sides seeking victory at their limits. Despite Utia and Eli's formidable psychic energies, the prolonged intensity of the fight was draining their stamina and resolve. The blood hunters, though lacking in psychic prowess, remained competitive due to their seamless cooperation and indomitable fighting spirit. Just as both sides were locked in a fierce stalemate, the gold hunter, who had been lurking on the periphery of the battlefield, made his move. His figure materialized like a specter, a vial soaring through the air in a graceful arc, accurately targeting the center of the battlefield. Be careful. Utia's instincts alerted her to the imminent danger. She forcefully pushed Eli aside, but was unable to evade in time. The vial exploded between them, unleashing a violent shockwave and a pungent cloud of smoke that enveloped the area. The deafening blast left Utia's mind in a haze. Her consciousness momentarily clouded. That very moment, the blood hunter's assault was upon her, their glinting blades cutting through the smoke, aimed directly at her vital points. The instant Eli was shoved aside by Utia, an unprecedented sense of panic surged within him. That a fog-blinding bomb capable of disrupting psychic energy, a specialty of the Yunan Empire. It could temporarily blind individuals and was prohibitively expensive. Even among the nobility, not everyone could afford it that a fierce anger and worry welled up inside him. Driven by instinct, his body reacted swiftly, his psychic energy erupting in a desperate attempt to pierce through the smoke and return to Utia's side. The three blood hunters would not grant him such an opportunity. They capitalized on the chaos wrought by the fog-blinding bomb, quickly adjusting their tactics to concentrate their assault on Utia. Amidst the aftermath of the explosion, Utia's consciousness swirled in confusion, her body instinctively adopting a defensive posture. Yet it was evidently insufficient to withstand the impending lethal attack that in a moment of dire peril, an unexpected voice shattered the tense atmosphere. Baby wants to eat. Baby can't go hungry. Bully the baby, and you all will die. A soft, adorable cat-shaped robotic steward, adorned with a delicate golden bell collar, suddenly materialized on the battlefield. It was the cat-shaped mechanical steward that Kylos had once gifted to Utia. During her momentary blindness, Utia seemed to hear the voice of her little robot. Meow? Meow protects baby. No one can bully baby. In everyday life, the gentle and endearing robotic butler transforms instantaneously into a combat mode upon sensing that its young master is in peril. Its form swiftly reshapes, the formerly rounded contours becoming sharp and resilient, limbs morphing into lethal blades, while its eyes ignite with a crimson glow, reminiscent of a conflagration of battle. It stands resolutely against the assault of three blood hunters, executing movements that are both rapid and precise, each strike resonating with the sound of metal clashing and sparking. Just as victory seemed within grasp, this diminutive automaton obstructs their path. More alarmingly, the combat prowess of this small robot rivals that of any noble from the Clark lineage. Their blades and fists are repelled one by the mechanical arms of Meow Meow. Each attack met with an even swifter counterstrike. One blood hunter cannot help but curse under his breath. What on earth is this creature? Seeing the situation deteriorate, the gold hunter finally decides to engage. That a glint of icy resolve flashes in his eyes, for he recognizes the formidable nature of this unexpectedly powerful robotic butler. His movements are swift and decisive. He draws a pair of glimmering short swords from his waist and lunges at the robotic butler with the stealth of a specter. Although the robot does not have the advantage in size, its reflexes and combat calculations are astonishingly adept. The red light in its eyes intensifies, seemingly analyzing every motion of the gold hunter, just as the short swords are about to make contact. The robotic butler nimbly sidesteps, while one mechanical arm swiftly strikes out, the blade clashing against the short swords with a crisp metallic sound. The gold hunter is taken aback. He had not anticipated such rapid reflexes and immense strength from this small automaton, which proves to be a worthy adversary. Meanwhile, the other two blood hunters join the fray, attempting to flank the robotic butler from either side in search of an opening. Yet, the combat mode of the robotic butler is remarkably efficient. It adeptly handles multiple foes simultaneously, continually adjusting its strategy, each strike executed with pinpoint precision, leaving the blood hunters struggling to find an opportunity to strike. Eli watches in astonishment, his heart brimming with shock. This is far from the docile little robotic butler he once knew. Before him stands a combat automaton of extraordinary might, akin to a high-intelligence annihilation mech. Where did you procure such a devastating weapon? Utia, the relentless onslaught of Meow Meow provides ample time for the two to regroup. The effects of the fog-blind grenade begin to wane, and Utia's eyes gradually regain their luster. Her mental energy starts to coalesce once more. Her spirit beast, a little white tiger, becomes vividly clear, and their resonance reverberates, infusing Utia with renewed vigor. That was a gift from my father, and besides, Meow Meow is inherently a combat-type robot. Eli exclaims, I want one too. Why didn't Aslan prepare one for me? Meow Meow's performance on the battlefield grows increasingly formidable, its mechanical arms swinging with greater ferocity, each strike accompanied by the sound of metal clashing and sparks flying. Its body continuously morphs during the battle, adapting to various combat needs, showcasing the flexibility and diversity of a combat robot. Utia and Eli also spring into action, their mental energy harmonizing perfectly with Meow Meow's mechanical prowess. Chapter 51. Deliberate injury. With the arrival of Eli and Utia, the dynamics of the battlefield undergo a tremendous transformation. Initially, the Blood Hunters and the Gold Hunter, relying on their coordinated efforts and tenacious spirit, managed to hold their ground against the onslaught of the robotic butler, Meow Meow. However, With the participation of the two Clark nobles, the three blood hunters' disadvantages become glaringly apparent, leaving only the gold hunter able to withstand the pressure. A glint of cold determination flashes in the gold hunter's eyes as he realizes the precariousness of their situation. The inclusion of the robotic butler has not only disrupted their original plans, but has also dealt them a significant blow in combat capability. He swiftly assesses the current battlefield and recognizes that continuing the fight would not only thwart their mission, but also jeopardize their safe retreat. The gold hunter's judgment is swift. He understands that, under the formidable intervention of the robotic butler, the likelihood of success for this operation has dwindled to nearly nothing. Without hesitation, he issues a retreat command. Although the blood hunters are reluctant, they comprehend the gravity of the situation and begin to withdraw in an orderly fashion. Amidst the chaos of retreat, one blood hunter, just as he is about to vanish from sight, suddenly turns back to throw a sharp dart in defense of his companions. The dart, like a flash of lightning in the night, hurtles toward Utia's vital points, accompanied by the sound of slicing air that Utia's nerves are taut. Her mental energy grants her acute awareness of her surroundings, providing her with ample time and space to evade this lethal assault. However, just as the dart is about to reach her, Elias' figure appears like a shield, interposing himself before her. The dart's razor edge ruthlessly grazes Elias' skin, tearing through his clothing and embedding itself deeper into flesh. Blood gushes from the wound, rapidly staining Elias' attire and creating a harrowing tableau that Utia's heartbeat nearly halts at that moment. Rendered speechless by the shocking turn of events, her heart swells with an unprecedented blend of fury and fear. Her gaze fixates on the blood hunter who threw the dart, a singular thought consuming her. The one who harms her family must not escape. Driven by this intense emotion, Utia's mental energy erupts like a volcano. Surging forth with unrestrained ferocity, her spirit beast, the little white tiger, emits a thunderous roar, its essence merging perfectly with Utia's will, creating an invisible yet potent mental attack. This mental strike pierces through the heart of the blood hunter, who, momentarily paralyzed by fear, realizes the impending danger, yet it is too late to react. The mental energy attack penetrates his defenses with blinding speed, striking at his vital core. The blood hunter's body convulses violently before he collapses. The breath of life extinguished in an instant. His eyes retain a glimmer of disbelief, as if struggling to accept that he has met his demise at the hands of this young Clark noble. The other two blood hunters are momentarily stunned by this unexpected turn of events, their feet involuntarily halting. Yet they quickly recognize the severity of the situation and hasten their retreat. They understand that Utia's mental attack is merely the beginning. Should they linger, they would face even graver consequences. The adolescent Clark, with the volatile nature of her mental energy, finds it challenging to fully control it without proper training and restraint. After striking her target, the residual mental energy does not dissipate but instead disperses across the battlefield, seeking its next target. That Utia's consciousness remains intact. Perhaps this is the unique gentleness of healing-type mental energy. She endeavors to rein in the wandering mental energy, yet it behaves like a wild stallion, resisting her attempts at taming. She senses the restlessness of these forces, yearning for further combat, eager to unleash more energy that I in this critical moment. A connection is forged as Kairos perceives Utia's mental turmoil. His power, both formidable and gentle, envelopes Utia's errant mental energy like a warm tide, guiding it back to her mental seed. He teaches his daughter how to pacify these wandering energies, weaving his mental energy into a gentle net. He tenderly encapsulates the errant forces as if soothing a frightened child. Your mental energy is an extension of yourself. It can sense your emotions and will. When you are calm and focused, it will mirror that tranquility. Kairos's voice resonates through his mental energy. Utia closes her eyes, concentrating, attuning herself to the errant mental energies. She begins to mimic Kairos's methods, using her mental tendrils to reach out to the stray forces, guiding them back into her mental sea. Following Kairos's guidance, Utia gradually feels the response of the errant mental energies. They begin to acquiesce to her direction, no longer rampaging about. Her heart swells with joy and a sense of accomplishment, for she realizes she is mastering a formidable power. As the last remnants of mental energy are soothed, Utia slowly opens her eyes. The volatile mental fluctuations around her have dissipated, restoring calm to the scene. With her mental energy retracted, Utia's rationality returns, and she turns to Eli. Eli's wound continues to bleed, and his complexion appears alarmingly pale. I could have evaded that. Why did you come over? As a Clark, Utia inherently understands the remarkable self-healing capabilities of her kin. Such an injury is merely a superficial wound to a Clark. Moreover, given Eli's skills, had he arrived in front of her and pushed her aside, he could have retreated unscathed. How could he have been so grievously injured by such a crude tactic? At that moment, she was startled by Eli's blood, but now that reason had returned, how could she fail to see that this was clearly Eli's doing? Acknowledging the truth, yet witnessing Eli's condition, Utia could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. Are you foolish? Even if your self-healing abilities are remarkable, how much pain must you be enduring? How excruciating this must be. She had always been averse to pain, and seeing so much blood, based on her past experiences, she knew without a doubt that this must hurt tremendously. She vented her anger towards Eli with fierce words. She simultaneously channeled her mental energy into Eli's body to accelerate the healing of his wounds. In a moment of self-deception, she discreetly wiped away a glistening tear from the corner of her eye. However, Clark's keen observational skills did not fail him. Eli had been acutely aware of her every movement, and he could hardly miss it. He quickly scrambled to his feet, astonished that he had frightened Utia so deeply. He had merely intended to use this injury to seek her forgiveness. Don't cry, Utia. It only looks frightening. It truly doesn't hurt at all. Yet, seeing his sister so distressed, Eli could no longer think of anything else and hastened to comfort her. Look! The bleeding has stopped, and the wound is shrinking. By the time Aslan and the others return, I will have nearly recovered. It's my fault. I shouldn't have scared you like this. I am not crying. Stay away from me, you childish fool, just as immature as Gershio. Utia's small face flushed crimson with anger as she stormed away from Eli, returning to the command room. Chapter 52. 3 Apologies. As the various affairs of each family member gradually reached resolution, the scattered members of the Clark family began to return to the Clark Palace. The hall of the palace was in disarray, as if it had just weathered a storm. The moment Uriel stepped into the chaotic scene, he sensed something was amiss. The atmosphere around was eerily quiet. Not a word passed between Eli and Utia. There were signs that the Clark defense system had been activated. What had transpired? Did any of you sustain injuries? Upon hearing the word injured, Utia felt an inferno of rage flare within her, recalling the scene of Eli intentionally injuring himself, which pushed her fury to its peak. Suppressing her anger, she maintained as much politeness as possible in her voice. Grandfather, I am going back to my room. If you have any questions, you may ask him. Without looking back, she strode directly to her bedroom. Not even bothering to call her brother or utter his name was a clear indication of her anger, leaving Eli with a bitter smile on his face. Standing in the center of the hall, Eli wore a faintly bitter smile as he began to recount the entire incident's origin and progression. Deserved it, Arian interjected, her tone laced with evident reproach. Who told you to tease Aya? Did you really have to make her cry? I have raised her all this time without allowing her to shed a single tear. The other members of the Clark family exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a barely concealed sense of schadenfreude. From a certain perspective, you could be considered a genius, Uriel teased, his words carrying a hint of jest, yet clearly expressing disapproval of Eli's actions. After all, little Aya had always had a gentle temperament. It was no easy feat to provoke her to such anger. Despite their amusement, being family, they began to offer Eli suggestions. Eli, Kylo said earnestly, you must understand that although Utia is young, her emotions are very sensitive. She needs to feel your sincerity, not your schemes. Asked one of the 6 fathers of the Clark family. Uriel had a wealth of experience raising children and was well qualified to speak on this matter. Moreover, Eli, you should realize that forgiveness obtained through deception is never genuine. You need to contemplate how to earn her forgiveness through normal means. He emphasized the word normal, clearly disapproving of Eli's intentional self-harm. But what exactly should I do? Eli desperately sought a solution, turning to his family for assistance. Gershio, who had a knack for mischief from a young age, was well versed in the art of apologies. However, the thought of dealing with the ever-gentle Utia made Gershio's head spin. Utia. She is easy to soothe, yet difficult to appease. When you err, she can quickly grant you forgiveness, but that is only because she values family harmony. She cherishes her family so much that she would rather endure her own grievances than hold a grudge. Yet, even if she forgives, she will still feel wronged and might remember that grievance for a long time. However, she will not express it outwardly. She will not engage in petty tantrums. Instead, she will simply refrain from approaching you as she usually would, withdrawing her warmth. She does not bear grudges. She simply remembers the sadness of this moment and fears pain, disliking the feelings of sadness. But she is also easily soothed that as long as you offer her the simplest of apologies, give her a piece of candy, a small gift, and say, "I'm sorry, it was my mistake. It won't happen again." She will return to you without defense. Like some small creature that forgets its past pains, apologize. Gershio suggested after much contemplation, giving Eli the simplest advice that is it really that simple. Then, should I also give her a small gift? Gershio recalled the candy that had facilitated their reconciliation. Little Aya adored sweets, and at that time, when I had upset her, I apologized and then offered her a piece of candy. And we made up. Arian, who had been silent, was the most attuned to Utia among them all. Based on her understanding of Utia, she likely forgave Eli the moment he first apologized. All that followed was Eli's own stubbornness, believing that Utia had yet to forgive him. Thus he dared not approach her closely. She had intended to remain silent, but upon hearing Gershio boast about how he had won Utia's forgiveness with nothing but a piece of candy, she could not resist rolling her eyes. Little Aya has never been fond of candy. Gifts are fine, but sweets are out of the question. That's impossible. She only reconciled with me because she ate my candy. Figure it out for yourself. Arian was too lazy to engage with her foolish nephew, unable to restrain herself from commenting to her second brother. It seems that neither of your children is particularly bright. Aslan. Though I am reluctant to admit it, the truth indeed appears to be so. After an afternoon of seeking assistance through the Star Network, friends, family, and brothers, Eli finally determined his overall strategy for the apology. Step 1. Acknowledge the mistake and clarify precisely where he went wrong. Step 2. Communicate openly, explaining his thoughts at the time and the reasons behind his actions. Step 3. Take tangible actions to make amends, including offering a gift. With his strategy confirmed, he practiced it several times in his bedroom. Eli took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions, and gently knocked on the door. Utia, it's me, Eli. May I come in? There was a moment of silence within the room before Utia's somewhat cold voice replied, "Come in." Eli opened the door to find Utia sitting by the window, toying with a small flower. Her gaze not granting him an ounce of attention, he stepped into the room and softly closed the door behind him. Approaching Utia, he cautiously took a seat on the chair opposite her, ensuring not to disturb her tranquility. Utia, Eli spoke softly, his voice tinged with apprehension. "I am here to sincerely apologize to you. That at last." Utia's gaze shifted from the flower to Eli. Her expression finally allowed for a modicum of attention towards him. Yet she remained silent, seemingly waiting for him to continue. Eli inhaled deeply, a hint of nervousness in his eyes. "First, I acknowledge my mistake, that I was wrong to attempt to gain your sympathy and forgiveness through self-harm. It was an exceedingly selfish and foolish act, that I neglected your feelings and underestimated your concern for me. That is my error, and I am sorry." That a flicker of complex emotions passed through Utia's eyes. Yet she did not interrupt Eli's speech. "That my intention at that time was to obtain your forgiveness for my prior misdeeds through this means, that I thought that by evoking your compassion, I could earn your pardon. But Uriel informed me that forgiveness gained through deceit lacks genuine value. It is my fault, and I apologize." That Eli's voice grew increasingly hoarse. "You are my sister, and I do not wish for any barriers to exist between us. I fear losing your trust and closeness, which led me to make the wrong choice. That I am sorry. Lastly, I wish to make amends through tangible actions." Eli retrieved a delicate little box from his pocket and extended it towards Utia. "This is a gift I prepared for you. I hope you will accept it." Utia took the box and, upon opening it, discovered a splendid necklace adorned with a softly glowing purple gem at its center, evidently crafted with great care. Utia gazed intently at him. "You have apologized to me 3 times in total." Eli, with his head bowed, dared not meet her gaze, resembling a prisoner standing before the judgment seat, awaiting the verdict of fate. Observing Eli's head nearly touching the ground, Utia picked up the necklace and suddenly burst into laughter. "Big brother, I forgive you." Chapter 53. Reconciliation at last. Upon hearing Utia's laughter, The taut string in Eli's heart finally relaxed as he lifted his head, a flicker of hope and unease in his eyes. "Have you truly forgiven me?" Utia redirected her gaze to him, noting his anxious expression, and affirmed Eli's doubt. "Yes, big brother, I forgive you, or rather, I have long since forgiven you." Eli looked at her in disbelief. "Then those words you spoke to me before leaving Clark Palace were intentional. Did you not feel saddened upon hearing them?" Eli momentarily froze at Utia's question. Being an astute individual, he quickly grasped the crux of the matter, that I was also quite saddened upon realizing you had used me. Utia's voice was soft, yet bore an undeniable sharpness. Thus, even though I forgave you the moment you first apologized, I still could not swallow my anger. You should have felt remorse. I could tell you were truly distressed at that time. Yet I was also very angry I had placed my trust in you. And yet you exploited me, even if there were reasons behind it. Because you had your reasons, I cannot blame you. You are my family. And you sincerely apologized, so I forgave you. However, the grievances and sadness I experienced during this process were genuine, and I must reclaim some dignity for myself in certain aspects. Big brother, everyone says I am soft-hearted. But in truth, Aunt Arian knows I have never been taken advantage of. Utia's temperament is indeed gentle. Yet gentleness should never be equated with being easily bullied. She possesses her steadfast beliefs and boundaries, knowing when to persist and when to yield. She values family, but that does not mean she will concede without limits in the face of family. She cherishes kinship, yet that does not imply she will repay harm from family with kindness. Eli seemed to be meeting Utia for the first time, his eyes widening in surprise. Yet, as if recalling something, he inquired, "Then why, upon returning to Clark Palace, did you no longer draw close to me?" Utia, upon hearing Eli's question, could not help but laugh. "That it is not that I do not wish to be close to you. Have you not noticed? Several times I attempted to break the silence and bridge the distance between us. Yet you always chose to flee swiftly. Each time I tried to approach you, you would escape like a herbivore confronted by a predator. Now you dare to claim that it is I who has distanced myself?" Eli reflected on the interactions between Utia and himself since her return to Clark Palace, feeling somewhat embarrassed by his foolish behavior, that he had merely thought about the wrong he had done to Utia and, recalling her final words before leaving the palace, was inevitably swayed by emotion. Additionally, the increasing intensity of his training, fueled by Kairos and Arian's efforts to defend Utia, led him to subconsciously believe that Utia was deeply disappointed in him and would certainly not forgive him. Yet, he could not bear to face the distant, doubtful, and even resentful gaze that once brimmed with trust and affection. Thus, even when Utia proactively initiated conversation and extended an invitation, he dared not respond. He could not dare to hope for too much, nor accept an unfavorable outcome. Hence, he resorted to the foolish ploy of feigning injury, knowing that Utia's compassion would soften her heart and grant him her forgiveness. But now, with reason returning, he realized how utterly foolish that tactic was. Eli felt a headache coming on, wondering how he could have concocted such a silly plan. Well, it was also a fault of his mind, not having been able to turn that corner at the time. How could he not understand Utia's nature? She values family, is well-behaved, gentle, and understanding. Since she was willing to approach him, how could it possibly denote that she had not forgiven him? It was he who had overthought things, who had been overly self-reproachful, and most importantly, he cared too much about Utia. Caring too much led to timidity. Caring too much led to caution. Caring too much led to an unwillingness to gamble on unfavorable possibilities. Utia donned the necklace around her neck, the purple gem sparkling alluringly under the light, complementing her fair skin beautifully. She stood up, approached Eli, and gently embraced him. "Thank you for the gift, big brother. I truly like it." Eli closed his eyes, gathered his emotions, and then returned her embrace with a hearty hug. "And thank you for your forgiveness, Aya." The misunderstandings and barriers between them finally dissipated, and the atmosphere in the room grew light and cheerful. Abigail's voice rang out at the right moment. "Your Highnesses, it seems your misunderstandings have reached a resolution. Dinner is already prepared. Perhaps you would like me to arrange for your seats to be adjacent?" Abigail, ever observant, had keenly sensed the shift in their dynamic. The two exchanged glances and then smiled at each other, replying in unison, "Thank you for your kindness, Abigail." "Yes, we would like that." Abigail's voice carried a hint of satisfaction. "Very well. I shall arrange it immediately. Please wait a moment." Your Highnesses. Dinner will commence shortly. That Abigail's tone was laced with a touch of mirth. Clearly pleased by their reconciliation, that he nodded gently and turned to arrange the seating for the banquet. The two walked briskly toward the dining hall. Inside, a sumptuous banquet awaited them, the table laden with an array of exquisite dishes, aromas wafting enticingly, making one's mouth water. Abigail had arranged for their seats to be together, a small detail that warmed both their hearts. Eli pulled out a chair for Utia, who sat down gracefully before he took his seat beside her. The other members of the Clark family began to arrive, and upon seeing the two seated next to each other, they understood that the conflict had been resolved. Aslan teased deliberately. "Oh, reconciled? Have we? How effortlessly! You were too lenient with him, that if it were me, I would not rest until he had run 3 laps around Capital Star." Utia smiled at Eli, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of this suggestion. "That I sense that Uncle Aslan has a point, that I can supervise big brother Eli. I can sit on the flying carpet and watch him run." Gershio raised his hand, gleefully eyeing Eli. Eli stared blankly at everyone. "Surely that cannot be. Capital Star? Even for a Clark, that seems an impossible task." Observing Eli's expression, everyone burst into laughter. Even Kairos, who was typically stoic, allowed the corners of his mouth to curve slightly. Gradually coming to his senses, Eli too broke into a smile. "Very well, considering I was indeed in the wrong before. I might as well enjoy the laughter. It is certainly better than the turmoil of my previous thoughts," Eli mused. Chapter 54. Grandmother, Little Annie. The atmosphere at dinner transformed into one of lightheartedness and joy following Eli and Utia's reconciliation. The members of the Clark family gathered around the dinner table, relishing the delicious food and each other's company. Laughter and conversation echoed throughout the dining hall, making the home feel even more inviting. Suddenly, a clear and melodious female voice shattered the tranquility, laced with a playful complaint. "You all started eating without waiting for me. Did Lavis not inform you of my return today?" The crowd turned to see a tall, statuesque woman striding confidently toward them, her steps imbued with strength. Her appearance blended the Clark family's resilience with feminine grace, creating an unforgettable allure, her face adorned with a beaming smile upon reuniting with family. Lucilyn Clark, the 5th princess of the previous generation of Clarks, and Eli's little aunt. Following closely behind her was an elegant lady, making her way toward the group with poise. Dressed in a simple yet graceful long gown, the hem swayed gently with her movements, its soft hue understated yet perfectly accentuating her demeanor. Her high heels clicked rhythmically with each step, exuding an air of calm assurance. Her long hair was meticulously styled into an elegant updo, every strand reflecting careful grooming. "Everyone is here. I have returned. Vera Eddy, the only legitimate daughter of the Eddy family, and the sole queen of Uriel, as well as the shared mother of the previous generation of Clarks. Eli, Gershio, and Utia's grandmother, Vera." Uriel's gaze was fixed intently upon the elegant woman before him, a mixture of astonishment and delight reflected in his eyes, which could not conceal the profound affection he harbored. All the Clarks rose in unison, greeting Vera with a heartfelt, "Mother, grandmother. You have finally returned." On a note of relief laced Uriel's voice. "Indeed, father, I have returned." Lucilyn responded that I was supposed to return with the other Clarks yesterday, but due to the aftermath on Vista Star, I only made it back today. Vera nodded at Uriel, her gaze sweeping across every family member present, ultimately resting upon Utia. "That it seems I have missed quite a lot. Come here, my dear, perhaps you could tell me your name?" Vera beckoned Utia to her side. Utia, encountering such a gentle and graceful woman for the first time, felt a twinge of nervousness, yet she managed to respond sweetly. "Hello, grandmother. My name is Utia. Utia Clark. I am my father's child." Ravis suddenly chuckled, recalling how Utia had introduced herself on their first meeting in the same manner. Vera affectionately ruffled Utia's hair, casting a warning glance at Ravis. Utia felt a bit embarrassed by Ravis's laughter and corrected herself. "I misspoke. My father's name is Kylos Clark, that this moment." Lucilyn seemed to finally notice the presence of this new little member of the Clark family. Observing the adorable and gentle Utia, her eyes sparkled with delight. "Wan? What a lovely little Wan. How is it that our Clark family has such a charming little one?" She swiftly approached Utia, as if she had encountered a rare treasure, and scooped her up, lifting her above her head and even spinning around twice. "That is so soft, so light, and fragrant Absolutely delightful. Listen, Kylos barked, his psychic energy flaring as if to caution her. Observing his sister's reckless behavior, he knew that, given the strength of the Clarks, handling an underage child was hardly a challenge. Yet, Kylos could not help but watch Utia in Lysalin's arms with concern, fearing that she might inadvertently drop his daughter. Utia felt a tremendous force lifting her into the air, followed by a dizzying spin. Seeing this, Vera hurriedly intervened, her voice sharp and commanding. Lysalin, put Utia down. Only then did Lysalin realize her indiscretion, and she sheepishly set Utia down. Lowering herself to Utia's eye level, she spoke softly. Hello, little Utia. I am Lysalin Clark, your aunt. Although Utia's head was still spinning, she sensed no malice from the woman before her. Only a heart full of affection, that a charming smile graced her face as she replied. Hello, Aunt, my name is Utia Clark, but you may call me Aya. Lysalin, who had always adored sweet and charming girls, found herself utterly captivated by the obedient and shy Utia. Vera extended her hand, gently stroking Utia's hair. Her tone warm. Utia, what a lovely name that I have heard so much about you. Today, I finally get to meet you. And you are even more adorable than your pictures. That Utia's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly lowered her head. Thank you, grandmother. You are also very beautiful. You are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. Lysalin, enchanted by this sweet and bashful little one, couldn't help but compare her to Aslan's two rascals, leading her to a moment of reflection about her brother. Brother, look, this is the little one of my dreams. So well-behaved, and she calls me aunt. Just look at her blushing face. It's utterly adorable. As she spoke, Lysalin swept Utia back into her embrace, gently pinching her cheeks, her eyes alight with joy. Aslan chuckled helplessly. Well aware of his sister's penchant for soft and cute girls, and recognizing that Utia's sweet nature made her an inevitable favorite of Lysalin's. Lysalin, are you implying that you find my sons lacking? Aslan feigned a tone of grievance to lighten the mood. Not at all. I merely believe that having a little girl like Utia would bring so much joy into our lives, Lysalin replied. Then turned to Kylos, a playful glint in her eye. Brother, I truly adore Aya. How about you lend her to me as my daughter for a few days? Wouldn't that be splendid? Kylos, observing his sister's excitement, felt a headache coming on. He was well aware of Lysalin's fondness for fragrant and soft girls, but he had never imagined she would set her sights on Utia. Lysalin, Utia is my daughter. Kylos' voice carried an undertone of warning. Unfazed, Lysalin continued to tease Utia, treating her as if she were already her own daughter. Utia, just look at your father, so stern and cold. How could he possibly know how to care for a child? If you were my daughter, I would shower you with beautiful dresses and ensure you became the happiest little princess. The more she spoke, the more animated Lysalin became, as though she could already envision Utia adorned in those lovely gowns. Utia, charmed by her aunt, still defended her father. Father is wonderful and very gentle. He even gave me meow meow. Remembering the little robotic butler Kylos had gifted her, Utia's eyes lit up. All right, Lysalin, stop teasing Aya. She is still a child and might take your words to heart, Vera interjected, halting Lysalin's somewhat inappropriate jest. Uriel immediately supported Vera. Vera is right. Lysalin, this behavior is unacceptable. Upon seeing Uriel, Vera was reminded of the preparations he had made for his own passing, as well as his efforts to shield her from worry regarding his departure. Her tone was laced with irritation. Mind your own business. Should anything like this occur again, you may find yourself spending a lifetime on a desolate star among the insectoids. Uriel, fully aware of the matter to which she referred, felt a twinge of guilt as he sheepishly rubbed his nose. That I merely wished to spare you from witnessing my loss of control. He understood that his actions were misguided, yet if faced with the same circumstances, he would undoubtedly behave similarly. That he had grown accustomed to the cursed fate of the Clarks, but could not bear to let his beloved Vera see such a cruel scene. Chapter 55. Simon's gift. Having shared 3 or 4 decades together, Vera certainly understood his thoughts. She gazed deeply into Uriel's eyes, her expression a mix of reproach and understanding. Uriel sighed softly, adopting a pleading demeanor, a hint of a helpless smile gracing his lips. Vera, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me this once, will you? His voice was gentle, his gaze filled with an unbreakable affection. As Vera beheld Uriel's expression, her anger dissipated significantly. She recognized that all his actions stemmed from a place of protection and love for her. With a soft sigh, she resolved to change the subject. Dinner continued in a light-hearted and pleasant atmosphere as the Clarks savored their meal. After the dinner concluded, the Clarks began to disperse from the table. Eli, having learned from some source that Gershio was aware of Utia's forgiveness, yet had not informed him, felt a surge of anger and dragged Gershio to the training grounds. Ravis, having recently been assigned a task by Kylos to execute fieldwork and clear nearby planets of insectoids, was utterly exhausted and retired early to rest. Utia was seated on the sofa, captivated as Lucilin regaled her with tales of interstellar adventures. Eliciting gasps of wonder from Utia, Arian joined in, boasting about her early acquaintance with Utia, which drew out Lucilin's envy and admiration. Meanwhile, Kylos and Aslan discussed family matters nearby, occasionally joining in on Utia's conversation to relieve their own tense minds. Vera and Uriel sat on the other side, engaged in a soft conversation filled with deep affection, longing, and care for one another. Time flowed in a harmonious and tranquil manner. It was yet another uneventful day. Yet curiously, the atmosphere felt particularly somber today. During lunch, Kylos seemed to have recalled something, suddenly asking Abigail, "What date is it today?" "Your Majesty, today is the 2nd day of the 12th month." Abigail replied that he certainly knew what day it was. He just dared not mention it. Yet he was aware that the other Clarks were equally cognizant that in 3 days, it would be Simon's birthday. Arian, being the closest to Simon, remembered how, in their youth, Simon had been the most enthusiastic about celebrating birthdays among the Clarks. To be precise, Simon had been most fond of unwrapping gifts, if the conversation naturally led to it. Arian could not resist mentioning Uncle Simon as a subject of the Clark Empire, even though Utia had never encountered Simon Clark. She had known his name long before the assassination mission commenced. However, despite her prolonged stay at the Clark Palace, she had yet to meet this uncle of hers, Simon Clark, the 3rd son of Uriel and Vera. And the 4th prince of the previous generation of Clarks had been forced into slumber due to a mental storm a month prior to Utia's arrival at the palace. Official announcements had not been disseminated. Thus, it was only natural that Utia remained unaware. Would Uncle Simon return to celebrate his birthday? It seemed she had never actually laid eyes on him. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Kairos gently ruffled Utia's hair. Reluctant to reveal the truth about Simon's condition just yet a little longer, she is still too young. The reality is far too cruel for her to comprehend at this stage. Simon had always preferred to shirk responsibilities, avoiding the bustling birthday gatherings, and it was likely that he would not return for this occasion either. Kairos paused. Yet, Aya could prepare a small gift for Uncle Simon. He would surely appreciate her thoughtful gesture. Utia nodded. "I understand, Father. I will." The room remained shrouded in an unspoken heaviness, with Utia's sensitivity to emotions allowing her to easily detect the subtle shift in mood. Inside, she felt as though a delicate mist was caressing her, enveloping her in an indescribable sense of oppression. This unusual gloom temporarily quelled her curiosity, prompting her to refrain from further inquiries. After dinner, Utia returned to her chamber, contemplating what kind of gift she should prepare for this uncle she had never met. She recalled that Elian had mentioned Simon enjoyed unwrapping presents, so she was determined to find a gift that was both special and likely to delight him. Connecting to the star network through her mental prowess, she began searching for a suitable gift for Simon. She browsed through a variety of interstellar specialties, from exquisite artworks to practical tools, and from precious gems to rare plants. She yearned to discover a present that would convey her heartfelt sentiments, one that would surprise Simon. Ultimately, her gaze settled upon an ancient music box. This music box was handcrafted by a renowned artisan, adorned with exquisite gems, and contained a classic interstellar melody, Homeland in the Galaxy. This song was composed by a wandering singer named Elena. Born on Iris, Elena's childhood was filled with the planet's natural beauty and harmonious community life. The inhabitants of that world loved to travel. Yet they all understood that no matter how beautiful the outside world might be, it could never compare to their homeland. During her travels, Elena, filled with profound nostalgia for her home, created this song, Homeland in the Galaxy. With its melodious tune and poignant lyrics imbued with homesickness, it quickly became popular among interstellar travelers. That it not only expressed longing for one's homeland, but also conveyed the sentiments of family. Becoming a song symbolizing home and hope, it served as a reminder to every listener that regardless of where they found themselves, the warmth and memories of home would never fade. Utia was deeply moved by the emotions behind this song. Although she was unaware of Simon's preferences, the music box engraved with this melody was both exquisite and meaningful. She promptly ordered the music box and included a handwritten card in which her tender strokes conveyed the purest blessings for her family. Wishing Uncle Simon happiness every day, not just on his birthday, but every single day, at the end of the card, she drew a simple smiley face, its eyes curving upward and its mouth turned in a delighted grin. Innocent and charming. The music box arrived in Utia's hands the very next day. She carefully unwrapped the package, as if unveiling a precious treasure. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the music box, causing the embedded gems to sparkle brilliantly. Akin to the dazzling stars within the galaxy, Utia meticulously inspected every detail of the music box, ensuring it had sustained no damage during transit, before placing her handwritten card inside, gently closing the lid as if locking her blessings and heartfelt intentions within this small treasure chest. Utia entrusted the music box to Kairos, hoping he would convey it to Simon. Kairos accepted the music box, gazing at his daughter's innocent visage, feeling Utia's concern and well wishes for Simon. Recalling his brother. Now lost in slumber, a wave of sorrow washed over Kairos. Yet, he softly promised that he would deliver this gift into Simon's hands. Chapter 56. The training begins as Simon's birthday drew nearer. An ineffable sense of oppression seemed to permeate the air within the Clark family, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Now, children, perk up. You are all growing up and should become accustomed to such occurrences. Uriel was the first to break the oppressive silence. Only when one finds themselves idle do they have time to indulge in idle thoughts. Uriel now recognized the truth in this adage, prompting him to seek out tasks for them to engage in. Since everyone had been rather idle of late, why not focus on our little Utia? Training the young Clark, this activity may well be enjoyable for all. Activities related to Utia had always garnered enthusiasm among the majority of the Clarks. The proposal was swiftly accepted, and their first lesson involved helping Utia comprehend the visual blind spots throughout the Clark Palace. This skill was crucial for every member of the Clark family, as each individual served as a pillar of the Clark Empire, radiant and resplendent, yet burdened by the envious gazes of others. The recent assassination incident was merely one of countless attempts they could potentially face throughout their lives that in the future, they might encounter even more perilous threats. Therefore, familiarizing themselves with every visual blind spot within the palace was not just a means of self-protection, but an instinct for survival. Today's instructor for Utia was Elian, a decision reached through combat confirmations during training. Elian strode confidently past them that it's unfair, and Elian has already surpassed high-tier SS. It's hardly a fair match against us. Jersio, the least formidable among the Clark family aside from Utia, protested, lamenting the unfairness of the competition. Who even decided this order? Uriel chuckled lightly, ruffling Jersio's hair, as though comforting a puppy. Oh, my dear and pitiful Jersio. Do you harbor any grievances against me for establishing the rules? Jersio gazed up at Uriel, the highest-ranking member among the Clarks, feeling a mix of indignation and helplessness, muttering under his breath, well, you didn't even secure the first position. Uriel remained unfazed. But I am second. That is only because Kairos was too lazy to compete with you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have even placed second. Jersio couldn't help but retort. Uriel said nothing in response, instead directing his gaze towards the silent Lavis. Age does not equate to everything. Look at Eli. He is not in last place, is he, Lavis? The last place Lavis responded rather curtly, delivering a gentle elbow to Uriel. I feel the same. Age does not equate to everything. You, Lord Uriel, may not hold the top rank despite being the eldest. Wouldn't you agree? Eli remarked, unable to resist the urge to jab at Uriel as he witnessed his brother's flustered expression. Uriel simply smiled. Eli, you are much cuter when you remain silent. Elian, as a member of the Clark family, excelled not only in combat skills but also possessed acute insight and adaptability in the face of crises. She understood that for the younger generation, such as Utia, mastering these survival skills was as crucial as mastering any form of combat technique. Utia, today we will begin from the palace's exterior and gradually delve into its inner workings. They commenced their training at the palace's periphery, where Elian meticulously explained to Utia how to recognize and utilize natural landscapes as cover, such as dense thickets, the backs of towering statues, and winding corridors. Utia listened intently, nodding occasionally, her eyes sparkling with contemplation. As the training progressed, Elian guided Utia deeper into the palace's interior, where the visual blind spots became increasingly intricate and nuanced. They navigated through a labyrinth of corridors and staircases, with Elian pointing out seemingly inconspicuous corners that could serve as excellent hiding or escape spots in emergencies. "Remember, Utia," Elian said as they walked, "in any situation, maintaining calmness and vigilance is paramount. Your instincts and sensitivity to your surroundings will serve as your first line of defense." Utia followed closely behind, her small hand instinctively gliding over the wall, absorbing the texture of each stone, endeavoring to etch this information deep within her memory. She understood that this knowledge could prove pivotal for her survival in the future. As her training progressed, Utia gradually learned how to navigate through the palace, identify the safest paths in times of crisis, and conceal her whereabouts when necessary. Now, it is time to prepare for practical combat. After imparting all the theoretical knowledge to Utia, Elian eagerly rolled up her sleeves, ready to engage Utia in a practical exercise. Elian's voice echoed through the vast hall, her eyes sparkling with rare excitement and anticipation. The practical exercise represented a crucial step for Utia in transforming theoretical knowledge into tangible skills. "All right, Elian, I am ready." Utia's voice carried a hint of nervousness, but it was predominantly filled with eagerness for the upcoming challenge. The practical exercise took the form of an ancient and engaging game of hide-and-seek. This game not only enabled Utia to learn in a relaxed atmosphere, but also honed her reflexes and stealth skills. "The rules are simple," Elian explained, "and I will give you 30 seconds to hide. You must utilize the knowledge you've acquired to find visual blind spots within the palace and conceal yourself as effectively as possible. If I discover you, the escape mode will commence. You may use anything within the palace to create obstacles for me. During this time, any physical contact between us will signify your training failure. The game is set for 1 hour. If you can evade my search and capture without being touched for the entire hour, you will be victorious." Before the training began, Elian kindly reminded Utia, "Try your utmost to avoid entering escape mode. Our goal is to hide using visual blind spots that if you resort to escape mode, believe me, with your current abilities, you won't last even half a minute before me." Utia nodded, fully aware of this fact. "So, are you ready? 3, 2, 1. Training begins." Chapter 57. The Secret Door Additional Update. The practical training commenced amidst a tense and exhilarating atmosphere that Utia's heart raced as her eyes fixated on the timer. When Elian announced the start, she instantly vanished down the corridors of the palace like a nimble little cat. She first selected a corner she deemed highly concealed, adorned with lush foliage and intricate sculptures, providing her excellent cover. Utia resembled a cheetah lurking in the shadows, her body pressed against the cold stone statue, each breath taken with utmost caution, as if even the air dared not disturb her. Her eyes widened, nostrils flaring slightly, as she strained every sense to perceive the slightest changes around her. However, even this meticulously chosen hiding spot failed to escape Elian's keen gaze. 4 minutes later, Elian's figure appeared in Utia's line of sight. She had been discovered. Undeterred, Utia recognized this as a learning opportunity. She attentively listened to Elian's analysis of her mistakes and made improvements for her next attempt. That on her second try, Utia opted for an even more concealed location, leveraging the palace's internal structure to find a dimly lit corner. Her heightened concentration rendered every cell in her body attentive and every nerve on alert. This time, she barely lasted 10 minutes before being found by Elian. A clear indication of her progress. That as time passed, Utia gradually mastered how to better utilize visual blind spots and her surroundings to hide. Her performance steadily improved, extending from 12 minutes to 15, then to 19, ultimately reaching 23 minutes. Although Utia had yet to successfully evade Elian's search, her progress was undeniably evident. However, Elian's stringent demeanor left Utia perpetually unable to achieve a single success during training. "Elian, are you training her or tormenting her? Utia is still so young. Can't you ease up a bit?" Aslan couldn't help but complain, observing Utia being found repeatedly, captured in her attempts to escape, and failing time and again. He felt a flicker of discontent towards Elian's unwavering strictness, that a trace of reluctance flickered in Elian's eyes as well. After all, this was a child she had watched grow, and how could she not feel a pang of sympathy? Yet, her voice remained resolute and unwavering. Brother, this isn't a matter of easing up. Aya is the youngest in our family. She must learn how to survive in danger if she cannot contend with me. How will she face true enemies in the future? Uriel joined the discussion, his brow furrowed, his tone laced with concern. Aliyin, I understand you mean well for Utia, but she is still a child. I ask this training not too harsh for her. Moreover, how many foes in this world can rival the mightiest of the Clark family? Aliyin turned to face Uriel, her gaze resolute. Father, precisely because she is still young, we must train her even more rigorously. The Clark family has no weaklings, and Aya will not be an exception. Besides, she herself has not given up, has she? Through countless failures, Utia made rapid progress. Simultaneously, her familiarity with the layout of the Clark Palace continuously deepened. She could now accurately identify visual blind spots and areas where she could blend with the surrounding colors for concealment. She understood which corridors would cast shadows due to light refraction at specific times, and which room layouts could seamlessly integrate her silhouette with the DCOR, rendering her nearly undetectable. She even learned to exploit the architectural features of the palace to hide herself, and could anticipate Aliyin's search routes, preemptively arranging her hiding spots, making each of her evasions increasingly clever and elusive. Her progress was visibly accelerating. In a recent training session, she achieved an impressive hiding duration of 53 minutes. Only one step remained before she could claim success in her training. All right, we shall conduct one final practical training session, and then we shall conclude for today. Aliyin stretched lazily, gazing with satisfaction at the seemingly delicate yet remarkably resilient young girl before her. Utia had never disappointed her. Okay, and Aliyin, I am ready. Utia's voice carried a hint of fatigue, mingled with the excitement of nearing the end of the session. Her disposition was delightful. Despite failing numerous times, she had never uttered a word of complaint. Nevertheless, the repeated failures left a slight shadow in Utia's young heart. Hearing that training was finally coming to a close, she couldn't help but feel a childlike joy. Now, for the final training session. 3, 2, 1, begin. With Aliyin's command, Utia vanished down the palace corridors like a shadow. Her movements were light and swift, each step taken with utmost care to ensure silence. She utilized every corner of the palace, every corridor, every turn, engaging in a battle of wits and patience with Aliyin. Utia's heart raced rhythmically within her chest, her vigilant eyes sweeping the surroundings, ensuring she remained undetected by Aliyin. Her steps were nimble, akin to a stealthy predator prowling through the forest, silently arriving at Kylo's study, a place she had never ventured during her previous training sessions. The Clark Palace had no explicit forbidden areas, and within its confines, only the members of the Clark family possessed the right to passage, eliminating concerns of any confidential documents being leaked. Each Clark held an unwavering trust in their kin. The study was spacious yet simply furnished, prioritizing utility and efficiency. Bookshelves, a floor lamp, a black crystal desk and chair, and a minimalist yet comfortable sofa made it challenging to identify any suitable hiding spots. However, it seemed Utia had little time left to seek an alternative. Instinct from her training prompted her to swiftly search for visual blind spots within the study, but her gaze was suddenly captivated by a delicate antique vase. This vase, imbued with a touch of classical charm, appeared incongruous amidst the modern DCOR of the study. A lovely little trinket, but how could it possibly find its way into Kylo's study? Utia recalled that her father had always harbored a disdain for such ostentatious and fragile trinkets. Yet, time was of the essence, leaving her little room for contemplation. She cautiously navigated around the antique vase, fearful that even the slightest brush against it might produce a sound, drawing Aliyin's attention. Just as she was about to proceed further, the hem of her garment inadvertently grazed the edge of the vase, causing it to teeter precariously, a sight that was quite alarming. Utia's heart raced as she quickly reached out to steady the vase, desperate to prevent it from toppling and creating a noise. At the moment her fingers made contact with the vase, she sensed an unusual vibration. Her fingertip inadvertently pressed against a concealed protrusion at the base of the vase, which evidently activated a clever mechanism. With the triggering of this mechanism, the voice of the intelligent butler of Clark Palace suddenly resonated beside Utia, yet the sound surprisingly remained contained, as if some special confidentiality measures were in place. Beep, verifying identity. Identity verification successful. Princess Utia. Welcome to the underground study. The intelligent butler's voice echoed. A painting depicting the family's glory on the wall silently shifted aside, revealing a hidden door. This door blended seamlessly with the surrounding wall, almost imperceptible unless one observed closely. The door creaked open slowly, accompanied by a soft mechanical sound that stood out distinctly in the serene study. A faint beam of light seeped through the crack, as if inviting her into another realm. Chapter 58. Boundless ambition. Utia stood at the threshold of the hidden door, her heart pounding like a drum. Her gaze flitted between the concealed entrance and the study, betraying her inner turmoil. She was utterly unaware of the purpose of this secret space and feared that intruding without permission could place Kylos in an awkward predicament. However, as Elian's footsteps drew nearer, she found herself devoid of time for hesitation. Her father had once stated that, as a princess of the Clark family, she could venture anywhere she desired. Moreover, she reassured herself that she was merely seeking a momentary refuge and would refrain from touching anything, believing her father would not be angered by such a minor transgression. With that thought, Utia cautiously stepped into the seemingly forgotten realm. As her foot crossed the threshold, the hidden door silently closed behind her without a sound, completely isolating her from the outside world. The underground study was engulfed in darkness, as if even the light shunned this secretive domain. In the obscurity, her mental acuity became Utia's most reliable sense. This was a technique Kylos had taught her, a simple yet remarkably effective method for harnessing her mental prowess. In the darkness, Utia closed her eyes, releasing her mental energy, allowing it to become her greatest ally in exploring this clandestine space. The underground study was not expansive, yet a glass box, nearly 2 meters in height, occupied a quarter of the room. The material of the glass box was peculiar. It appeared translucent and crystalline, yet utterly impenetrable to any view of its contents. Surrounding the box were numerous blood crystals, which Utia had previously seen atop the Judgment Tower, capable of suppressing the use of mental energy. Fortunately, the quantity of blood crystals was limited, insufficient to inflict any harm upon Utia in her current state. After a fleeting glance, she averted her gaze, adhering to her lifelong principle of not indulging in curiosity about matters best left unexplored. Outside, Elian's voice reached her ears. "Intelligent butler, has Princess Utia visited this room?" In that instant, Utia comprehended why Elian had so easily located her before. Wasn't this a form of cheating? Moments later, she heard the intelligent butler respond to Elian. Identity verification successful. "Good day, Princess Elian. Regrettably, you do not possess the authorization to inquire about the whereabouts of Princess Utia in His Majesty's study." Elian retorted, "You did not say that before." The intelligent butler continued. "Within Clark Palace, apart from His Majesty Kylos, His Majesty Uriel, and His Highness Eli, all Clark princes share identical permissions. As guardian, you naturally have the right to ascertain the whereabouts of the underage princess. However, in His Majesty Kylos' private domain, Princess Utia holds the highest privileges aside from His Majesty. Thus, I regret to inform you, Princess Elian, that you do not have the authority to access the whereabouts of the princess." Elian pressed, "Has my brother not granted me any exclusive privileges?" The intelligent butler seemingly conducted a quick check, then responded with unwavering certainty. "Indeed, Princess Elian, but to prevent unforeseen incidents, as the second strongest individual aside from His Majesty, you possess the highest authority to utilize the Clark Palace Guard. May I inquire if you are satisfied with this response?" Elian replied, "My brother truly sees me as insignificant." The last 4 words were articulated with a clenched jaw and deliberate enunciation. Who cared for such a trivial privilege over the palace guard? Wasn't that merely a role akin to the captain of the Clark Palace's security? In times of crisis, she would be expected to take the lead. Yet in times of peace, this privilege remained useless to her. "Very well. I shall convey your fondness for this privilege to His Majesty," the intelligent butler replied with scrupulous formality. "Thank you," Elian responded, perplexed. "You are most welcome." Princess Elian, Utia, clandestinely observing, perked her ears to listen intently to the exchange between Elian and the intelligent butler. She witnessed Elian's expression of frustration mingled with helplessness, her lips pressed tightly together, shoulders trembling slightly, evidently stifling a laugh, fearful of betraying her amusement and being discovered by Elian. However, she was oblivious to the fact that her mental energy was curiously swirling around the glass box brimming with blood crystals, as if it were a mischievous child drawn to an intriguing treasure. The allure of what might be concealed within the glass box was particularly captivating to her mental energy. Even the blood crystals meant to suppress its struggle to quell its lively nature. After determining that she could not glean Utia's whereabouts from the intelligent butler, Elian personally scoured every visual blind spot in Kylo's study, ultimately returning empty-handed, compelled to search elsewhere. Meanwhile, in the council chamber of the Clark Empire, Kylo sat upright, his demeanor appearing focused and solemn. Yet his gaze penetrated the clamor of the hall, seemingly lost in thought. He was participating in the annual performance review, an important occasion for showcasing the achievements of the Empire's various departments and planning for the future. However, amidst this solemn gathering, a subtle ripple coursed through Kylo's mental realm that he felt once again the inexplicable pull and subsequent dissipation of his mental energy. This was not the first time such an occurrence had transpired. He did not even need to probe his mental ocean to realize that something extraordinary had transpired between him and Utia, forging a peculiar connection once more. Kylo straightened his back, activating his mental energy to employ a counter-tracking method. Examining Utia's current mental state, alert, vibrant, highly focused, and was that a hint of suppressed laughter? Kylo found it hard to believe the results of his inquiry, yet he felt a slight relaxation wash over him. After several validations, Kylo was convinced that this flow of mental energy would not inflict any harm upon Utia, and chose to allow it to unfold naturally, that he permitted Utia's mental energy to continue its clandestine operation upon his own. With no defenses, no resistance, he thought, "Whatever you desire, my daughter, is yours for the taking." To the podium, Kylo's fingers rhythmically tapped the surface, an action that to outsiders appeared as if he were deeply contemplating a significant issue. The nobles and officials in the hall speculated that His Majesty's intense focus must pertain to grand plans for the Empire's future. Yet only Kylo himself knew that his thoughts had wandered far afield. He pondered what kind of gift he should bring back for Utia upon his return from this official duty. Aslan had once remarked that young ones were adept at taking advantage of leniency, cautioning him against indulging them too much. But how could one compare girls to boys? His daughter, even if spoiled, posed no issue. Her father was still relatively young, more than capable of providing her with a world in which she could frolic and mischief to her heart's content. The typically rational and domineering monarch of the Clark family exhibited an almost limitless indulgence in the presence of his daughter. Chapter 59. Strawberry Cake. Due to Elian's lack of access to the underground study, there was no doubt that Utia had successfully passed this training. As the timer on Elian's communicator struck 0, a resounding cheer erupted throughout Clark Palace. A satisfied smile spread across Lavis's face as he approached Utia, gently patting her shoulder, his tone laced with unmistakable pride. "Well done, little Aya. Your performance today exceeded our expectations." Elian, the stern and unsmiling instructor who had always held the highest expectations during training, now found her seriousness gently fading. Replaced by a tender smile, she approached Utia with a sense of ease in her stride, as if she were shedding the burdens of the day. Upon reaching Utia's side, she affectionately patted her head, an action imbued with approval and encouragement. "Well done today, Utia." Elian's voice was soft, a stark contrast to her usual strictness during training. "Your progress is remarkable, and we are all incredibly proud of you." Elian's eyes sparkled with pride and satisfaction in that moment. She shed her authoritative facade, transforming back into the loving aunt who could embrace her niece openly. Uriel's eyes twinkled with mischief as he feigned curiosity, stepping in front of Utia to exaggerate his praise. "Oh, my precious little Aya, you are simply extraordinary. How on earth did you manage to hide for so long right under Elian's nose? You must know that her ability to uncover clues is among the finest even among the adult Clarks." Utia burst into laughter at Uriel's exaggerated expression and tone, her eyes curving into crescent moons, a proud smile dancing on her lips. "Grandfather, that's my little secret, and I can't just share it with anyone." Uriel feigned disappointment, shaking his head. "Alas, I had hoped to glean some exclusive news." "Utia, you truly are a clever little one, even keeping secrets from your grandfather." Giorgio quickly recognized Uriel's intentions and strode over to Utia, clearing his throat to interrupt Uriel's curiosity. "Uriel, what are you up to? You're the instructor for Utia's lesson tomorrow, aren't you?" Isn't it rather underhanded to be prying for information in advance? Uriel, having been called out, merely chuckled heartily, unbothered by his exposed intentions that as a member of the Clark family, each of them excelled at gathering information in various situations. Aslan joined in, playfully nudging Uriel aside. Father, please don't pick on little Aya. She's already had a long day. Let her rest. Uriel nodded in understanding, yet a glimmer of determination remained in his eyes. All right. I won't ask, but Utia, you best be prepared. Tomorrow's training may prove to be more interesting. Utia, ever gracious, nodded in agreement. Really, grandfather? I can't wait. After a day of rigorous training, Utia was soon escorted back to her room by the other Clarks. Lucilin even suggested reading her a bedtime story, but Ailian promptly dismissed the idea. Do I not know you? You would likely fall asleep while telling Aya a story, and end up staying in her room, wouldn't you? Lucilin, caught out, was unfazed, becoming more brazen. And what's wrong with that? I'm a girl. And so is Aya. And she is still a child, as her elder. What's the harm in helping her sleep? Ailian, choosing to forego reasoning with Lucilin, lunged at her playfully. Sister, I was wrong. Lucilin clearly recognized she could never match Ailian's strength and quickly surrendered. The other Clarks watched the amusing spectacle, none daring to intervene. Kylos returned to the Clark Palace around 10 o'clock that evening, immediately convening a meeting of the adult Clarks. The study was brightly lit, filled with a tense and serious atmosphere. Excluding Utia, the members of the Clark family gathered, each face etched with gravity. They sat around a large mahogany table, exchanging glances and speaking in hushed tones. The door to the study was firmly shut, isolating them from the outside noise, leaving only the low murmur of conversation and the occasional rustle of paper. Time slipped away in their intense discussion. The night deepening, while the atmosphere in the meeting room grew ever more charged. The Clarks either furrowed their brows in contemplation or engaged in heated debates, each contributing their wisdom towards the family's fate and honor. Ultimately reaching a consensus through a show of hands, it was not until midnight that this drawn-out and tense meeting began to draw to a close. Abigail prepared midnight snacks for the Clarks to ensure they received adequate nourishment after their rigorous discussions. However, Kylos' portion was somewhat special, featuring an extra strawberry cake. Abigail quietly placed the midnight snacks, along with the small strawberry cake, before Kylos. The other Clarks couldn't help but smile knowingly at the sight of the cake. Oh, what is this? A little cake, and it's Aya's favorite strawberry cake. How does it find its way in a big brother's midnight snack? Lavis teased, winking at Kylos. Lucilin watched Kylos with envy. Did I truly envy Big Brother for having such a warm little companion? When will Big Brother lend me this little companion for a few days? Ailian unceremoniously shattered her daydream. That it's dark now. Sister, you should focus on dreaming instead. It's not just Kylos who has daughters. I have two as well, one more than him. Why don't I get the same treatment? Uriel gazed at his two daughters, who bore little resemblance to girls, a look of exasperation on his face. When Vieira and I were expecting, we longed for a sweet and obedient girl like little Aya. Who would have thought we ended up with 3 tomboys, none of whom have made life easy for me? The atmosphere in the study lightened and grew warm due to the presence of the small cake, with the Clarks exchanging playful banter, all envious of Kylos' thoughtful little companion. Their words were filled with jest, yet could not conceal their affection for Utia. Kylos remained silent, yet the smile on his lips was ever present. Chapter 60. The bat outside the window. As the night deepened, the discussions in the study gradually subsided, and the members of the Clark family began to tidy up the documents, preparing to conclude this protracted evening. However, just as they were about to disperse to their respective rooms for rest, an unexpected silence enveloped the study. All the Clarks instinctively halted their movements, their gazes meeting before they silently turned toward the door. Their expressions shifted from relaxed to focused, their ears slightly leaning forward as if anticipating some significant signal. Outside the door, a familiar yet youthful voice pierced the night's tranquility, tinged with uncertainty and caution, like a whisper carried by the night breeze. Father, are you asleep? Kalos's expression softened instantly, glancing at the antique clock in the corner of the study. The hour hand indicated 1:30. That he surveyed the gathered Clarks, remaining silent, yet they immediately comprehended his unspoken message. You can't come in through the window. It's too late, with so many of you here. Dante frightened her. The Clarks replied, perhaps if you share your strawberry cake with us, we might still believe you ever loved us. Kylos' eyes conveyed an even clearer message. Get lost. The Clarks, under the imposing presence of the strongest fighter, reluctantly began to withdraw from the window one by one. That this seemingly challenging maneuver was as routine as breathing for the physically adept Clarks. Suddenly, Uriel, leading the way, stopped at the window, an impish gleam flashing in his eyes as a mischievous smile tugged at his lips. "Children," Uriel's voice was low and enticing, his gaze sweeping over the other Clarks. "Aren't you all curious how such a cold-hearted father like Kylos manages to coax his daughter?" The other Clarks' eyes lit up instantly, their movements coming to a halt. They exchanged knowing glances, a silent agreement of familial intrigue. "If Big Brother finds out, he might be quite upset, right?" Aslan ventured cautiously. Giorgio feigned innocence. "What does it matter to you? I'm Utia's favorite brother. I merely wish to see what is going on with my sister." Lavis smirked, his expression full of mischief. "What does this have to do with us? It's Uriel who wants to see. We merely worry that he might accidentally fall out of the window. After all, we are dutiful children, aren't we?" The other Clarks swiftly shifted their focus to Uriel, their faces unmistakably mirroring the malevolence reminiscent of Lavis. Uriel, gazing skeptically at the assembly of Clarks before him, who were either sons, daughters, or grandchildren, began to ponder the misdeeds he had committed to give rise to such a gaggle of little rascals. Lavis inquired, "So, what is your father's intention? Shall we go, or shall we not?" Uriel replied, "Let us depart." Ultimately, curiosity triumphed over all else. After Abigail had delivered their late-night snacks, she prepared to tidy up and return to her chamber, but on her way back, she was startled to see 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 large bats hanging upside down by the window of Kylos' study. Just as she contemplated summoning a guard to address the peculiar sight, she heard those very bats emit a strangely familiar voice. Abigail mused, as the princes grew larger, "Alas, I find myself lamenting that I am growing old and cannot grasp the whims of these youngsters." Upon closer inspection, she exclaimed, "While the other princes may be capricious, why is His Majesty Uriel also among those bats?" In a daze, Abigail returned to her room, suddenly questioning her own eyesight. Meanwhile, in Kylos' study, just as he was about to open the door for Utia, his brow furrowed sharply, his gaze, keen as an eagle, seemed to penetrate the night, catching the slightest movements outside the window. Though Uriel and the other Clarks moved with grace, for Kylos, whose senses were extraordinarily acute, even the most minute irregularity could not escape his notice. His expression was cold, and he cast a warning glance at the bats outside, his eyes filled with undeniable displeasure. Outside, the silhouettes of Uriel and the others flickered in the darkness. Their nimble movements were rendered futile under Kylos' piercing gaze. Leading the group, Uriel hung from the window, and upon noticing Kylos' scrutiny, he immediately gestured with his hands near his mouth in a zip-it motion, signaling his intent to remain silent. The other bats followed suit, mimicking his actions. Kylos, feeling slightly exasperated, was well aware of their mischievous nature, yet he felt compelled to maintain some dignity in front of his younger relatives. Gelsier and Eli. Kylos communicated telepathically. "Gelsier and Eli, join me at the training grounds tomorrow." Though spoken softly, his words were crystal clear to Gelsier and Eli, who responded with weary resignation. "Understood, esteemed instructor." Outside, Utia, not hearing a reply, sat on the stairs with her spirit companion, a small white tiger, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "Is father asleep? Yet I distinctly saw Abigail deliver supper to him just moments ago." The little white tiger let out a soft growl, seemingly affirming her observation that I in the corridor. Only a few wall lamps emitted a gentle, warm glow, spaced apart to provide meager illumination in the deep of night. That I in such dim light, Utia's small figure appeared even more solitary, like a silhouette forgotten in the embrace of night. She approached the door to the study, her hand hovering in the air, hesitating whether to knock. Just then, the door to the study creaked open from within, a warm beam of light spilling through the gap, welcoming her presence. Kylos appeared at the threshold, the brightly lit study behind him casting a warm yellow halo that softened his usually stern demeanor. He crouched down to meet his daughter's gaze, his tone unexpectedly tender. "Why are you still awake at this hour, father?" "Yes, I am here." His demeanor was devoid of irritation towards Gelsier and Eli, instead filled with silent affection for his daughter. Chapter 61. A bedtime story. Utia's eyes sparkled in the warm light as she glanced at Kylos, then down at the small, white tiger nestled in her arms. Her voice soft and endearing. Father, little Bai is being troublesome. I cannot sleep. Kylos, cradling the little white tiger in one arm and taking his daughter's hand with the other, led them both into the study. Come, sit here, let father have a look. Utia nodded and settled beside Kylos. The soft light in the study, mingling with the faint scent of ink and paper, created an atmosphere of tranquility and comfort. Father, I cannot control it. It is so mischievous, making it impossible for me to sleep. Utia looked at Kylos, her eyes filled with trust. How does father manage to control Chia? Why is Chia so obedient while little Bai is so naughty? As if sensing Utia's reproach, the little white tiger lifted its head, gazing up with its clear, bright eyes, letting out a soft growl that seemed to both defend itself and express discontent. The sound carried a hint of grievance, as if to say, I am not disobedient. Look, father, little Bai is arguing back. Utia pointed at the white tiger, her expression both earnest and adorable, eliciting a smile from Kylos. Watching his daughter report little Bai's mischief with such earnestness, Kylos found the scene both heartwarming and amusing. It resembled a kitten startled by its own reflection, mewing in complaint, seeking solace from its caring family. Kylos could no longer contain his laughter, his voice warm and resonant, acknowledging the undeniable charm of his daughter. The bats hanging outside widened their eyes at the sound of Kylos' laughter. Having grown accustomed to his serious demeanor, hearing him laugh was indeed a novelty. Aslan, is that your elder brother? Uriel gazed incredulously at Kylos, who was laughing so heartily. Your brother can actually laugh. Unfathomable. Has he ever worn a stern expression in front of Aya? Aslan remarked, somewhat unfazed. Kylos remained unaware that his laughter had become the focal point of discussion among the family members outside. Even if he had known, it would scarcely matter, seeing the trust in Utia's eyes. Kylos extended his hand, gently stroking the little white tiger's head, releasing a wave of calming energy. The little white tiger seemed to sense Kylos' soothing presence and gradually settled down. Wow, Utia exclaimed, watching the little white tiger calm down so effortlessly under Kylos' touch. Father is amazing. Father is the most amazing. Listening to his daughter's admiration, Kylos' heart swelled with warmth and satisfaction. He had never anticipated that such a trivial event would yield such profound fulfillment. Even when he had single-handedly defended the entire planet against a swarm of insects, that glory had not brought him such intense satisfaction. Is this the joy of having a daughter? Compared to his two younger sisters, Kylos dismissed that notion that no, not all daughters are as delightful as a wide and my daughter is the most adorable, he repeated in his heart. My daughter is the most adorable. Finally, the now quiet little white tiger was recalled into Utia's spiritual realm. Glancing at the antique clock, he saw that it was now 3:10 in the morning. Abigail had once said that children must sleep more to grow tall. Insufficient sleep could weaken a child's immunity, given that those endowed with healing spiritual powers inherently possessed weaker physiques. It was especially crucial for a juvenile. Kylos softened his tone, gently caressing Utia's head. All right, little Bai has quieted down. Shouldn't Tia also be a good girl and sleep? A hint of sleepiness flickered in Utia's eyes. Yet she clung to the hem of Kylos' garment. Did I want to stay with father a little longer? I missed you today. Though she was already drowsy, she refused to let go. Father, will you tell me a bedtime story? I promised to sleep obediently after. Recalling how little Aya had first arrived at the Clark Palace, bewildered and anxious, Kylos compared that to the current version of his daughter, who could now be sweet, a bit willful, and occasionally request things from him, and felt powerless to deny Utia's every wish. His heart softened further. Very well, then, father will tell Aya a little story. After the story, you must sleep obediently. All right, once upon a time, there existed a young Clark, endowed with remarkable strength surpassing that of all his siblings, the firstborn. It was widely acknowledged that he would inherit the throne of old Clark in the future. The expectations placed upon him were immense, not only by others but also by himself. While his fellow Clarks engaged in playful activities, he devoted himself to mastering the control of his mental powers on the training grounds. At times when his siblings gathered with friends, he toiled in the gravity chamber, drenched in sweat. Though everyone admired him, They were also hesitant to approach him. His only companion was a pure white Persian cat with striking red eyes. This feline was ever loyal, accompanying young Clark in all his endeavors. The little cat witnessed the growth of young Clark over 6 years, until that fateful day arrived. Kalos's gaze darkened. During a mission, young Clark and his siblings fell into an ambush laid by the enemy, who had used a potion to prematurely summon a horde of insects at that time. His siblings were still young, and only young Clark possessed any semblance of combat capability, but he entrusted the Persian cat to his youngest brother, urging him to care for it should he not return. Then, he charged onto the battlefield alone, diverting the attention of the insect horde entirely onto himself to facilitate his siblings' escape. He succeeded, but in doing so, he overexerted his mental powers and faced his first mental storm at the tender age of 15. At this juncture, Kalos paused. Did that young Clark survive? The odds of surviving one's first mental storm during adolescence were almost negligible. Yet, Yusha could not help but inquire if he did survive, against all expectations. He lived. Even his mental powers, inexplicably, stabilized that no one knew how it happened. All believed he was doomed, yet he emerged alive. Everything seemed unchanged, except that upon returning home, he discovered that the Persian cat, which should have been cradled in his brother's arms, had already succumbed to death, its body cold and lifeless. Silence reigned. Even the large bats outside made no sound that I thought he had long forgotten. Uriel suddenly interjected. Chapter 62. The absorption of power, as the tale concluded. An eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings, as if time itself had come to a standstill. After a lengthy pause, Kalos glanced at Yusha, who had tightly shut her eyes, appearing to be fast asleep, yet her hand clung firmly to the hem of Kalos's garment. A flicker of tenderness crossed Kalos's eyes. He had intended to gently lift Yusha and carry her back to her room. However, at that moment, he felt a slight tug at his clothing. Kalos hesitated, realizing that Yusha was not truly asleep. She simply wished to enjoy a little more of his presence. What fault lay with the child? She merely craved her father's companionship, that it was he who had spent too little time with her. He sighed, finding it difficult to deny Yusha's wishes. Rather than exposing her little ruse, he relinquished the idea of rising, instead draping a soft blanket over her. He then sat up, resuming his work, quietly reviewing documents from the desk beside the sofa. With a Clark's constitution, going 3 days without sleep was not uncommon and posed no significant issue. The wall lamp continued to emit a gentle glow, adding a warm hue to the tranquil atmosphere of the study. Outside, the hanging bats found themselves enveloped in an unusual silence that Luciline's voice shattered the stillness, tinged with a subtle curiosity and inquiry. Ravis, I am genuinely curious. How did that little Persian cat die? Ravis appeared particularly vexed by this question, his voice laden with barely concealed impatience. I have told you several times, I do not know. That cat was my brother's treasure. At the time, I regarded it as my brother's last memento in this world. Not that I treated it like a deity, but close enough. Who could have known how it perished? Uriel interrupted Luciline's probing. All right, Ravis does not know. He is not that kind of person. Aslan pondered. I wonder if you have heard of an ancient saying from the Blue Star. He did not keep them in suspense. Cats ward off death. The Blue Star. Cats are regarded as beings of great spirituality. It is said that they can sense dangers undetectable by humans, sacrificing their own lives to protect their masters from calamity. Many tales circulate in the Blue Star about cats shielding their owners from fate. That it is believed that if a cat unexpectedly dies in a household, it may have exchanged its life for the safety of its owner. Thus, in the Blue Star, cats are viewed as guardians and symbols of good fortune. Complementing the notion of cats guarding lives is another belief. If a cat sacrifices itself to protect its master, its soul will be reincarnated, returning to its owner's side. Aliens scoffed at this legend. There is no scientific basis. It is merely a child's tale. Do you still believe in such nonsense? Aslan smiled in retort. Yet the very existence of the Clarks has already trampled upon the face of science. It would not be surprising if a mythical little Persian cat were to appear, would it? Moreover, this notion aligns well with my brother's experiences. Alien found herself momentarily speechless. In truth, she wished this notion to be true, for it would allow her brother to believe that the cat's death was not in vain, potentially mending the rift between him and Ravis. Within the Clark family, the significance of kinship is self-evident. It forms an unbreakable bond among family members, a source of strength as they support one another through adversity. However, the demise of that little Persian cat cast a deep chasm between Kylos and Ravis, creating an insurmountable gulf in their hearts. Alien understood that for Kylos, the little Persian cat was more than just a companion. It represented the warmest memories of his childhood. Its departure left an irreparable void in Kalos's heart. For Ravis, the cat's death seemed to serve as an unspoken accusation, preventing him from fully reconciling with his brother. This was indeed a deadlock. Uriel's sudden remark broke Alien's reverie. But have you noticed? Yusha's eyes resemble those of that little Persian cat. As Uriel, Kalos's father, he may have been unreliable at times, yet he could not have been oblivious to a pet that had been close to his son for 5 or 6 years. Alien frowned. Are you suggesting that Yusha is the reincarnation of that cat? Do not jest. I do not appreciate such notions. The child, whom one has tenderly cared for over the course of 5 or 6 years, suddenly reincarnates as a cat, a notion that would be difficult for anyone to accept. Noticing the frown on Arian's face, others wisely chose to refrain from further discussion on the matter, though Uriel's words had sown a small seed of doubt in the hearts of the other Clarks, including the ever-observant Kairos, who remained silent. That as Uriel had articulated, the moment Kairos laid eyes on Utia, he sensed something amiss. Yet he delineated the distinction with clarity. The Persian kitten was merely a kitten, and Utia was Utia. To conflate Utia with the reincarnation of that kitten would be an injustice to all involved. As the night deepened, Utia's breathing gradually grew steady and elongated, her feigned slumber transforming into genuine repose. Her eyelashes fluttered gently, as if she were chasing after something beautiful within her dreams. However, the tranquility of the night was abruptly shattered by the appearance of a small white tiger. Its eyes gleamed with urgency, circling at Kairos's feet, seemingly eager to convey some pressing message. Kairos lowered his gaze to the now calmed white tiger, confusion filling his eyes. He extended his hand in a bid to soothe it. Yet the tiger grew ever more agitated, its gaze reflecting an unprecedented urgency that in an instant, the mental connection, previously dominated by Kairos, was activated involuntarily. This connection typically required Kairos's conscious guidance, but this time, the small white tiger assumed the role of the primary initiator. A radiant white light erupted from the tiger's form, rendering its figure indistinct amidst the brilliance, ultimately transforming into a stream of light that surged directly into Kairos's mental ocean. This unexpected act left Kairos somewhat taken aback, as he sensed an external force intruding upon his mental realm. Imbued with the will and urgency of the white tiger, that in quick succession, a far more immense and profound mental energy burst forth from Utia. Though still in slumber, her mental power surged like colossal waves in the deep sea, silently yet powerfully undulating. Kairos felt a tremendous whirlwind erupt within his mental ocean, greedily siphoning away his mental energy. He noted that the rate at which this whirlwind was absorbing his energy surpassed anything he had previously experienced. It was not merely extraction. It resembled plunder, each spin taking more of his mental essence. What was happening? The Clarks outside, who had remained, were equally astonished by this spectacle. Chapter 63. The glass coffin. During a mental synchronization, one party could absorb the mental energy of the other. Lavis stood there, his eyes wide and mouth agape, utterly astounded by the incredible scene before him, which far exceeded his previous understanding. While Lavis was absorbed in his own shock, Arian gracefully approached him, delivering a sharp tap to his forehead without mercy. Have you ever seen such a phenomenon during someone else's mental synchronization? Lavis felt a slight pain on his forehead, rubbing it as he queried, Sister Arian, am I truly your biological brother? Arian huffed lightly. How would I know? You ought to ask Uriel. Uriel, unexpectedly summoned, replied with a hint of irritation, do you require me to demonstrate a mental synchronization to prove your lineage? Arian and Lavis instinctively waved their hands in unison, exclaiming, no need for that, keep your distance. The Clark's mental energy was inherently sensitive. Any hint of provocation could easily ignite their combative spirits. Allowing another's mental energy to invade one's mental ocean was an unbearable thought, even if it were one's own father, except, of course, in Utia's case. Aslan promptly redirected the conversation, a note of concern in his tone. What exactly is happening? Why can Aya freely access brother's mental energy? And even if she could, wouldn't it backfire if she couldn't refine it? Uriel recalled past experiences, granting him some authority on the matter. It can be refined without backlash. I don't know if it's a peculiarity of healing types, but little Aya can. However, Uriel hesitated slightly. Even if refinement were possible, little Aya's mental energy would invariably carry traces of Kairos's essence. The Uriel's face momentarily betrayed a hint of distaste. The healing energy of Utia, infused with Kairos's essence, was akin to honey wrapped in dung. Repulsive, yet necessary. Kairos, attuned to the stirrings within his mental ocean, fixed his gaze intently upon the small white tiger, which was absorbing mental energy like a vortex. Strangely, he seemed unperturbed by the depletion of his mental energy, maintaining a calm and composed demeanor, as if all of this had been anticipated, but he appeared unconcerned about the continuous siphoning of his essence, instead exhibiting an irrational tolerance and indulgence. Meanwhile, at Kairos's subtle behest, Chia silently positioned himself beside the small white tiger. His gaze was sharp and vigilant, fixated on the tiger, missing not a single subtle shift. Though his presence was understated, his level of alertness was unparalleled, ready to respond to any anomalies that might arise. The significant loss of mental energy, paradoxically, afforded Kairos a rare moment of relief. After all, the overwhelming mental energy of the Clarks was both a gift and a burden. Yet, where did the siphoned mental energy go? Kairos was quick to discern the answer. The small white tiger, now imbued with an abundance of Kairos's essence, surged through a concealed passageway, heading directly toward the secret underground study known only to generations of Clark emperors. Kairos frowned slightly. He was well aware of what lay within that underground study. But how did Utia come to know of it? Was she being manipulated once more? After experiencing the malicious intentions of Eli, Kairos became acutely sensitive to any potential conspiracies. However, he soon realized that he had granted Utia the highest level of access to his study. At that moment, he had only considered that this would allow his daughter to find him whenever she needed, without contemplating that this privilege also applied to the concealed underground study. With his exceptional mastery of mental manipulation, Kairos silently infiltrated Utia's sea of consciousness once more, following her mental energy to the underground study. The blood crystal in the underground study radiated brilliantly upon sensing Utia's formidable mental power. Enveloped in the glow of the blood crystal, the once dusty glass chest in the corner transformed into a transparent marvel, as if sculpted from the purest crystal. That it lay quietly at the center of the study, exuding an air of mystery and solemnity. Upon sensing the aura emanating from within the chest, the small white tiger swiftly morphed into a streak of light and dove inside. The overwhelming mental energy cleaved through the lid of the glass chest with the ease of a sharp sword. Under the might of its power, the lid shattered into fragments, revealing a youth lying serenely within. The boy possessed a clean visage and delicate features, peacefully slumbering in the glass chest, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips, as if he were encountering something delightful in his dreams. His jawline flowed smoothly, naturally connecting to the contours of his neck, embodying a tranquil elegance. He lay quietly in the glass chest, appearing to be in a deep sleep, clad in a crimson Clark uniform, surrounded by blood crystals that suppressed mental power. The crimson uniform. No Clark would be unaware of its significance. That it symbolized eternal slumber in this world and restful peace in his homeland. This was the final fate of a Clark who had succumbed to eternal sleep due to a mental storm. And the youth within the glass chest, no, more accurately, within the glass coffin, was none other than His Highness, the fourth Prince Simon Clark, who had been granted eternal slumber a month prior due to the mental storm and was soon to celebrate his birthday 3 days hence. The small white tiger, carrying the nascent refined mental energy of Kairos, entered Simon's sea of consciousness without hindrance. Kairos's mental energy clung closely to it, intending to follow the small white tiger into Simon's realm of thought, yet predictably found itself intercepted at the periphery of Simon's mental sea. Treated with such double standards, even the mightiest monarch of the Clark lineage could not help but feel a twinge of frustration. Despite the mental energy attempting to enter Simon's sea bearing his own essence, Kairos was still somewhat disheartened. Why was it that his mental energy was always the one left at the door? It had been the same with Uriel last time, and now even with his own brother, that Kairos's mental energy swirled gently in the air, seemingly reluctant, yet ultimately retreated in a calm and orderly manner. akin to the ebbing tide returning to his own sea of consciousness. Chapter 64. The so-called heir, Yuta's mental energy traversed through Simon's sea of consciousness, unlike the mental seas of other Clarks. This realm was eerily silent, devoid of any vitality. There were no tumultuous waves of mental energy, no storms raging with ferocity, only a profound stillness, as if time had come to a halt, and everything was ensnared in eternal stasis. The small white tiger appeared starkly out of place in this tranquil mental sea, moving with light and cautious steps, as if fearful of disturbing the peace that it explored the expanse of Simon's mental realm, seemingly in search of any trace of his mental energy. Regrettably, all it found was an overwhelming emptiness, devoid of any fluctuations of mental power. Growing somewhat impatient and inexplicably aggrieved, it emitted a soft whine, seemingly lamenting the absence of its counterpart. Though Kairos' mental energy was barred from entry, he remained attuned to the situation within through his synchronization with Utia's consciousness that a sense of confusion and concern filled his heart. He could not fathom why Utia had suddenly entered Simon's mental sea, nor did he know if she would be able to cope with any potential challenges. After all, Simon's mental landscape was entirely distinct from that of other Clarks. He was not of the healing type and was unaware of the trials that lay ahead. He was merely a father who cherished his daughter, that he feared for her safety, that he wished to assist, yet felt utterly at a loss. Kairos, ever formidable, found himself for the first time enveloped in such bewilderment. That moment, the small white tiger seemed to sense something, halting its steps, its ears twitching as if straining to hear some faint sound. Suddenly, its gaze locked onto the center of the mental sea, where a faint glow flickered lonely in the midst of the desolation, small yet profoundly conspicuous. That it resembled the only star in a night sky, or perhaps the sole hope in a barren wasteland. The small white tiger's heart raced, feeling a powerful summons, an inexplicable bond arising from its very lineage. Cautiously, it approached the glow, each step taken with utmost care. Fearful of disturbing the fragile light, as it drew nearer, the glow seemed to sense the tiger's presence, gradually brightening as if in response to its anticipation and concern. The small white tiger soon reached the source of the light, revealing a battered mental entity before its eyes. That it was a blood tiger, marred and wounded, its eyes closed, exuding an aura of profound weakness, devoid of any sign of life. The small white tiger, a manifestation of Utia's mental power, moved gracefully toward the slumbering blood tiger. The protective halo that should have served as a guard posed no hindrance to the small white tiger's actions. Instead, as the small white tiger approached the blood tiger, it seemed to emit a silent cheer, welcoming its arrival. Soon, the small white tiger stood before the blood tiger, its gaze pure and innocent, imbued with curiosity and a sense of kinship, like a cub calling to its slumbering parent. It circled the blood tiger playfully. It nudged its nose against the tiger, gently touched its forehead, and let out a few soft, curious yelps, as if asking, "Why don't you wake up and play with me?" Yet the blood tiger lay still in its place, its breath steady and profound, as if utterly detached from the world, immersed in its own realm, oblivious to the calls from the outside. The little white tiger, undeterred by this, emitted a soft golden aura of spiritual energy reminiscent of the first light of dawn, gradually radiating from its form with each light step it took. This force was gentle and pure, akin to the most tender solace found in nature. It obeyed the little white tiger's command, cautiously encircling the blood tiger. The pale golden energy flowed like gentle waves, washing over the blood tiger's battered spiritual essence. Though this power was feeble, it harbored astonishing healing capabilities. The deep, bone-revealing wounds on the blood tiger began to mend at a visibly rapid pace. The edges of the wounds swiftly lost their grotesque appearance, as new tissue gradually filled the once gaping voids, each healing a resolute step toward complete recovery. Everything appeared so effortless, so natural. Only Kairos could distinctly sense the rapid depletion of his own spiritual energy amidst the little white tiger's actions. It was this awareness of his own energy being consumed, coupled with the observation that Yusha's slumbering state showed no signs of distress, that allowed Kairos to permit this process to continue. He would not allow any circumstance to threaten his daughter's life. Even if that person were his own brother, Tio speak coldly, he had no need to gamble the life of a living being for an uncertain possibility. especially when that being was his only daughter. His late-arriving daughter was hard-won, and having endured so much hardship from a young age, he was unwilling to let her become the so-called hero destined to save Clark. He would prefer his daughter to be just an ordinary child. Yet, it was unavoidable. She was destined for greatness. Fortunately, he was now the ruler of Clark, wielding sufficient power to provide a haven for his daughter in this world where the average lifespan exceeded 300 years. At over 40, Kairos was still merely at the cusp of adulthood. He had ample time to shield his daughter from harm. As for his successor, he found himself wavering that he harbored doubts about Eli. Even while he was still alive, Eli had dared to deceive him and act independently. If one day he were to perish, he could not guarantee that Eli would cherish and protect Yusha as he did. To put it another way, the reason he had favored Eli was that, throughout his youth, Eli had exhibited the qualities of a commendable future monarch, that he was rational and resolute, capable of steering the Clark Empire toward a brighter future. However, being a good ruler did not necessarily equate to being a good brother. That in the past, Eli had been willing to disregard Yusha's safety for the sake of Giorgio. In the future, he could also sacrifice Yusha, or even Giorgio, for the so-called future of the empire. Until now, he had never considered this a flaw, but when the object of such ruthlessness was his own daughter, he hesitated. He did not wish for his daughter, whom he had painstakingly protected, to become a mere instrument for saving all of Clark after his departure. But of course, it was still too early to dwell on such matters, at least for now. He still possessed the strength to safeguard his daughter's freedom and safety. Kairos rubbed his temples and redirected his focus to the little white tiger. Chapter 65. Simon awakens with the ongoing influence of the little white tiger's golden aura. The wounds on the blood tiger healed at an astonishingly visible rate, as if a force of life was awakening within it. The once deep and grievous wounds now bore only faint traces, and the previously weak signs of life began to stir. The once silent sea of spirit was reinvigorated by the little white tiger's presence. The faint glow grew brighter at a visible pace, akin to lighting a lamp in the darkness. Though weak, it steadfastly illuminated everything around it. The little white tiger seemed to sense the blood tiger's transformation, joyfully circling around it while emitting soft, childlike calls as if celebrating the blood tiger's awakening. The golden aura formed rings of light around the little white tiger, rippling with its movements, continuously infusing warmth and vitality into this spiritual sea. The blood tiger's eyes slowly opened, revealing orbs that had weathered countless battles and storms. Now reflecting a bewildering incredulity, it observed the surrounding changes, felt the flow of power within, seemingly striving to comprehend what had transpired. Upon seeing the blood tiger awaken, the little white tiger excitedly approached, affectionately nuzzling its small head against the blood tiger's cheek. Although this was their first encounter as spiritual entities, the bond coursing through their veins acted as an invisible thread, tightly connecting these two ostensibly unfamiliar spirits. The blood tiger appeared touched by this warmth, a flicker of gentle light sparkling in its eyes. Though its body remained frail, its consciousness began to clarify. A white tiger? Why a white tiger? Its gaze fixed intently on the lively and adorable little white tiger, filled with confusion and wonder. It could firmly assert that there had never been a moment in its memory where it had encountered this little creature. Yet the unmistakable scent of kinship emanating from the little white tiger clearly indicated that this was family, a young Clark. Was it a new sibling bestowed upon him by Uriel and Varela? Or perhaps the child of one of his own siblings? Simon curiously observed the little white tiger. Pondering its identity, as the sea of spirit revived, Simon, lying within the glass coffin, gradually regained consciousness. His awareness emerged from the haze. Feeling the existence of his body and the power of the spiritual storm that had once nearly torn him apart, he slowly opened his eyes, taking in an unfamiliar environment and the familiar figure of his brother. Kairos, brother, Simon's voice was hoarse, laced with uncertainty. His memories were still trapped in the harrowing storm that had nearly stripped him of reason, yet now he felt an unprecedented tranquility. Kairos appeared strikingly clear in Simon's view. His eyes filled with complex emotions. Upon witnessing Simon's awakening, Kairos felt a mixture of surprise and concern. He personally assessed Simon's spiritual stability, confirming that everything had returned to normal before reaching out to pull Simon from the glass coffin. "Welcome back," Simon got a light touch on the shoulder accompanied a simple embrace. And Kairos was filled with a sense of nostalgia that he had once thought he would never see his brother again. The Simon emerging from the glass coffin bore no trace of the frailty typically associated with recovering from a grave illness. Truly, he embodied the famed warrior bloodline of the Clark. Even after a month-long slumber, he awoke vibrant and full of life. Kairos seemed to discern the confusion within his brother and took the initiative to explain the little white tiger's identity. Yusha Clark, my daughter, an S-level healer of the Clark lineage, is the little white tiger you see before you, the manifestation of Aya's spirit. Healer, S. Clark. These three words, regardless of who they were spoken to, denoted a prodigy, and even Simon had never imagined they could converge within a single individual, that S1 who had once perished. He understood the miraculous significance of such descriptors within the Clark family. He had not anticipated that his survival from that calamity could be attributed to this niece he had never met. Where is she? May I meet her? It is too late. Children should not stay up late. I will take you to see her tomorrow morning. Kairos understood Simon's eagerness, but was unwilling to disturb Yusha's rest, leading Simon away from the underground study. Their footsteps echoed in the quiet corridor, ultimately halting at the door of Kairos's study. Outside, the large bats kept a vigilant watch over Kairos's movements and naturally noticed Simon's presence behind him, their hearts brimming with astonishment and disbelief. Many of them had witnessed Simon being subdued beneath the spiritual storm, falling into eternal slumber. The mere thought of seeing Simon again had never crossed their minds, for they knew it was an implausible dream. Yet miracles appeared just as such, unfolding before their very eyes. Simon? Arian was the first to exclaim. She and Simon had always shared a close bond, at that time, due to her self-imposed exile among the stars. She had not even had the chance to bid Simon farewell. She dashed over, disregarding Kairos's presence, and enveloped her beloved brother in a warm embrace that I thought I would never see you again. Arian murmured. Sister 3. Simon also joined in, sweetly calling out sister. The other Clarks quickly gathered around as well. From a young age, Simon had always been the most popular among the Clarks, with just a few simple words. He could effortlessly stir the emotions of anyone, including the Clarks, that I miss my sister so much. Although I didn't get to see her in the end, the thought that she wouldn't witness my most embarrassing moments somehow lessened my sorrow. Arian was never adept at reasoning with ordinary people, while Simon, in stark contrast, was eloquent and articulate, often playing a crucial role in diplomatic affairs among the Clarks. However, even a master of words like Simon occasionally encountered opponents who were difficult to persuade. When the other party displayed a clear lack of cooperation, Simon's diplomatic tactics seemed to falter. At such times, Arian's value became evident. Her presence was akin to a sharp sword, poised to deliver a decisive blow on the diplomatic chessboard. When faced with signs of insincerity or even disrespect from the other side, Arian would take matters into her own hands. Her approach was direct and effective. Once she intervened, it signified that all avenues for negotiation and compromise had been irrevocably closed. Her methods were resolute and decisive, leaving no room for retreat, which made her particularly essential in handling diplomatic matters that required a firm hand. Together, they formed the best partnership in the diplomatic corps. One a scholar, the other a warrior. After exchanging pleasantries, the other Clarks came forward to greet Simon in turn. With a curious disposition towards Udia, Simon quickly utilized his silver tongue to inquire about this newly emerged member of the Clark family among everyone present. Upon mentioning Udia, the eyes of the Clarks softened instantly, for they knew that Simon's awakening was undoubtedly linked to her. With this thought, they glanced anxiously at Kairos, silently inquiring about Udia's condition. The moment Kairos left the underground study, he had checked on Udia and nodded slightly, indicating that she was currently unharmed. Chapter 66. Physical examination. Kairos' nod not only confirmed that Udia was in good condition, but also validated their suspicions. Simon's revival was indeed due to Udia's efforts. Although she was still in slumber, it seemed she was not entirely aware of the healing process, much like when she had calmed Uriel during his mental storm. Kairos paused momentarily before continuing. Twice in a row, while she employed her healing mental power, my own mental energy was rapidly depleting. That it appears to be due to a synchronous state of our mental energies. Mine was almost at her disposal. Fortunately, it was this very reason that allowed me to confidently let Aya treat Simon's mental that I conducted a brief assessment of Aya's Yutia-S condition earlier. It seems there are no significant issues. As for whether there will be any adverse effects once she awakens, Ravis, while Yutia is still asleep, you should accompany me for a moment. Why check on her while Yutia is still asleep? Simon, having only just awakened, was unaware of Yutia-S situation. Yet he recognized that Ravis was among the finest medical talents in the Clark Empire. Aya was fearful of needles and doctors. Conducting the examination while she was asleep would alleviate her fears. Gershio explained to him. Upon hearing Kairos' words, Ravis swiftly gathered the medical equipment he might need, opting for lightweight and convenient tools. The two hurried to Kairos' study, moving gracefully and swiftly to avoid disturbing Yutia-S slumber. Kairos gently pushed the door open, and the two entered the room without a sound. Yutia lay on the bed, her breathing steady, evidently still in a deep sleep. Ravis quickly checked the medical equipment he had brought. Ensuring everything was ready, that he understood that, although Yutia was in slumber, any sudden pain or discomfort could awaken her, potentially triggering fluctuations in her mental energy. For Yutia, who had just finished healing Simon, any mental disturbances should be avoided if possible. Ravis first employed a non-invasive mental energy scanner, capable of gathering Yutia's mental and physiological data through skin contact without any need for piercing or injection, that he carefully placed the scanner's probe on Yutia's forehead. And the device began to operate, displaying her mental energy fluctuations and vital signs. At present, her mental energy fluctuations were stable, and her vital signs were within normal parameters. Ravis quietly reported to Kairos. A hint of relief in his voice. Next, Ravis took out a portable physiological monitor that could continuously track Yutia's heart rate, blood pressure, and blood oxygen saturation, that he gently placed the monitor's sensor on Yutia's wrist. And the device indicated that her physical condition was also good. Nonetheless, Ravis decided to conduct a more comprehensive examination to ensure that Yutia had not sustained any potential harm during Simon's healing process. After confirming Yutia's basic physiological indicators, Ravis opted to use a more advanced technique involving micronanobots for a deeper assessment. These tiny robots could enter the body to examine the condition of organs and tissues without causing any discomfort. Ravis retrieved a small syringe from the medical kit, filled with these nanobots. Thankfully, little Aya was still asleep. Otherwise, the sight of such a sharp needle would likely frighten her. Noticing Kairos' serious expression as he looked at the syringe, Ravis attempted to lighten the mood with a jest. However, his words only served to heighten Kairos' anxiety. Will it hurt? Will she suddenly wake up in pain? Ravis felt somewhat exasperated, sensing that his elder brother was being overly tense. Even the smallest of incisions cannot be entirely devoid of sensation. Should I apply some anesthetic to Aya? Kairos realized the absurdity of his request. He fell silent for a moment before somewhat awkwardly replying. Perhaps a little would be advisable. Very well then, Ravis acquiesced, applying a mild anesthetic to Yutia. Once he confirmed that sensation in her arm had completely dissipated, he carefully aimed the syringe at Yutia's arm and gently injected the nanobots into her body. Once these robots entered the bloodstream, they would begin transmitting real-time images and data from various organs and tissues. The nanobots have been injected and are sending data across all systems, Ravis quietly reported. While monitoring the device in his hand, which displayed the images relayed by the nanobots, as he examined the images, he teased Kairos, "Brother, I never imagined you would be this concerned after becoming a father. It took me quite a while to find such a word in my vocabulary that I thought, given your temperament, you would be stern, but certainly not a doting father." Kairos shot him a glare, remaining silent. His gaze fixed intently on the monitoring images. Minutes later, the nanobots completed a full scan of Yutia, revealing no abnormalities in her internal organs and no signs of damage due to excessive use of mental energy. It appeared that Aya had endured no harm. The results of the nanobot scan indicated that everything was normal. Ravis let out a breath of relief and nodded at Kairos to signify that the examination was complete. A hint of relaxation appeared on Kairos' face, as he held unwavering confidence in Ravis' professional abilities. Watching his daughter peacefully asleep, Kairos' eyes reflected the tenderness and comfort of a father. Thank goodness, truly. Ravis fully understood the meaning behind Kairos' words. Thank goodness Aya is all right. Truly, both of them are safe, and it seems they may remain so in the future. Kairos and Ravis quietly exited Yutia's room. Ensuring she could continue her serene rest, that as they stepped out, they were met with the concerned gazes of the other Clarks. Facing the worried expressions of his family members, Kairos nodded and spoke in a steady voice to reassure everyone. Aya is perfectly fine. Ravis has confirmed that her physical condition remains unchanged. Now, we need to let her rest properly. Upon hearing Kairos's words, the relief was palpable on the faces of the other Clarks. Let us go. No need to linger here. Whatever we need to discuss, we can do so in the living room. Aslan also spoke up, his meticulous nature leading him to understand that the most crucial element for Utia was to provide her with a serene environment for rest. Upon hearing Aslan's words, the Clark family members gradually departed, their footsteps fading into the distance. Chapter 67. The heart of Yunha with the gentle departure of the Clark family members. Tranquility once again enveloped Utia's room. In the early morning, sunlight filtered through the cracks of the curtains, casting a warm halo over Utia's peaceful visage. Time flowed slowly in this serene atmosphere until Utia's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her eyes slowly opened, revealing a gaze that was both bewildered and clear. Father. Utia's voice was hoarse from sleep, and as she glanced around, she found the room empty, save for the light streaming in from outside and the faint sound of the wind accompanying her. Sitting up, she rubbed her eyes in an attempt to dispel the remnants of slumber. She recalled that she had feigned sleep in her father's study to linger a little longer by his side, before drifting off in a haze. And then, she felt an inexplicable fatigue as if from exerting her mental powers, yet the specifics of what had transpired eluded her memory. She only remembered that the little white tiger seemed to have slipped out again, followed by images of a dark room, a beautiful glass box, and more. Rubbing her head, the details remained shrouded in a fog, refusing to clear no matter how hard she tried. Utia rose from her bed, donned her shoes and socks, and made her way to the window, gently pulling aside the curtains. Sunlight flooded the room instantly, causing her to squint slightly as she adjusted to the sudden brightness. She inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air and the warmth of the sun, invigorating her spirit. Ahaya, you are awake. Kairos's voice resonated at the door, his figure appearing in the entrance, accompanied by several members of the Clark family. Father. Utia hesitated, unsure whether to mention her hazy memories. Kairos seemed to sense her confusion. He approached her and gently stroked her head. Everything is well. You have done wonderfully, Ahaya. Utia nodded, though she still harbored questions about her actions. Her father's reassurance brought her comfort. Let us go. Abigail is already preparing breakfast. This statement felt like a ray of warmth in the morning light, awakening Utia from her slumbering consciousness. She swiftly climbed out of bed, infused with the freshness and vigor of the morning, and began her preparations for the new day. After completing her morning rituals, Utia entered the living room, carrying a hint of refreshing fragrance. The space was already filled with family members, some standing, others seated, their silence suggesting they awaited someone. Upon Utia's arrival, the atmosphere finally became lively. Amidst the gathering, Utia noticed an unfamiliar face, a young man who bore a resemblance to her father, yet his demeanor was gentler, his eyes sparkling with a subtle smile. Ahaya, this is Uncle Simon, Kairos introduced his brother, as if reading Utia's curiosity. Simon Clark, the name echoed in Utia's mind. She had heard it from Elian. Hello, Utia. Simon's voice was slightly hoarse, yet filled with warmth and familiarity. That I am Simon, your father's younger brother, ranking fourth in the lineage of the Clark family. As the most beloved member of the Clark clan, Simon understood the importance of not overwhelming Utia during their first encounter, opting for a friendly yet composed approach. Your father's younger brother. This introduction effectively conveyed his identity while establishing their relation, both close and natural. Having not yet prepared a gift for Ahaya, he decided that the heart of Yunha would serve as a delightful present for their meeting. It was a bracelet exquisitely crafted from fine platinum, each segment intricately sculpted, both robust and lightweight, perfectly conforming to the contours of the wrist. The chain was adorned with a series of dazzling diamonds, arranged in a seemingly casual yet masterfully deliberate manner, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky, drawing attention to the centerpiece, the Yunha feather, hailed as a miracle in the realm of gemstones. The Yunha feather itself exhibited a profound and mysterious blue hue, with a radiant luminescence swirling within, as if imbued with boundless wisdom and strength. Under the illumination, it reflected a subtle halo, rendering the entire bracelet vibrant and richly layered. Remarkably, it was the sole gemstone discovered in the cosmos over 30,000 years that possessed the ability to soothe mental powers. Utia had once undertaken a bounty mission related to the heart of Yunha. And according to her recollections, the transaction value was a staggering 14 million star coins. Utia stared in astonishment at the gift, inadvertently voicing her knowledge. Simon, surprised by Utia's awareness of the heart of Yunha's origins, chuckled as he elaborated. Not only that, but what outsiders do not know is that the heart of Yunha also incorporates modern technological advancements. That he smiled, gently touching a nearly invisible mechanism on the bracelet. That it contains a miniature locator. Wherever you are, whenever you require assistance, it will send a signal to alert us of your location. His expression grew serious, though his voice remained gentle. And this, he gestured toward another concealed device, is an emergency distress button. A 3-second press will automatically send a distress signal to the family's safety network, and no matter the difficulties you encounter, we will be by your side at the earliest opportunity. That a flicker of hesitation crossed Utia's eyes as her hand hesitated in midair, reluctant to accept such a precious gift. Uncle Simon, this is too extravagant. I cannot accept it. Her voice revealed her recognition of the gift's value and her respect for Simon's goodwill. Kairos, however, had no such reservations. As the monarch of the Clark family, he understood better than anyone the immense wealth of Prince Simon, a sought-after figure in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Not to mention the gifts bestowed upon Simon for the sake of convenience had already amounted to a considerable sum. Although the heart of Yunha was indeed exceptional, his daughter was deserving of nothing but the best. Ahaya, express your gratitude to your uncle, Kairos encouraged. Without hesitation, he took the heart of Yunha and placed it on Utia's wrist. The heart of Yunha was undeniably beautiful, and Kairos knew Utia would adore it. Moreover, Simon's revival was due to Utia's efforts. Asking for merely a bracelet was hardly a significant matter. Thank you, Uncle Simon. I truly love it, Utia remarked, feeling the cool touch of the bracelet. She looked up at Kairos and then shyly at Simon, expressing her thanks with grace. Simon chuckled softly, his voice low enough that, aside from Utia, nearly all the Clarks could hear his words. That as long as you like it, little fool. It should be I who thanks you. Chapter 68. Burning things, as the morning light streamed through the curtain's gaps, gently illuminating the floor, a new day quietly arrived. Abigail, the ever-punctual steward, as was his custom, brought forth a meticulously prepared breakfast. Traversing the corridor toward the dining room, that he carried a silver tray adorned with steaming dishes, emitting an irresistible aroma. However, upon entering the living room, Abigail's steps momentarily faltered at the doorway, as if ensnared by some invisible force. The moment he laid eyes on Simon, a look of astonishment and disbelief flashed across Abigail's face. As the head steward of the Clark Palace, he was intimately familiar with every family member, including the one once believed to be in eternal slumber, Prince Simon. Now, that child, once confirmed to be eternally asleep, stood before him once more. Your Highness, Simon? Is it truly you? Abigail's voice trembled as he hurried toward Simon, tears of excitement glistening in his eyes. For him, Simon was not merely a member of the Clark family. He was a child he had watched grow up. Simon smiled warmly in response to Abigail's gaze, rising to embrace the old steward. Abigail, it has been too long. You still look as sprightly as ever. Abigail returned the embrace tightly, his hand gently patting Simon's back, as if to confirm that this was not a dream. Thank God, you have finally returned. We all thought we would never see you again. Once he ensured that what lay before him was not a figment of his imagination, Abigail took a deep breath, striving to compose himself. Asked the steward. He knew he must maintain his composure and professionalism. He delicately placed the tray on the dining table with graceful precision, stepping back to announce in his well-trained voice, "Breakfast is served. Please enjoy. Additionally, Your Highness, happy birthday and welcome home." Fourth Prince, how nostalgic that title is. It seems that ever since Eli and the others were born, it has been absent from our conversations. Simon was momentarily taken aback. Did I ask today the 5th day of the 12th month? Happy birthday, Uncle Simon. Yusha chimed in, and their well wishes seemed to unlock a switch, causing a cascade of birthday greetings to flow forth. That as per tradition, your gifts have been placed in the bedroom, Kylos added, patting Simon on the shoulder. And mine too. Aya has prepared a birthday gift for Uncle as well. It's together with Father S, wishing Uncle Simon a happy birthday and joy every day. The other Clarks also eagerly extended their congratulations. Happy birthday to the beloved Simon baby, who enjoys celebrating. Your gifts have also been placed in the bedroom. Uriel cast a teasing glance at Simon, noting that only Simon insisted on celebrating his birthday each year, while the other Clarks found such festivities bothersome. Nevertheless, he still prepared a gift for him annually. After all, what was the harm in indulging a child's desires? Though the Clarks were known for their combative and competitive nature, it must be said that they displayed a remarkable maturity in certain aspects compared to other children. Lavis, unabashedly forthright, exclaimed, "Brother, brother, my gift is also in the bedroom. I'm so glad you're back. I thought I would have to burn this gift for you." "Burn?" Yusha questioned, puzzled as to why one would incinerate a gift for Uncle Simon. The Clarks fell silent for a moment, suddenly recalling that Yusha was entirely unaware of Simon's previous plight of eternal slumber. She believed that Simon had simply gone away for a trip. Observing this, Aslan quickly intervened. "Burn. Right, sending items." Simon mentioned he decided at the last minute to return from Galstar to celebrate his birthday in Clark Palace. "We all thought he would celebrate in Galstar, so naturally, we needed to send his gifts to him." Simon, perplexed, asked, "When was I ever in Galstar?" Alien, no longer able to maintain the pretense of sibling affection, abruptly pressed Simon's head into his food to silence him. Second brother has misremembered. Simon was clearly vacationing on Kaya's star just a few days ago. "Second brother, you truly are getting older." "Forgetting everything," the reluctantly aging Aslan replied. Yes, I must have mixed it up. I wondered why he never received anything sent to Galstar. It turns out I misremembered the address. Ha ha ha." He then feigned annoyance towards Gershio. "It's all your fault, Gershio, for burdening me with too many worries at such a young age. Now even my memory is failing." Gershio retorted, "So, what does this have to do with me? Am I being shot while lying down?" The various Clarks quickly shifted the topic back and forth. Yusha paid little mind to this minor interlude. Only Simon, with grains of rice adorning his face, looked up at Alien with a hint of melancholy. "Sister, do you still love me?" Alien, relieved that the matter had been gently brushed aside, glanced at Simon's rice-speckled visage and felt a pang of guilt. Swiftly, she used a towel to wipe Simon's face clean, affectionately ruffling his hair like one would a dog's, offering comfort. Once she was certain Yusha's attention was elsewhere, she explained the situation to Simon. He naturally understood. After all, not only was she the youngest Clark in 3 generations, but she had also saved his life before even meeting him, which was more than enough for Simon to harbor considerable goodwill towards this new little Clark. At noon, the dining hall of Clark Palace was enveloped in an unusual atmosphere. Queen Vela personally prepared a sumptuous birthday lunch for Simon, yet the expressions of the Clarks varied. Some were smiling, while others concealed their apprehension that Vela's culinary skills were an open secret within the Clark family. Every year at this time, the Clarks would employ various strategies to avoid directly tasting the Queen's homemade dishes. Although her intentions were unmatched, her cooking skills often left much to be desired. Today was a special occasion. "Simon, happy birthday!" Vela beamed as she placed dish after dish on the table, despite her gentle smile. A subtle tension flickered in the eyes of the Clarks. "Brother Simon, you've just returned and must be exhausted. Why not start with some soup to warm your stomach?" Lavis suggested, handing Simon a bowl of enticing soup. The broth was clear, exuding an indescribable aroma. Although Lavis attempted to mask the soup's true taste with a gentle tone, the peculiar, slightly acrid scent and the dissonance of its ingredients silently conveyed its lack of appeal. Simon accepted the bowl with a polite smile, but cleverly redirected the conversation. "Lavis, I heard that brother has recently dispatched you on an assignment. It must have been arduous. Come, my dear brother, sip some soup. It's good for your health." The soup was once again returned to his own side of the table, and Lavis felt as though he had shot himself in the foot, forcing a smile while endeavoring to drink the soup without revealing his discomfort. Vela stood nearby, her smile growing more radiant as she watched Lavis consume the soup. She seemed quite pleased with her culinary efforts, even eager to taste the soup herself. "Uriel, serve me a bowl of soup as well." "Let me see how it tastes," Vela said, reaching for the ladle by the soup pot. Uriel, quick on the uptake, swiftly took the ladle and set it aside, offering Vela a glass of red wine instead. "My dear, your skills are undoubtedly impeccable, but today is a special day. Perhaps you should first sample this exquisite red wine I selected just for you. It's a limited edition from Galstar and is utterly delightful." Uriel's voice was gentle yet persuasive, his gaze carrying an undeniable firmness that brooked no refusal. Captivated by Uriel's words, Vela accepted the wine glass. inhaling its bouquet appreciatively. This wine is indeed splendid. Uriel, you are always so thoughtful, she smiled, taking a sip of the wine and completely forgetting about tasting the soup. Uriel sighed in relief, knowing Vela's intentions were good, but he also understood that the flavor of the soup was not to everyone's liking. He discreetly surveyed the other clerks, noting that they were all preoccupied, some chatting, others savoring fine wine. But without exception, they skillfully avoided every beautifully presented dish on the table. Yusha gazed at the array of dishes with curiosity. Unaware of the family's secret regarding Vela's cooking, she sensed a rare unity among the family members. She picked up a pair of chopsticks, ready to sample Vela's culinary creations, only to be quietly pulled aside by Gershio. These dishes look appealing, but the taste is, well, rather unique, Gershio whispered, revealing the family's secret that I suggest you start with some light snacks. We can take our time with these dishes. Yusha, not fully grasping Gershio's implication, looked at the richly colored and fragrant dishes. Her appetite piqued. She picked up a piece of braised fish and placed it in her mouth, only to be overwhelmed by the fishy taste and the overpowering seasoning that flooded her senses, making her almost want to spit it out immediately. Yet, seeing Vela's expectant gaze, she forced herself to maintain composure and swallowed it with great difficulty. That Vela's gentle eyes rested on Yusha, her voice tinged with anticipation. Little Aya, how does it taste? Is it to your liking? Yusha met Vela's hopeful gaze. That it's delicious, grandmother Vela. Yusha spoke earnestly. Preparing such a grand feast must have been quite a task. Truly, you need not cook every time. We could hire a chef, so you wouldn't tire yourself so much. Vela absorbed Utia's words. A flicker of relief glimmered in her eyes, and a gentle smile graced her lips. She tenderly caressed Utia's hair, her gaze brimming with affection. My dear Aya, you truly are a considerate child, Vela spoke softly, her voice tinged with emotion. However, the greatest joy for me as a wife, mother, and grandmother lies in personally preparing a meal for my family and witnessing your delighted faces as you dine. Meanwhile, as the Clarks engaged in a fervent struggle against the dishes before them, the restaurant door was gently pushed open. That Abigail's figure appeared at the threshold, her presence akin to a timely rain, bringing a glimmer of hope for the Clarks. Your Majesty, Your Highness, she announced, I have just received word that our dessert has been prepared in advance and requires your approval. That Abigail's tone conveyed just the right amount of urgency, presenting the Clarks with an opportune moment. Upon hearing this, Vela's expression brightened with interest. She turned to the Clarks and said, Please continue your meal. I shall go check on the dessert. With that, she hurriedly exited the dining room. The Clarks exchanged knowing glances, their movements swift and coordinated, as if they had rehearsed this countless times. Uriel took it upon himself to divert Vela's attention for as long as possible, buying time for their impending actions. Gershio swiftly opened the side door of the restaurant, while Eli and Lucilin placed trash bins at every corner of the table to facilitate their operation. Ravis and Elian were tasked with quickly and quietly disposing of the dishes into the bins. Aslan and Kylos stood guard, even employing mental vigilance to ensure no one noticed their clandestine maneuvers. Utia, too, was swept up in the tense yet orderly atmosphere, quickly joining the fray to help rearrange the table, positioning and used utensils haphazardly to create the illusion of a finished meal. That in a mere minute and a half, every dish had been devoured, and the atmosphere lightened once more. The Clarks exchanged relieved smiles. Exhaling a collective sigh of relief, Abigail re-entered the dining room, a satisfied smile adorning her face. Your Majesty, Your Highness, everything is ready. The dessert will be served in 5 minutes. Abigail's voice carried a hint of relaxation, her gaze reflecting admiration for the Clarks. Upon Vela's return, she beheld the empty plates on the table, her smile blossoming even brighter. It appears everyone relished the meal I prepared. How wonderful! Her voice resonated with contentment and happiness. The Clarks nodded in agreement. Then I shall cook for you all again next time, shall I? Chapter 70. The resource allocation competition lunch finally concluded, and while the Clarks were accustomed to dispersing, Abigail's words drew them back together. Your Majesty, now that Prince Simon has returned, should we reconsider the allocation of spots for the resource distribution competition? Certainly. We now have 10 Clarks, allowing for children in the audience. Came the enthusiastic response. That I propose that Utia stays with me in the audience. Upon hearing Abigail's inquiry, Uriel, who had remained in the audience, finally found his voice, casting a challenging glance at all present. Utia and I will remain together, whether to compete or observe. Before he could gloat further, Kylos' icy retort struck him. Why? Uriel bristled at Kylos' unilateral decision, questioning the authority of the Clark monarch. What is so special about being the Clark monarch? Haven't we all held the title at some point? I am Aya's father, de Uriel's bravado faltered. So what if you are Aya's father? I am her grandfather. Grandfather, please don't be upset with father. I want to be with him, Uriel interjected. Fine, whatever little Aya says goes, Uriel conceded. Well then, if Aya's father is so remarkable, I shall compete alongside you. Kylos, my combat prowess ranks just below yours and Elian's. Keeping me in the audience would be a waste. Uriel grumbled, clearly dissatisfied with the previous voting results, and took the initiative. Simon should remain in the audience, as he is Vela's successor in diplomacy and adept in that realm. It is most fitting for him to stay. Aslan should also remain. He has a good temperament, yet his combat abilities are modest. He is neither better than his brother nor worse than his sister. It would be suitable for him to assist Simon in dealing with those crafty old foxes, that he had not forgotten how Aslan had been the first to throw himself in harm's way last time, and made sure to acknowledge him. The other Clarks dared not interject, for Uriel, after being collectively voted to remain in the audience last time, now resembled a powder keg ready to explode. That it was evident that Aslan, the instigator of the previous vote, had become the target of their ire. Aslan found himself at a loss for words. Simon, unaware of the prior events, was not keen on spending a dull time in the audience engaging in forced pleasantries with the nation's upper echelons. I object, he declared. Objection denied. Uriel quashed Simon's dissent. Brother, hasn't he even spoken yet? Simon attempted to leverage Kylos' authority against Uriel, but the latter remained unfazed. Kylos, too, had not deemed Simon's objection valid. Perhaps you all have overlooked the rules of this resource distribution competition? Regarding the resource distribution competition, Vela, as the head of the Eddy family, was naturally well-versed in every detail of the event. Witnessing the Clarks clamoring for participation, she found herself perplexed. This competition's format has changed. It has transitioned from the traditional individual and team point systems to a knockout format, incorporating individual and team events into 3 rounds of scoring, with the addition of the knockout phase. Each nation as participant quota has increased from 8 to a maximum of 12, that therefore, there is no need for you to vie for spots. You could field an entire team. Furthermore, you should consider that even with little Aya included, the total number of Clarks does not exceed 10, leaving 2 spots unaccounted for. Uriel interjected, the rules for the resource distribution competition have changed. Why was I not informed? Abigail smiled, perhaps because you always entrust your documents to me or your subordinate secretaries. As Vela's gaze shifted toward him, Uriel attempted to defend himself. Kylos wasn't he aware either. Kylos, with a rare smile, looked at Uriel, that I merely said I would be with little Aya. I did not imply anyone should remain in the audience. And what about last time? This is a new rule, announced recently. Uriel's disbelief was palpable. You tricked me. Dear, did you hear that? Kylos is deceiving me. Kylos smiled again. Perhaps it's because I've been closer to Aslan lately. I've noticed that sometimes Aslan's little schemes tend to cause those I find intolerable to incur minor consequences. People are always evolving. This is what my father taught me, is it not? Well, perhaps I misremembered, considering my father's lazy disposition. He would hardly be inclined to amend his own documents, which makes it unlikely he would utter something so profound. Aya, dear, let us not emulate grandfather. 147 words, including punctuation, and Kylos has not only learned to deceive, but has also mastered the art of conversation. He spoke that much. On average, he doesn't say more than 20 words to me a day. Dear, did you hear? He just articulated 147 words in one breath. Kylos suddenly lost the desire to converse with him. Vela paid no heed to Uriel's antics, as she was always serious when it came to matters of importance. Uriel was unclear. I surmise that others among you may not be much better than he is, so I shall recount the details once more. This competition has introduced an elimination round in addition to the existing format. In the initial phase of the elimination round, participants may gain an indeterminate number of points by either eliminating other competitors or completing corresponding tasks. The points awarded depend on the competitor's current score and the task star rating, with 20 of the eliminated participants' points being inherited by the one who executed the elimination. When more than half of the competitors are eliminated, the percentage of inherited points will increase to 50. The elimination round will continue until only the final team remains. Ultimately, the rankings will be calculated by merging the eliminated contestants' points with those earned through task completion, contributing to the final scores of the advancing competitors and determining their standings. Regardless of nationality, only the participants ranked within the top two-thirds will advance, thereby securing the opportunity to compete in the second team competition and the third individual match. Should no participants from a nation succeed in the elimination round, the ranking will be determined based on the elimination time of that nation's last contestant. As for the second team competition and individual match, the rules remain largely unchanged, so I shall not dwell on them. However, there is one innocuous change that may warrant your attention. In the continuous combat mode of the individual match, each competitor may participate in no more than 3 matches, with points accumulating progressively. And it is explicitly stated that those who complete 3 matches may not continue in the series and must exit the arena. At this point, Vela shot Uriel a pointed glance. This was primarily to prevent instances where certain competitors, lacking regard for other nations, single-handedly took on a fully staffed team, especially considering the previous resource allocation competition had left the Speaker of the Dela Federation quite displeased. Chapter 71. Quelling the dispute, seemingly sensing Vela's insinuation, Uriel awkwardly touched his nose. It was not as if they had spoken disrespectfully to Clark. Yet, there he was single-handedly annihilating a full team and brazenly trampling their banner, declaring that trash should remain in the trash can. Uriel remained silent. In truth, it was not disrespect towards Clark, but rather an affront to Vela. Uriel, having once ruled a nation, knew well that such actions would irrevocably sour relations with the other party. With other teams, Clark and his companions typically conceded defeat after a maximum of 3 consecutive matches to preserve dignity. The Dela Federation, however, was an exception. Once they had insulted Vela, they were already on Uriel's blacklist. The words were harsh, and Uriel was unwilling to sully the ears of his beloved wife. Nonetheless, those who offended his cherished one would not be easily forgiven. Kylos and the others were aware of the situation. Hence they chose not to intervene, instead allowing Uriel's provocations to continue, even targeting the Dela Federation throughout the team competition. Although currently in a time of peace, the Clark Empire had never been one to tolerate bullying. This established the Clark Empire's unwavering supremacy among the myriad empires and federations. It was evident that Simon had also deduced the reason for Uriel's silence, and he deftly shifted the topic. "All right, Mother, the new rules are out. Uriel will certainly comply. Perhaps we should consider strategies regarding the increase in participant slots." Vela could naturally discern that Simon was attempting to extricate Uriel from an uncomfortable position, and with a cold snort, she chose to let it slide. They began to deliberate on the allocation of the remaining 2 participant slots, with some suggesting they simply assign 2 support-oriented guards from the elite ranks, as Clark alone was more than capable of sweeping the competition. Others argued that selecting both as support was unwise, as elimination could occur in the first round, leaving them vulnerable without any means of self-defense. It would be more prudent to choose one offensive and one support type. Asutia listened. Her eyes began to droop with sleepiness. However, the Clarks grew increasingly heated in their debate, as their aggressive mentalities rarely allowed for prolonged coexistence in the same space. The ensuing argument created an atmosphere charged with mental energy, distorting the air around them, while their tumultuous emotions clashed silently, avoiding Utia and Vela, who were oblivious to the turmoil. Why must we include support types? Isn't an entire team of offensive types sufficient? The strength of the Clarks is ingrained in our very DNA. Even without support, we can dominate the entire arena. The provocations of Elian and Lavis were interrupted by Uriel and Lucilin, who advocated for the inclusion of 2 support types. Indeed, our strength is inherent, so why choose 2 offensive allies? Are we to have them merely cheer us on? It would be better to field an entire team of support types. At least they would offer some utility. That moment, the ever-diplomatic Aslan and Simon spoke up. "Since we Clarks don't require allies for the sake of team harmony, why not include 1 support and 1 offensive type? How about that?" Their conciliatory suggestions were met with vehement resistance from both factions. In no way. Either we take all support types or all offensive types. Anything else is utterly pointless. Aslan, Simon, I'm done. I don't want to argue anymore. The dispute raged on, with the palpable tension of mental energy escalating in the cramped conference room. Suddenly, a delicate little hand shot up beside Kylos, reminiscent of a schoolchild eager to answer a question. Utia timidly inquired, "Can we not participate with other teammates? What if we just send our 10 Clarks?" The Clarks were renowned for their formidable combat prowess, and ordinary teammates often struggled to adapt to their fighting style. Moreover, regardless of whether they selected offensive or support types, if they failed to meet promptly during the elimination round, there was a significant risk of being overtaken by other factions seeking to advance. Did Grandmother not mention that the participant slots increase from 8 to a maximum of 12? Just because there are 12 slots doesn't mean we must fill them all. The increase in slots is intended to prevent other nations and factions from prematurely exiting the elimination round. However, the combat strength of our Clark Empire does not necessitate such considerations, so it is permissible for us to enter with just 10 participants, correct? The room fell into an immediate silence, even the previously restless mental energy surrounding the Clarks subsiding with Utia's words. Everything transpired without a sound. Those embroiled in the conflict were unaware, while Vela and Utia remained oblivious to the shift. Only Abigail, acutely aware of the sudden lifting of the oppressive mental pressure, could not help but exhale in relief that he had feared that this group of Clarks might come to blows in the conference chamber, as had happened on multiple occasions before. Each time, he found himself tasked with cleaning up the mess. And he couldn't resist casting a grateful glance at Utia. Perceiving the sudden calm, Utia assumed she had misspoken and cautiously retreated behind Kylos, revealing only half her face, her voice barely audible as it emerged from behind him. "I don't quite understand the rules of the resource allocation competition. I merely asked a question that if I have offended anyone, please disregard my words." The sight of the little girl peeking out with trepidation was utterly endearing. And despite her efforts to restrain herself, Lucilin could not help but pull Utia from behind Kylos into her embrace that, "Oh, my little Aya is absolutely right. Those foolish individuals, with such splendid options before them, insist on squabbling instead. Our little Aya is the brightest among us. Come here, my clever little Aya. Let your Annie give you a hug." The sensation of cradling a child of 11 or 12 years old was delightful. And during their time in the Clark Palace, Abigail had noticed Utia's initially light weight. With intent, he had been nourishing her health using ancient earth dietary practices. Now, as he held her, she had developed a pleasantly soft form. And being a clean little girl, she smelled delightful, making it impossible for Lucilin, who adored young girls, to resist. Vela, who had remained silent, observed how Utia had effortlessly diffused the tension before conflict could even begin. And a flicker of amusement danced in her eyes. Abigail was correct. The presence of little Aya was indeed a tremendous blessing for the typically tempestuous Clarks. Chapter 72. The Prince of the Money Leopard. As the days passed, 1 week remained until the resource allocation competition, and a special guest arrived at the Clark Palace. "Hello there. This lovely young lady seems somewhat unfamiliar. I am Gommel. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Might I have the honor of inviting you to lunch?" As Utia, just awakening, struggled to fully open her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of a dazzling golden leopard leisurely seated in the Clark reception room. The leopard sparkled with an array of golden adornments and garments, exuding an air of frivolity and wealth. Utia, nearly blinded by the brilliance, heard a deep voice emanating from the opposite side of the room. "Gommel, show my daughter some respect." Utia blinked, striving to dispel the remnants of sleep, her gaze shifting from the glimmering Gommel to the source of the voice. There stood Kairos at the far end of the reception room, his eyes fixed firmly on the flamboyant Gommel, a hint of warning evident in his gaze. Gommel, seemingly unfazed by Kairos's admonition, maintained his relaxed demeanor, adjusting his posture slightly to appear more refined out of course. "Esteemed King Kairos, I mean no offense," Gommel replied with a smile, his tone laced with a hint of mockery, "that I merely beheld this enchanting young lady and wished to share a delightful moment with her." Utia, now fully alert from the dazzling display, quickly composed herself to Mr. Gommel. "Your invitation has left me quite flattered," she said, nodding slightly, her voice striving for calm and courtesy, imbued with a maturity that belied her age, yet rendered particularly endearing and naïve in her youthful form. That it was as if she were a child donning adult attire, intentionally mimicking a grown-up's demeanor, her small hands fidgeting with the hem of her clothing, an earnestness that provoked a quiet amusement. However, I regret to inform you that I must decline your invitation to lunch, as I already have prior commitments. Gaumel, intrigued, continued to tease Utia, his eyes sparkling with mischief, as if playing with a child. Then perhaps we might reschedule for another day. I assure you it will be an unforgettable experience. That he bowed exaggeratedly to Utia, his antics designed to amuse, though they left her feeling somewhat displeased. Not wishing to engage further with Gaumel, she quickened her pace, swiftly positioning herself beside Kairos that Utia's lips pursed slightly. She disliked being treated like a mere child, especially while she endeavored to project an image of maturity. Her steps were light, yet imbued with a childlike stubbornness as she sought the refuge of her father's side. Father, it seems Mr. Gaumel does not quite grasp the concept of politeness, Utia whispered to Kairos, her voice tinged with a touch of grievance and dependence. She wished to convey that she was not merely a child to be toyed with. Kairos, taken aback by this rare display of reliance from his daughter, straightened his posture, embodying the authoritative presence of a dependable father. Despite having once been that very figure, he stood tall, an imposing aura emanating from him, his gaze resolute as he turned to Gaumel. No one may treat my daughter as a mere source of entertainment. Kairos's voice resonated throughout the reception room, each word laden with gravitas. Apologize to my daughter and treat her with the equality and respect she deserves, or our cooperation is off the table, and the Clark Empire will engage in direct conflict with the Ivan Empire. Gaumel, sensing the seriousness in Kairos's words, recognized that any further impropriety could jeopardize the century-old foundation of the Ivan Empire. After all, no nation had ever withstood a full-scale assault from the Clarks. Moreover, he noted that the number of Clark royals had reached an unprecedented peak in history. The Ivan Empire could not afford to gamble. Quickly shedding his previous frivolity, Gaumel stood and faced Utia, bowing deeply. Your Highness, I sincerely apologize for my earlier behavior. It was unseemly of me. His tone was earnest, devoid of the earlier mockery, replaced instead with a seriousness that hinted at a scrutinizing gaze. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Prince Gaumel Gerlant of the Ivan Empire, and it is an honor to make your acquaintance. Utia regarded Gaumel with a discerning eye, acutely sensitive to the nuances of emotion. Despite his apparent seriousness, she felt no genuine sincerity emanating from him. Nevertheless, as a young member of the Clark family, she understood the necessity of navigating such social situations and the importance of forgiveness. I accept your apology, Mr. Gaumel. Her voice, though still youthful, retained the dignity befitting a Clark princess. Father, now that our misunderstanding has been resolved, we can continue our conversation in a more amicable manner. Kairos observed his daughter, who, despite her small stature, displayed a commendable seriousness and a hint of defiance, swelling his heart with pride. Softening his tone, he could not resist placing a hand atop her head. The pride and joy in his voice drew Gaumel's attention. Very well, my little princess, but it is breakfast time, and this dazzling Mr. Gaumel has yet to partake, that I wonder if Utia would be amenable to sharing breakfast with him. Kairos's tone was indulgent, as though ready to dismiss Gaumel at a mere word from Utia. Well, father, while I still harbor some reservations towards him, I do not mind sharing breakfast, Utia replied, feigning magnanimity while subtly expressing her discontent towards Gaumel. Gaumel could only manage a wry smile. Chapter 73. Discontent in the dining hall of the Clark Palace. The atmosphere during breakfast was vibrant with the morning's energy and familial warmth. Golden sunlight streamed through the tall windows, casting a warm glow over the elegantly set table, enhancing the sumptuous breakfast spread. Abigail's culinary skills were always commendable. Yet today, Utia found herself frequently gazing out the window, unable to focus. Alia, what captures your attention? Despite being engaged in conversation with Gaumel, Kairos's keen eyes never strayed far from Utia. Quickly noticing her distraction, Father, is Aunt Arian not joining us for breakfast? Utia inquired. We just saw each other yesterday. Has little Alia already begun to miss me? At that moment, Arian's voice chimed in as she entered. Swiftly taking a seat beside Utia, followed closely by other members of the Clark family, that a flicker of surprise crossed Gaumel's eyes. Was this young princess, recently reunited with the Clarks, perhaps too close with them? The Ivan Empire had established some cooperative ties with the Clark Empire during Uriel's reign. Gaumel was not unfamiliar with the dynamics among the Clarks. However, this young princess seemed to share a different bond than most. As he considered this, a flicker of disdain crossed Gaumel's gaze. After all, she was merely a girl, and a young one at that, having only recently returned to the Clark Palace. His earlier concerns felt unwarranted. Moreover, his father had advised him to cultivate good relations with Kairos or the next heir, Eli. That as for the other Clarks, no matter how united they appeared, in matters of succession, true harmony among royals was unheard of, hardly a cause for concern. Gamel's focus returned to Kairos, oblivious to the subtle shift in Kairos's demeanor. Meanwhile, Utia sat at the table's opposite end, observing the golden leopard prince conversing with her father about matters of collaboration, her brow furrowed slightly. Despite Gamel's earlier apology, an inexplicable aversion towards him lingered in Utia's heart. She could not pinpoint the origin of this discontent. It was merely an instinct that urged her to keep her distance from Gamel. She contemplated sharing this inexplicable emotion with her father, yet recognized the irrationality of her feelings. Her gaze flitted among her family members, as if weighing her options. Arian, having spent 6 years with Utia, quickly discerned her unease, knowing her better than anyone else. What troubles you? Do you dislike him? Or has he done something to make you uncomfortable? Alien inquired softly, yet her gaze bore an unspoken sharpness. Utia, unable to restrain herself, noticed Gamel engaged in conversation with her father, gently set down her utensils, and quietly leaned closer to Alien, who sat beside her. Alien, I did not appreciate Mr. Gamel's teasing earlier, Utia whispered. Her voice barely audible to Alien. Alien's expression instantly sharpened, her eyes shifting toward Gamel before returning to Utia's face. What did he do? Alien's voice, equally subdued, carried a hint of formidable authority. Utia pressed her lips together and recounted Gamel's actions in hushed tones, the frivolous tone, exaggerated gestures, and his condescending attitude as he treated her like a child, all of which made her exceedingly uncomfortable. As Utia narrated, Alien's brow furrowed deeper, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes. This Gamel truly lacks discernment, Alien remarked quietly, then gently patted Utia's hand in a gesture of comfort. Though he apologized, I still harbor no fondness for him. I cannot fathom where this emotion stems from. Utia murmured softly, a hint of embarrassment evident in her tone. That am I being rather capricious? Is this unreasonable behavior? Alien shook her head gently, her gaze softening with understanding and compassion. She has always been so mature for her age. She fears abandonment, having been cast aside too many times. Setting aside the fact that he was the one who offended you first, remember, Aya, that caprice is a privilege of childhood. You are a little princess of Clark. What harm is there in being a tad willful? We are more than capable of bearing the consequences of your whims. Alien refrained from voicing the latter part, choosing instead to demonstrate this truth through her actions. She exchanged glances with the other Clarks, who were known for their protective nature, particularly towards the youngest member who had recently joined the Clark family. Their eyes darted between Utia and Gamel, clearly grasping the situation at hand. Uriel was the first to set down his coffee cup, his voice imbued with seriousness. Prince Gamel, I have heard that the princes of the Ivan Empire are exceptionally well-mannered, understanding how to respect others, especially women and the young. Your conduct today appears to deviate from what I have been led to believe. Uriel had always been indulgent towards his grandchildren. Even the mischievous Giorgio was fiercely defended by him. With Utia, the youngest grandchild who had endured much hardship, Uriel's affection was even more pronounced. When it came to Utia, Uriel, despite his occasional lack of decorum, could assert his authority with the same vigor as any king. Gamel sensed the shift in discourse, turning to face Uriel's scrutiny, his smile stiffening. Esteemed Uriel, I acknowledge my misstep, and I have already apologized to the young princess for my previous behavior, that I assure you. It was not my intention to offend. I merely lost my composure upon encountering the delightful Utia. Gamel's tone held a semblance of sincerity. Yet internally, he scoffed at the Clarks, perceiving their reaction to a mere girl's words as an overreaction. Kylos, seated quietly, observed the unfolding drama, his silence a testament to his indifference. He deemed Gamel unworthy of the Clark monarch's direct intervention. Moreover, he harbored other intentions. Uriel shared this sentiment, albeit with a more malicious edge. As he awaited Alien's intervention, fully aware that she had long desired to confront him, Utia sensed Gamel's insincerity but recognized that, as a member of the Clarks, she must learn to navigate such intricate social dynamics. Alien gently grasped Utia's hand, offering her an encouraging glance. "Do as you wish. We shall support you," she whispered. Kylos assessed Gamal before turning to Utia, entrusting her with his fate. Aya, what is your verdict? The eyes of the assembly fixated upon Utia. While only Uriel seemed to sense the underlying tension, casting a scrutinizing look at Kylos. Utia was still young and had no obligation to engage in such matters that he had many children and grandchildren. Utia could maintain her innocence and kindness. Previously, when discussing this with Kylos, he had conveyed a similar sentiment. But now, why was it different? Uriel's gaze flickered. Utia inhaled deeply, her voice steady and serious. Father, I do not wish to accept his apology. Mr. Gamal has shown no sign of goodwill or sincerity that I do not like him. Utia met Kylos' gaze directly, articulating her feelings and decision that a glimmer of pride passed through Kylos' eyes. As a father, he would not overlook anyone who had offended his daughter. Yet, if Utia herself affirmed this, it would hold even greater significance. Excellent. Your feelings are of utmost importance to us. That Kylos' voice was gentle yet ruthless. The Clarks would not tolerate any form of disrespect. Gamal's expression shifted, clearly unprepared for Utia's direct rejection of his apology, especially after his efforts to appear sincere, that a fleeting anger crossed his eyes, quickly masked by a more humble facade. However, despite his attempts at concealment, the veiled thread in his words remained unmistakable. Princess Utia, I sincerely hope to earn your forgiveness. That if there is anything I can do to atone for my misdeed, please do not hesitate to inform me. After all, as a member of the Clark royal family, perhaps you should consider the interests of the Clark Empire. The era of peace has persisted for many years. Would you wish to instigate unnecessary conflict and turmoil due to your own desires? Gamal's tone was tinged with urgency, aware that he could not afford to lose the support of the Clark family in this scenario. Given his non-royal lineage, should his actions provoke discord between the Ivan Empire and the Clark Empire, even his father would struggle to ensure his ascendance, facing opposition from the majority of his subjects. After all, this was the Clark Empire, widely acknowledged as the most powerful empire in the galaxy. Utia shook her head at Mr. Gamal. I have heard your apology, but the decision to forgive rests with me. For now, I choose not to. Utia possessed a kind disposition, but it was reserved for family. Being of the Clark bloodline, she was never one to shy away from confrontation. Standing beside Utia, Alien's gaze towards Gamal grew colder. Threatening Utia, what a jest that if such a vast empire as Clark were to be cowed by the mere threat of a small kingdom's prince, allowing the latter to humiliate and threaten even the youngest of their kin before departing. That would indeed be the height of absurdity. She was aware that Utia's decision might precipitate some diplomatic complications, but what of it? That was the responsibility of Simon and his associates. The paramount concern was undoubtedly Utia's feelings. As the youngest prince of the Clark Empire, her discontent would render the joy of others utterly unattainable. Clark is resolute in its principles and fiercely protective of its own, especially when the provocation originates from an unreasonable adversary. Alien's mental prowess surged forth like an unexpected tempest, swift and unpredictable. Her SS-grade advanced psychic energy reverberated through the air, manifesting as an invisible storm that engulfed the entire space. Under the impact of this force, Gomer's visage turned as pale as parchment, a flicker of terror flashing in his eyes, as if confronted by an overwhelming natural force. Cold sweat beaded upon his brow, and his hands clenched into fists, nails nearly embedding themselves into his palms. Prince Gomer, Alien's voice resonated with an undeniable authority. I urge you to respect Utia's choice. The Clark family values the sentiments of each member, particularly our young prince. Furthermore, please convey a message to the sovereign of the Ivan Empire. Respect Clark, and remember, for your next envoy to the Clark Empire, it is imperative to send the offspring of Queen Ivan. For Simon's gaze was equally cold as he echoed his sister's sentiment. Dog meat does not grace the main table. Gomer's lips tinged with a faint purple hue, his teeth chattering involuntarily, producing a subtle clattering sound. His eyes betrayed a tumultuous blend of fear and resentment, clearly unprepared for the magnitude of Alien's psychic strength, which ruthlessly dismantled his confidence and arrogance in that singular moment. It was then that he finally comprehended the gravity of having truly offended the Clark family, and the root of this predicament was merely an underage girl. Drawing a deep breath, his gaze flickered with defiance and malice. Yet he endeavored to maintain the last vestiges of his composure. That I understand, Princess Utia, Princess Alien, Prince Simon, I shall respect your decision, that I apologize once more for my previous conduct, and the Ivan Empire is willing to offer the resources required by the Clark Empire free of charge. Should any opportunity arise in the future to demonstrate my sincerity, I hope to rectify this oversight. Upon returning home, I shall proactively seek punishment from my father. Gomer took his leave. The thought of the potential consequences awaiting him upon his return filled Gomer's eyes with dread. The Ivan Empire has always been stringent in its punitive measures. Reflecting on the origin of all these matters, Gomer's gaze involuntarily shifted to Utia, who sat quietly beside her father, consuming her meal with utmost decorum. His eyes were filled with fervor. Although he was unaware of why the Clarks held such high regard for this adolescent girl, he recognized that if he could wed this cherished princess, the throne of the Ivan Empire would be within his grasp. That a shadow of darkness flitted across Gomer's gaze. Chapter 75. A vendetta on your behalf. Gomer's clandestine intentions did not escape the discerning eyes of the Clark family. His audacity to harbor feelings for Utia was undoubtedly a transgression against the family's most sacred principles. The sentiments among the family members converged in unison. This audacious individual dared to covet their hard-won treasure. Such gall was unparalleled. Even the usually composed Kylos exhibited a flicker of displeasure in his eyes that he yearned to personally teach Gomer a lesson, yet ultimately restrained himself to know. He feared that a single misstep might result in a fatality. While Gomer was loathsome, he still possessed some utility for the others. Kylos resolved to feign ignorance of the familiar figures stealthily trailing Gomer as he departed. After leaving the Clark Palace, Gomer did not head directly to his residence, but instead strolled leisurely down a secluded street. Seemingly engrossed in thought, that a glint of malice occasionally flashed in his eyes, clearly fixated on the humiliation he had endured within the Clark Palace. Yet he remained oblivious to the several figures silently shadowing him. These figures moved like phantoms in the night, eluding detection even on the well-lit street. Just as Gomer rounded a corner and prepared to enter his vehicle, several shadows suddenly emerged from the darkness, encircling him. Before he could react, a device that blocked his psychic and visual perception was clamped over his head. Following a muted thud and the sounds of struggle, Gomer was swiftly brought to the ground, and the shadows rained down blows upon him like a torrential downpour. Utia sat quietly within the palace, her eyes wide with astonishment. She had just received news of Gomer's plight through the family's internal communication network. Although she harbored no fondness for Gomer, she had not anticipated that the family would resort to such measures against him. "Father, is this truly acceptable?" Utia's voice carried a hint of uncertainty. Kylos gently patted Utia's head, his expression revealing no surprise at their actions, but rather an understanding. "Alia, at times, we must employ extraordinary means to deal with certain individuals. Gomer's actions have crossed our threshold, and he requires a lesson." Kylos responded earnestly. Utia failed to discern any jest in Kylos's words, nodding as if enlightened. While she remained somewhat astonished, she recognized that this was the family's way of avenging her. Indeed, she felt a sense of relief. Since the objective was achieved, was there truly anything amiss? Utia grappled with uncertainty, but ultimately chose to trust Kylos's reasoning. Upon hearing the news, Abigail merely smiled softly, his demeanor exuding a calm familiarity. As the steward of the Clark Palace, he was no stranger to the unconventional actions of family members. "Your Highnesses, I have dispatched individuals to manage the ensuing matters. Prince Gomer will be safely returned to his residence without leaving a trace." Abigail's voice was imbued with tranquility. The Clarks had never felt encumbered by any obligations associated with their status. The occurrence of a heavy-handed intervention did not surprise Abigail in the least. As Utia listened to Gelsio and the others animatedly recounting their exploits, a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. She was aware of the family's protective nature, but had not anticipated such an overt act of retribution against Gomer. "So, is this permissible?" Utia's tone carried a hint of uncertainty. Gelsio shrugged, his expression brimming with pride. "He dared to provoke our youngest prince, so naturally he must pay a price." Lusaline chimed in, "Fear not, little Alia. We are judicious in our actions. That hovering vehicle merely allows him a taste of the roller coaster experience. He will not be genuinely harmed." Lusaline had modified the propulsion system of Gomer's hovering vehicle, purportedly to provide this distant guest with an unforgettable memory. Aslan dismissed the matter casually, that I simply penned a letter to Emperor Ivan, succinctly detailing his misdeeds. I trust he will adequately educate his son. Ravis, refusing to be outdone, added, My aide is a frequent visitor to the Ivan Empire. They often engage in amicable exchanges. Simon, however, was the most ruthless, his voice laced with mischief. I directly packaged Gomer's transgressions and sent them to Queen Ivan's legitimate son. I am certain he will find his brother's actions quite intriguing. Asutia absorbed their narratives. A complex array of emotions surged within her. This was the first time someone had orchestrated such a grand display of vengeance on her behalf for a mere slight. A warmth enveloped her heart, sweet and comforting, akin to being enveloped in cotton candy. Yet would their actions not incite the ire of the Ivan Empire? Kylos gently patted Utia's shoulder, his tone radiating the confidence of a great nation. Alia, you need not concern yourself with such matters that a mere Ivan Empire. Even if they were to uncover evidence linking us to these actions, what then? They would not dare to wage war against the Clark Empire. Alien added, Alia, you must understand that you are a Clark, a member of our family. Should you be wronged, it is our duty to seek retribution on your behalf. There is no need for you to bear any psychological burden. The other Clarks nodded in agreement, and Abigail's voice resonated at an opportune moment that I wholeheartedly concur with Her Highness Princess Elaine's statement. However, I regret to inform you, esteemed lords, that to prevent you from leading the well-behaved and discerning young prince astray, I kindly request those of you who participated in this escapade of mischief to be proactive in attending the royal etiquette class conducted by the etiquette instructor tomorrow after lunch. This includes you, His Majesty Uriel. I believe your recent eavesdropping outside His Majesty Karos' study while hanging upside down merits a session of reward in etiquette training. The Clarks suddenly realized they had overlooked Abigail's presence beside Udia. They drooped their heads in resignation, murmuring, Very well, Abigail, we shall comply. Udia added, Indeed, Mr. Abigail, this behavior is quite inappropriate, and I shall take note of it that I end the Ivan Empire. Gaumel remained blissfully unaware of the storm brewing around him. After a painstaking transformation, his hovercraft had finally returned him safely to his residence. Just as he contemplated taking a moment of respite, he received an urgent summons from his father. Upon reading Aslan's letter, Emperor Ivan's face darkened ominously, but he understood that his son had truly entangled himself with the wrong individuals. Meanwhile, Gaumel's elder brother, upon receiving documents sent by Simon, felt a flicker of dark delight in his eyes. He recognized this as his opportunity, a chance to completely dismantle Gaumel and solidify his own claim to the throne that he immediately set about secretly gathering incriminating evidence against Gaumel, preparing to deliver a fatal blow at the opportune moment. Unbeknownst to Gaumel, he had already stumbled into a far greater crisis. Chapter 76. The death of Gaumel in the Ivan Empire. Emperor Ivan soon received word that the amicable relations between the Clark Empire and the Ivan Empire had come to an abrupt halt. He cast a furious glance at Gaumel, who knelt silent in fear, his rage barely contained. Father, I wish to explain, Gaumel began, but found himself at a loss for words that he was acutely aware of his grave mistake, but had not anticipated the severity of the consequences. What do you mean by what? Are you even aware that your foolish actions have placed our relationship with the Clark Empire on the brink of collapse? Emperor Ivan's eyes blazed with fury, his disappointment in his son reaching a peak. That I warned you before departing. No prince of the Clark Empire is someone you can offend at will. Not even you, nor your elder brother, nor I, when encountering a Clark prince. We must show the utmost respect. Yet you had the audacity to threaten a minor Clark cub in the presence of numerous adult Clarks. Well done, bravo, the Emperor's voice echoed in the hall, each word striking Gaumel's heart like a hammer. Under the weight of the Emperor's wrath, Gaumel trembled, knowing that any attempt at justification would be utterly futile. Yet, gathering his courage, he proposed, Father, if we could arrange a marriage alliance with the Clark Empire. Perhaps the current tension could be alleviated. I am willing to personally seek the hand of Udia Clark to demonstrate our sincerity. Upon hearing this, Emperor Ivan's fury intensified, his gaze cutting through Gaumel like a sharpened blade. Marriage. Do you even have the audacity to mention marriage? Do you think the princess of the Clark Empire is within your reach? Who do you believe you are? By what right? Even the youngest Clark prince carries the true bloodline of the Clarks. A marriage alliance? You insult the Clarks, and furthermore me. Gaumel staggered back, shaken by the Emperor's roar, suddenly realizing how absurd and unrealistic his proposal had been. Emperor Ivan continued his tirade. Not only did you threaten Princess Udia, But now you wish to use her as a political pawn. A marriage alliance? I cannot even bear to hear such words. The foundation of a marriage alliance lies in mutual benefit and equal strength. A union between the Ivan Empire and the Clark Empire would not be a harmonious collaboration. It would be an abhorrent act of desperation. Gaumel's complexion paled further, and he bowed his head. Unable to meet the Emperor's fierce gaze, the Emperor's anger showed no signs of abating as he continued to chastise him. Your actions have already brought shame upon the Ivan Empire, and now you wish to proceed further down this misguided path. Listen closely, Gaumel. You had better abandon this foolish notion immediately, or not only you, but the entire Ivan Empire will suffer the consequences of your stupidity. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, the Emperor coolly regarded Gaumel. Now, return to your palace and reflect on your behavior. Until I issue new orders, you are not to step beyond the palace gates or engage in any further actions. I do not wish to hear any more reports of your troublemaking. Emperor Ivan's voice was laden with anger and disappointment, but he had always held affection for this son and had invested considerable effort into Gaumel's upbringing. He genuinely intended to pass the throne to Gaumel, which is why he entrusted him with a mission to the Clark Empire. The Emperor had hoped to utilize the Clark name to intimidate those court officials who opposed him, thereby facilitating Gaumel's ascension. After all, he truly valued this child. Yet now, Ivan could hardly fathom that such a straightforward task would be so utterly mishandled by his own son. Was Gaumel truly a case of a hopeless endeavor? Gaumel's face was ashen. He knew his dreams of the throne had been irrevocably shattered. Slowly, he rose from the ground, unsteadily departing the grand hall, his heart brimming with resentment and bitterness. Meanwhile, Emperor Ivan's legitimate son, Caden Gelant, also Gaumel's elder brother, was secretly gathering evidence against him that a peculiar glint shone in his eyes. He recognized this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Should he succeed in completely toppling Gaumel, he could cement his own claim to the throne. Perhaps even ascend to the throne ahead of schedule, that he began to covertly reach out to discontented court officials, preparing to instigate a coup at the opportune moment. Yet, all of this remained unbeknownst to Gaumel. Returning to his palace, Gaumel was consumed by anger and desperation, that he understood that he must find a way to salvage the situation. Otherwise, his future would be bleak, that he started secretly contacting those court officials with whom he had a favorable rapport, hoping to find a glimmer of hope. However, his actions did not escape the keen eyes of his elder brother. Caden observed Gaumel's every move with a cold smile, knowing that Gaumel had definitively lost their father's trust, a considerable punishment for someone who had always been arrogant and dismissive of hierarchy. As for what was to come, Caden could likely predict Gaumel's intentions. Soon, Gaumel could no longer contain his ambition and despair. Launching a coup, he secretly gathered a loyal contingent of soldiers, intending to seize the throne through force. He recognized this as his final opportunity. If he failed, he would lose everything. Caden had been awaiting this moment. Upon learning of Gaumel's coup, he remained unfazed, even revealing a hint of a smirk that he swiftly led his elite forces, which he had meticulously trained, into the palace under the guise of protecting the emperor. Within the palace, two factions clashed violently in the depths of the royal quarters, amidst the glimmering blades and the chaos of blood and fire. The brutality of power was laid bare. Gaumel stood at the forefront of his army, his eyes alight with madness and resolve, aware that only the victors could inscribe history. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that all of this was part of Caden's intricate scheme. Caden's forces, well-trained and well-equipped, quickly subdued Gaumel's rebellion. Under Caden's careful orchestration, Gaumel's troops were driven back relentlessly, ultimately cornered into a desperate situation. Gaumel witnessed his soldiers falling around him. Terror finally flickered in his eyes. He realized that he had lost. Completely lost. The coup was swiftly quelled, and Caden ascended to the throne as the new emperor of Ivan under the pretense of having protected the realm. The old emperor and the mysterious lady were also reunited with their son in the underground, orchestrated by Caden's design. Meanwhile, in the Clark Empire, Gaumel was dead, and his elder brother Caden had taken the throne. Karos's voice announced this news without a hint of alteration. The other Clarks hardly lifted their heads, engrossed in the documents scattered across their desks like snowflakes, as they prepared for the impending resource allocation competition. "Oh, he is dead? So be it. It's of no significant consequence," Aslan remarked nonchalantly. "What does a lion care for the life or death of an ant?" Caden. Only Simon took note of this name. The rare S-level psychic prodigy? Indeed, that is him. Aslan lazily stretched, responding with indifference that I hear he will be participating in this resource allocation competition as well. Perhaps it is time to have a sharpening stone to test the results of Aya's recent training. Chapter 77. Unusual loss of control upon receiving the news of Gomer's demise and Caden's ascension as the new Emperor Ivan. Utia found herself with little time to dwell on these political upheavals. She was acutely aware that, as a member of the Clark family, her responsibilities and mission far outweighed such concerns that as the date for the resource allocation competition drew ever closer, Utia's anxiety escalated. Despite her knowledge of Clark's exceptional prowess, which almost guaranteed a facile victory in the contest, her heart remained heavy with unease. She was reluctant to be perceived merely as a secondary character basking in the glory of Clark's excellence or relegated to the role of a mere bystander in the competition. She, too, was a small Clark, that a small Clark was still a Clark. She did not wish to be seen as a hindrance in the eyes of others, even if she was of a healing disposition. In the early morning, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, Utia commenced her training. The melee combat robot instructor was relentless, with each strike delivered with precision and swiftness. Utia's breath quickened, yet her steps remained steady. Beneath her training attire, her physique appeared lithe and powerful, with each evasion and counterattack executed with remarkable accuracy. Though sweat blurred her vision, her consciousness remained acutely clear. She could feel every increment of her progress. Aya, take a break, Alian urged from outside the training arena, her eyes filled with concern that Utia's training intensity had reached its limits, each punch and dodge resembling a battle against her own constraints. This is perilous. Though laced with fatigue, Utia's voice resonated with determination that no, Alian, I can continue. Her tone was resolute. She understood the necessity to grow stronger. At the very least, she did not wish to be the one lagging behind in her family. The instructor's assaults came like a tempest, waves of relentless attacks that Utia struggled to counter, yet her combat skills honed with each trial. However, regardless of her growing proficiency, the insufficiency of her strength remained an insurmountable barrier, preventing her from achieving even Jersha's melee combat standards. Her physical aptitude was merely beef, but this harsh reality enveloped Utia's spirit with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The AB rating was not inherently poor. It could even secure a middle-tier position within the first military academy. Yet for a Clark whose innate physical and mental prowess was rated S, AB was tantamount to a disability. Clarks were born powerful, without sufficient physical attributes to match their mental capabilities. Even a trivial lapse in mental control or a mental storm could easily claim their lives that AB physique could hardly withstand the tumult wrought by an S mental force. In a fleeting moment of distraction, the instructor's attack arrived as anticipated, and that moment of inattention cost Utia her optimal chance to evade that in an instant. Her mental energy erupted like an invisible shockwave, distorting the iron-constructed instructor into a mass of scrap that the individual closest to Utia. Alian felt the tremors of this mental surge more acutely. She sensed the instability and chaos inherent in this power. It was far from the typical manifestation of S mental energy. But soon, Kalos's mental force arrived. It pierced through the tempest of confusion and chaos within Utia's mental sea like an aurora in the night, swiftly establishing a synchrony of mental energies that Kalos's strength began to assist Utia in regaining control over her mental landscape. Aya, calm down, Kalos's voice resonated in Utia's mind, imbued with an undeniable authority and tranquility. His words echoed within her mental realm, yet his soothing presence did not exert its usual rapid effect. Within her mental sea, the little white tiger's eyes turned crimson, howling and struggling as if ensnared by some unseen force. Focus, listen to me, Kalos urged, his tone resolute, as he endeavored to forge a deeper connection with Utia's mental essence to quell the raging power. Alian sprang into action, her mental energy enveloping Utia like a vast net, attempting to contain the rampaging mental force and prevent its further spread. She understood that if this power spiraled out of control, not only would Utia be at risk, but the entire training ground and even the palace could be devastated. Other members of the Clark family sensed Utia's anomalous mental fluctuations and hastened to offer their support. Their figures converged upon the training arena like flashes of lightning, each face etched with gravity and concern. No one was oblivious to the sheer terror a Clark's mental storm could unleash. Jersh's voice carried a note of urgency, his gaze fixed intently on Utia, ready to plunge in and pull her back from the brink of chaos. Alian swiftly gestured for him to remain calm, urging him not to act impulsively. Elder Brother and Uriel are inside. Let us assess the situation first. Lucilin and Aslan stood by, their mental energies poised like intricate webs, ready to intervene should the need arise to assist Utia in regaining her composure. Simon and Eli coordinated the external situation, ensuring no unauthorized individuals approached, while also preparing for any necessary medical assistance. At last, with the collective aid of numerous forces, the little white tiger's mental essence gradually regained its composure. Its crimson eyes beginning to clear, it emitted a low growl, as if expressing gratitude to all the Clarks. Utia inhaled deeply. With Kalos' assistance, her mental energy began to methodically retract, the force that had nearly torn her mental sea asunder finally subdued. She opened her eyes to behold the concerned gazes of her family. I am fine now. I apologize for causing everyone worry. That Utia's voice was faint, yet it elicited a collective sigh of relief from the other Clarks. Only Lavis's eyes flickered with a shadow of gravity. Such a degree of mental turmoil should not have required such strenuous effort from Kalos to quell. This was highly irregular. He furrowed his brow and approached Kalos, speaking in hushed tones. Elder Brother. Something feels amiss regarding the situation. That Utia's mental disturbance does not seem to arise naturally. It appears influenced by external factors that Kalos' gaze bore no trace of doubt. He recognized Lavis's expertise in matters of medicine. Lavis was an unequivocal authority. With a serious demeanor, Lavis replied, I suspect it may be drug-induced. That Utia's mental response bears a striking resemblance to the side effects of certain mental suppression medications. However, such substances typically would not be used within their family. And Kalos' eyes sharpened as he regarded Lavis. Speak plainly. And judging by Utia's recent reaction, it seems she may have been in prolonged contact with such agents. Investigate, Kalos commanded with undeniable authority. Immediately examine all items Utia has been in contact with over an extended period, including food, drink, and personal effects. Chapter 78. Accustomed to it after a harrowing struggle, Utia's once unbridled mental energy, akin to a wild stallion, was finally brought under control. As she gradually regained her composure, the suffocating tension that had permeated the training arena began to recede like a receding tide. The Clarks, who had previously worn expressions of grave concern and taut anxiety, now exhaled a collective sigh of relief, as if the immense weight pressing upon their hearts had finally lifted. Only Kalos and Lavis remained engaged in a serious discussion regarding Utia's condition, their faces betraying an undeniable heaviness. There's one thing I'm uncertain whether to disclose. Lavis hesitated. Kalos turned his gaze toward Lavis. Did I ask it concerning Utia's condition? Yes. Then tell me. That Kalos' expression grew somber. He understood that Lavis was not one to speak without reason. Whatever had caused his hesitation must be of significant importance. Elder Brother, do you not find that Utia seems unusually calm? Kalos was momentarily perplexed. Lavis continued, if it were me experiencing a loss of mental control, and many struggled to soothe me, my first emotional response upon regaining control would surely be one of relief and, indeed, fear. Yes, fear, but look at Utia. She appears almost too composed, as if she has grown accustomed to it. Kalos was taken aback and filled with trepidation. It was only upon Ravis's remark that he realized the absurdity of the situation. Even for seasoned Clarks, who had grown accustomed to the specters of life and death, the aftermath of such a mental breakdown was undeniably haunting. Yet Utia remained remarkably composed. She seemed to have anticipated this outcome. Or perhaps she had become entirely indifferent to her own mortality. After regaining her composure, her first instinct was to comfort her family beside her. She exhibited no personal emotions, devoid of the joy typically associated with surviving a calamity. Nor did she display any fear that might accompany such an experience. This behavior suggested either an unsettling familiarity with the sporadic episodes of mental instability or a complete disregard for her own life and death. Regardless of the case, it was an extraordinarily cruel reality for a child of merely 11 or 12 years. Mental breakdowns were not uncommon within the Clark family. Virtually every Clark would experience a dozen or more such episodes throughout their lives. However, this did not imply that they could become accustomed to such occurrences. Unless, of course, Utia had endured these crises far more frequently than any other Clark. Was it possible that little Aya had long been aware of her impending mental breakdowns? Or perhaps, due to the sheer frequency of these incidents, she had grown desensitized to them. A sudden realization struck Kylos, his eyes flickering with shock and profound heartache. Could he dare to inquire about this? The usually autocratic ruler approached the matter of his daughter with an unusual delicacy. Fearing he might inadvertently touch upon her painful memories, he was also apprehensive that his daughter still harbored formidable defenses against him, resulting in her reluctance to share anything. Ask her, Ravis understood his sentiments completely. Yet he doubted Utia would withhold any secrets from Kylos. With a profound understanding of psychology, he perceived that Utia's acceptance of her family far exceeded that of strangers. Her affection for her kin was deep-seated and cherished. Nevertheless, distinctions existed even among family members. The only two individuals who could breach the walls around her heart were Kylos and Aelian. Regarding Aelian, their bond had flourished over 6 years, establishing a solid emotional foundation, the AS for Kylos. Despite their brief 2-month acquaintance, he had achieved a status equal to Aelian's, showcasing the effort he had invested in Utia's well-being. Utia, sensitive to emotional nuances, sat in a corner of the training ground, her petite white tiger spirit resting quietly upon her lap. Her gaze revealed a hint of exhaustion, yet predominantly, there was tranquility. Upon noticing Kalos's approach, she offered a faint smile, imbued with warmth and reliance. Aya, Kalos's voice was soft and deep as he settled beside her, striving to maintain a calm demeanor despite his inner turmoil. Uncle Ravis mentioned that your mental breakdowns seem rather frequent, and you appear unfazed by them. Utia's eyes flickered momentarily as she gently stroked the fur of the white tiger, pausing in silence before responding softly, Yes, father, it is indeed quite normal for me. Her tone was eerily calm, devoid of any ripples. Yet the hollowness in her gaze betrayed her anguish and helplessness. Nevertheless, she endeavored to maintain an appearance of serenity, suppressing her emotions to shield those around her. She had always been this considerate, never wanting anyone to worry or feel sorrow on her behalf. She cherished those in her vicinity deeply, that a wave of indescribable pain surged within Kylos, akin to an invisible blade spinning slowly within his chest, slicing through his very soul. The usually aloof Clark monarch's voice trembled for the first time. But this is not normal. Aya, that it is true that mental breakdowns are not rare among the Clarks. Yet how can one become accustomed to such a reality? How could my precious daughter, who deserves all the affection in the world, grow accustomed to such cruelty? Kylos felt as though his heart were shattering. Utia lifted her head, her gaze betraying an unsettling maturity and tranquility that no child of 11 or 12 should possess. Father, I understand this may sound peculiar, but it has become a part of my life. During my time in the laboratory, mental breakdowns were an everyday occurrence, and the medications they administered rendered my mental state exceedingly unstable. Her voice was steady, as if recounting another's tale, yet Kylos could sense the sorrow and helplessness lurking beneath the surface. I nearly forgot. I also have a mother. Mentioning her mother, Utia's tone shifted, imbued with a rare emotional nuance. Perhaps she was good to me, but I do not truly comprehend. There was hesitation and uncertainty in her voice. Kalos's gaze sharpened with vigilance. He recalled Aelian's mention of this mother, albeit with a less than favorable impression. Yet, the truth from his daughter's lips held greater weight, that he yearned to understand the role this mother played in Utia's life. Mother, Utia pondered. According to the other researchers, she should be, perhaps, my biological mother at this juncture. Utia cautiously glanced at Kylos, seemingly gauging his reaction. The sight of her careful demeanor reminded him of how she had been when she first entered the Clark Palace. A pang of sorrow struck him, and he instinctively embraced Utia. Aya, if you wish to share, please do so. If not, it is entirely all right that I am your father, now and always. You need never worry about saying the wrong thing in my presence, nor fear that I will be displeased at my dear. No matter what transpires, remember that I shall love you eternally. Such sentimental words felt foreign to him, a stark departure from his usual demeanor. Yet, Kylos spoke them naturally, wishing to provide his daughter with a sense of security. That Utia's cautiousness, fearing she might utter a misstep, tugged at his heartstrings, filling him with compassion. Kalos's embrace enveloped her warmly, akin to a soothing ray of sunshine illuminating the shadows she had strived to conceal. In that moment, All her FA aids and resilience crumbled. Utia trembled gently, her long restrained tears cascading forth like a flood breaking through a dam. They slipped silently down her pale cheeks, splattering upon Kalos's garments. Despite her best efforts to stifle her cries, occasional soft sobs betrayed her true emotions. She always cried so quietly. Kalos, filled with empathy, cradled his daughter, gently patting her back as one might soothe a child. He refrained from uttering any platitudes about not crying, allowing her to weep freely in his embrace. For his only daughter, he devoted all his patience without reservation that he thought to himself, this is his daughter, his responsibility, and the flower he ought to nurture with boundless love and emotion. She is his treasure. After what felt like an eternity, Utia's emotions gradually subsided. She lifted her tear-streaked face and softly uttered, in truth, I do not harbor much affection for her, and she feels similarly. Yet in that emotionless laboratory, at the very least, she was one of the few who offered me a semblance of care. Utia buried her head in Kairos's embrace, remaining silent except for the muffled sound she emitted that I was unaware of her name. Yet she was the sole individual who bestowed upon me an identity amidst the cacophony of voices calling me a 107. She claimed I was her daughter, stating that I was Utia, the ashes of God, meant to be ignited and consumed by humanity. She insisted that everything was for the future of humankind. Occasionally, she would share tales of the world beyond, and she would intervene to prevent other researchers from subjecting me to experiments that I could scarcely endure. Yet, she was unreserved in her declaration, I do not do this for you. I do it for the future of humanity. Her demeanor was contradictory. On one hand, she performed various cruel experiments on me, undeterred by my cries for her to stop, even as I called her mother. On the other hand, unlike the other researchers, she would tenderly utter my name when not engaged in experiments, and would sometimes bring me an array of treats and toys that children adore from the outside world. I could never comprehend what it was that she truly desired. Did she love me? I was uncertain. Perhaps it was love, yet most of the time, she exhibited a chilling indifference. Maybe, as she claimed, my existence was solely for the future of humanity. Perhaps she once harbored some affection for me. But in the face of her so-called great love for mankind, I was rendered insignificant that Utia's voice was deep and hoarse, each word seeming to emerge from the depths of her heart. Heavy and sorrowful, she forced a bitter smile, her mood weighed down as if a colossal stone pressed upon her chest, making it difficult to breathe. That I had an elder sister, but unlike me, she seldom lingered in the laboratory. My sister bore an inexplicable animosity towards me, and though I could not discern its origin, it was evident she detested my very existence. Naturally, I did not harbor any fondness for her either. At that time, I was still quite young and could not fathom why. Being children of the same mother, she was never subjected to such brutal experiments. Why could she live freely in the outside world? Why did she possess beautiful clothing and always have our mother by her side? Perhaps I was simply envious of her, that a flicker of hurt passed through Utia's eyes. Mother never permitted her to engage with me for too long. She would always chase my sister away whenever we were together, as if I were something unclean that I could not decipher the meaning behind her gaze. Yet I knew one thing. Mother was adamantly opposed to my interaction with her. However, it was understandable. It now seemed that my sister was the daughter of Mother's beloved, the jewel of her heart, and it was only natural for Mother to shield her precious child from an experimental subject. A potential monster that could spiral out of control at any moment. That Utia's words returned to a calm demeanor, akin to the surface of the sea after a tempest, serene on the outside, yet turbulent beneath. Her voice was deep and steady, as if she were striving to suppress the inner turmoil and prevent it from surging forth once more. However, Kairos observed that his clothing was once again soaked. Utia's silent tears had once more permeated his garments. Chapter 8. You are forever worthy of love. Kairos's heart ached, feeling the anguish and struggle concealed behind each of Utia's words, that he gently caressed her back, allowing her to lean against his shoulder, supporting her with his strength. Listen to me. Kairos's voice was low yet resolute, each word imbued with strength and determination. You are my daughter. You are neither a monster nor merely an experimental subject. 107. You are the treasure of the Clark family, our pride. Utia, the sole child of the monarch of Clark. That Utia's body trembled slightly, reminiscent of the last leaf clinging to a branch in winter, struggling against the cold wind in search of warmth. She lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with tears, a complex blend of pain, sorrow, and yearning. She gazed at Kairos. Sensing her tremor, a powerful instinct to protect surged within him. He was not one to express his love easily. Yet he understood that his words meant more to Utia than mere consolation. They represented the recognition and belonging she had long yearned for. Abigail had once remarked that the young princess, due to her unfortunate childhood, cherished love profoundly, yet the scarcity of it made her doubt her worthiness of such affection. But it mattered not. Kairos would repeatedly assure her, "You deserve the best love. You are worthy of all our love. You are forever deserving of love." Kairos extended his hand, gently wiping away the tears from Utia's face, his fingertips tender yet firm, conveying silent comfort that I am the Clark family. Every member is unique. We are all family. You need not compare yourself to anyone, nor bear burdens that do not belong to you. Simply know that you are our most precious existence, not just you. Any Clark is our most cherished being, that as long as you carry the bloodline of Clark, as long as you are my child, you are worthy of protection from every Clark, that a child of Clark is not special because of any other existence. Even if one day you no longer possess healing abilities, as long as you remain my child, as long as you are a child of Clark, your existence and status will never change. You are eternally deserving of love. This is an unchanging truth. His voice was gentle yet unwavering, each word a warm seed sown in Utia's heart, gradually taking root and sprouting. When he spoke of the woman who had continually harmed his daughter, Kairos's voice turned cold, devoid of hesitation, a chilling essence quietly burgeoning in the corners unseen by Utia. As for the one you speak of, Aya, she does not deserve to be called your mother, nor to claim you as her child. The so-called love for all humanity, the grand love for the world, is merely an excuse for her selfish actions. Though I do not know what kind of person she truly is. Her actions reveal that she lacks all the qualities a mother should possess. She has never provided you with protection. Rather, she has subjected you to cruel experiments time and again, disregarding your feelings and your very existence. Inflicting harm upon her own daughter under the guise of being a biological mother. Such a person does not deserve the title of your mother, but a hint of pain flashed in Utia's eyes as she bit her lip, striving to maintain control over her emotions. Kairos gently grasped her hand, transmitting warmth and solace. You need not suffer or doubt yourself because of her actions. She was never fit to be a mother. And thus, all her guidance towards you is flawed. All her actions are erroneous. Aya, forget her. My daughter, you are meant to have the best of everything. You are forever deserving of love and will always be the greatest treasure of the Clark family. Kairos's voice softened further. He understood that Utia's wounds required time to heal, yet he hoped she would soon emerge from the shadows. You are worthy of love, worthy of respect, worthy of the best in everything. Your life, your value, should never be defined by anyone else. That Utia's tears flowed like pearls on a broken string, her heart brimming with complex emotions. She had never imagined that one day, someone would firmly whisper in her ear that she was deserving of all the beauty life had to offer. During her time in the laboratory, she had only heard commands and cold analyses. Her worth had been measured solely by her mental strength and experimental results. Father, Utia's voice trembled as she tightly gripped Kairos's hand. Seeking a steadfast anchor, Kairos gently enveloped Utia in his embrace, his hold warm and secure, offering her an unprecedented sense of safety. But he softly patted her back, soothing her emotions. That no one has ever told me these things, Kairos murmured, gently wiping away Utia's tears, his gaze filled with love and resolve. But now you know, my little Aya. Remember, blood relation is not the sole criterion for defining a mother. That a true mother is one who loves you unconditionally, protects you, and is willing to sacrifice everything for you. That I am the Clark family. Every member can be your mother. Every member is willing to offer you such love. Utia suddenly laughed, her eyes still glistening with tears. A charming yet heart-wrenching sight. So, can my second brother also be my mother? Kairos, rarely one to be teased, found himself both exasperated and amused, gently tapping Utia on the forehead. Well, if he wishes to be. And father, would you be willing? Father would break his leg. Utia erupted into laughter, a sound reminiscent of snow melting under the warmth of the sun, akin to the return of spring to the earth. Witnessing her radiant smile, A rare wave of profound emotion surged within Kairos. It felt so good he could not quite articulate what was good, but it was undeniably so. His daughter was smiling, and that was truly wonderful. His gaze softened, akin to a gentle ray of warmth on a winter's day, comforting yet powerful. Unconsciously, the corners of his mouth lifted into a tender smile, imbued with deep affection and boundless tolerance. He recognized that this smile signified the gradual thawing of the emotional glacier within Utia, as she began to come to terms with her past. Very well, let her laugh, he thought, as long as his daughter was happy. That was all that mattered. Chapter 81. The Rise Empire. After escorting his daughter back to her room, Kairos engaged in a deepening conversation with Lavis concerning Utia's situation. They sat within the quiet confines of the study, the atmosphere heavy with gravity. "Brother, we must take action." Lavis's voice was laced with seriousness. Little Aya's condition cannot persist in this manner. Her loss of control over her mental faculties is occurring far too frequently, posing a tremendous burden on both her body and mind. Worry etched itself into Kairos's brow as he nodded, his demeanor unusually grave. His voice, low and tinged with fatigue and anger, conveyed his resolve. "Lavis, I have investigated Aya's experiences in the laboratory. Her frequent lapses in mental control are a direct consequence of the side effects from the substances injected into her by the lab. Though those agents may temporarily suppress her mental faculties, they inflict considerable harm on her body and psyche in the long term." That a flicker of anger crossed Lavis's eyes as he clenched his fists, struggling to contain his emotions. How could those damned experimenters do such a thing to a child? Kairos continued. "What is even more heartbreaking is that Aya has grown accustomed to these episodes of mental instability. She confided in me that such occurrences were almost a daily routine in the laboratory. She has even learned to swiftly recover from these episodes and to protect herself during her moments of loss of control. This adaptation is far too cruel for a child of her age." Lavis took a deep breath, attempting to steady his emotions. "That we must act immediately to prevent this situation from continuing. Little Aya requires appropriate treatment and psychological counseling to help her overcome these traumas. If we allow this to persist, it will pose significant threats to her physical and mental well-being." Kairos nodded, a glimmer of determination appearing in his eyes. "That I have arranged for the finest doctors and psychological experts to conduct a thorough examination and treatment for Aya. Additionally, I will personally oversee her training to ensure her mental powers are guided and controlled properly." Kairos inhaled deeply, continuing to explain to Lavis. "Based on the information provided by Arian, the laboratory's direction likely leads to the royal family of the Rise Empire. I have ordered an intensive investigation into all clues related to the Rise Empire's royalty, including any potential connections to Aya's mental instability." Kairos took another deep breath. "The imperial royal family?" Lavis exclaimed in surprise. "I am already investigating. Clark's intelligence network is also diligently tracking the movements of the Rise Empire's royal family. We will not overlook any information pertinent to Utia's situation. Furthermore, in 3 days, the resource allocation competition will commence, and we are expected to meet then." That a fierce glint flashed in Kairos's eyes. Lavis immediately understood. Tio provoked the young Prince of Clark. How audacious! 3 days later, the opening ceremony of the resource allocation competition was grandly held in the capital of the Clark Empire. Xinglong, representatives from various empires and federations gathered, prepared to showcase their talents in this magnificent event. The atmosphere at the opening ceremony was vibrant and tense, with colorful flags fluttering amidst the cacophony of voices. Members of the Clark family, clad in matching black and gold uniforms, stood out conspicuously. They entered the venue with a commanding presence, each step seemingly leaving an indelible mark upon the ground. Kairos led the way, his expression austere, his gaze radiating an undeniable authority. Utia followed closely behind. Though her stature appeared the most diminutive among her kin, no one dared to underestimate a Clark, even one so young and yet to come of age. As the Clark family members made their entrance, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. The enormous floating screens captured their every move, broadcasting the scene live to every corner of the galaxy. "Look, there are the members of the Clark family." The excited voice of the commentator echoed throughout the venue, reverberating across the entire galaxy. The comments on the live stream scrolled rapidly, with the audience's enthusiasm nearly breaking through the screen. My goodness. It's the Clarks, 10 of them, a full 10 Clarks. His Majesty Kairos exudes such a powerful presence. He truly is the strongest ruler in the history of the Clark Empire. I eagerly await the Clark family's performance in the resource allocation competition, though I know they will undoubtedly emerge victorious. Where are the fans of the Clark family? Let us cheer fervently for them. Look at Princess Utia. She appears so small and adorable. I want to steal her away. A warning sounded. Beep beep. His Majesty is watching you. The adult Clarks are watching you. That a series of copy-pasted comments sent the online viewers scrambling to delete their remarks. After this brief interlude, the ceremony officially commenced. Representatives from various nations took turns to speak, expressing their anticipation for the event and their wishes for peace. However, for the Clark family, these formalities were mere formalities. Their true intent lay in the imminent face-to-face confrontation. At long last, as the ceremony drew to a close, the participating teams began to gather at the edge of the arena, preparing to enter the competition grounds. That moment, Kairos's gaze locked onto a group clad in Rise Empire uniforms. Among their ranks, several faces appeared particularly grim, as if concealing something sinister. Their glances flickered toward Utia, standing behind Kairos. Utia recoiled instinctively from their gaze, but recalling her current status as a representative of the Clark family's honor, she forcibly halted her retreat. That a cold glint flashed in Kairos's eyes as he shielded Utia behind him, an unnamed fury simmering within him. Yet he did not act. Instead, he exchanged a few words with the members of the Clark family beside him. Following Kairos's instructions, the members of the Clark family subtly dispersed, skillfully encircling the Rise Empire participants without drawing attention. Their eyes gleamed with a sharpness that suggested they could see through any facade. No one could remain unscathed under the watchful gaze of the Clarks, let alone a group of adult princes of the Clark family. Among the Rise Empire's team, those who had maintained their composure suddenly turned pale upon sensing the scrutiny from the Clark family members. Cold sweat began to bead on their foreheads, and their anxiety became increasingly palpable. Had the Rise Empire's representatives succumbed to fear, they reacted to the sight of the Clarks as a mouse would to a cat. Was it the overwhelming presence of the Clarks that had them paralyzed? Hilariously, their expressions resembled those witnessing something terrifying. Look at the leader of the Rise Empire. His face is rigid, likely petrified by the Clark family's might. When the Clarks make their entrance, who can rival them? It seems the Rise Empire's representatives are already foreseeing their inevitable defeat. The barrage of comments flowed incessantly, igniting the fervor and curiosity of the audience. Every gesture and glance from the Clark family became the focal point of their discussions. In contrast, the team from the Rise Empire appeared increasingly passive in this intangible contest. Chapter 82. The elimination round commences as the time to enter the arena approached. The members of the Clark family finally ceased their invisible pressure on the Rise Empire team. They understood that the true competition was about to unfold on the battlefield, a stage where they could truly showcase their prowess. Once the gaze of the Clark family members shifted away, the Rise Empire team exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Many among them felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, as though they had just endured a life-and-death struggle. They couldn't help but begin to question whether participating in this event was indeed a wise decision. The moment to enter the arena arrived. All participating teams, guided by the staff, orderly made their way to their respective preparation zones. The Clark family members were no exception, following the staff to their designated area. The results of the map draw were announced after all teams had entered their preparation zones. That a massive floating screen revealed the map for this resource allocation competition, the Frozen Mountain Range. This map, renowned for its extreme cold and icy terrain, demanded exceptional physical fitness and mental fortitude from its participants. The members of the Clark family were no strangers to this map, having simulated similar environments multiple times during their training. They quickly dispersed, each checking their equipment and mental state, ready to face the impending challenge. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the venue of this resource allocation competition. Before the competition officially begins, allow me to reiterate the rules. The host's voice echoed throughout the venue, ensuring that every participant and audience member clearly understood the challenges ahead. That we are now entering the first phase of the elimination round. During this stage, participants must survive and collect points within the Frozen Mountain Range. Points can be acquired by hunting unique beasts inhabiting the snowy peaks or by defeating or eliminating other competitors. The points earned from hunting these beasts will vary according to their star ratings. For further details, please refer to the task panel. The host elucidated the rules of the elimination round clearly for all spectators and competitors that in this round. Points not only serve as a means to advance, but will also contribute to the final cumulative score. Each competitor begins with an initial score of 10 points, earning 20 points for every opponent they eliminate. When more than half of the competitors have been eliminated, the point inheritance ratio will increase to 50. This implies that survival alone is insufficient. Strategically eliminating opponents will be crucial for accruing higher points that I hereby declare the elimination round officially commenced. Let us anticipate the splendid performances of the competitors during this stage. Every nation and federative force has its own commentators, responsible for conveying the competition's developments to the audience present or watching live. Following the host's introduction of the rules, Clark's commentator dutifully greeted everyone and began delving into the main topic. Dear viewers, welcome to the site of this resource allocation competition. We are about to witness a contest of wisdom and strength in an extreme environment. This marks the first public appearance of His Highness Utia of the Clark family. I am honored to provide commentary for the young prince. Let us shift our primary focus to our young protagonist, Utia Clark, the youngest member of the Clark family. This was Utia's inaugural public appearance. The commentator was keenly aware of what the audience wished to see. The main perspective shifted to Utia, who stood in one corner of the preparation area, taking a deep breath to steady her nerves. Despite having undergone extensive training and battles, this large-scale event was a first for her. A hint of tension flickered in her eyes, but more prominent were her determination and seriousness. Utia meticulously checked her equipment, ensuring everything was in order. She donned a specially designed thermal suit, capable of maintaining body temperature in extreme cold without hindering her movements or mental exertion. A finely crafted short sword hung at her waist. A gift from Kylos, offering her some protection in close combat. The competition officially commenced. All participants were teleported to various locations within the frozen mountain range. Utia found herself transported to a valley blanketed in ice and snow. The surrounding temperature was frigid, the biting wind relentless. Yet Utia's mental fortitude enabled her to withstand the cold. She swiftly surveyed her environment, seeking potential resource points and possible threats. She understood that this competition was not merely a test of individual strength, but also a challenge of teamwork and strategic planning. Utia gradually released her mental energy, forming an invisible web of perception that enveloped her surroundings. She could sense subtle movements beneath the snow and even the mental fluctuations of distant competitors. Moving cautiously, each step she took was silent to avoid unnecessary attention. In this icy expanse, Utia's white figure blended almost seamlessly with her surroundings. She resembled a ghost, gliding silently through the mountains. Her objective was clear: to hunt targeted creatures while avoiding the notice of other teams, thereby securing a greater advantage for the Clark family. The commentator's voice resonated once more, brimming with enthusiasm and anticipation. Behold, our young Princess Utia Clark. Despite her tender age, she possesses S-level mental prowess. One cannot help but admire the exceptional lineage of the Clark family, living up to its illustrious reputation. Our young princess's goal is equally clear: to expand the Clark family's advantages while seeking allies and accumulating more points. A wise choice indeed. It has been proven that even the youngest member of the Clark family possesses formidable competitiveness in the arena. Her performance undoubtedly promised to be a highlight of the competition. The barrage of comments on the live screen surged as the audience's excitement threatened to transcend the screen. Goodness, Princess Utia appears so composed, hardly resembling a first-time competitor. Truly, a member of the Clark family. Her commanding presence is undeniable despite being the youngest. The members of the Clark family are incredibly impressive, each exuding strength and confidence. The Rise Empire team seems to have already backed down, signifying their awareness that they cannot contend with the Clark Royals. Amidst these discussions and praises, Utia continued her mission. Her mental energy acted like a hawk, sharp and precise in capturing the information around her. Suddenly, a notification chimed from her task wristband, signaling a task refresh. Her gaze fell upon the newly updated task information. Chapter 83, Underestimation, Elimination. Her attention was drawn to the newly refreshed task details. Task information: task name, Snow Mountain Hunting. Task description: hunt designated exotic beasts within the frozen mountain range. These creatures have adapted to the extreme cold and possess unique combat abilities and survival skills. Participants must hunt according to the beast's combat power ratings and return the hunted specimens to designated collection points. Beast ratings and rewards: 3-star beasts, relatively easy to capture. Snow velvet rabbit. This small creature boasts soft white fur, rendering it nearly invisible in the snow. They are gentle by nature, swift in movement, yet possess weak defenses. Points 5. Ice horned deer. Renowned for its sharp ice horns, this elegant creature moves almost silently through the forest, though it is highly alert and will flee at the slightest hint of danger. Points 10. Cold wind fox. This small, agile fox is known for its cunning and unpredictable movements, often utilizing the snowy environment for concealment. Points 10. 5-star beasts, difficult to capture. Frostfang tiger. A massive predator with sharp, ice blue teeth and immense strength that it reigns as a top-tier predator in the snow, exhibiting high aggression and defensive capabilities. Points 100. Snow shadow leopard. This feline beast is famed for its exceptional concealment abilities and rapid attack speed, stalking silently through the shadows of the snowy mountains to approach prey unnoticed. Points 90. Ice crystal dragon. A legendary creature said to possess the power to control ice and snow. Its scales shimmer like transparent crystals in sunlight. Extremely rare, with formidable ice attributes, it is the most challenging beast to capture among all. Task prompt. Participants are advised to carefully select their hunting targets based on their personal abilities to avoid unnecessary dangers. 5-star beasts, due to their formidable combat prowess and survival capabilities, typically require teamwork and meticulously devised strategies for successful hunting. It is recommended that participants promptly find companions to collectively confront these powerful creatures. Until they reunite with their teammates, they should strive to avoid solitary confrontations with 5-star beasts. All hunted creatures will be appropriately housed for scientific research and ecological conservation. Participants are urged to respect life and protect ecological balance during the hunting process. Utia meticulously perused the task information, her gaze resolute, already formulating a preliminary plan in her mind. She understood the necessity of exercising caution, particularly when facing 5-star beasts. Thus, she resolved to commence her endeavors with 3-star beasts, accumulating experience and points while simultaneously seeking allies. Her mental energy gradually unfurled, initiating a search for traces of the creatures surrounding her. Suddenly, she detected an unfamiliar wave of mental energy. Though not overwhelmingly powerful, it exuded a provocative essence. Utia swiftly concealed her presence. Stealthily advancing toward the source of the disturbance, as she navigated through a grove blanketed in snow, Utia beheld a contestant clad in the attire of a minor nation, who was scanning the area as though in pursuit of prey. Upon his gaze landing upon Utia, a flicker of disdain flashed in his eyes, evidently underestimating the seemingly youthful girl before him. "Hey, little girl, why don't you head home for some milk? This hunt is beyond your capabilities." The contestant mocked, oblivious to the glint of icy determination in Utia's eyes. Utia refrained from replying, knowing that the most poignant response lay in action. In an instant, her mental energy erupted like an invisible net, enveloping the contestant within its grasp. The unseen pressure of her mental force caused his expression to shift dramatically. Clearly unprepared for the strength of Utia's abilities, that he attempted to retaliate, but Utia moved with greater swiftness. Her form danced like a specter across the snowy terrain, each appearance accompanied by a fierce strike. The contestant found himself retreating rapidly, soon cornered by Utia's relentless assault. How is this possible? He stammered in terror as he gazed at Utia, unable to fathom how such a seemingly young girl could possess such formidable mental power. Utia offered him no further opportunity for contemplation. A precise kick landed squarely on his chest, but he felt a surge of excruciating pain, followed by the blurring of his vision as consciousness began to fade. The skirmish unfolded and concluded in less than 30 seconds. When the contestant regained awareness, he found himself back in the preparation area. Eliminated from the competition, he stared at his score, which displayed a glaring 0, his heart brimming with a sense of indignation and shame. With the contestant's elimination, a cold, indifferent voice resonated from above the arena. Utia Clark of the Clark Empire has successfully eliminated Jasper of the Gale Empire, earning 2 points. Wow, Princess Utia has made her move. That was astonishingly swift. How dare that contestant underestimate our little princess, only to be dispatched in an instant. Ha ha ha. The strength of the Clark Royals is indeed legendary. Even the youngest among them wielded such prowess. That contestant from the minor nation was overly complacent. Princess Utia is an S-level mental energy wielder. The commentator's voice surged with excitement, his eyes sparkling with fervor, as his pen nearly leapt from his grasp in his exhilaration. His words flowed rapidly, each syllable bursting forth with vigor and passion, an exquisite retort. In the face of others' disdain, our Princess Utia of the Clark Empire mercilessly showcased her formidable strength. The contestant from the Gale Empire evidently did not anticipate the extent of her abilities, resulting in his swift elimination. This serves as a stark reminder that underestimating opponents is the gravest of transgressions in the resource allocation competition. Princess Utia's performance undoubtedly serves as a wake-up call to all participants. Regardless of appearances, every opponent must be accorded due respect. Let us eagerly anticipate Princess Utia's forthcoming feats, hoping she continues to bring honor to the Clark family. Utia's gaze remained steadfast and composed, as though the preceding battle were merely a trivial warm-up. She did not revel in her victory, for she understood that this was merely the commencement of the competition. As the system's voice faded, Utia inhaled deeply, swiftly recalibrating her state. Once more, her mental energy radiated outward, commencing a survey of her surroundings while continuing her search for both beasts and other contestants. Most of the early participants possessed only the foundational 10 points. Even inheriting merely 20% would yield no more than 2 points. Eliminating a single competitor might not even garner as many points as hunting the simplest 3-star beast, the snow hare. Therefore, Utia had no intention of commencing the elimination of contestants in the early stages. It was simply not worth the risk, and would only serve to expose her whereabouts, of course, in the face of those competitors eager to hand over points. Utia would not hesitate to act decisively. Chapter 84. Slaying the Frostfang Tiger. As time passed, the competition had unfolded for 10 hours. Utia, leveraging her exceptional mental acuity and tactics, had successfully captured several snow hares and ice deer. Amassing a significant number of points, her movements were swift and precise, each hunt resembling a meticulously choreographed dance, both elegant and lethal. Within the snow-laden mountains, Utia had become increasingly adept. Her mental prowess enveloped her surroundings like a vast net. She could perceive the slightest movements beneath the snow, even the distant fluctuations of other contestants' mental energies. Clearly, her formidable mental power afforded her a considerable advantage in this survival contest. However, just as she prepared to seek her next target, Utia's subconscious sensed an anomaly. Her mental net detected a powerful aura, one brimming with wildness and peril, distinct from any beast she had encountered before. Instantly alert, Utia recognized the potential presence of a 5-star beast, and one that was exceedingly dangerous at that. She swiftly concealed her form, stealthily approaching the source of the ominous energy. Her mental power acted like a falcon, keenly and accurately capturing information around her. Navigating through a snow-covered grove, Utia finally beheld the source of the menacing aura, a colossal Frostfang tiger. This formidable creature boasted razor-sharp ice-blue fangs and immense strength, reigning as a top predator in the snowy terrain, exhibiting high levels of aggression and defensive capability. The Frostfang tiger's massive frame and defined musculature radiated explosive power that a spark of excitement flickered in Utia's eyes, her heart pounding fiercely in her chest as if it might leap from her throat. Faced with such a formidable adversary, her emotions oscillated between uncontainable exhilaration and a subtle, almost imperceptible, tension. Her mental energy gradually unfurled, forming an invisible web of perception that enveloped her surroundings. She could sense every breath the Frostfang tiger took, every contraction of its muscles, and even the wariness reflected in its eyes. Moving cautiously, each step was silent to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Utia understood that she must utilize her mental prowess and speed to secure victory in this battle. Suddenly, the Frostfang tiger seemed to detect something amiss. It abruptly turned its head, its gaze sharp as lightning, locking onto the direction where Utia was concealed. Utia's heart raced. She knew that combat was imminent. The Frostfang tiger unleashed a deafening roar, shaking the entire valley. Its form surged forward like a bolt of lightning, charging straight at Utia. In an instant, her mental energy erupted. She darted through the snow, her movements punctuated by fierce strikes. The battle was exceptionally intense. The Frostfang tiger's strength and speed far exceeded Utia's expectations. Each clash made her acutely aware of the overwhelming force that could tear her apart. Yet she did not falter. Her mental prowess functioned like a net, persistently seeking the beast's vulnerabilities. The confrontation unfolded ferociously against the backdrop of icy desolation, the Frostfang tiger's roars reverberating through the valley. Each bellow causing the surrounding snow to tremble. That Utia's form appeared remarkably agile under the tiger's relentless assault, her mental energy acting as an invisible shield against the creature's onslaught. The Frostfang tiger's claws were as sharp as blades, each swipe slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. Thanks to her S-level mental energy, Utia accurately predicted each of the Frostfang tiger's attacks, her figure flickering like a specter as she evaded each strike with impeccable timing. As the battle raged on, Utia began to seek opportunities for counterattack. Her mental energy extended like tendrils, probing the Frostfang tiger's every move for weaknesses. She knew that although the tiger's power was formidable, there was a brief pause after each strike. Her moment to act, that a resolute glint flashed in Utia's eyes as she resolved to take action. After another fierce lunge from the Frostfang tiger, Utia swiftly retreated, simultaneously condensing her mental energy into a beam aimed directly at the tiger's eyes. The unexpected assault caused the Frostfang tiger to roar in anguish, its movements momentarily stalling. Now was the time. Utia's figure shot forward like a flash of lightning, her speed reaching its zenith. She charged towards the Frostfang tiger, her dagger shimmering with cold light in the sun. Utia leaped, leveraging gravity and speed to concentrate all her mental energy into the dagger, driving it forcefully into the tiger's neck. The blade pierced through the Frostfang tiger's skin, penetrating deep into its muscle. Utia felt the dagger make contact with the tiger's vertebrae, summoning every ounce of strength. She twisted the dagger, severing the tiger's nerves and blood vessels. In that moment, the Frostfang tiger's massive body lost its strength, the light in its eyes dimming as it collapsed onto the snowy ground. Breathing heavily, Utia was splattered with the tiger's blood, yet her eyes sparkled with exhilaration. She gradually retracted her mental energy, aware that this victory would grant her a significant advantage in the resource allocation competition. The system's voice resonated through the silent valley, cold and clear. Clark Empire's Utia Clark successfully hunted the 5-star beast Frostfang tiger, earning 100 points. The barrage of comments raced across the livestream screen, the audience's enthusiasm nearly piercing through the display. Little Princess Utia is incredible. She truly defeated the Frostfang tiger. Is this the power of S-level mental energy? Simply invincible. Members of the Clark family are undoubtedly exceptional. Little Princess Utia has a bright future ahead. The announcer's tone brimmed with passion, his eyes reflecting an uncontrollable excitement. Little Princess Utia demonstrated her astonishing strength and courage, triumphing over the 5-star beast Frostfang tiger. This battle was not solely a contest of power, but also a test of wits and mental energy. Little Princess Utia's victory reaffirms the Clark family's dominant position in this resource allocation competition. Truly, the bloodline of the Clark war god prevails. Little Princess Utia has already begun to shine in this elimination round of the resource allocation competition. Now, let us cheer for her formidable combat prowess. Chapter 85. Such weak seed contestants. Utia stood beside the corpse of the Frostfang tiger, vigilantly scanning her surroundings to ensure no other threats lurked nearby. Her mental energy formed a fine mesh, covering the area around her. No subtle movements could escape her perception. Suddenly, she detected a familiar mental wave, imbued with warmth and affection, allowing her taut nerves to relax slightly. It was Lucilin, her beloved aunt, who had found her. Lucilin's figure gradually emerged through the snowstorm, her eyes brimming with admiration and pride. She hurried to Utia's side, affectionately ruffling her hair in a gesture filled with endearment. Well done. Little Aya, Lucilin's voice resonated with excitement and joy. Your performance just now was spectacular. Even I didn't anticipate your swift victory over the Frostfang tiger. Utia felt a tinge of shyness at Lucilin's praise, lowering her head slightly, while unable to suppress a smile. That you're still such a child at heart. Despite being as mature as Utia, she couldn't help but feel a swell of pride in the face of her family's unabashed compliments. Thank you. Aunt Utia's voice carried a hint of bashfulness as she obediently embraced Lucilin, her soft and compliant demeanor bringing immense joy to her aunt, that I will remain vigilant and strive to earn more glory for our family. Hearing Utia speak with such maturity, Lucilin could hardly contain her delight. Standing before Utia, her gaze brimmed with affection and fondness. She extended her hand, gently resting it atop Utia's head, her fingers weaving through the silky strands. Her touch tender and meticulous that Lucilin's palm caressed Utia's head softly, as if she were petting a docile kitten, suffused with love. "And if you keep ruffling my hair, it will become a mess," Utia half-jokingly complained, though her tone held no real discontent. Lucilin chuckled lightly, a playful glint in her eyes. "Who told your elder brother to always stop me, saying I shouldn't mess up your hair, now that he is not around? My dear, let your aunt indulge a little." Utia let out a resigned smile, fully aware of Lucilin's temperament, and allowed her to gently tousle her hair. She understood that this was Lucilin's way of expressing affection and closeness. The audience was also amused by this scene, with laughter echoing in the comments. "Ha ha, Princess Lucilin has finally succeeded. I bet she has longed to ruffle Princess Utia's hair," exclaimed one commentator, "that I feel like a prophet. The moment Princess Utia was officially recognized, I knew Princess Lucilin must be fond of her. And indeed, it is so. Princess Utia is so pampered, permitting Princess Lucilin to play with her hair. It's utterly heartwarming." Princess Utia. All right, since she is my dear aunt, I suppose I shall indulge her a bit. I adore the interaction between the Princess Clark. It's so cute and filled with affection." The announcer also took note of this moment. His voice tinged with amusement. "That it seems our Princess Utia not only excels on the battlefield, but is also a cherished little princess within her family, that Lucilin's affection for her is truly palpable." As the joyful banter and teasing comments flowed through the screen, Utia and Lucilin continued on their journey. Their figures appeared ethereal in the swirling snow, like two spirits gliding through the frigid mountain range. Soon, Utia's psychic senses picked up a new disturbance. This time, she sensed the mental fluctuations of a group of individuals, whose energies were more potent and concentrated than any competitors she had previously encountered. She immediately signaled to Lucilin, and the two swiftly concealed themselves, preparing to observe the newcomers. Emerging gradually from the storm, the group donned matching uniforms, the insignia on their badges revealing their origins from a considerable nation. Among them, one contender stood out remarkably. His strides were steady, his gaze resolute, and an undeniable aura of authority emanated from him. This was none other than the seed player of that nation, a prominent competitor in the resource allocation contest. Corey, the chief of the Isola Federation's Combat Association, was an S-rank psychic and the pride of the Isola Federation, also a leading candidate for the runner-up in this resource allocation contest. Lucilin quickly recognized his identity, and asked for why he was merely the runner-up. It was clear that the champion would undoubtedly be Clark, with no surprises expected to AT that moment. It seemed the opposing team had also sensed their presence. As Corey abruptly halted, his sharp gaze piercing in the direction of their hiding place, "That it appears we have guests," he stated calmly, yet with an air of undeniable authority. Utia and Lucilin realized that remaining concealed was futile, and thus they gracefully stepped out from their hiding spot, facing the opposing team with poise.